On the sixth day of the sixth month in the fifth year of the Great Wilderness, Su arrived in the ancient and untamed lands, where he proclaimed the establishment of the Great Su Kingdom. The kingdom comprises one city, 3 towns, and 9,000 citizens. Among the populace are the enchanting Fox Clan of Qingqiu, the aquatic sea people of the East Sea, and the soaring clan of the Qing Bird. The Fox Clan excels in illusionary arts. The sea people possess the ability to command water, and the Qing Birds soar through the skies. Not long after the kingdom was founded, the sea people discovered a lifeboat in the northwestern waters of the Great Su Kingdom, capturing 6 humans who identified themselves as citizens of the United Federation. The sixth day of the sixth month in the fifth year of the Great Wilderness is indeed a day worthy of celebration. It is not merely because Su has survived for 5 years in this perilous wilderness. 5 years prior, Su graduated from university, transitioned through various jobs, and with great aspirations sought to earn a living and enjoy a prosperous life, only to find that his ambitions were abruptly halted. On a tempestuous night, he vaguely recalls losing his footing and plunging into an unfathomable icy abyss, awakening to find himself in this desolate realm. This place feels as if it belongs to a bygone era, teeming with countless creatures long extinct. As for how Su knows they are extinct, it is not due to his profound knowledge of ancient biology, but rather the undeniable fact that dinosaurs no longer roam the earth in modern times save for their depictions in films. In this wild expanse, dinosaurs do not reign atop the food chain. They are merely one of many prey, overshadowed by far more terrifying beings. Were it not for the possession of a mystical artifact, Su would have found it exceedingly difficult to endure in such a menacing environment. The artifact, the origins of which remain unclear, is a tome of ancient bronze. It resembles a notebook in size, its surface adorned with intricate starry patterns, and it is notably thick, measuring several centimeters. This enigmatic tome of bronze possesses the remarkable ability to absorb the essence of ferocious beasts and strange entities, giving rise to a variety of extraordinary races as chronicled in myth and legend. The alluring and passionate Fox Clan of Qingqiu, the delicate and charming sea people of the East Sea, and the proud and aloof Qing Bird Clan are but 3 of the races that Su has unlocked during his 4.5 years in this wilderness, though they do not encompass all the races recorded within the tome. As of today, Su has established a city, 3 subsidiary towns, and a populace exceeding 9,000. Thus, on the 5th anniversary of his arrival in this untamed land, he resolved to declare his kingdom and establish an era name. The kingdom is named Su, deriving from his own name, embodying his fervent hope for a future where his realm flourishes like the rising sun. The era name, Great Wilderness, signifies his intent to expand his territories and eradicate the malevolent forces that threaten his domain. On the 6th day of the 6th month in the 5th year of the Great Wilderness, the Great Su Kingdom was founded. The city erupted in joyous laughter, with the citizens singing and dancing in celebration of their new kingdom. Though the ordinary subjects may not fully grasp the significance of the kingdom's establishment, who could resist the allure of a celebratory feast? To mark this momentous occasion, Su decreed the opening of the granaries, allowing each person to receive a portion of fish and meat, accompanied by a serving of fruit, an exceedingly rare treat for the common folk. Thus, while the citizens may not comprehend the true meaning of nation-building, they certainly understand the joy of a bountiful meal in the royal palace's inner courtyard. The brilliant sunlight filtered through the misty sky, gently cascading onto the ground, devoid of any oppressive heat. A handsome and robust man sat upon the steps of the corridor, none other than Su. His long hair fell casually behind him, simply tied with a strip of blue cloth. Since arriving in this untamed land, he had not cut his hair, which flowed like dark ink. At this moment, he sat bare-chested, his athletic physique sculpted with striking muscle definition, reminiscent of a masterfully carved marble statue. His sun-kissed skin radiated a masculine beauty, glistening subtly in the sunlight. This was the fruit of years of bloodshed and rigorous training. When he first set foot in this perilous wilderness, Su appeared fair and delicate, yet 4.5 years of trials had transformed him entirely. He wore a slate-blue lower garment, its fabric smooth and flowing like water. His vacant gaze was fixed upon the breathtaking spectacle of clouds drifting across the azure sky, lost in contemplation of life. What is the meaning of existence? Where lies the value of life? What secrets does this world conceal? Are there other intelligent beings in this realm? Behind Yang Su, through the partially opened door, one could glimpse a room adorned with delicate arms and legs, each face a portrait of beauty, some alluring, some innocent, others aloof or enchanting, all resplendent like peach blossoms, glistening with perspiration, exuding a hint of languor as they reclined on the grass mats strewn across the floor, appearing to doze after a recent revelry. In this moment of clarity, Yang Su found himself with newfound insights into life and a profound understanding of the evolution of races. Challenges and setbacks were an inevitable part of existence. Life would invariably carve a path forward. It was not that the ancients were particularly fond of procreation, but rather that there was little else to occupy their time. Feeling a wave of ennui wash over him, Yang Su shook off his thoughts, stood up, and headed toward the front courtyard. Today marked a momentous occasion, a founding day of his nation, and he intended to share in the joy of nation-building with his subjects. Such moments of exuberance were a rarity in this wild expanse. Stepping out of the palace and onto the streets, he found the thoroughfare broad and well-maintained. To prevent the streets from becoming muddy pits during rain, drainage ditches had been constructed on either side, and the road itself was paved with slabs of bluestone. The buildings along the road were predominantly wooden structures. It was not that stone was difficult to procure, but rather that this untamed land frequently experienced earthquakes, some fierce and others mild. The wilderness was vast, and Yang Su had only explored a minuscule portion of it, aware that he currently resided along the coastal region, while the mysteries of the interior remained unknown, shrouded in peril. As he walked through the bustling street, filled with song and laughter, he could not help but smile at the vibrant scene before him. This was the nation he had painstakingly built, filled with his own people. Yang Su gazed into the distance. The street was teeming with life, yet not a single pure human could be found. Instead, there were fox-eared beings of the Qingqiu Fox Clan. With their enigmatic vertical pupils, there were members of the Qingqiu Clan, adorned with azure wings capable of soaring through the skies, and there were the Merfolk, their skin as white as snow and as delicate as porcelain. The Qingqiu Fox Clan boasts both male and female members, capable of conjuring illusions and manipulating objects with their mental prowess. Some exceptional members of this clan possess unique talents, such as the ability to wield flames or create ice. The males are strikingly handsome, while the females exude an enchanting allure, each possessing the beauty to captivate any heart. Dressed in simple garments, the male fox spirits don short shirts and long trousers, while the female counterparts wear flowing skirts, reminiscent of an ancient, untamed era. The Qingqiu clan, too, comprises both genders, soaring gracefully through the skies with remarkable vision and the divine power to command the winds. Both male and female members are tall and slender, their elegant silhouettes aiding them in their aerial flights. Due to their lifestyle and the demands of flight, the attire of the Qingqiu clan consists of form-fitting outfits crafted from the skin of a large fish found in the sea. This fish skin comes in silvery white and black hues, producing garments that are smooth, supple, and elastic. Wearing them feels akin to donning a second skin, almost weightless, thus minimizing wind resistance and enabling the Qingqiu to soar higher and farther. The Jiaoren clan, exclusively female, possesses the ability to manipulate water, dive into the depths of the ocean, and thrive in aquatic environments for extended periods. These mermaids are as fair as snow, their skin smooth and delicate, resembling finely crafted porcelain. They are petite and graceful, with slender waists akin to willowy reeds. In water, their legs transform into tails, which revert to legs upon reaching land. What sets the Jiaoren apart are their mesmerizing eyes, glimmering with the allure of autumn waters, reminiscent of the enchanting succubi of legend, exuding an irresistible charm. When they weep, their tears transform into pearls, a marvel to behold. Primarily dwelling in the ocean, they cannot wear traditional fabrics. Their garments are simple yet distinctive. Some don a shell bikini accompanied by a grass skirt, while others sport form-fitting attire made from fish skin. As Yang Su made his entrance, the jubilant crowd turned their fervent gazes towards him, their eyes ablaze with adoration, akin to worshipping deities, an instinct ingrained within them. For they were birthed from Yang Su's creation, imbued with an unwavering loyalty and reverence for him, as if etched into their very genes and souls, impossible to defy. The subjects ceased their revelry, raising their right arms to their chests, joyously proclaiming, "King, King." Their words were in Mandarin, for their language stemmed from Yangsu. Beyond Mandarin, the common script of the Great Sioux Nation is also composed of Chinese characters. In this uncharted wilderness, establishing a nation where Mandarin is spoken and Chinese characters are written brings an immense sense of accomplishment, as well as an easier connection to home. At the very least, Yangsu found considerable satisfaction in this endeavor, aside from the agony of teaching these individuals to read and write, a truly excruciating task. 5 years prior, he had arrived in this wild land, utterly alone, armed solely with a mysterious ancient bronze tome, devoid of any other possessions. Surrounded by ferocious beasts and eerie creatures, his life hung precariously in the balance. Now, 5 years later, he has harnessed the enigmatic power of the bronze tome to create the Qingqiu Fox Clan, the Eastern Sea Jiao Run, and the Qingyao clan, establishing city-states and a nation in this perilous wilderness, now boasting a populace of over 10,000. This achievement is truly exhilarating. Yangsu stands tall, his chest puffed out, and his eyes sparkling with vigor as he surveys his subjects, passionately declaring, "Today, let us revel in jubilation. The establishment of our kingdom signifies that we have laid down roots in this perilous wilderness, creating a stable and secure haven. Yet, this is not the culmination, it is merely the beginning of a new chapter. In the future, we shall continue to expand our territories, driving out malevolence, so that our descendants may inherit more fertile lands, a safer environment, and abundant sustenance." Upon hearing of the promise of richer soil, a safer habitat, and plentiful provisions, the subjects' eyes gleamed with excitement, erupting in cheers of "King, King." Only those who reside in this treacherous and hostile wilderness can truly fathom the allure of these 3 pledges. Meanwhile, on the boundless expanse of the ocean, a magnificent cruise ship slices through the waves, leaving a trail of white foam upon the azure waters. This colossal vessel, measuring over 300 meters in length and comprising 12 decks, is named the Saddle, a grand cruise liner traversing routes between the Federation, Cherry Blossom Country, Australia, and beyond. The fare for this journey is $9,888. At this moment, the ship carries over 2,000 passengers, embarking on a magnificent maritime adventure. Chapter 2. Encounter with Shipwreck. Shrouded in mystery, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky, yet the gentle sea breeze rendered the heat less oppressive. On the 9th deck of the cruise ship, a magnificent outdoor swimming pool beckoned. Surrounding the pool were numerous beach chairs and a series of charming pink tents, from which delightful sounds of joy emanated. Clearly, the spirited men and women could no longer contain their enthusiasm for the summer, launching themselves towards paradise. A beautiful young girl strolled by the poolside. Her long, silky brown hair cascaded like a waterfall, delicately framing her porcelain-like skin, which appeared almost ethereal under the sunlight, radiating a luminous glow. Her enchanting visage bore the softness of her Chinese heritage, harmoniously blended with the profound features characteristic of her Western lineage, embodying the vitality of a mixed-race beauty. Her graceful neck resembled that of a swan, her shoulders rounded and her collarbone exquisitely defined, clad in a modest sapphire blue swimsuit. Her figure boasted alluring curves, accentuated in all the right places. "Hey, Tang!" A cheerful voice rang out from behind her. A tall, striking Nordic girl suddenly emerged. She possessed naturally silvery white hair, her skin as pale as freshly fallen snow, and her large, azure eyes sparkled like precious gems, with finely chiseled features. She epitomized the quintessential Nordic beauty. Yet, beyond her captivating face, it was her statuesque and alluring physique that captured the most attention. Dressed in a pink tankini, her flat abdomen bore no trace of excess, even revealing a well-defined set of abs. As one's gaze traveled downward, her curves became increasingly pronounced, with an astonishing waist-to-hip ratio. At a mere 18 years of age, she exuded a maturity that belied her youth. With her long, fair arms, she wrapped herself tightly around Tang's slender waist, exuding the playful demeanor of a mischievous friend. "Ah," Tang squealed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she gently pushed away her cousin. Tang, whose full name is Tang Yuqi, is an Australian with a quarter of Chinese ancestry. The Nordic girl is named Afra, hailing from the United States. Hee. Afra chuckled at Tang Yuqi's bashful expression, her sapphire eyes glimmering with mischief. She relished teasing her shy cousin, finding it endlessly entertaining. Stop it. Tang Yuqi pouted, casting a sulky glance at Afra. Just then, a chorus of astonished voices erupted from the edge of the pool. Wow, look! A mirage. What a massive mirage. It's amazing, it's a mirage. Oh my god. It's so beautiful, it's like paradise. Hearing the commotion, Tang Yuqi and Afra turned to look. Before them, a thick fog enveloped the vast expanse of the sea, creating the illusion of an endless ocean of clouds obscuring the water as surface. A colossal landmass, so vast that its boundaries were invisible, appeared to float above the dense, boundless sea of clouds. The rolling mountains resembled dragons roaring in the mist, emerging and disappearing like a celestial mountain range. Astonishingly beautiful, Tang Yuqi found herself entranced. Gazing at the breathtaking scenery that stretched far into the horizon, a soft exclamation escaping her lips. Her voice, melodious like a mountain spring, echoed in the air. Equally captivated, Afra's gem-like eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly captured numerous photographs of the distant ethereal islands with her phone, her laughter ringing out like a chorus of jubilant birds. Suddenly, as everyone was immersed in the splendor of the distant vista, the cruise ship jolted violently, as if colliding with something unseen, producing a thunderous roar and the sound of tearing metal. The two sisters, caught off guard, tumbled to the ground. In no time, a frantic alarm blared, plunging the cruise ship into chaos. This was the ominous signal of a maritime disaster, urging all passengers to proceed immediately to the evacuation points to board the lifeboats. Panic-stricken, the sisters hurried towards the designated area. Despite the unfortunate incident, under the calm command of the captain, the evacuation unfolded remarkably smoothly. A total of 2,136 passengers and crew members boarded the lifeboats, each accommodating 28 individuals. Close to 100 lifeboats bobbed upon the waves, gradually drifting away from the saddle cruise ship, which was now sinking beneath the sea. Seated beside Tang Yuqi was an elderly gentleman with graying hair. He wore a pair of pale yellow-framed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, his deep-set wrinkles suggesting a life well lived. Though slightly portly, his round belly filled out his white shirt, which was complemented by a well-fitted gray suit, embodying the demeanor of a learned scholar. This venerable figure was Tang Yuqi's grandfather, Tang Yuanqing, a professor at the University of International Studies in Australia, specializing in Chinese history and ancient world history. Observing the pallor and anxiety etched across his granddaughter's face, he felt a wave of compassion wash over him. This trip was intended as a means of compensating for the years of neglect due to his professional commitments. A chance to personally care for his granddaughter. Little did he expect that their journey would culminate in such a calamity. A bittersweet sensation enveloped his heart. Resigning himself to fate's cruel whim, gently, he reached out with his aged, warm hand to caress Tang Yuqi's silky hair, his voice soothing as he reassured her. It will be all right. The rescue team will arrive shortly. There is fresh water and food aboard the lifeboats, enough to sustain us for half a month. With her grandfather's comforting words, Tang Yuqi nodded slightly, the tension and distress in her expression beginning to ease. Yet, as she gazed at the massive cruise ship slowly sinking beneath the waves, an overwhelming tide of fear surged within her, chilling her to the bone. As if she had suddenly entered a vast icehouse, icy drafts assailing her from all directions. She instinctively clutched the hem of her clothing, her fingers turning pale. Oh, look. It's foggy outside. Such thick fog, she remarked, confusion settling in. How strange. Why has the fog rolled in so suddenly? A sense of unease lingered within her. The circumstances of this maritime disaster seemed inexplicably bizarre. How could the cruise ship, seemingly in perfect condition, have run aground and begun to sink? And this fog, too, was peculiarly ominous. An unexpected fog had descended upon the sea, eliciting gasps of astonishment and unease from those present. Tang Yuanqing turned his head and gazed through the window of the lifeboat, only to find the waters shrouded in a thick mist, obscuring visibility entirely. Fortunately, the emergency lights aboard the lifeboat flickered to life, revealing scattered red beacons within the fog, indicating the presence of additional lifeboats nearby. His brow furrowed, his eyes filled with concern. The yacht had inexplicably encountered disaster at sea, and now the sudden onset of thick fog was indeed peculiar. The crucial issue was that the mist would severely hinder rescue efforts. He fervently hoped it would dissipate swiftly, allowing the rescue teams to arrive sooner. Despite being weighed down by worry, Tang Yuanqing suppressed his tumultuous emotions for the sake of his granddaughter, donning a gentle and serene smile. Unbeknownst to anyone, Over 100 lifeboats, swayed by the currents, had deviated significantly from their intended course, heading towards a distant, elusive land that resembled a fantastical realm. Meanwhile, the distress signal from the sinking Sidereal cruise ship had captured the authorities' utmost attention. Chapter 3. The King, a disturbance in the Western Sea. Following the celebration, the newly established kingdom returned to tranquility as the sun dipped below the horizon. The deep of night is taboo. Malevolent spirits particularly revel in nocturnal escapades. Before sunset, seeking a secure refuge is a fundamental principle for survival in this untamed land. The modest city appeared as though it were in slumber, with only scattered lights flickering here and there. These glimmers emanated from the textile factory, the royal palace, and a handful of significant workshops. It was not a deficiency of oil, for the common folk lacked the privilege to utilize it. Rather, the nocturnal lights bore a perilous allure, potentially attracting unknown dangers from the heavens, lessons learned through blood and sacrifice by Qingqiu. The palace, though termed as such, resembled a grand residence with a courtyard. Spanning over 10,000 square meters, it was designed in the style of traditional Chinese gardens. The front courtyard served as the administrative hub, while the rear courtyard functioned as living quarters. Each side housed dozens of chambers, providing shelter for servants and guards alike. The palace was constructed of wood, yet it was far more exquisite than ordinary wooden houses. The doors and windows boasted intricate carvings of sweet flowers, resembling trumpet blossoms. Sweet flowers, a local specialty, were palm-sized, pink, and trumpet-shaped, exuding a sugary taste that replenished energy, thus endearing them to the populace. The carvings of sweet flowers on the doors and windows symbolized a future filled with sweetness and well-being. The craftsmanship was remarkably detailed, almost lifelike. The courtyard walls were similarly wooden, but the surfaces had been meticulously polished to a mirror-like sheen, devoid of any rough edges. The wooden walls featured exquisite openings, allowing a glimpse of the streets beyond. At this moment, in the council chamber, a spacious and minimally adorned room, two enchanting maidens from the Qingqiu Fox Tribe stood gracefully by the door, poised to heed Qingqiu's commands. Clad in matching moon-white, high-slit, form-fitting short kipeos, their long, elegant legs appeared as though sculpted from jade, reflecting a soft luminescence under the gentle glow of oil lamps, mesmerizing all who beheld them. These two stood like models, a testament to the skillful craftsmanship of the Fox Tribe's artisans, allowing the palace maids to don kipeos. Qingqiu merely needed to convey his thoughts in the general design, and they would create garments that perfectly matched his desires. Besides kipeos, a variety of Hanfu styles were available, even those inspired by the Western regions or Roman aesthetics, including Qinhan and Suitang styles. Ultimately, Qingqiu opted for the qipao, not solely for its modern allure but for its minimal fabric requirement. In this wild expanse, fabric was indeed a scarce resource. While the kingdom possessed a textile factory, Qingqiu's limited understanding of textile production resulted in low output. Whether Hanfu in the Qinhan or Suitang style, the material could not be deemed abundant. One piece could equate to several kipeos. Comparatively, the qipao offered the highest cost-effectiveness, and it was also visually pleasing. The sole decorative element in the hall was a square table, centrally positioned, measuring 2 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width, composed of several tables joined together. Atop it lay an immense sand table, a prominent feature in the room. The sand table is exquisitely crafted, featuring not only mountains, rivers, towns, and fortresses, but also various models of creatures, indicating the species that inhabit this region. This sand table is the culmination of Qingqiu's years of dedicated effort, centered around the Great Su Kingdom. The map spans over 100 miles, representing the limits of Qingqiu's current explorations. Standing tall before the sand table, Qingqiu gazes solemnly at the intricate representation. The location of the Great Su Kingdom is remarkably strategic, nestled within a bountiful valley. A wide, rushing river flows from the east, meandering northward through the undulating mountains, forming a serpentine course that stretches for miles before turning westward into the sea. To the south rise formidable mountains, extending from the distant east to the western coastline, resembling an indomitable shield that protects the Great Su Kingdom from most dangers emanating from the south. To the west lies the vast and magnificent ocean. The valley where the Great Su Kingdom resides is an irregular quadrilateral, encircled by mountains, rivers, and the sea, resembling a character from Mouth. The heart of the kingdom, the royal city, is situated within a mountain gorge at the lower right corner of this character, surrounded on all sides by steep cliffs that rise dramatically, perpetually shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial pit. The sole exit is located to the north, a narrow canyon that is easily defensible. An aged voice resonated from outside the door. Yang Su looked up to see a frail, white-haired elder of the Fox clan entering with unsteady steps. His gaunt cheeks and shifty, squinted eyes gave him a cunning and sinister appearance, while his emaciated frame resembled a withered bamboo stalk. Clad in a white hooded robe reminiscent of Central Asian style, the garment, though dignified, appeared absurd and comical on his frail form. He wore wooden clogs that made no sound, gliding like a specter. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yang Su furrowed his brow in perplexity. This elder, known as Qingqiu, may seem inconspicuous, yet he is the high priest of the Su kingdom, possessing a unique foresight that is absent in ordinary members of the Qingqiu Fox Clan. Indeed, he has the remarkable ability to foresee the future. While he cannot predict specific events, he can discern fortunes and misfortunes. Had it not been for Qingqiu's powerful foresight, Yang Su might have perished years ago on the plains across the river. It was his belief in Qingqiu's visions that led him to migrate with the tribe to what is perceived as the safest haven across the river. However, the exertion of such foresight has taken a toll on Qingqiu's health, causing him to remain in the palace gardens for recuperation, rarely venturing out. Although his garden is not far from the palace, his late-night visit is unprecedented. Concerned for Qingqiu's well-being and apprehensive about the reason for his arrival, Yang Su inquired with genuine care, "What brings you here? Has something occurred?" Qingqiu, with his unsteady gait, approached the sand table, squinting his nearly invisible eyes to scrutinize the intricate layout before him. In a moment, he extended his withered hand, resembling a desiccated claw, and pointed towards the northwestern direction of the Su kingdom, solemnly stating, "I perceive a change in the northwest, fraught with uncertainty." Yang Su gazed thoughtfully in the direction indicated by Qingqiu. The northwest of the Su kingdom was a vast expanse of dense primordial forest stretching for miles, fraught with peril. Yet, the most formidable dangers lay within the depths of this forest, where colossal beasts resided. This creature bore the form of a lion, covered in scales, with the talons of an eagle and bat-like wings, measuring 10 meters in length. Its scales resembled red shields, impervious and unyielding. Its claws, akin to those of an eagle, possessed immense strength, capable of shattering rocks with ease. Its speed was astounding, descending from the heavens like a meteor, unstoppable and ferocious. Yang Su had named this monstrous entity the lion-winged beast. To confront the lion-winged beast, Yang Su had once paid a hefty price, merely managing to wound it without annihilating it completely. However, following that confrontation, the lion-winged beast had come to recognize the Su kingdom as a force to be reckoned with, refraining from hunting in that direction thereafter. The lion-winged beast remained one of the greatest threats to Yang Su's consolidation of this valley. Yang Su scrutinized the sand table, contemplating. The breeding season of the lion-winged beast should be approaching. Could the threat stem from the lion-winged beast? Qingqiu shook his head, replying, "Not so, my lord. I perceive an unknown danger arising from the sea." Yang Su was taken aback. From the sea, his gaze traversed the territory of the lion-winged beast, reaching the boundless expanse of the Western Sea. Across the waters, less than 20 miles away, lay a large island teeming with various venomous serpents. Thus, he had named this island Serpent Island. Beyond that region, it was, even for Yang Su, an uncharted territory. He studied the sand table in silence, pondering. The threat emanated from the Western Sea. While the venomous serpents on Serpent Island were plentiful and toxic, they never crossed the sea, rendering them unlikely to pose a significant threat. If not from Serpent Island, could it be from the unknown waters? Yang Su furrowed his brow, deeply concerned. The Su kingdom, just newly established, was now faced with an impending unknown peril, which was far from favorable news. In the northwestern maritime domain of the Great Su kingdom, as the sun rose, its warm rays cascaded upon the sea, playfully shattered by the undulating waves, transforming into countless golden scales. Lifeboats navigated through the thick fog, drifting upon the tranquil, vast ocean, carried along with the currents. These were the passengers and crew of the vessel, the Sidel. Chapter 4, By the Heavens. Is that a dinosaur? At this moment, as the vast island came into view, the passengers and crew aboard the lifeboat erupted in jubilant cheers. "Look, an island. A magnificent island," they exclaimed. "Oh God, what an enormous island this is. Thank you, dear Lord, for granting us a second chance at life. How splendid it is to see land. Hope is upon us." Tang Yuqi tilted her head, gazing towards the seemingly boundless expanse of the island in the east, her beautiful countenance illuminating with a joyful smile. After drifting on the sea for a day and a night, though the boat was provisioned with enough food and water to sustain 30 individuals for half a month, and despite the presence of a small independent restroom, the The prolonged solitude and the perilous environment had instilled a sense of restlessness, anxiety, and fear among the travelers. In such circumstances, the sudden sighting of a colossal island stirred excitement in everyone. Land always provides a greater sense of security than the vast ocean. "Grandfather, look! It's so beautiful! Such a grand island!" exclaimed a voice. "How strange! Is there truly such a large island in this sea?" He stared intently at the distant landmass, filled with perplexity. Although Tang Yuanqing was not a scholar specializing in geography, he understood that a thorough grasp of geographical knowledge was indispensable for mastering history. Without it, one could scarcely articulate which countries were involved in significant historical events or the reasons behind those occurrences, rendering them unworthy of the title historian. Given the ocean currents and wind patterns at that time, such a large island should not have existed in this area. Yet, despite his confusion, Tang Yuanqing did not dwell on it too long. After all, since yesterday, they had been enveloped in thick fog, unable to see beyond their own hands, making it difficult for him to ascertain the accuracy of his judgment. Moreover, waiting for rescue on an island was undoubtedly better than continuing to drift upon the sea. With this thought, Tang Yuanqing tightened his grip on the suitcase beside him. When the cruise met with disaster, he had been engrossed in a book in his suite. Thus, while other passengers panicked and fled, he had taken along a large suitcase filled with clothes, food, books, and even a solar-powered emergency lamp, as well as night vision binoculars among other supplies. The solar-powered lamp had been hastily grabbed from the yacht, an instinctive decision made without much forethought. He simply felt it might prove useful. The night vision binoculars, on the other hand, were tools Tang Yuchi used to admire the vast ocean. Their military-grade quality was exceptional, and aside from their exorbitant price, they were flawless. These binoculars were of particular interest to Tang Yuanqing in the boundless expanse of the sea. A telescope could offer a broader perspective, making it an invaluable and necessary instrument. Though he possessed few belongings, they had transformed into precious resources on this unfamiliar island. "Thank you, dear Lord," murmured Afra, whose vivacious nature had her nearly climbing the walls after a day confined to the lifeboat. Now, with the sight of the immense island on the horizon and the prospect of stepping onto solid ground, she could hardly contain her excitement, bursting into cheers. Had it not been for the constraints of the yacht's height, she would have leapt 3 feet into the air. "What is that?" Afra raised her delicate, fair arm, shielding her eyes with her palm, peering at the island as if she were a monkey gazing into the distance. Suddenly, she noticed a flock of enormous birds appearing along the coastline. They circled majestically around the island shores, occasionally diving toward the beach or the dense forest with an awe-inspiring presence, although they were at a considerable distance, rendering them indistinguishable to the naked eye. A comparison with other references revealed that these avian creatures were exceptionally robust, far surpassing the ordinary seabirds. Good heavens, they were pterosaurs. My God! The skies above the island were filled with pterosaurs. Abruptly, a chubby young Caucasian man, clutching a pair of binoculars, turned pale and pointed at the great birds soaring above the island, crying out in terror. The others, upon hearing his exclamation, turned their heads in unison, a mixture of astonishment and skepticism washing over them. Pterosaurs? Hadn't those creatures been extinct for tens of millions of years? Could there truly be pterosaurs in this place? Such a jest was hardly amusing. Despite their disbelief, the sight of the young man's ashen face, his wide, fearful eyes, and the unmistakable mark of fear in his wet shorts made it difficult not to accept the possibility. After all, the act of soiling oneself required a level of skill that most could scarcely master. A middle-aged man, adorned with a sun hat, skeptically raised his camera and adjusted the focus toward the distant island where the pterosaurs circled. With the assistance of technology, the creatures gradually came into sharper view. They possessed elongated heads, long necks, large eyes, and sharp, elongated beaks, their serrated teeth glinting in the sunlight like dazzling daggers capable of cutting through gold and jade. Their wings spanned about 2 to 3 meters, and their imposing size instilled a sense of dread as they soared through the air. Indeed, there were pterosaurs in droves, their number indeterminate, evoking a profound sense of trepidation. The middle-aged man, upon examining the images displayed on his camera, emitted a scream of horror akin to that of the young man. The surrounding individuals, drawn by his outcry, leaned in to gaze at the screen. My God! It was indeed real. Damn it, please tell me I am dreaming. After his exclamation, he raised the camera to showcase his captured images to the crowd. As people gathered to look, their voices fell silent upon witnessing the photograph of the pterosaur. They exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to do. Pterosaurs, this was utterly absurd. Had they been extinct for tens of millions of years? Could it merely be a bird resembling a pterosaur? Indeed, pterosaurs were creatures that had vanished eons ago. How could they appear on this unnamed island? If such a place truly existed, it would have caused a global sensation and could not remain obscure. Could it be that we had traversed time? Was this not a common trope in films and television, where characters accidentally found themselves in an alternate reality? If this were indeed another world, would we still be receiving intermittent weak signals? Damn it, speaking of signals makes me furious. This damn satellite phone has chosen the worst moment to malfunction. Oh, how disappointing. Though I am not a professional biologist, the resemblance to pterosaurs is striking. And what we have discovered is not merely one species but potentially hundreds. It is difficult to ascertain whether this is indeed one of those creatures, or perhaps a pterosaur yet undiscovered by humankind. However, if it were a pterosaur, one would think it would have been uncovered by now. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly caused a worldwide sensation. For heaven's sake, can you not contemplate reality? If those wretched pterosaurs were to catch sight of us, do you truly believe they would greet us with a warm good morning, or would they regard us as a sumptuous breakfast? If you have come to your senses, hasten to grasp those damned oars and steer our lifeboat clear of that dreadful island of horrors. A burly man, his face adorned with a thick beard, glared furiously at the crowd, cursing vehemently in his indignation. Under the weight of his wrath, the others finally awakened to the gravity of their situation. They watched in terror as the lifeboat drifted towards the island inhabited by the pterosaurs, their expressions shifting to one of panic and dread. Although they were uncertain whether pterosaurs were carnivorous or herbivorous, none wished to validate such knowledge through personal experience. Life is precious, and none are foolish enough to gamble with it. When it comes to their own survival, the group set aside all prejudices in a desperate bid to escape danger. They seized the oars, striving to redirect the vessel away from the frenzied and fearsome island. Unbeknownst to them, the island they deemed a realm of demons was in fact named Snake Island by Yangsu, harboring even more terrifying entities. Nevertheless, in comparison to the savage wilderness, the perils of Snake Island paled in significance. Through the collective efforts of the passengers, the lifeboat changed course, heading towards the more expansive wilderness. None knew what awaited them, but the inexplicable emergence of the supposed extinct pterosaur cast a heavy shadow over all, extinguishing the initial joy of discovering the island and leaving only trepidation and unease about the future. Tang Yuqi clutched Tang Yuanqing's arm tightly, her beautiful eyes unfocused, lost in thought. Conversely, Afra exhibited no fear. Rather, she eagerly borrowed a camera from a middle-aged white man, snapping pictures of the distant pterosaurs and the island with delight. How thrilling! Chapter 5, The Path of Expansion for the Qingqiu. As the dawn broke, the sun had yet to rise above the towering cliffs, casting its warmth upon the city nestled within the mountains and dense forests. The sound of howling winds echoed through the training grounds of the royal palace. Yangsu had risen early, donning only a lower garment, his bare torso glistening with sweat as he engaged in his exercises. The training ground was a patch of compacted earth, and standing at its center, Yangsu wielded a long spear of a lustrous white hue, his physique reminiscent of an ancient Roman sculpture. His sun-kissed skin glistened with perspiration, evoking a metallic sheen. His muscles were not bulky like those of a bodybuilder, but rather streamlined, embodying a terrifying explosive power. In his right hand, he gripped the spear by its tail, holding it level with the ground. The spear measured over 3 meters in length, as thick as a child's arm, its surface smooth and white like jade, devoid of any metallic qualities. The origin of this spear is quite remarkable. It was discovered during one of Yangsu's hunting expeditions in the Haishi mountain range, within a deep and shadowy cave. The Haishi Mountains, where he presently resided, were named for their predominantly black stones, resembling blocks of ink, dark and gleaming. The bone from which the spear was crafted, though it bore the essence of bone, was remarkably heavy and exuded the feel of jade, delicate and smooth. It possessed extraordinary hardness and excellent flexibility, allowing it to bend and stretch. Upon recognizing the unique properties of this treasure, Yangsu invested considerable effort into shaping it into a spear. The polished bone spear weighed around 100 to 200 pounds, rivaling the density of ordinary steel. Had it not been for the mysterious bronze tome that had enhanced his physique after arriving in this wilderness, lifting such a spear would have been a daunting challenge for his former self. But now, boom! Suddenly, a thunderous crack reverberated through the air. Yangsu's wrist flicked sharply, causing the spear to bend and quiver at a speed visible to the naked eye, performing a flourish. The forceful and rapid motion created a resounding roar that echoed like thunder. Subsequently, he moved his legs in a slow, gliding manner, nearly grazing the ground, as the spear seemed to come alive, undulating in his grasp like a serpent. At times, it lunged forward, akin to a hunting python. Though Yang Su lacked formal martial training and was unaware of any spear techniques, all his practice stemmed from real combat experiences against the ferocious beasts of this world. Countless terrifying creatures had taught him the most efficient and safest ways to dispatch his foes. The 1 to 200 pounds of the spear felt as natural as an extension of his own body. With each rise and fall, each lateral sweep, the spear moved with the agility of a giant snake and the stability of a rock, while sweat soaked his body, transforming into wisps of white mist that enveloped him. Boom. After nearly half an hour of rigorous training, Yang Su stood firm, the gleaming spear resting against the ground, shattering the hardened earth beneath it. Sinking half a meter deep, releasing his grip on the spear, a stunning fox maiden approached, accompanied by a graceful mermaid courtier, the former holding a handkerchief. The mermaid maidens gracefully cradled wooden basins filled with crystal-clear water. The enchanting fox maiden possessed a cascade of hair as dark as satin, intricately styled into an exquisite bun at the nape of her neck, adorned with phoenix hairpins, delicate hair ornaments, and sparkling jewels, exuding an air of dignified elegance. Her beauty was captivating, with a finely sculpted nose, alluring crimson lips, and a charm that combined seductive allure with a commanding presence. Her beguiling fox-like eyes shimmering like rippling waters, radiating an irresistible charm intertwined with an unapproachable authority. Her attire was markedly distinct from that of the ordinary palace maids. She donned resplendent garments reminiscent of the flourishing Tang dynasty, with an outer layer of soft, pale yellow gauze and an inner robe of vibrant yellow silk. Following the undulating contours of her figure, her delicate waist was as slender as a willow swaying in the breeze, seemingly fragile yet unyielding. Below, her silhouette broadened gracefully, embodying the perfect hourglass shape. The loose, pale yellow gown was filled out by her voluptuous form, exuding an intoxicating allure and mature femininity. The Fox Maiden, known as Qingqiu, was among the longest-serving companions of Yang Su and held the esteemed title of Chief Steward of the Royal Palace, responsible for overseeing the palace's provisions in the daily affairs of Yang Su. In addition to palace duties, she was tasked with monitoring the kingdom's resources and promptly reporting to Yang Su on their status. With her enchanting gaze openly expressing her affection, Qingqiu tenderly offered a handkerchief. The Fox clan was renowned for their passionate nature, never shying away from displaying their emotions, whether in love or disdain. The king. Breakfast is ready, she announced at an opportune moment. Very well, let us dine, Yang Su replied, patting his stomach in agreement. Breakfast, by modern standards, was far from lavish. A piece of smoked meat, a few fruits, a cup of honey fruit tea, and a flatbread constituted his entire morning meal. Yet, in this untamed wilderness, such provisions were exceedingly precious. Ordinary subjects rarely enjoyed meat for breakfast, often settling for a single piece of flatbread accompanied by some fruit. In truth, since the establishment of the Su kingdom, the issue of resource scarcity had never been resolved. Whenever resources became relatively abundant, Yang Su would utilize ancient bronze texts to create a new batch of residents, ensuring the orderly expansion of his power and the establishment of safer, more expansive territories in this perilous land. Currently, the Su kingdom comprised one city and 3 towns. The royal city, named Chaoyang, symbolized the rising sun, brimming with vitality and hope. The 3 towns, situated several dozen miles from the royal city, were strategically dispersed to the north, northwest, and west, allowing for mutual defense and assistance. Each town had its distinct role. The Mermaid Town managed fisheries and pastures, the Qingqiu Town focused on agricultural cultivation, and the Qingyao Town oversaw mining and forging. It was this clear division of labor that enabled Yang Su to amass substantial wealth in just a few short years, ultimately establishing his reign in the savage land. Presently, the foundational infrastructure of the Su kingdom was on a steady path. And as long as development continued in accordance with the current plans, by next year, the kingdom's population could potentially triple, with a 3-fold increase in populace. Combined with the favorable climate that allowed for 3 harvests a year, the Su kingdom would undoubtedly flourish at a remarkable pace. The formidable adversary of the Su kingdom is none other than the winged lion beast. The mere thought of this creature sends a chill of murderous intent through Yang Su, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. The winged lion beast reigns supreme in the valley, with no other beast within 100 miles capable of challenging its dominance. When Yang Su first brought his tribe to this valley, he was greeted on numerous occasions by the beast's ferocious hospitality, resulting in the demise of hundreds of his subjects at its jaws. It was not until a year ago, when the population of the Su kingdom finally surpassed 4,000, that Yang Su set a trap and severely injured the winged lion beast during its next assault. Since that fateful day, the beast has not returned. However, a debt of vengeance must be repaid. The winged lion beast must perish. Without its elimination, the Sioux Kingdom's aspirations to claim the valley would be utterly futile. Securing this land would provide a safe and stable foundation, allowing for the eradication of surrounding ferocious creatures and the establishment of farms and pastures. Within 2 years, the Sioux Kingdom could potentially expand its populace to 100,000. Only then would the kingdom truly achieve self-reliance and the means to protect itself in this untamed wilderness. Yet, Yangsu understands that slaying the winged lion beast is no simple feat. Its armored scales are impervious to blades, and even its most delicate wings possess an extraordinary resilience, rendering ordinary iron ineffective. Its raw strength is terrifying. Even the slightest contact could result in broken bones and torn sinew. Moreover, the creature's speed surpasses that of the Qing Bird Tribe. While injuring it may be achievable, completely vanquishing it presents a far more complex challenge. Thus, Yangsu bides his time, waiting for the winged lion beast to give birth. That moment will mark its greatest vulnerability, presenting the singular opportunity to strike it down. Should he delay until the young winged lion beasts mature, facing multiple beasts simultaneously would plunge the Sioux Kingdom into a perilous predicament. Chapter 6. The Avian Whisperer, Tidings from the West Sea. After breakfast, Yangsu's day of toil was just beginning. As the sovereign, his responsibilities were deceptively straightforward. Establishing early settlements across various towns was fraught with innumerable challenges. For instance, determining which crops to cultivate, how to nurture these crops to ensure a bountiful harvest, and deciding which fish species or other aquatic products would provide sufficient sustenance for the tribe. Such inquiries were manifold. Beyond agricultural concerns, there were also the conflicts among the diverse races. The Fox Clan, residing upon the land, harbored an innate fear of water, shunning rivers, lakes, and seas. Conversely, the Merfolk could not long remain away from their aquatic habitats. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences, ranging from dehydration to death. The Bluebird clan, gifted with wings, reveled in soaring through the vast skies, detesting confinement within narrow spaces. The varying lifestyles and environmental needs of these races required Yangsu's deft coordination. Consequently, each of the 3 clans' towns bore unique characteristics. The Fox Clan settlement was nestled in hilly terrain, offering expansive vistas and ample land for cultivation. In times of peril, they could seek refuge in the caves of the hills, ensuring their safety. The Merfolk's town lay beside a lake, with dwellings concealed beneath the water's surface, rendering any signs of life virtually imperceptible from above. By nature, they were adept at fish husbandry, even possessing an innate charm that allowed them to manipulate aquatic creatures. The Bluebird clan settlement perched upon the cliffs at the edge of dark mountains, hewn from stone. They delighted in soaring through the heavens and exhibited a remarkable sensitivity to metallic minerals, capable of discerning their properties through scent, a truly wondrous ability. Thus, the Bluebird clan undertook the task of mining, while the Fox clan residing near the mining sites engaged in forging, supplying the Kingdom of Sioux with a plethora of metal goods, primarily weaponry. Now, with the towns having found their footing, instances requiring Yangsu's direct intervention had become scarce. After receiving reports on the current state of the 3 towns, the day was still young. After a moment's contemplation, Yangsu resolved to visit the military encampment. Although the Kingdom of Sioux had a populace of warriors, regardless of gender, the newfound stability and security, coupled with a relatively ample population and farms, pastures, and fisheries capable of consistently providing sustenance, rendered it unnecessary for all citizens to be devoted to perilous tasks such as hunting or wilderness exploration. To ensure the safety of his subjects and mitigate the losses incurred during hunting, Yangsu established the kingdom's inaugural army, comprising 2,500 soldiers. The military was divided into 3 divisions: land, sea, and air. The Bluebird clan contributed 800, the Merfolk 500, and the Fox clan 1,200. Their sole focus was on training and hunting, abstaining from laborious production, with a population of 9,000 supporting 2,500 troops. This was far from the military's limits. After all, in this untamed world, the greatest happiness lay in being well-fed. The dietary habits of the common folk bore little distinction. Moreover, the local climate, characterized by a tropical rainforest environment, was replete with resources, allowing for crops to be harvested 3 or even 4 times a year, yielding abundant harvests through simple cultivation methods. In pursuit of stabilizing production and transforming the archaic mindset of his subjects regarding hunting as a means of survival, General Yangsu judiciously maintained the military's size at a relatively modest level. While such a ratio might be deemed a stark representation of militarism in modern contexts, verging on tyranny, it was, in the era of universal conscription in the predominantly youthful populace of the Great Sioux Nation, a commendable stance. During the initial establishment of his army, some dismissed subjects lamented with great sorrow, believing themselves abandoned and rendered useless. Consequently, Yang Su felt compelled to articulate his vision for the future to all citizens, emphasizing that combat and hunting were not the sole avenues for tribal advancement. He reassured them that becoming a soldier did not equate to being forsaken. Rather, it was a transition to a different role, a new method of contributing to the tribe and proving one's worth. He championed the dignity of labor, asserting that all workers deserved admiration. However, his explanations proved ineffectual, as those deemed unfit for military service continued to suffer ridicule and scorn, branded as weaklings and failures, with no suitors to consider them, regardless of gender. All subjects still aspired to become soldiers, seeking glory in the hunt of formidable prey and longing for the commendation and favor of Yang Su. In their hearts, Yang Su was not merely a king, but a deity who bestowed upon them everything. To fight for this deity was the fervent wish of the majority. Workshops, farming, fishery, pastoralism, such pursuits seemed fit only for the inept. True strength lay in venturing into perilous forests and wilderness, exploring the vast unknown, and eliminating any threats to the divine. This was the essence of what a warrior should undertake, the mark of a worthy and valiant fighter. To live for the king, to die for the king. Such was their creed, their perceived glory. Thus, Yang Su's explanations fell on deaf ears. Yet, his declarations ignited a fervor for training among the populace. Men and women alike yearned to become glorious and courageous soldiers, willing to sacrifice everything for their king, their god. The military camp of the Sioux Nation was situated on the outskirts of the town. Rather than a conventional camp, it resembled a well-maintained training ground. The training site was adjacent to the valley's sole lake, catering to the training needs of the Merfolk. The lake, modest in size with a diameter of approximately 300 meters, was fed by rainwater cascading from the mountains, accumulating throughout the year. When the water level exceeded the lake's capacity, it flowed through a nearly dried-up riverbed into the valley. This lake served as the tribe's most vital water source, with all drinking water derived from it. Presently, the camp housed only 500 soldiers, while the remaining 2,000 troops were stationed across various towns, some hunting fierce beasts in the wilderness, and others exploring uncharted territories. Soldiers represented the profession with the highest mortality rate in the Great Sioux Nation, particularly those in the Valiant Warriors Battalion, where casualties were alarmingly high, allowing only the most intrepid fighters to join. Naturally, their treatment was the most favorable, as the warriors feasted daily on meat and fruit. They do not fear death. Rather, they lament their inability to become true warriors, departing with glory. The arrival of Yang Su has brought great delight to the soldiers. The esteemed warrior Yu Xiao, a member of the Qingqiu tribe and one of the few avian linguists of the Great Sioux Kingdom, is responsible for overseeing these 500 soldiers. Avian linguists are unique individuals capable of communicating with various bird species. They possess an innate affinity for these creatures, effortlessly taming them and engaging in nearly seamless dialogue. Throughout the expansive endeavors of the Great Sioux Kingdom, avian linguists have made countless contributions, having saved innumerable lives of both citizens and soldiers through their exceptional intelligence-gathering abilities. Yun Xiao is a man of few words. Clad in a silver-gray, form-fitting attire crafted from sleek fish leather, he boasts impressive defensive capabilities without hindering flight. For the Qingqiu tribe, cumbersome armor that impedes flight is less desirable than none at all. He appears to be in his 30s or 40s. His face etched with the lines of experience and a hint of melancholy. His dark, profound eyes are calm and deep, as if nothing could shake his resolve. His handsome and striking visage, coupled with his taciturn disposition and brooding aura, gives him the air of a mysterious assassin from a film or drama, radiating a unique charm. Yet Yang Su believes he possesses an even greater allure. This is the confidence of a king. I am the most handsome in the wild. As Yun Xiao stands at the entrance of the military camp to welcome Yang Su's inspection, he raises his robust right arm to his chest, bowing deeply in utmost respect. His voice, slightly hoarse yet captivating, resonates through the air. At that moment, a cerulean bird descends from the sky like a bolt of lightning, its speed surpassing the limits of ordinary human perception. It lands upon Yun Xiao's broad shoulder, revealing its true form, a palm-sized creature with an elongated beak, adorned with golden feathers and trailing two colorful tail plumes. This bird possesses remarkable intelligence. Perched on Yun Xiao's shoulder, chirping melodiously. As Yunxiao listens to the bird's song, a subtle change crosses his expression. All military intelligence from the West Sea outpost has reported sightings of strange creatures. Chapter 7. The Army of Shugua. Yunxiao, having received intelligence, dared not to be negligent. The West Sea outpost, being the sole outpost of Shugua, is nestled amidst the mountains and forests at the edge of the West Sea. Gazing across the waters at the venomous Snake Island, where 300 warriors are permanently stationed, the soldiers are rotated monthly. Typically, the West Sea outpost employs the lightning bird for communication only upon the discovery of exceedingly significant intelligence. This avian creature possesses negligible combat capabilities, subsisting solely on small insects and fish, posing a danger level close to zero. However, it possesses a remarkable trait that sets it apart from other animals: its incredible speed. Yang Su had previously conducted an experiment revealing that the lightning bird could traverse the distance between Chaoyang King City and the West Sea outpost, approximately 300 to 400 li, within half an hour. Its velocity is astonishing, akin to a racing supercar. Crucially, this creature has an innate sense of direction. Regardless of how far it is taken or in which direction, it can flawlessly remember its round trip, never losing its way along the journey. Yunxiao's voice was steady and powerful as he solemnly conveyed, "Your Majesty, the West Sea outpost has reported the discovery of a strange creature." Yang Su's brows furrowed sharply, his thoughts racing. Just last night, he had received intelligence foretelling unpredictable changes emanating from the West Sea. And today, news from the West Sea outpost compelled him to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. Had it not been for the High Priest's warning, it might have been a different situation. After all, the purpose of the West Sea outpost and the expeditionary forces is to explore the unknown, encountering several never-before-seen ferocious beasts and an abundance of flora each month. Accompanying scholars meticulously document all observations along the way, especially the ferocious creatures encountered in various potentially hazardous or valuable plants. But now, a strange creature? Regrettably, although the lightning bird possesses a degree of intelligence, it remains an ordinary bird, limited in the information it can convey. Carrier pigeons could transmit more information, yet their usage would significantly impede the lightning bird's speed, ultimately proving counterproductive. The perils along the journey are innumerable. With every decrement in speed, the dangers multiply exponentially. Fortunately, aside from the lightning bird, Shugua also has large avian creatures designated for messaging. However, compared to the terrifying speed of the lightning bird, which can reach 400 to 500 kilometers per hour, these larger birds are considerably slower. And navigating threats and ferocious beasts along the way means that even a 2-hour journey from the West Sea outpost to the King City is considered quite swift. Yang Su mused that for now, he could only await detailed intelligence from the West Sea outpost before making a decision. He reflected, understood. The king is aware now. The mission of the lightning bird is accomplished, and how to address the strange creature encountered at the West Sea outpost need not concern him. He is a pure warrior, bound solely to obey the king's commands, even if it means sacrificing his life. Yang Su set aside his doubts. He had grown indifferent to danger. Since arriving in this untamed world, he had never diverged from peril. In this world, rats typically grow to about 1 meter in length, while some giant rats can reach 2 to 3 meters, resembling colossal beasts. Was it merely to survive? Or perhaps a simple refusal to yield? Yang Su silently shook his head. In comparison to the past, life now can be described as a veritable paradise. With thousands of loyal subjects, a stable food supply, a valiant army, and an array of stunning beauties previously unimagined, the only drawback lies in the absence of an heir. Contemplating the matter of succession, Yang Su couldn't help but sigh. After 4.5 years in this untamed wilderness, he had exerted considerable effort, engaging deeply with dozens of enchanting women from the Qingqiu Fox Clan, the Qingqiu Tribe, and the Jiaran Clan, yet none had borne him a son or daughter. As the leader of a tribe and the king of a nation, he must address the issue of an heir. The wilderness is fraught with peril, and Yang Su cannot guarantee his safe return from each hunt. He must consider that should misfortune befall him, or should he grow old and eventually pass away, who would inherit this kingdom, govern the diverse races, and continue the legacy of the realm he has painstakingly built. The only solution is to produce an heir. Only his offspring can command the loyalty of the various races and maintain the unity of the nation. Neither the Qingqiu clan, the Jiaran clan, nor the Qingqiu tribe can unite them all, as their lifestyles and needs differ vastly, making it nearly impossible to find common ground. The only reason these tribes coexist harmoniously and cooperate effectively is their unwavering loyalty to Yang Su, which can even be described as faith. This shared bond is the sole commonality among all tribal subjects. They are willing to do anything for Yang Su. Understanding this, Yang Su feels a profound sense of concern. He muses that he must continue to strive, perhaps even creating new races in the future that could bear him an heir. His thoughts drift towards the army of Daxa Nation, a crucial pillar of the realm. The military comprises both men and women, training together without distinction. In this primitive era, gender is insignificant. What matters is the ability to become a competent warrior. Training at the outermost area of the camp are the soldiers of the Qingqiu Fox Clan. Their training methods diverge sharply from those of humans. Groups of 100 train together, each member wielding a triangular alloy spear, the thickness of an adult's thumb. With a blade length of 18 centimeters, a rounded grip adorned with spiral patterns, measuring 1 foot in length, resembling a dagger in hand. The sharp edges gleam with a crimson metallic sheen under the sun, emanating a chilling aura. The Fox Clan's greatest strength lies in their telekinetic abilities, allowing them to manipulate objects with their minds. In response to Yang Su's gaze, the training Qingqiu soldiers seem invigorated, their spirits high and energy boundless. Under their telekinetic control, the crimson triangular spears swirl above their heads, as if imbued with life, dancing and soaring through the air. The synchronized movements of the 100 warriors, though close in proximity, do not interfere with one another, creating the illusion of a singular entity. Hundreds of gleaming, razor-sharp triangular spears whistle through the air, their speed akin to arrows released from a bow, leaving one breathless with trepidation. Yang Su surveys the training Qingqiu soldiers with a slight nod, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. The Qingqiu Fox Clan is endowed with supernatural abilities, capable of conjuring illusions and manipulating objects through telekinesis. However, the telekinetic strength of the ordinary members of the Qingqiu Fox Clan is rather feeble. Their control over objects cannot extend beyond their line of sight. And the farther the object is, the greater the energy expenditure. Moreover, their techniques in employing telekinesis are rather rudimentary, often resorting to forcibly exerting their will upon prey or utilizing debris as makeshift weaponry to strike at their targets. Such inefficacious methods prove inadequate when confronting even moderately powerful ferocious beasts, rendering dozens of Qingqiu foxes incapable of subduing their quarry, let alone those that are of a sovereign caliber. After careful consideration, Yang Su sought to reform the combat techniques of the Qingqiu Fox Clan by equipping them with 3 types of weaponry: a 1-foot-long trident spear, a 10-centimeter steel needle, and a colossal trident spear, approximately 3 meters in length and weighing over 400 pounds, which requires the collective effort of numerous Qingqiu foxes to wield effectively. This oversized trident spear was specifically designed to combat the massive beasts that abound in the untamed wilderness. It was, in fact, with the deployment of this colossal trident spear that Yang Su managed to shatter the armored scales of the sphinx-like beast, inflicting significant damage. Alas, the beast, sensing the dire predicament, fled with astonishing swiftness, leaving Yang Su with no recourse. Chapter 8. Yang Su, a desire to ensnare several instructors. After observing the training of the Qingqiu Fox Clan, Yang Su ventured deeper into the military encampment. Arriving at a lake that resembled a pristine mirror, graceful and ethereal, the merfolk gathered in small clusters along the shallows of the lake. Their enchanting presence accentuated by the crystalline waters that flowed away from the lake's edge, dancing around them like a transparent dragon, born from rivers and seas. The merfolk possess an innate mastery over water. However, once they leave their aquatic habitats, their ability to command water diminishes significantly, as they must rely on the natural elements for sustenance. Mastery over rivers and lakes allows them to conjure mighty waves, stirring tempests that can propel vessels across vast distances. Thus, Yang Su seldom permits the merfolk to engage in terrestrial conflicts. They are the sovereigns of the water, and once removed from their element, they become akin to a fish out of water. To enhance the merfolk's control over water and, more importantly, their teamwork skills, they practice daily, harnessing their divine powers to manipulate the lake's waters. Though this method may seem rudimentary, it proves exceedingly effective. Trained merfolk soldiers exhibit remarkable synergy. When hundreds unite their abilities, they can summon tumultuous waves on land, reminiscent of a river bursting its banks. This exemplifies the strength of collaboration. In contrast to the training of the Qingqiu Fox Clan and the merfolk, the exercises of the Qingqiu clan lack variety. With wings that enable them to soar to great heights and the ability to command the winds, the Qingqiu possess exceptional mobility. Yet, the average member of this clan wields limited power, relying solely on their wind-based abilities against adversaries yields negligible results. Even when hundreds of Qingqiu join forces to whip up sandstorms and gales, their impact on the formidable beasts of the wild is minimal. The thick-skinned giants often disregard their attempts at offense entirely. To address this, Yang Su conceived a strategy: archery. The Qingqiu, capable of soaring among the clouds, enjoy a distinct geographical advantage from above. Targeting prey from such heights with arrows is undoubtedly an astute choice, especially when the Qingqiu imbue their arrows with wind power. The efficacy of their projectiles is significantly augmented. One by one, the Qingqiu unfurled their wings, poised hundreds of meters aloft, drawing their bows. The bows, crafted from resilient beast bone reinforced with a sturdy yet flexible wood, were strung with sinews from formidable creatures intertwined with highly resilient metal threads. The arrows, fashioned from a blend of iron and wood, possessed a weight and strength rivaling steel, gleaming with a subdued metallic luster under the sun, empowered by the wind's divine force. The arrows emitted an almost imperceptible azure glow, striking with the swiftness of lightning upon their targets floating upon the lake. The sound of thunder echoed continuously, akin to bullets from a sniper rifle or miniature cannonballs descending from the heavens, delivering formidable force. When the arrows struck the rocks, they shattered instantaneously, reminiscent of explosive blasts, sending fragments splintering outward like shrapnel from a detonated shell. The streets lay desolate, with the few subjects diligently engaged in tidying up, ensuring that the drainage systems were free of blockages. This is the nascent kingdom of Shugua, where every individual has their designated role and responsibilities, leaving no room for idleness. The citizens, having endured the tribulations of fleeing and pioneering, cherish their current stable and tranquil existence, fully aware of how hard-won this peace is. The entire realm is imbued with vibrant vitality and a solemn atmosphere. Among them are the Fox Clan, the Merfolk, and the Azure Bird kin, numbering over 20. The eldest child appears to be around 5 or 6 years of age, while the youngest totters about unsteadily, as if on the verge of falling. Their attire is rich with the essence of Huaxia culture, featuring either small belly wraps or open-crotch trousers, adorned in hues of red and white. Leading the group is a young girl from the Fox Clan, her long, ebony hair styled into playful twin ponytails that bounce with her every step. The sleek, dark tails sway in rhythm, while the pink fox ears perched on either side of her head quiver adorably. Clad in a red belly wrap and white short pants, she stands with her diminutive arms clasped behind her, her head held high, exuding an air of youthful confidence. Despite her tender age, she possesses a beauty that could rival that of legendary enchantresses, particularly with her large, shimmering eyes that twinkle with mischief, hinting at schemes yet to unfold. This child is named Qingqiu, the very first newborn of Shugua. Previously, Yang Su had created beings from ancient bronze tomes, all of whom were either youthful, mature, or akin to the unique role of a high priest, with no newborns ever having emerged. In the beginning, Yang Su harbored concerns regarding this issue. If these beings could not propagate, what significance would their territory and the tribes and nations they founded hold? The birth of Qingqiu alleviated his worries, as she demonstrated that the life forms he had conjured were indeed whole and capable of self-reproduction, heralding a future brimming with vitality and hope for Shugua. Thus, her name, personally bestowed by Yang Su, signifies the kingdom's guiding star of hope. Qingqiu is the sole newborn to receive such an exceptional honor, which has led to her being regarded as the king of children in Shugua, often leading a band of youngsters on wild escapades throughout the royal city. On one occasion, she even attempted to venture beyond the city walls into the vast and perilous forest for an adventure, seeking to hunt and prove her courage and strength. This amused Yang Su greatly, as he believed that such spirited children should be nurtured in this manner. From a distance, upon spotting Qingqiu, Yang Su felt a throbbing sensation in his head. He truly found it challenging to manage the exuberance of children. With a playful bounce, Qingqiu approached him, displaying not the reverence one might expect towards a king, but rather a cherubic visage adorned with a beaming smile, her voice soft and childlike. Other children gathered around, yet none exhibited the serene composure of Qingqiu. Their expressions were marked by palpable tension. Their parents had long instilled in them the belief that the king is a sacred and inviolable entity, deserving of utmost reverence. Although the children could not fully grasp the concept of sanctity or the implications of desecration, they were acutely aware of the sting of their parents' whips and rods. They stood respectfully to the side, slightly anxious, their childish voices chiming. King. He crouched down, pinching the undeniably cherubic and beautiful face of Qingqiu, which was delicate and smooth, soft and springy. Indeed, the tactile sensation was delightful. He squeezed a couple more times, chiding, Naughty girl, skipping class again. Yang Su chuckled. Oh, what questions did you pose to the teacher? Instantly, Qingqiu Xinyue perked up, her large eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge, proudly declaring, I asked the teacher why the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, rather than rising in the west and setting in the east. I wondered why I have no wings or fishtail, while my friends do. I also inquired why the stars hang in the sky without falling down. And why the sky is blue instead of pink. I still think pink would look prettier. Yang Su listened, bemused and somewhat helpless. The teachers in Shuo were all trained by him, primarily instructing the kingdom's subjects and newborns in the Chinese characters. As for other topics, they were rarely addressed, often even less so than in the military camps. The instructors there would teach soldiers about the habits of ferocious beasts and how to navigate various perilous environments and confront dangers. After all, Yang Su himself had limited knowledge and did not wish to mislead his students. He was already aware of the inadequacy of educational resources. Yet he felt powerless to remedy the situation. Knowledge is accumulated over time, much like the endeavors currently undertaken by the warrior camp to comprehend the world and gather information. This requires a process, slow and arduous. The noble and illustrious mission of educating the young must ultimately be entrusted to professionals. Chapter 9. The Twin Sisters of Ziyu, Your Majesty. Do you know why the sun rises in the east and sets in the west? Why do the stars hang in the sky without falling? As Yang Su pondered these whimsical thoughts, Qingqiu Xinyue gazed up at him with her large, eager eyes, filled with a thirst for knowledge, and posed a profound inquiry that seemed to emanate from her very soul. Yang Su rolled his eyes. He was reluctant to explain the intricacies of planetary rotation and revolution, as well as the concept of gravitational force, to a child not yet 5 years old. He was almost certain that once he elucidated the notions of celestial mechanics, she would have an endless stream of follow-up questions, leaving him at a loss for answers. As a king, he must uphold his dignity. It was not that he despised educating young children. Yang Su pinched Qingqiu Xinyue's cherubic cheek and adopted a stern expression, educating her, little rascal. Focus on mastering your letters and writing before delving into such lofty concepts. Do not aim too high. Yet, her big eyes twinkled with curiosity once again as she transformed into an inquisitive little one, asking, Your Majesty, what does aiming too high mean? For such a simple question. Yang Su displayed remarkable patience, explaining, To aim too high means to pursue unrealistic and excessively ambitious goals, much like you are doing now. Qingqiu Xinyue pouted, sticking out her rosy tongue in displeasure, silently protesting that she was not being unrealistic. At that moment, 2 women from the Qingqiu Fox Tribe, adorned in white, sleeveless, cinched knee-length dresses, hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the children gathered around Yang Su, their expressions turned anxious and fearful. They knelt before him, heads bowed and eyes averted, their voices trembling as they spoke. We are incompetent. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. Ordinarily, common folk would greet one another with a clasp of hands, a nod, or a light punch. However, subjects addressing Yang Su or soldiers returning in glory were required to raise their right arms to their chests as a sign of respect. Bowing was typically reserved for ceremonial occasions, significant events, or when one had committed a transgression. The 2 teachers were responsible for the children's care, yet they had allowed them to sneak away, a serious dereliction of duty in the realm of Su, to ensure the well-being of newborns. Yang Su established a nursery in the royal city, guaranteeing that all children received equal education and enjoyed equal rights. The kingdom provided 3 meals a day for the children, consisting of fish and meat porridge paired with vegetables and flatbreads in the morning and evening, while lunch typically included a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and a piece of fruit, all thoughtfully balanced. Given such generous provisions, parents were more than willing to send their children to the nursery for care. After 4.5 years of development, the realm of Su boasted over 1,000 young children, a number that continued to grow at a commendable pace. Yang Su wholeheartedly supported this initiative and was gratified to witness it, for children were indeed the future of the nation and the hope of the people. He did not intend to reprimand the 2 teachers. He already knew without asking that this escapade was undoubtedly the brainchild of the impish Qingqiu Xinyue. Yang Su cast a disapproving glance at the seemingly innocent and deliberately pitiful Qingqiu Xinyue and admonished the 2 troubled teachers. Children are the future of the nation. Such carelessness must not be repeated. The 2 educators exhaled in relief, nodding repeatedly in agreement, their hearts brimming with gratitude and guilt. The benevolence, generosity, and compassion of the king shone brightly, while they felt ashamed for being unable to manage a group of mere children, thus failing to honor the king's grace. They bowed in thanks, rising to cast a discreet glare at the mischievous little rascals who trembled in fear under Yang Su's watchful gaze. The rowdy children trudged behind their teachers, their spirits dampened, as if their faces declared their reluctance to attend the nursery, for it was dreadfully dull there. Nonetheless, Yang Su resolutely ignored Qingqiu Xinyue's pleas. Impudent child, he chuckled playfully, making his way toward the palace. Behind him, Qingqiu Xinyue's mournful eyes followed, her voice protesting, "Oh, don't pull my ears, it will make me foolish. You cannot treat me this way. The king has declared that children are the future of the nation. And you are mistreating the future of our country. I shall tell the king of your misdeeds." The melodious tones of her complaints caused Yang Su's lips to curl into a gentle smile, reflecting the beauty of the day. As Yang Su approached the palace gates, Qingqiu Ziyu emerged to greet him. From a distance, she spotted the group of unruly children obstructing Yang Su's path. Yet, as the chief steward of the palace and a high-ranking official of the Great Su Kingdom, she made no attempt to interfere with the interaction between Yang Su and the little ones. As the one who had accompanied Yang Su the longest, and who understood him best, Qingqiu Ziyu was acutely aware of his concerns. He yearned for a child, an heir. This desire was not solely Yang Su's. It resonated with the leaders of various tribes who shared the same longing. The birth of a royal heir would uplift the spirits of the subjects, filling them with hope and anticipation for the future. No one questioned Yang Su's capabilities, nor doubted his strength. They were willing to sacrifice everything for him, even their lives. Yet, the continuation of lineage is a primal instinct. They yearned to witness the birth of the king's successor, to see the hope of the empire shine brighter and more brilliantly. Qingqiu Ziyu felt a deep sense of guilt, believing it was her inadequacy that prevented her from fulfilling this simple wish of the king. Having extricated himself from the children's clutches and hearing Qingqiu Xinyue's plaintive protests, Yang Su's mood soared, radiant like the sun on this beautiful day. He took Qingqiu Ziyu's delicate hand, and with a hearty laugh, remarked, "Today, I observed the soldiers' training. And indeed, they have made significant progress. Within 2 years, our great Su kingdom shall unify this valley, breaking free from constraints and venturing into a broader world." Qingqiu Ziyu's enchanting eyes sparkled like exquisite gems. Her smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze caressing the earth, imbued with an alluring charm. As her petal-like lips parted gently, she replied in a soft voice, "All of this is thanks to the king. It is your brilliance that has led to the current glory of the Su kingdom." Qingqiu Ziyu's voice faltered slightly, imbued with a hint of trepidation as she cautiously remarked, "I have recently selected several beautifully adorned and voluptuous clan members. If the king does not find it distasteful, I could summon them to serve in the palace." Yang Su waved his hand dismissively. He understood Qingqiu Ziyu's intentions all too well. Although Yang Su was eager for an heir, now was not the appropriate time for procreation. The disturbances in the West Sea loomed ominously ahead. Despite having grown accustomed to danger as a constant companion, the high priest's admonitions compelled him to take the matter seriously. Yang Su pondered, "Let us postpone this for today. I received urgent military intelligence from the Western Sea outpost regarding the discovery of peculiar creatures, and this matter warrants thorough investigation." Qingqiu Ziyu, having heard the high priest's warnings, furrowed her delicate crescent-shaped brows and reassured him. "Ziyue is currently stationed at the Western Sea outpost. Though she may act rather recklessly, her skills are unmatched among the Qingqiu Fox Clan. With Ziyue present, the outpost will surely ascertain the situation in the West Sea for you." The subjects of the Su kingdom were crafted from ancient bronze tomes. Yet this did not imply a complete absence of connection among them. Occasionally, the bronze text would yield extraordinary instances, such as Qingqiu Ziyue and Qingqiu Ziyu. Qingqiu Ziyue is the twin sister of Qingqiu Ziyu and is an exceptionally rare immortal among the Qingqiu Fox Clan. Unlike ordinary foxes who excel in telekinesis, immortals derive their strength from their physical form. They possess lifespans that far exceed those of typical Qingqiu foxes, potentially living tenfold or even several dozens of times longer. While ordinary foxes have a baseline lifespan of 60 to 80 years, with a few reaching over 100, immortals can effortlessly survive for thousands of years. Contemplating the boisterous Qingqiu Ziyue, Yang Su couldn't help but shake his head. She truly is a colossal fool. Chapter 10, The Shapeshifter Qingwan. The most exceptional spy, the illustrious deeds of Qingqiu Ziyue are simply innumerable. As for that fool, Yang Su has grown weary of offering commentary. However, he does concede one point. Qingqiu Ziyue is undoubtedly one of the foremost powerhouses of the Su kingdom. Perhaps her prowess is a result of her cunning intellect. Yang Su irresponsibly mused, shaking his head, "It is precisely because of Ziyue that I find myself uneasy." Qingqiu Ziyu had no retort and could not help but shoot Yang Su a disapproving glance. After all, they were in the presence of others. A modicum of respect was in order, though she wished to defend her sister. Upon reflection, Qingqiu Ziyu realized that her sister's temperament might indeed lead her to actions that could be quite exasperating. After all, she was a whimsical and indulgent vixen. Weighing her words, Qingqiu Ziyu continued to speak well of her sister. With Qingwan around, my sister should refrain from any excessive behavior. Qingwan, a member of the Qingqiu tribe, is a rare shapeshifter. Shapeshifters possess the unique ability to transition freely between human and avian forms. When transformed into a human, they sprout wings. When taking on the form of a wand bird, they can vary in size, much like the druids of myth and legend. In addition to her identity as a shapeshifter, Qingwan is also an elegant gourmet, renowned as the finest chef in the Su kingdom, without exception. In contrast to Qingwan's myriad talents, Qingqiu Ziyu is characterized by her insatiable appetite. Not only does she relish food, but her capacity to consume it is staggering. She can devour the rations of 10 soldiers in a single meal, and that is after exercising restraint. If she were to indulge freely, she could easily consume the provisions meant for 20 or even 30 soldiers. In times when the tribe's food supply was scarce, Qingqiu Ziyu often found herself hungry. It was only after the tribe established a solid base in this valley, with fixed farms, pastures, and fisheries providing ample sustenance, that she was finally liberated from the pangs of hunger. Of course, it is not entirely her fault that she possesses such an appetite. The strength of the immortals derives from their physical form, requiring a far greater intake than other fox tribes. Without sufficient nourishment, immortals struggle to survive, let alone engage in combat. With her exceptional culinary skills, Qingwan is among the few capable of taming Qingqiu Ziyu's voraciousness. In contrast to Qingqiu Ziyu's unreliability, Qingwan is remarkably dependable, embodying the polar opposite of her sister's character. She approaches tasks with calmness and decisiveness, never undertaking ventures without assurance, and ensuring that all bases are covered in her pursuits, a testament to her effective application of caution as a guiding philosophy. Admittedly, at times, Qingwan can be less reliable than Qingqiu Ziyu, yet, on the whole, she proves to be trustworthy, at least when compared to Qingqiu Ziyu. Yang Su is more inclined to place his faith in Qingwan. This is certainly not merely because Qingwan frequently visits him with her latest culinary creations. Leaving behind a haughty remark, "I only wanted your opinion on my new dish, not that I made it exclusively for you," before departing with poise. In addition to her lack of candor, she is quite an intriguing young woman. Indeed, her occasional reticence can be rather endearing. As Yang Su contemplated the proud and aloof Qingwan, a faint smile graced the corners of his eyes. It had been quite some time since he had savored the exquisite culinary creations born from Qingwan's experiments, and he found himself yearning for her presence. He nodded and remarked, "Qingwan is indeed capable of keeping an eye on Ziyu. Were it not for her, I would be uneasy allowing Ziyu to venture to the West Sea Outpost." The West Sea Outpost serves not only as a significant way station for expeditions but also fulfills a crucial role as a sanctuary. It stands as the last bastion of safety for Sioux Nation. Should an insurmountable catastrophe befall the towns of Sioux Nation, Yang Su would lead his kin to the West Sea Outpost to seek temporary refuge, thereafter assessing whether to relocate based on the circumstances. Naturally, he hoped that such a day would never come. Yet, given Yang Su's understanding of the wilderness, he could not entirely assure that such a day would remain a distant possibility, for he had borne witness to the emergence of myth, living legends. Yang Su made his way to his study and settled behind his desk. The room was modest, spanning a little over 20 square meters. Its walls lined with shelves brimming with various animal skins and bamboo slips. This was Yang Su's place of work, a sanctuary where he diligently recorded the Chinese characters he had learned, understood, and remembered, providing them with annotations. Writing is the wellspring of civilization, as well as its cradle. It is through the advent of written language that humanity can chronicle its experiences, preserve the past, and impart knowledge effectively to future generations. Without writing, the resplendent tapestry of modern civilization would simply not exist. Yang Su grasped this profound truth, which is why he placed immense value on the inheritance of language and literature. Even during the most arduous times for the tribe, when they were huddled in the confines of a small cave, trembling in the cold, he never neglected to impart the essence of civilization, written language, to his people. Seated in his chair, Yang Su appeared lost in thought. After a moment of silence, he spread his right hand upon the desk, and a mysterious ancient bronze tome materialized in his palm. The tome seemed to be forged from bronze, radiating a brilliant golden hue. Its cover bore no inscriptions, only an intricate design depicting a vast starry sky, grand and atmospheric. As if the cosmos had been imprinted upon the cover itself, vividly alive. Gazing at it for too long might even induce the illusion of being ensnared within the stars. Yang Su slowly opened the cover, revealing a dazzling page of bronze, inscribed with simple information. Administrator, Yang Su, race, human, authority, level 1. Upgradable. Upgrading requires the expenditure of 100,000 life energy. Life energy, 98,000 points. He continued to turn the pages. On the second page, Qingqiu Fox Clan, inferior quality, a subpar entity possessing the bloodline of the Qingqiu Fox, humanoid with animal ears. Capable of telekinesis and illusion manipulation. Price, 20 life energy. On the third page, East Sea Merfolk, subpar quality, a subpar entity bearing the bloodline of the Merfolk. Humanoid with a fishtail, capable of commanding water. Price, 30 life energy. On the fourth page, Bluebird Clan, subpar quality, a subpar entity infused with the bloodline of the Qing Yuan, possessing wings. Capable of flight and wind manipulation. At the bottom of this page, there is a conspicuous notice. Upgrade permissions are required to unlock higher quality biomanufacturing options. After upgrading permissions, the quality of already unlocked biomanufacturing options can be enhanced. Yang Su closed the ancient bronze tome, gripping it tightly in his right hand as it vanished into thin air. He placed his right hand on the table, gently tapping it, producing a rhythmic sound. 100,000. I must hasten my pace, Yang Su mused, though he was unaware of the exact nature of the upheaval in the West Sea. The prophecy from the Grand Priest instilled within him a sense of urgency. The most effective way to alleviate this urgency was to amplify his firepower. As the ancients said, all fears stem from insufficient strength. If the Su kingdom could create the mythical beings spoken of in legends, truly possessing mythical powers, what would there be to fear? He must accelerate his harvesting efforts to amass 100,000 life energies as swiftly as possible. Yang Su's gaze was resolute, sharp as an indomitable weapon. 4.5 years of life in the wilderness had tempered his will into something akin to steel, unyielding and steadfast. He would not easily surrender in the face of any adversity. On the coast of the West Sea, a creature reminiscent of a mythical phoenix circled gracefully along the shoreline, its keen eyes surveying the landing rescue boats from afar. This was the shapeshifter of the Qingqiu tribe, the Qing Yuan. She could manifest the form of her ancestor, transforming into a graceful and beautiful Qing Yuan bird. Her plumage bore a resemblance to that of a peacock, resplendent in color. Her elongated tail feathers trailed behind her like colorful ribbons, shimmering in the sunlight with radiant hues, exuding unparalleled beauty. Her broad wings were adorned with numerous azure and white eye-like patterns. When unfurled, they scattered glimmers of light, resembling brilliant fireflies, an exquisite sight to behold. What is this creature? It appears similar to us, yet bears subtle differences. Could it be from another tribe? Yet these beings seem so feeble. How did they traverse the vast ocean to arrive here? Did they come from other islands, or from different regions of this land? The Qing once circled high above, gazing intently at the arriving travelers, her ebony, gem-like eyes reflecting an intelligence that belied her appearance. After deep contemplation, the Qing Yuan chose to refrain from taking any rash actions. Chapter 11. What a wonderful young woman. The recently rescued souls, having narrowly escaped peril, beheld the land ahead and were filled with unbridled joy. Some even moved to tears. Amidst their exuberance, none noticed a solitary bird soaring in the distant sky. Afra, unable to contain her excitement, unfastened her safety belt before the lifeboat had completely steadied. Her beauty, reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom, radiated vibrancy. Her lips parted to release an exuberant cheer as she was the first to leap into the azure waves. She danced upon the shimmering surface of the crystal-clear sea, making her way towards the resplendent golden beach. Splashes of water soaked her white dress, clinging to her alluring figure, accentuating her breathtaking curves that left onlookers in awe of her extraordinary beauty. Witnessing her boldness, others hastily unbuckled their safety belts and joyously rushed towards the sun-kissed shore. 1 lifeboat, 2 lifeboats, 3 lifeboats. As time passed, 7 lifeboats docked upon the sandy expanse. Gazing across the vast, undulating sea, the silhouettes of the other lifeboats had vanished, swept away by the currents into the unknown. Yet, in that moment, no one concerned themselves with the lost travelers. Instead, groups formed, huddling together in camaraderie. White with white, black with black, yellow with yellow. Nationality, skin color, and race became defining factors for their social circles. Among the 200 souls from the 7 lifeboats, Tang Yuanqing encountered 2 familiar faces. One was an elderly man, his sparse hair and gaunt visage betraying his age. Clad in a pristine white tang suit and black cloth shoes, exuding a calm demeanor reminiscent of someone who remains unflappable in the face of adversity. The other was a plump elderly lady, adorned with reading glasses and dressed in a modest gray jacket from the 1980s, carrying a floral handbag. This gentleman, Lao Tang. And the lady, Pan Mei, an esteemed artisan renowned for her pottery and porcelain craftsmanship, had both recently received a dire diagnosis, cancer. Discovered too late and now in its advanced stages. The couple, upon receiving this grim news, fell into a prolonged silence. Ultimately, they resolved that cancer was an incurable affliction. Why endure the torment of treatment? Instead, they compiled a list of wishes, vowing to save her life and fulfill the dreams they had long postponed. Over the past year, they had embarked upon numerous adventures, traversing the majestic mountains and rivers of their homeland, marveling at the splendor of nature. Not long ago, they had journeyed once more to the United States, boarding the Sidel cruise ship, intent on completing their final wish of circumnavigating the globe, departing this world without regrets. It was aboard this very cruise that they had met Tang Yuanqing. Though the three elderly individuals had not previously known one another, they found themselves aboard the same cruise ship for various reasons. Yet, they discovered an abundance of shared topics and a common language, which swiftly forged a profound friendship among them. "Ah, I'm relieved to see you both safe. I was quite worried about you," sighed Tang Yuanqing. His expression a mix of emotions as he strolled along the sandy beach with the assistance of Tang Ichi, approaching the two elders. After the incident with the pterosaur, he was uncertain whether the presence of his two friends here was a blessing or a curse. "Good day, Grandpa Yuan." "Good day, Grandma Pan." Tang Ichi greeted the elderly couple in impeccable Mandarin. Grandpa Yuan, unfettered by such thoughts, beamed with the innocent joy of a child and enveloped Tang Yuanqing in a warm embrace. Being in the twilight of his life, he felt that it mattered little where he would meet his end. His only regret lay in not completing his journey around the globe, a lingering sorrow indeed. Old Tang. What a twist of fate this is. Truly, a remarkable destiny, Grandpa Yuan exclaimed, releasing Tang Yuanqing and patting his shoulder with heartfelt emotion. The same cruise ship, the same voyage, the same maritime disaster. To reunite on this deserted island after such calamity was a rarity indeed. Tang Yuanqing offered a wry smile and shook his head, showing little interest in this so-called fate. He gazed towards the direction of Snake Island, where the pterosaur had last been seen, his brows furrowing with concern as he remarked, "We are uncertain of our location, and I fear the future may pose challenges. Let us hope the rescue team arrives soon," he sighed, stealing a furtive glance at Tang Ichi. At nearly 70 years of age, surviving the shipwreck felt like a blessing from the divine. Yet, he was acutely aware of the future. His granddaughter was merely 19, blossoming like a flower, with much potential ahead. He wished to shield her from any horrors that might unfold. Grandpa Yuan was also cognizant of the pterosaur incident. Listening to Tang Yuanqing, he glanced at the obedient Tang Ichi and said with profound significance, "My dear brother, do not take offense at my bluntness. Our experience this time is anything but ordinary. It is truly extraordinary. The pterosaur has been extinct for tens of millions of years. When have we ever heard of living pterosaurs on Earth? This place is eerily peculiar." With a deep gaze, Grandpa Yuan turned his attention to the dense jungle beyond the beach. Just 50 meters away lay an expansive thicket, where towering ancient trees stood in abundance. Their stout trunks were too thick for two individuals to encircle, and many reached heights of 30 or 40 meters. In the distance, ancient trees loomed like small mountains, possibly 200 or 300 meters tall, their canopies spreading wide like gigantic umbrellas shading the sky. Within this dense forest, colossal trees stood shoulder to shoulder, their robust branches intertwining, creating a canopy so thick that sunlight struggled to penetrate and illuminate the ground below. Beneath these ancient giants, countless shrubs and vines towered above human height, leaving little room to set foot. Peering deep into the forest, an abyss of darkness awaited, devoid of sunlight, evoking a sense of foreboding, as if it could consume all that dared to approach. The sea breeze howled through the dark and profound forest, branches clashing and leaves rustling. From the depths of the thicket emerged an eerie wailing, reminiscent of a child's cries, yet akin to someone's lamentations, sending chills down the spine. Yuan Xinghua had never encountered such a dense jungle before. Even the most remote and untouched forests did not present such a sight. This place had not felt the tread of human feet for countless years. The circumstances surrounding this maritime disaster were unusual. With a stroke of luck, perhaps the rescue team would arrive within 3 to 5 days. However, should unforeseen events transpire, the outcome remained uncertain. Tang Yuanqing, nearing 70, a historian and scholar, understood that wisdom could be gleaned from the annals of history. Observing the sagacity of ancient sages, he comprehended the profound meanings of their teachings. He was acutely aware that this situation diverged from the norm, yet upon seeing his granddaughter Tang Yuqi's anxious expression and pale visage, he gently stroked her silky hair and sighed. He could not voice his thoughts. He feared his granddaughter might find them unbearable. Bah. What nonsense is this old man spouting? Aren't we all well right now? Pan Mei, sensing the oppressive atmosphere and Tang Yuqi's tension, shot a fierce glare at her husband and admonished, as long as we are alive, what could possibly be the problem? Besides, technology has advanced so remarkably. Satellites hover in the sky. Even from home, one can see everything with clarity. Rest assured, the rescue team will surely come. Do not heed this old man's ramblings. Pan Mei endeavored to soothe Tang Yuqi's anxious heart and playfully swatted Yuan Xinghua, causing Tang Yuqi to smile sweetly, her expression gentle like a breath of spring, prompting Pan Mei to beam with maternal warmth. What a lovely girl she was, beautiful, gentle, and demure. Most notably, her figure was pleasing, ample and curvaceous, surely promising in motherhood. Their grandson was 22 this year. How fitting. Alas, she had heard from the boy's father that he was perpetually absorbed in video games and novels. Lost in a world of fantasy, often dressing in a manner that was neither human nor ghostly, claiming he wished to venture into other realms. Oh dear. What could be troubling him? Could it be the absence of a girlfriend? Chapter 12. Indeed, I am an exceptionally beautiful woman. Yuan Xinghua was aware that his words were rather disheartening, yet he was a pragmatist at heart. One must learn to confront reality and embrace challenges. What purpose does self-deception serve? Standing upon the beach, he surveyed his surroundings. The beach sprawled expansively, adorned with shimmering golden sands that felt warm and soft beneath his feet. The grains were refined, eternally shaped by the caress of ocean waves, glistening under the sun's rays, almost dazzling to the eye. The waves surged majestically, the tides rhythmically crashing upon the shore, creating a scene both beautiful and unique. However, this locale was ill-suited for prolonged stay, aside from wild beasts. The elements offered no shelter from wind and rain. The dense forest loomed ominously, shrouded in darkness, with shrubs and vines sprawled everywhere, leaving little room for footing. The lush canopy obscured all sunlight, and venturing even slightly within would render one blind to their surroundings. Such a thick forest undoubtedly harbored ferocious beasts, venomous insects, and snakes. While the beasts were a concern, the real peril lay in the poisonous creatures, which posed a significant threat to survival. Yuan Xinghua furrowed his brow, contemplating old Tang. We must first find a place to settle. Other matters can be addressed later. What do you think of that area over there? Upon closer inspection, he identified the northern cluster of colossal reefs as the most promising location. These towering rocks rose majestically, some reaching heights of several dozen meters, resembling sheer cliffs. Intertwined and stacked, the reefs appeared far more favorable than the desolate beach or the foreboding, uncharted forest. Tang Yuanqing wholeheartedly agreed with Yuan Xinghua's suggestion. The rescue team would not arrive in a day or two. Even if an international rescue team responded swiftly, it would take at least 2 to 3 days. There was no sense in sleeping on the beach for those days. He gazed towards the imposing rocks on the shore and nodded. It should be a good place. At that moment, a damp and cheerful Afra came running from a distance. Her lovely visage was illuminated by a radiant smile, and the majestic peaks swayed rhythmically with her movement, a sight so spectacular that it left Tang Yuanqing shaking his head. Even after living in the West for decades, he remained unaccustomed to the Western demeanor and their approach to life. Such a young girl should be more mindful of her impact. As Afra approached, she pointed towards a gathering of several dozen people behind them, exclaiming joyfully, "Hami and the others are throwing a party. Grandpa, are you going?" Tang Yuanqing and Yuan Xinghua exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. A party? Was this madness? What on earth was the occasion for a celebration? Tang Yuanqing's brow furrowed as he observed the would-be revelers. Most of those preparing for the party were white, comprising both men and women. Elderly individuals in their 50s and 60s, young adults in their 20s, and a few children in their teens. Several dozen people congregated, creating a lively spectacle that drew the attention of nearby tourists disembarking from their boats. A few small groups watched with hesitant expressions. Occasionally someone approached to converse, though the content of their discussions remained a mystery. Tang Yuanqing pondered briefly before an epiphany struck him. The party culture of the West mirrors the long-standing tradition of drinking gatherings in the East. The ostensible purpose of these gatherings is to celebrate. Yet the underlying motive is the establishment of alliances. In their current predicament on a deserted island, Fraught with unpredictable dangers, survival in isolation proves exceedingly challenging. However, the unfamiliarity among individuals complicates decisions regarding whom to collaborate with or heed. After some contemplation, Tang Yuanqing shook his head, stating, "I shall refrain from joining the revelry. You young folks may indulge as you please." She grasped Tang Yuqi's arm, regardless of her agreement, and ran towards the distance. Yuan Xinghua observed the graceful figures of the two young women departing, shaking his head slightly. If rescue were attainable within 3 to 5 days, it would indeed be fortuitous. Yet, should help be delayed, the gathering of so many individuals, all lacking basic necessities, would inevitably lead to conflict. Human nature is, after all, the most fragile under duress. At such a juncture, notions of law and morality would be rendered meaningless. Women, particularly those of striking beauty and without means of self-defense, would face the direst consequences. Both Tang Yuqi and Afula were rare beauties. In a harmonious society, even if some harbored secret desires for their allure, few would dare to act upon them. However, in this environment, Yuan Xinghua was nearly certain that without protection, calamity would ensue. He gently patted Tang Yuanqing on the shoulder, imparting a weighty reminder, "Old Tang, some matters require early preparation." Tang Yuanqing sighed, acknowledging the bleak prospects ahead. Yet, he felt utterly powerless, otherwise. He would not have permitted Tang Yuqi and her companions to attend the gathering, hoping instead that they might find compatible allies for future uncertainties. His age rendered him frail. With intentions thwarted by limitations, Tang Yuqi, still processing the unfolding circumstances, was pulled by Afula towards the throng. The two captivating women sprinted along the beach, naturally capturing the attention of many onlookers. Even amidst such turmoil, humanity's pursuit of beauty remained unimpeded. Tang Yuqi felt uneasy under the gaze of others. Nervously gripping Afula's delicate, fair arm, frowning as she exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? What gathering could possibly be worthwhile at this time?" Afula momentarily paused, her elegant brows arching like crescent moons, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief. Leaning close to Tang Yuqi's ear, she whispered, "Foolish one, do you truly believe we are attending a party? Consider our current circumstances. Do not be deceived by their gentlemanly facades. Give it a few days, and I assure you, you will witness the depths of human depravity and the essence of true scoundrels." Tang Yuqi was momentarily taken aback. She had heard similar sentiments from Yuan Xinghua and his companions, thus she understood. Yet, she was surprised that her seemingly cheerful and somewhat naive cousin could perceive the situation with such clarity. Afra, not merely intent on attending the party, elicited a sense of perplexity from Tang Yuqi, who set aside her reproach and inquired, "But what does this have to do with our participation in the party?" With a dramatic roll of her eyes, Afra responded in a tone laden with disappointment, "Oh, cousin, you cannot possibly be someone who has never attended a party." Silence enveloped Tang Yuqi. The statement struck deeply, laden with a potent sting of insult. Raised within the confines of Eastern education, her parents had always forbade her from engaging in frivolous gatherings. Consequently, she found herself ostracized at school, labeled as an eccentric recluse. Though she had contemplated rebellion against this imposition, her efforts proved futile. Afra, initially jesting, suddenly widened her gem-like eyes in astonishment upon witnessing Tang Yuqi's silence, exclaiming, "Dear heavens! You cannot still be a virgin. Get lost." Tang Yuqi's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a delicate layer of blush upon her skin, while her lake blue eyes brimmed with misty indignation as she delivered a light punch to Afra. "That unabashed individual! All right, I acknowledge your conservative nature," Afra chuckled. "By the way, let me share a little secret. I am a devout Christian, and premarital relations are viewed as quite reprehensible. Nevertheless, this does not preclude our bond as sisters. The joy of attending parties lies in the myriad of intriguing individuals one encounters. You see, parties can render people irrational, provoking some to commit astonishingly foolish acts, especially in the presence of attractive members of the opposite sex." As Afra spoke, she tossed her lustrous, fair locks and stood tall, a mountain of confidence, practically proclaiming her own excellence and beauty. Tang Yuqi had grown accustomed to Afra's self-admiration and paid it no mind. Yet, she could not deny that. In terms of allure, Afra surpassed her significantly. With features and complexion that aligned with Western ideals of beauty, coupled with a figure that invoked envy, she resembled a mythical succubus, captivating all who beheld her. Tang Yuqi, piecing together Afra's intentions, furtively glanced at the gathering crowd. Realization dawning upon her. "Are you suggesting that we might find potential collaborators through the party?" Afra snapped her fingers, bestowing upon Tang Yuqi an approving glance. "Congratulations. You finally grasped the concept. Meanwhile, the coastal outpost of Qingqiu was abuzz with the arrival of distressed travelers. Chapter 13. The mysterious underground world. The West Sea outpost of Qingqiu is not situated by the sea, but rather nestled within the mountains, several miles inland. Beneath the steep cliffs, a profound and shadowy cavern conceals itself within the ravine. The entrance, approximately 4 meters wide and 5 meters high, is entirely obscured by robust purple vines, as thick as a human thigh, which climb the sheer cliffs like a curtain. From a lofty vantage point, only the towering ancient trees, casting a veil over the sun, and the thick vines adorning the cliffs are visible, rendering the existence of the cave imperceptible. Upon entering the cavern, the passage unfolds into a spacious corridor. Though not as vast as the entrance, it stands over 4 meters high and 3 meters wide. The ground bears evident signs of having been worked, resulting in a relatively level surface. Following the serpentine path deeper into the earth, one descends hundreds of meters until the scenery abruptly transforms. What was once a dim and confined cavern reveals itself as an expansive underground realm. Stepping out of the cave, one finds a broad, flat cliff platform, measuring several hundred square meters. Standing at the edge of the precipice, one gazes down into an abyss several hundred meters deep, where clouds drift gracefully at mid-height. Looking upward, the cave ceiling is clearly visible, adorned with colossal stalactites that hang down, reaching nearly 100 meters from the platform. Most remarkably, the ceiling is studded with countless lustrous minerals, radiating a brilliant light and a temperate warmth, resembling a multitude of miniature suns suspended aloft, illuminating this vast underground world. The golden glow cascades from above, akin to sunlight dissipating darkness, bringing forth both light and warmth. In the distance, ancient trees rise majestically, their surfaces resembling stone, their age unfathomable. The tallest trees, barely shy of touching the cave's ceiling, have thick branches sprawling outward, reminiscent of the mythical trees said to support the heavens and the earth. The scene within the underground cavern mirrors that of the surface almost identically. On either side of the platform, pathways lead down to the cliffs below, flanked by artificially excavated stone chambers, complete with doors and windows, and even interconnected corridors, resembling a beehive at a glance. This is indeed the West Sea outpost of Qingqiu, the sanctuary meticulously prepared by Yangsu. Should unforeseen calamities befall the surface, the entirety of Qingqiu can seek refuge in this flourishing underground world. While the mission of the West Sea outpost is to establish a base here and to explore this enigmatic and mysterious subterranean domain. At the base of the cliffs, a small settlement rises at the edge of the dense forest, closely adjoined to the steep, towering precipice. Further ahead lies an underground lake, encircled by a diameter of a li, akin to a resplendent pearl embellishing this beautiful and expansive underground realm. The cliffs are black, resembling blocks of ink, with a smooth and delicate surface, clear textures, yet possessing a formidable hardness akin to marble. The waters of the lake are fed by a meandering underground river that seeps from the cliffs, its destination unknown. The settlement primarily consists of wooden houses, with a modest number of excavated stone chambers. One large stone chamber is situated within the cliff. You spoke of intelligent beings outside, resembling us yet not entirely the same. A chorus of astonished gasps reverberated through the stone chamber. The sound, reminiscent of silver bells, rang clear and melodious, akin to the gentle babbling of a mountain spring. The enchanting voice evoked visions of an extraordinary beauty. Following the sound, one beheld a strikingly graceful vixen seated upon a wooden chair. Words like breathtaking and peerless fail to encapsulate her allure. Her delicate, aquiline nose and lips that seemed to whisper sweet nothings were a sight to behold. Her mesmerizing fox-like eyes sparkled with a captivating light, simultaneously exuding a regal air and a soft charm that commanded reverence. Her lustrous black hair was styled into a high ponytail, with fox ears adorning either side of her head. At this moment, as if processing astonishing news, her elongated ears quivered slightly. Clad in a form-fitting black bodysuit, her alluring figure was impeccably defined, showcasing the curves of mature femininity alongside the youthful essence of a maiden. Her slender waist could be grasped with ease, the tautness of her flat abdomen revealing well-defined muscle lines, a testament to her dedication to physicality. Descending from her waist, her form expanded gracefully, curvaceous and ample, reminiscent of a full moon, presenting a breathtaking silhouette that left one in awe of the creator's artistry. Her attire was embellished with silver and gold-patterned metallic armor, adorning her long, supple legs and slender yet powerful arms, as well as her abdomen and back. The design bore a resemblance to that of ancient generals, albeit lacking numerous components, presenting a more streamlined appearance akin to a creation from a fantastical realm. This striking figure was none other than Qingqiu Ziyu's sister, Qingqiu Ziyue. The two were nearly indistinguishable in both appearance and physique. Though Qingqiu Ziyue's exuberance starkly contrasted her sister's composure, she sprang to her feet, catching the attention of Qing Wan, whose gaze radiated a glimmer of danger. Curse that cow. Qing Wan remained in her avian form, perched atop the chair's backrest like a pet. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to extend our greetings, Qingqiu Ziyue exclaimed. Her fox-like eyes sparkling with excitement, her exquisite features illuminated by a broad smile. However, her suggestion did not garner admiration from Qing Wan, who merely rolled her beautiful eyes in response. With a voice as frigid as the lonely moon suspended in the heavens, Qing Wan spoke, evoking a sensation of distant beauty that should not be trifled with. What if the newcomers harbor ill intentions? Then we shall confront them, Qingqiu Ziyue replied nonchalantly, her hands clenching into fists, the joints cracking with anticipation. If they mean us harm, we shall capture them all. Hee. This is my first encounter with beings akin to us. Perhaps they possess a grand tribe, or even a kingdom. Indeed, I, Qingqiu Ziyue, the vanguard for the king, shall lead the charge and vanquish the enemy tribe, becoming the first general in the illustrious history of the Su kingdom to achieve such a feat. How splendid. In the ethereal realm of Qingqiu, Ziyue danced with unrestrained joy, her entrancing fox-like eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, while the elongated ears perched atop her head perked up in delight. It seemed as though she envisioned herself receiving the king's praise and rewards for vanquishing the rival tribe. Qi Tian sighed, despair enveloping her as she closed her eyes. I should not have consulted a fool on this matter. How could a simpleton possibly offer sound advice? This imbecile is not seeking dialogue, but rather yearns for outright conflict, surely. Disinterested in further frivolous banter with Ziyue, Qi Tian promptly employed her ultimate strategy. The enemy's numbers and identities remain unknown, and to engage in hasty warfare would yield unpredictable consequences. Should we suffer losses among our ranks? The king would undoubtedly be furious. The most effective approach to manage Ziyue is to leverage the king's influence. As long as the king's sensibilities and attitudes are involved, it will invariably temper the fool's impetuousness. Upon hearing Qing Tian's counsel, Ziyue indeed calmed, ceasing her incessant chatter about greeting the adversaries and instead contemplating a strategic assault on the enemy tribe. Qing Tian timely reminded her, our foremost priority now is to relay this information to the king with utmost urgency. This marks the first discovery of other tribes by the kingdom of Su, bearing immense significance for both us and the king. As for how to address these unfamiliar visitors, we shall await the king's command. Surely, you would not wish to incur his wrath. Ziyue shrugged, though her countenance remained decidedly displeased. The thought of facing the king's reprimand for reckless actions quelled her urge for battle. Very well, I shall compose a letter to the king, informing him of our unprecedented discovery. I, Qingqiu Ziyue, am the first in the kingdom of Su to uncover other tribes. With that declaration, Ziyue's pride surged. She raised her beautiful head high, exuberantly retrieving ink and beast-skin parchment, completely oblivious to the truth that the initial discoverer of this information was, in fact, the Merfolk, Qi Tian. Disinterested in quarreling over such trivialities, let her eyelids droop, adopting an expression akin to feigned slumber. Thus, Ziyue remained at the table, fervently scribbling away. The pen resembled a quill made from bird feathers, while the ink was genuine graphite, which, when mixed with water, left distinct marks upon the beast skin. Chapter 14. Yangsu. Though the kingdom of Su is small, it dares to fight and will fight. Before us sits Qingqiu Ziyue, poised at her desk, the majestic mountains looming over it, imposing an undue weight upon the surface, stirring a sense of concern and a desire to offer support to alleviate the burden on the furniture, not for any particular reason, but simply to shield it from undue strain. Qingqiu Ziyue furrows her elegant brows, lost in thought for a moment, her right hand deftly gripping a quill while her left presses down on specially treated parchment, with strokes as fluid as a flowing river. She writes with the grace reminiscent of a contemporary master of calligraphy. After half an hour of fervent writing, she examines her work with a discerning eye, a satisfied smile illuminating her stunning features, radiating warmth akin to the sun in spring. Stretching languidly, the mountains appear even more magnificent, quivering with her breath as they emit a sound of contentment. Done. Qingqiu Ziyue gently sets down the delicate quill, nudging the military intelligence she had penned forward towards Qing Wan, stating with poise, please refine this and present it to the king. Qing Wan lifts her gaze slightly, glancing at the nearly filled parchment, and nods with a hint of approval. Very well. As expected of you. Yet, upon closer inspection, the parchment is adorned with the playful scribbles of a child. Two stick figures are drawn. One labeled King and the other Ziyue. The stick figure representing Ziyue is depicted with a small circle above its head, containing another stick figure inscribed with King. This suggests that whether at meals, in slumber, or during training, Ziyue is perpetually occupied with thoughts of the king. The bulk of the parchment, covering 99% of its surface, is filled with these whimsical illustrations, while the actual military intelligence occupies a mere 1%. Indeed, the essence of the military report is overshadowed by what resembles a love letter. Qingqiu Ziyue feels no shame, standing proudly with her hands on her hips, her petite waist appearing even more slender, playfully exclaiming, "What do you think? Is my military report not splendid?" Her chin held high. She points to the inscriptions adorning the stick figures, which consist of the few characters she recognizes, Ziyue, Yangsu, and King. As for the other characters, it would be unkind to burden her with them. To this day, Qingqiu Ziyue has yet to learn to count to 100. Qingluan, faced with Qingqiu Ziyue's display of pride, finds her crystalline eyes inadvertently drifting to the stone walls of the chamber, which are filled with various small figures, all labeled with the names of King and Ziyue. This is what one might call clandestine practice. Were it not for Qingluan's diligent collection of the parchment to prevent some oblivious commander from squandering it, she is convinced that at this moment, the Western Sea outpost would be devoid of even a single usable piece of parchment. Sighing, Qingluan feels no inclination to chastise this oblivious commander, responding with indifference, indeed. A slight twitch at the corner of her eye reveals her desire to shatter Qingqiu Ziyue's fanciful delusions. You have never received a love letter from Wang, so it would be prudent to cease your daydreaming. A fool ought to possess the self-awareness befitting their folly, and it would be wise to refrain from pondering absurdities. However, Qingluan refrained from voicing her thoughts, not out of fear of Qingqiu Ziyue, but because she understood that even if she expressed her sentiments, Qingqiu Ziyue would not take them to heart. Fools are often content to dwell in their own worlds, indifferent to the opinions of outsiders. In the afternoon, military intelligence from the West Sea Post arrived at the royal city of Xiugua, Chuyang. A young envoy from the Qingqiu tribe hurriedly entered the royal palace, bearing the urgent news. He followed a charming mermaid maidservant into the royal study, his head bowed in deference, daring not to gaze about freely. He stole a furtive glance at Yangsu, who sat deep in thought behind the desk, his eyes alight with admiration and fervor. Cradling the sealed military intelligence within a wooden tube, he respectfully spoke in hushed tones, "Your Majesty, military intelligence from the West Sea Post." Yangsu was immersed in contemplation regarding the future strategies of Xiugua and its forthcoming developments when the mention of the West Sea intelligence jolted him back to reality. He regarded the envoy with utmost seriousness and commanded, "Present it." A captivating fox maiden stepped forward, receiving the wooden tube. She first inspected the wax seal to ensure it remained intact and had not been tampered with before presenting it to him. Yangsu opened the tube and extracted 2 pieces of animal hide parchment. One was the artistic creation of Qingqiu Ziyue, adorned with her whimsical musings about the king, replete with childlike doodles and animated stick figures. A gentle smile graced Yangsu's face as he observed her innocent artistry, shaking his head with affectionate exasperation. This fool. When will she learn to write? Nevertheless, her stick figures exhibited a notable improvement this time. He carefully rolled up Qingqiu Ziyue's work and tucked it away in the left drawer of his desk, which was filled with similar pieces of parchment, some ajar and displaying various childlike drawings that unmistakably bore her signature style. After securely stowing away Qingqiu Ziyue's masterpiece, he unrolled the other piece of parchment, which contained a straightforward yet alarming message. "We have discovered intelligent beings resembling us along the shores of the West Sea. Approximately 200 of them arrived by boat, landing near the river's edge. The situation remains unclear." As Yangsu perused the military intelligence, his expression turned grave, a tempest of emotions brewing within him. Arrived by boat. Humanoid beings. Having roamed the wilderness for 4.5 years, Yangsu had never encountered another tribe, let alone a kingdom. Although he had long suspected that matters regarding the West Sea were far from simple, he had not anticipated such a startling revelation, the existence of other intelligent beings. While the intelligence from the West Sea Post was brief, the implications were profound. He could surmise that these were indeed members of another tribe or even another kingdom. The arrival of over 200 individuals across the sea was no trivial matter. There was intent. There was strategy. It could merely be a vanguard force. If that were the case, significant troubles loomed ahead. In the nascent days of the Xiugua, The total population scarcely exceeded 10,000. Despite the predominance of vigorous youth, the war potential far surpassed that of similarly sized tribes. To survive and thrive in such a desolate wilderness, they must possess extraordinary wisdom. Furthermore, they exhibited the ability to traverse oceans, having already surpassed Xugua in maritime navigation. This matter necessitated prudence, caution, and meticulous deliberation. Yang Su grasped the animal hide parchment, a decisive resolution forming within him. One must not act impulsively. It was imperative to first ascertain the intentions of the adversary, gather detailed intelligence regarding their forces, assess their combat capabilities, and determine the timing and magnitude of any potential reinforcements. As the ancients wisely stated, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. In this endeavor, circumspection was paramount. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Su composed a military edict, commanding the soldiers at the West Sea outpost to exercise utmost caution, to remain vigilant in concealing their movements, and to avoid recklessly revealing the outpost's location, thereby exposing the existence of Xugua. The primary objective was to observe the enemy's true strength without provoking conflict. After detailing the operational directives and policies for the West Sea outpost, Yang Su pondered briefly before penning another note. He would personally journey to the West Sea outpost. Upon completion, he entrusted the military order to the messenger, urgently instructing him to deliver it post-haste without delay. The messenger, upon receiving the command, dared not tarry and hurried away. Yang Su stood at the window of his study, gazing after the departing messenger, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Though Xugua was small, its blood still ran fervently. They were willing to fight, and indeed, must fight, if they were to be bullied at their very doorstep. Merely barking like a dog would render them no different from a wild dog with a broken spine, merely a source of embarrassment. Chapter 15. Ready for action, hooray! The king is coming. At the West Sea outpost, Qingqiu Ziyue learned of Yang Su's impending arrival and erupted with childlike exuberance. With arms raised high, she waved her delicate yet formidable fists, capable of striking down a dinosaur, bouncing around the spacious living room, her magnificent form capturing attention. Qing Yuan retained her ethereal guise as a blue phoenix, gracefully perched on the back of a chair, observing the exuberant Qingqiu Ziyue with calmness. She thoughtfully remarked, "While the king has indeed expressed his intention to visit, it will not be a matter of days. The West Sea outpost lies over 100 li from the royal city, although 100 li may sound brief in our modern world, where one can traverse such distances in mere hours by high-speed transport. This is not the case in the untamed wilderness, shrouded in ancient forests. To journey a straight line of over 100 li here is fraught with peril, requiring passage through dense jungles, evasion of countless ferocious beasts, bizarre entities, and natural traps. The actual distance may double or even exceed, necessitating a journey of 5 to 7 days, provided all goes smoothly. In adverse circumstances, an eternal slumber along the way is a frequent outcome. Even though the Su Kingdom has established 2 routes to the West Sea, each change of station troops still presents formidable challenges. Qingqiu Ziyue understood this reality yet remained unfazed. What has 5 or 6 days? A trivial matter, she chuckled with satisfaction. Regardless, the king will undoubtedly be safe. Humph, once he arrives at the West Sea outpost, I shall have the chance to be alone with him." Her fox-like eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and her strikingly beautiful face radiated joy and anticipation, unabashedly revealing her hopes for the future. In the royal city, despite her various ploys to linger near Yang Su, the king, as the leader of the Su Kingdom, was perpetually surrounded by admirers. Opportunities for Qingqiu Ziyue to be alone with him were nearly non-existent. Now, however, it would be different. Yang Su would not bring maidens along to the West Sea outpost, and her astute sister would certainly not accompany him. Presently, no one could obstruct her from seizing time with Yang Su. Lost in thoughts of this delightful future, Qingqiu Ziyue beamed widely, prompting Qing Yuan to roll her eyes in exasperation. "Foolish girl, is this truly the time for such musings?" Qing Yuan's dissatisfaction was evident as she scoffed. "Perhaps you should first contemplate how to provide the king with a satisfactory response." Qingqiu Ziyue paused, her fox-like eyes blinking in confusion. "A response? What response? Are you referring to those outsiders?" Qing Yuan rolled her eyes again, exasperated by Qingqiu Ziyue's obliviousness. "Can we not focus on the pressing matters at hand and refrain from dwelling on frivolous fantasies? Besides, I am still here. Your solitary time with the king? Ha! Dream on." She retorted with irritation. "Are you going to wait for Wang to arrive before taking action?" Qingqiu Ziyue suddenly realized, pouting nonchalantly, "Aren't you here? I have entrusted this matter to you. I mentioned it before. Oh, you haven't forgotten, have you? Qingqiu Ziyue scrutinized Qing Wan with a look of suspicion, as if questioning whether she intended to shirk her responsibilities, which rendered Qing Wan momentarily silent. While Qingqiu Ziyue had indeed given her instructions, was it reasonable for the commander to remain entirely inactive? As it turned out, it was quite reasonable. Who could expect a foolish fox to accomplish more? Qing Wan refrained from further comments and took flight, leaving Qingqiu Ziyue's chamber. Before embarking on their journey, the most crucial task was to chart a course. A safe and viable route was paramount to ensuring the security of their voyage. Presently, there were two paths from the Su Kingdom to the West Sea outpost. The first route traversed the Great River located several dozen miles east of Chaoyang City, proceeding upstream along the river before veering towards the West Sea estuary, ultimately circling south to reach the West Sea outpost. This route spanned approximately 400 to 500 miles, making it the longest yet the fastest and safest. If all went smoothly, they could arrive at the West Sea outpost in 4 to 5 days. Typically, troop rotations in the Su Kingdom followed this route. The alternative path wound westward along the Haishi mountain range, redirecting northward upon nearing the West Sea coast to reach the outpost. This route measured just over 200 miles, but was fraught with peril. It necessitated traveling on foot and under the burden of substantial supplies. It would take at least 5 to 6 days to reach the outpost. After careful consideration, Yang Su resolved to lead 200 soldiers along the Haishi mountain route. Departing from this location would allow them to pass through Haishi town of the Qingqiu clan, where they could take a brief respite and recruit additional soldiers from Haishi town to bolster the garrison at the West Sea outpost, preparing for potential conflicts and warfare ahead. However, these were not the most significant reasons. The primary motive for Yang Su was to seize the opportunity to eliminate the ferocious beasts along the way, thereby acquiring more life energy and unlocking secondary permissions at the earliest opportunity. As for the royal city, although only 300 soldiers remained, it was of little consequence. While the Su Kingdom officially boasted a mere 2,500 soldiers, the ordinary citizens were not feeble lambs. They possessed extraordinary combat capabilities. The royal city housed nearly half of the Su Kingdom's population, and even in the absence of station troops, it remained the most formidable stronghold of the kingdom. The expedition of the army was a momentous affair. Although Yang Su was eager to uncover the changes occurring in the West Sea, he did not hastily lead his troops towards the West Sea outpost. After ensuring all preparations were complete, notifications were sent to the various departments that same day, with action commencing only the following morning. The 200 soldiers consisted primarily of Fox clans, with the Qingqiu and Jiren clans together accounting for merely 1/3 of the force. To guarantee a smooth journey, Yang Su enlisted the assistance of Yun Xiao, one of the commanders of the Su Kingdom's army. The military of the Su Kingdom adhered to a simple and ancient structure, appointing a squad leader for every 5 men, which constituted the smallest unit of the army, typically operating in squads. A leader was designated for every 30 men, and a captain for every 100. For every 500 individuals, a commander is appointed, currently holding the highest rank in the army of the Kingdom of Su. As dawn breaks and the warm sun has yet to ascend over the towering cliffs and illuminate the royal city, a battalion of 200 soldiers stands in formation outside the urban precincts, fully armored. The Fox clan predominantly dons leather armor, primarily in shades of slate gray. While alloy armor offers superior protection, its production is limited, and most members of the Fox clan rely on agility. Their telekinetic prowess is formidable, yet their physical strength is not significantly greater than that of ordinary humans. Hefty metal armor would hinder their nimbleness. The Merfolk, having assumed human form, are clad in elegant white dresses with fitted waists and long sleeves. Each one is a vision of beauty, petite and delicate, resembling young ladies embarking on a leisurely outing. The Songbird clan wields bows and arrows, adorned in form-fitting black attire that accentuates their graceful silhouettes, their sharp eyes reminiscent of hawks, exuding an aura of dominance. Surrounding the military assembly, on either side of the road, the residents of the royal city, having received news of the expedition, arise early, their expressions solemn and filled with reverence as they gather to bid farewell. This is a cherished tradition of the Kingdom of Su. When the army departs, the populace must come forth to offer their farewells, conveying blessings to their loved ones, hoping for their safe return. With a population nearing 10,000, half reside within the royal city, including all pregnant women and children, to facilitate the care of the young and ensure the safety of the next generation. Thousands encircle the troops, engaging in hushed discussions, predominantly expressing concern. They had learned of the events in the Western Sea the previous day, understanding that other tribes were approaching from the vast expanse of the sea, and the news of Yang Su leading the charge stirred their apprehensions. Yangsu is not only the king of Su but also their beacon of faith. The nature of the enemies from the Western Sea remains unfathomable and daunting to them. Yet their hearts are gripped with deep-seated worry for Yangsu's safety. Chapter 16. The March of the Grand Army. The sinister allure of the wilderness, the kingdom of Su, is but a diminutive realm, with its royal city housing merely 5,000 souls. In this town, secrets are scarce. Yesterday, Yangsu summoned the troops to prepare for departure, orchestrating the subsequent arrangements of various departments. And today, news has already permeated throughout the entire royal city. Even the children are aware that Su has encountered other tribes, races imbued with wisdom akin to that of its own citizens. The subjects of Su gathered around the army, their faces etched with anxiety as they conversed. This is our first encounter with other tribes, perhaps even other kingdoms. What do you suppose the people of these kingdoms look like? Is that even a question? Didn't we hear yesterday that they resemble us closely? That stating the obvious, we aren't exactly the most distinguished in appearance ourselves. Indeed, that's true. Yet, we must place our faith in the king. As long as he reigns, our kingdom shall undoubtedly ascend like the sun. Indeed, without the king, would we enjoy the prosperity we have today? Just 3 years ago, we were residing in caves, cohabiting with ferocious beasts and strange creatures. But look at us now. We have a royal city, thriving towns, and peaceful lands, where even children can frolic freely in the streets. While I believe in the king's power. This time we are not contending with mere beasts, but rather with intelligent tribes. I've heard they arrived by ship, crossing vast oceans. Just the capability to traverse such waters far surpasses what we can muster. There is no need for such trepidation, even if they can sail the seas. There must be limitations. Our excursions to the western seacoast are not new. We've been aware of other tribes for a year or two now. Let us hope for the best and wish for the king's safe journey. Silence. The king approaches. At this, the populace lifted their gazes towards the town. There, they beheld Yangsu, adorned in battle armor, his stride steady and deliberate. His long, dark hair was gathered atop his head in a bun, secured by a silver headband. Reminiscent of a Taoist priest, clad in a white robe beneath a striking black and crimson armor, he wielded a 3-meter-long bone spear. His footwear, primarily fabric with vine accents, produced a deep thudding sound with each step, a rhythmic echo akin to a powerful heartbeat. As he walked, an overwhelming aura emanated from Yangsu, akin to that of a fearsome and formidable beast of the wild. The palpable pressure he exuded felt like a tangible storm, delivering an immense impact upon those who beheld him. This was not a mere illusion. It was the result of years spent dancing on the precipice of life and death, with both his strength and spirit significantly augmented, creating an aura of mental dominance. Upon his arrival, the subjects felt the weight of his formidable presence, their faces alight with fervor and excitement. This was their king, their faith. After a brief silence, before Yangsu could reach the heart of the town, the people raised their right arms to their chests, proclaiming in vibrant and impassioned voices, "Long live the king." Their exclamations resonated with vitality and zeal, causing the wild beasts within the mountains to roar and flee in terror. Yangsu's lips curled into a subtle smile as his gentle gaze swept over the fervent subjects before him, a profound sense of gratification washing over him. This was the very reason for his unwavering commitment. He nodded slightly to his people, raising his right arm to showcase the gleaming spear, which weighed an astonishing 100 to 200 pounds, yet felt as light as a feather in his grasp. The only sound piercing the air was the haunting whistle of the spear, a testament to its formidable might. With a resounding voice, he declared with conviction, "Victory is ours." The soldiers and citizens alike were consumed by fervor. Soldiers raised their weapons high, while citizens waved their fists, all ignited like explosives with the fervent and passionate cries of unwavering belief. Victory! Victory! In that moment, it seemed as though the clouds above were touched by their fervor. Retreating in awe, hesitant to gaze upon the fiery passion of the subjects of Su Nation, the golden rays of the morning sun poured over the royal city, casting a warm glow upon Yangsu. The armor reflected the orange sunlight, enveloping him in a halo of sanctity. Sacred, majestic, dominant. In such an atmosphere, Yangsu led his army forth. Before his departure, he exchanged a glance with Qingqiu, who had come to see him off. After 4 years together, their bond spoke volumes without words. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like autumn waters, filled with a tenderness capable of melting steel, and her exquisite visage, adorned with a hint of makeup, only enhanced her captivating beauty, making even the clouds feel a tinge of embarrassment. Upon exiting the canyon's royal city pass, the landscape before him transformed dramatically. No longer were there orderly towns, cultivated fields, or serene lakes. Instead, he was greeted by an endless expanse of towering ancient trees. These majestic giants, soaring to heights of over 100 meters and requiring several people to embrace, were ubiquitous. The lofty, dense canopies layered upon one another like heavy, oppressive awnings, effectively imprisoning the sunlight in the air, preventing it from gracing the forest floor. Within the woods, a chilling breeze carried the scent of decay. Vines coiled around the ancient trunks like serpents poised to strike, adding an air of mystery and danger to this eerie, frigid wilderness. Yet, amidst the dense forest outside the canyon of the royal city, a clearly visible pathway meandered through the trees. About 2 meters wide, it twisted and turned, leading deep into the forest. This thoroughfare, maintained by the diligent citizens of Sioux Nation over the years, was the only reliable route through the wilderness. Yang Su wished he could carve a broader road through the thicket, but the resilience of the untamed forest was simply too formidable. In just one night, the wilderness could reclaim the well-trodden path with wild grasses and vines, rendering it nearly invisible. If left unattended for 3 days, the road painstakingly established by the subjects of Sioux Nation would vanish into the vastness of the woods. This path branched into 3 directions, each leading to a different town of Sioux Nation. Standing before the national road, Yang Su hesitated not a moment and led his troops forward. However, even on this relatively safe thoroughfare, he maintained a vigilant watchfulness. 20 members of the Qing Bird Clan soared gracefully above the dense forest, keenly observing their surroundings to alert the army of any imminent threats posed by savage beasts, while also guiding their path. The Qingqiu Fox Clan was divided into 2 formations, with the Merfolk positioned at the heart of the battalion. Though they lacked proficiency in terrestrial combat, resulting in a significant decrease in their fighting prowess on land, their presence was nonetheless invaluable. The Merfolk possessed an extraordinary acuity regarding water, capable of detecting streams from 10 miles away even within the wild thickets, and adept at analyzing essential information such as flow direction, velocity, and volume. As long as the Merfolk accompanied the forces of the Sioux Kingdom, they could effortlessly locate suitable water sources. Moreover, the Merfolk were endowed with an enviable instinct. They exhibited an astonishing sensitivity to weather patterns, allowing them to foresee the arrival of storms and rainfall. This ability proved crucial in the verdant wilderness, where storms and precipitation could drastically impede march speed and introduce unforeseen perils to the troop. Early preparations could significantly mitigate potential losses. Most importantly, when confronted with swift rivers and treacherous marshlands, the soldiers of the Merfolk consistently played a pivotal role. In the wild jungles, marshes represent one of nature's most formidable traps. The astute utilization of the diverse talents of various races was the key factor enabling Yang Su to thrive and expand in this daunting wilderness. As Yang Su led his forces toward the West Sea outpost, the beleaguered travelers began to perceive the unique allure of this untamed land, an allure steeped in death and threat, shrouded in the unknown and terror, and imbued with an unfathomable malevolence. Chapter 17. Astonishing Discoveries. Fighter Aircraft of World War II. As the sun descended, casting a crimson hue across the sky, the tumultuous waves mirrored the evening light, shattering it into countless shards of golden brilliance. Tang Yuqi knelt upon the sandy shore, her long hair dancing wildly in the howling sea breeze. In her right hand, she clutched a ballpoint pen, while a notebook rested on her elongated, graceful legs, capturing the events of the day. June 10th, clear skies with a brief afternoon rain. Today marks the 4th day since the cruise mishap and our 3rd day on this enigmatic island. We have yet to glimpse any sign of a rescue team, and uncertainty looms over whether they will ever locate us. This place is too peculiar. Dinosaurs that vanished millions of years ago, an almost impossibly lush primeval jungle, and an abundance of flora that appears unearthly. In this vibrant island, we have found no familiar fauna or flora, only life forms that should not exist. Some speculate that we have traversed back to an ancient epoch, to a time millions of years ago. Such a notion seems implausible. Time travel is but a construct of science fiction. If one could traverse time, what then would the future signify? Though few hold credence to the idea of time travel. After 4 days of misfortune and 3 days stranded on this deserted isle, despair has begun to permeate the air. Anxiety, fear, and concern have spread among the castaways. Even my grandfather, who has not smiled in the past 2 days, often bears a troubled expression. Perhaps he has unearthed some unsettling truth? Last night, he posed a peculiar question. Would our situation be better if grandmother were still alive? Grandmother has been deceased for 8 years. Their love was profound, akin to a tale of a princess and a knight. It was my grandfather who rescued her from the clutches of tormentors, leading to their fateful meeting and eventual love. Grandmother was a gentle soul. I never witnessed her fury, only her tenderness and kindness. She adored me, and my love for her was immense. During my childhood and adolescence, she was my steadfast companion, and I often reminisce about her homemade Chinese dishes, particularly her delectable French fries. Yet, death is an irreversible fate, and she is gone. The notion of her return is impossible. I grow increasingly concerned for my grandfather's mental well-being. At this juncture, Tang Yuqi paused, her stunning sapphire-like eyes staring vacantly at the surging sea. After a moment, she resumed her writing. I find myself envious of Afra. She is perpetually joyful, radiating a brightness that dispels fear and worry. Her face is adorned with an infectious smile, and her laughter resonates like the cheerful song of a lark. At the last party, she made several new acquaintances. Although I am unaware of their interactions, Afra's beaming countenance suggests they are getting along splendidly. I had no idea that Afra possessed such an array of wilderness survival skills. She has helped numerous individuals construct temporary shelters, alleviating the accommodation troubles of many stranded travelers, while also addressing the issue of potable water. Although we currently do not face a shortage of drinking water, the prolonged absence of rescue teams is an ominous sign. Fortunately, this island is teeming with life, making the procurement of sustenance a relatively easy endeavor. Various shells and an abundance of fish and shrimp can frequently be found along the shoreline. Speaking of food, I am reminded of something quite astonishing. Grandma Pan brought with her a vast array of seeds for vegetables and fruits. There are dozens of varieties, including cucumbers, eggplants, and beans, truly remarkable. I have heard my grandfather speak of the unique affinity that the people of Huaxia have for agriculture. They always seem to devise planting methods that others might overlook. However, growing vegetables requires considerable time. Do we truly need to utilize those seeds for fruits and vegetables? I hope it won't come to that. Tang Yuqi is currently recording her observations and reflections of the day when a jubilant cheer from Afra reaches her ears. She turns her head to see Afra in the distance, waving her fair arms exuberantly, the majestic mountains undulating in response to her animated leaps, a sight to behold. Evoking out the creator's favoritism. Come quickly, we've made a significant discovery. Tang Yuqi is filled with curiosity and bewilderment. A significant discovery? She closes her diary and strides toward Afra. Upon reaching her side, before Tang Yuqi can inquire, Afra excitedly takes her delicate hand and drags her towards the nearby thicket, exclaiming, "Oh my God, you won't believe what we've found. It's truly extraordinary." Tang Yuqi, now even more perplexed, is pulled along by Afra, who runs with great enthusiasm. For someone not well versed in physical exertion, this is quite daunting. She finds herself breathless, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Yet, in her excitement, Afra remains oblivious to Tang Yuqi's condition, continuing to lead her toward the distant beach. Along the way, they pass a row of rudimentary tents along the edge of the thicket. The waterproof tarps used for the tents come from yachts. Some tents, lacking waterproof coverings, are constructed from nearby woodland materials such as wood, leaves, and vines. While these makeshift shelters are far less effective than those with tarps, they are certainly preferable to directly facing the onslaught of fierce winds and torrential rains. A few individuals sit idly in front of their tents, gazing vacantly at the vast expanse of the sea, their expressions numb and bewildered. Since arriving at this beach, over 200 travelers have formed numerous groups of varying sizes, with many solitary figures and small bands beginning to organize. Some wait listlessly for rescue, while others contemplate their next steps, how to secure better food, how to find more reliable shelters, and how to thrive in this strange territory. Humanity's ascendancy as the dominant species on Earth is largely due to the fact that, in times of adversity, there are always those who rise to the occasion, always individuals who choose to seek a way out. Among the travelers, such people are not lacking. After walking several hundred meters along the beach, a meandering creek comes into view. The crystal-clear brook emerges from the dense, profound forest. Meandering gently over the exposed rocks along the coastline, its origin shrouded in mystery as it softly merges with the tumultuous sea. Upon reaching the brook, Afra, accompanied by Tang Yuqi, ventured directly into its embrace. The ground, predominantly composed of stone, rendered even the most vibrant trees and vines incapable of penetrating the rocky surface, making this one of the rare places where sunlight could filter through the thick canopy. Yet, the dark and silent woods flanking the brook loomed like a colossal beast, poised to devour all life. A mere glance sent shivers down Tang Yuqi's spine, as she felt an unsettling gaze from the shadows, eyes brimming with insatiable hunger. akin to those of a predator eyeing its prey. After traversing 50 meters along the brook, distant sounds of commotion began to break the oppressive silence of the woods. Familiar voices dispelling the fear that had gripped Tang Yuqi, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, this is wonderful news. We are not the first to arrive here. Thank God for granting us hope. May the rescue team arrive soon. The sounds were loud. Yet the excitement and exhilaration of the people were palpable. Listening to their animated discussions, Tang Yuqi temporarily set aside her trepidation regarding the forest and found herself intrigued by the cause of their fervor. With curiosity ignited, she pressed forward for another 20 meters. And her vision suddenly expanded. A serene, cold pool rested quietly beneath a cliff, emanating a chilling aura. The babbling brook flowed forth from this icy basin. Beside it stood a colossal tree, its trunk so robust that it would take 4 or 5 individuals to encircle it. The bark was relatively smooth, with patches adorned by moss. Its crown spread wide, resembling a grand parasol shielding the sky. Dozens of people stood beneath its boughs, gazing upward toward the dense foliage. To their astonishment, a battered World War II fighter plane lay horizontally across a thick branch, its surface marred by scratches and impacts, with some branches even piercing through the fuselage, indicating that the aircraft had crashed here long ago. Tang Yuqi was momentarily taken aback, her bright eyes widening in disbelief, her delicate hand covering her cherry lips in sheer surprise. She finally comprehended the source of the excitement among the crowd. They were not the first to set foot here. Before them, there had been others, pioneers. This was still Earth. This was still their era. Chapter 18, The Mysterious Sea and the Unknown Land. What a delightful revelation. It has been said that this is a fighter aircraft from the United States Federal Army during World War II, known as the Hellcat. Having little knowledge of military affairs, she found herself perplexed by the names of such armaments, especially those pertaining to World War II. Unsure if that was indeed the correct designation, Afra deemed it unworthy of further contemplation, concluding that it was merely a widely deployed fighter aircraft from that era. With that thought, a radiant smile illuminated Afra's stunning visage as she affectionately draped her arm around Tang Yuqi's smooth, rounded shoulder, exclaiming with joy, "The presence of a World War II fighter aircraft signifies that we are not the first to set foot on this island. There have been others before us, pioneers of this land. We are still on Earth, having not traversed time and space. Ha ha ha. We have entered a lost sea. How exhilarating." Afra's laughter rang out, vibrant and cheerful. The others, equally exhilarated, paid little heed to her elation. After 4 days of distress and 3 days on the deserted isle, their experiences were a stark contrast to their prior understanding of the tropics. The flora and fauna here were not products of this era. While they did not wholly believe in time travel, they had once doubted the existence of dinosaurs. Yet now they were compelled to accept that dinosaurs still thrived. The discovery of a World War II fighter aircraft amidst the dense forest assured them that they remained on Earth, in the familiar and beloved homeland of their time. They had not crossed into another world nor transcended time. They found themselves in a peculiar sea, one that had been discovered long ago yet remained largely unexplored. Perhaps once revealed but now shrouded in mystery. Tang Yuqi clutched her diary tightly, her beautiful face breaking into a smile as she nodded in agreement. This was indeed monumental news. She lifted her gaze toward the aircraft wreckage and thought of her grandfather, currently in their makeshift dwelling. "I must tell Grandpa about this wonderful discovery," she exclaimed urgently. Seeing Tang Yuqi hastily depart, Afra paused to reflect before following suit. The aircraft wreckage had already been scoured by others. Aside from the metallic remnants useful for crafting tools, little of utility remained, and no trace of the pilot was found. Given the era in which this aircraft served, no one anticipated discovering a pilot nearby, for too much time had elapsed. The dark, towering rocks stood like an indomitable shield against the tumultuous waves of the sea. These rocks were substantial, resembling a small mountain. At the junction where the rear met the ground, there was a cave over 2 meters high, 3 meters deep, and 4 meters wide, providing ample space. Tang Yuanqing and his companions utilized the cave as a foundation, crafting a makeshift enclosure with wooden stakes and vines to seal the entrance, leaving only a small wooden door. In the end, a humble dwelling took shape. This is the sanctuary painstakingly constructed by Tang Yuanqing and his companions. Although rudimentary, it provides shelter from the wind and rain, making it remarkably comfortable under the current circumstances. The primary reason for this comfort lies in the abundance of tools available within the lifeboat. Without them, erecting a shelter of any semblance in such a short time would be nearly impossible. Among the distressed travelers, there are many sharp minds. In just 3 days, over a dozen temporary shelters have sprung up near this reef, all built by travelers huddling together for warmth. The more basic shelters consist of wooden frames and vines adorned with leaves, resembling makeshift triangular tents that offer minimal protection from the elements. More luxurious constructions, like those of Tang Yuanqing and his group, utilize the naturally formed caves of the rocks as a foundation, enhanced with wooden stakes and vines to create a comfortable dwelling. However, this exceptional cave is the only one of its kind. Inside reside Yuan Xinghua and his wife, alongside Tang Yuanqing, Tang Yuqi, and Afura, totaling 5 individuals. Due to their age, Yuan Xinghua and his wife rarely venture outside the cave. Even when one leaves, another stays behind to guard against theft. At this moment, Yuan Xinghua is searching for fresh ingredients by the sea, leaving only Pan Meili and Tang Yuanqing in the cave. Upon hearing Tang Yuqi's words, Tang Yuanqing's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "A World War II aircraft? Could it be that someone from the American Federation discovered this place 70 years ago?" Tang Yuqi replied, "I am uncertain, but they confirmed it to be wreckage from a World War II plane." Tang Yuanqing furrowed his brow, his eyelids slightly lowered. Lost in contemplation. This situation is exceedingly peculiar. If the American Federation had indeed discovered this location during World War II, the extraordinary phenomena present on this island would have caused a global sensation. It is inconceivable that no news has emerged until now. Unless, of course, that aircraft accidentally landed here, and its crash on the island prevented any reports from reaching the outside world, thus remaining undiscovered to this day. As this thought crossed his mind, Tang Yuanqing's pupils constricted, and he involuntarily inhaled sharply. This is not a favorable revelation. While it is reassuring to ascertain that they are still on Earth and have not traversed time and space, the implications are daunting. A mysterious, uncharted marine expanse. An untouched wilderness yet to be discovered. This raises significant questions. Why is there no entry or exit here? How is it possible that dinosaurs, long thought extinct for millions of years, remain in this place? Why has such a vast island eluded discovery? Tang Yuanqing's furrowed brow deepened, forming a pronounced crease, as a sense of foreboding weighed heavily upon him. Amidst the boundless Pacific Ocean, a fishing vessel adorned with the flag of Huaxia slices through the waves, leaving a trail of white foam upon the azure surface. The vessel measures over 60 meters in length, with visible signs of corrosion from seawater, revealing patches of rust. A young man with dark skin stands at the stern, one hand grasping a telescope to survey the expansive sea, while the other holds a walkie-talkie, lamenting, "Third uncle, we have been searching this area for several days now. Must we continue?" It has been 4 days since the disappearance of the Sidel cruise ship, and despite the numerous helicopters and rescue vessels deployed, not a trace of the ship has been discovered. Our small, dilapidated boat continues to search. But what purpose does it serve? Today marks the 4th day since the Sidel cruise ship went missing. 4 days ago, around 10:12 a.m., the Sidel deviated from its course and lost contact. An hour later, at 11:12 a.m., nearby vessels received a faint but prolonged distress signal from the Sidel, indicating that the ship had suffered a severe collision, compelling the captain to evacuate all crew members and passengers onto lifeboats for their safety. The news of the Sidel's misfortune reverberated across the globe, marking one of the gravest maritime disasters in recent decades. Over 2,000 tourists were aboard the cruise, the majority of whom were citizens of the United States. The relevant companies swiftly confirmed the situation and appealed for urgent assistance from the international community, requesting nearby vessels and authorities to organize rescue operations promptly to ensure the safety of the crew. Given the magnitude of the incident and the involvement of many American citizens, the international community responded with considerable attention and support. On that very day, more than 100 vessels, along with dozens of helicopters, joined the search and rescue efforts. By the following day, the number of rescue ships had exceeded 200, including military vessels from the United States. However, an eerie phenomenon soon unfolded. Despite the extensive efforts of over 200 ships scouring the designated waters, not a single trace of the Sidel or its crew could be found. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. As the days passed, we now find ourselves on the 4th day of this search. With each passing day, the likelihood of a successful rescue diminishes significantly. Voices of frustration crackled over the radio. "Damn it, where do you keep getting all this trouble? Are we listening to you, or to my uncle? There are over 100 of our compatriots on the Sidel, and you heartless fool only care about money, disregarding lives." A young man rolled his eyes, eager to retort that it was not his lack of compassion but rather that this area had already been scoured by other vessels. Just as he was about to speak, the scene before him transformed dramatically. In the once azure horizon, An endless expanse of heavy clouds suddenly emerged, revealing a vast and boundless landmass suspended above the sea of clouds. Majestic mountains rose and fell, resembling a mystical realm or an ethereal island floating amidst the heavens. Chapter 19. The Window, the Realm of Poseidon. What a magnificent mirage! The young man, Lucien, a 16-year-old dropout, had spent the past 6 years navigating the seas on fishing boats under the guidance of his uncle. Although he had witnessed mirages before, he had never encountered one as breathtaking as this. He gasped in awe, lifting his binoculars to gaze into the distance. Suddenly, a red object on the surface of the water caught his attention. Lucien hastily adjusted the focus of his binoculars, and the red object gradually came into clearer view. It was a brand-new red suitcase, floating serenely with the currents. A flash of inspiration struck him. Could it be debris from the ill-fated saddle cruise ship? While he was uncertain, the possibility ignited a fire within him. The thought of potentially being the first in the world to uncover a clue related to the saddle ship filled him with exhilaration. His eyes sparkling with ambition, a yearning for fame and fortune. Uncle, stop the boat. Stop the boat. I found a clue, Lucien exclaimed, turning to wave towards the cockpit, oblivious to whether his uncle could hear him, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. What? You've discovered something? His uncle, surprised yet skeptical, was taken aback by Lucien's words. Yes, Lucien turned to point in the direction of the suitcase he had just seen. However, the sea was now calm, the waves barely rippling. He was left speechless, utterly bewildered. Hey, Lucien, what did you find? His uncle's impatient voice crackled through the intercom. Lucien swallowed hard, cursing under his breath. Damn it, what the hell? Are you messing with me, uncle? His uncle, mistaking Lucien's comments for jest, was instantly incensed. While he could tolerate Lucien's fixation on money or occasional laziness, he could not abide the mockery of a tragedy, as it was a flagrant violation of moral integrity and a desecration of the victims. You little rascal, just wait. If I don't show you what real consequences are today, then I am not your uncle. His uncle's voice brimmed with anger. I just witnessed the most spectacular mirage, and I spotted a suitcase on the water. I can't be sure it belonged to the saddle, but it could very well belong to one of its passengers. But just as I turned to speak to you, both the mirage and the suitcase vanished. It's utterly bizarre, Lucien explained, pulling out his phone. His binoculars were equipped with a camera that could capture the view and upload it directly to his device via a local network. This had become a habit for Lucien over the years, as it allowed him to easily capture stunning images and videos, gaining more attention when shared online. You little brat, there is no mirage at all. Do you think I'm blind? With a grumbling demeanor, Uncle Sam strode out of the cockpit and onto the deck. His appearance was unremarkable, resembling that of a man in his 40s, yet he was tall and robust. Years spent at sea had rendered his skin a deep bronze, akin to ancient metalwork, and his muscular physique glistened under the sun, exuding strength. In a mere 5 seconds of footage, his phone screen vividly displayed the breathtaking mirage he had just witnessed, alongside a suitcase drifting lazily with the current. Upon seeing this, Lucien's pupils constricted, his mind momentarily blank. This situation had taken on an even more sinister tone. How could such an awe-inspiring mirage vanish into thin air? And where had the suitcase, clearly floating on the water, disappeared to? As he stood in a daze, Uncle Sam had already approached Lucien. A glance at Lucien's phone left him momentarily speechless. The screen was looping the recent footage, the magnificent mirage and a red suitcase bobbing on the sea's surface. Recognizing the software interface, Uncle Sam realized Lucien had not been lying. He too used the same application. And it was not the first time he had seen Lucien's videos captured through a telescope. Sometimes, he even appeared on camera, showcasing his chiseled torso and powerful muscles, reveling in the praise from the comments section. Damn, you weren't lying, Uncle Sam muttered, staring at the footage in disbelief. He lifted his gaze to the vast sea, where there was no sign of either the mirage or the suitcase. Yet the recorded footage could not be fabricated. This indicated a serious matter. Uncle Sam's expression turned grave as he seized the walkie-talkie and commanded, "Attention, immediately drop anchor. Do not shut down the engine. Prepare to combat the current and keep the vessel in this position. Do not move." As he set down the small yacht, he had already grasped Lucien's arm, leading him onto the gently descending vessel. Once aboard, Uncle Sam's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed back at the course they had just traversed, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. "You clever lad, if I'm not mistaken, we're about to strike it rich." His keen gaze scanned the surrounding waters, seeking the recently appeared mirage. As he continued, "Have you ever heard the legend of the Devil's Sea?" Lucien paused for a few moments, shaking his head. He truly hadn't heard of any such legend. Uncle San elaborated, "It's an ancient local tale." Lucien, taken aback, replied, "Uncle, you can't possibly think that what I just filmed is the realm of the sea god Ceres? There are no sea gods in this world. It must merely be the myths of nearby tribes." While he certainly did not believe in the existence of a sea god's realm after decades of wandering, he had encountered his fair share of peculiar occurrences. Many events in this world are not without foundation. Myths are often the interpretations of ancient events by our forebears, shaped by their limited understanding, and thus have gradually transformed into seemingly absurd legends. The yacht navigated along its previous course for merely 300 or 400 meters when the scenery before them underwent a dramatic transformation. In the distance, where the sky and sea were meant to merge, a dense veil of mist enveloped the boundless expanse of ocean, resembling a cloud ocean that obscured both heaven and earth. An endless continent loomed above the heavy shroud of clouds, its undulating mountains appearing like a mighty dragon lying upon the vast land, fierce and imposing. The two, an uncle and his nephew, gazed at this mirage, reminiscent of a fantastical oasis, their faces alight with astonishment and joy. How magnificent it was! As their thoughts shifted, another idea emerged in their minds, the legendary realm of the sea god, the lost oceanic domain. This must be the fabled kingdom of the sea god from local mythology, for there exists no other explanation for the wonders laid before their eyes. That expansive land may not be an illusion at all, but rather a genuine continent. Chapter 20. The Stupefying World. The Lost Sea Region. Third uncle, is this truly the legendary realm of the sea god? Lucien gazed in awe at the magnificent sight before him, his mind a blank canvas, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The scene unfolding was nothing short of breathtaking and utterly surreal. In an instant, the landscape transformed dramatically, evoking numerous thoughts within Lucien. Portals of space, dimensional realms, alternate worlds, paradisiacal abodes. These concepts, shaped by modern cinema, television, and literature, were familiar to him. Yet, he could not precisely categorize the extraordinary phenomenon before him. However, he immediately grasped one crucial realization. They were on the brink of prosperity. Third uncle, we have struck gold. We have. Lucien's eyes sparkled with excitement. His face flushed as if painted, his hands gripping his uncle's sturdy shoulders tightly, exclaiming with unrestrained enthusiasm, "This place surely harbored treasures. Should they manage to uncover its riches, they would not merely rival nations in wealth, but amass fortunes beyond imagination." Before Lucien could finish his fervent declaration, third uncle's countenance darkened, akin to being smeared with black ink. His piercing eyes narrowed, radiating a fierce, predatory glint, and he swiftly delivered a stinging slap to Lucien's cheek, leaving him seeing stars. "Treasure hunting? Are you not afraid of losing your life in the process?" Third uncle scolded, his gaze fixed on the seemingly endless land before them. A tempest of turmoil brewing within him, matching Lucien's fervor. Yet, he was not foolish, refraining from letting the bizarre spectacle and the allure of potential gain cloud his judgment. Lucien, stung by the slap, felt a profound sense of humiliation. While he acknowledged the validity of his uncle's concerns, the prospect of seizing untold wealth was too enticing to discard. If the youth do not possess fervor, what then distinguishes them as young? He retorted, "What if we have the chance to become immensely wealthy? What does danger matter in comparison?" Third uncle, this is a divine opportunity bestowed upon us. Yes, there is certainly a degree of peril involved. But consider this, can a lifetime of fishing ever compare to the rewards of seeking treasure within? Third uncle shot Lucien a sidelong glance, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "You little rascal, you know nothing. Think for a moment, if we find no treasure, that would be one thing. But if we do, will they simply let us be?" He glanced at the fishing vessel, his mind clear. Although the boat was his, and the crew had been with him for years, he knew that should they stumble upon a treasure of immense value, those men would not be easily appeased. Either they would demand their share, or dire consequences would follow. If it were merely a matter of sharing, that could be negotiated. But who could guarantee that no one would be tempted by greed, seeking to claim it all for themselves? This was international waters. After all, taking a life could be brushed aside if concealed properly. Who would know? If wealth were at stake, third uncle would undoubtedly choose to exploit this mysterious sea region, the fabled realm of deities. Yet he was merely an ordinary fisherman, devoid of wealth and companions. And the notion of uncovering the secrets of this maritime expanse without arousing suspicion was utterly implausible. His uncle was acutely aware of this. Rather than fixating on unattainable riches, it would be far more prudent to contemplate how to transform this discovery into easily accessible wealth. Lucien momentarily faltered, then grasped the reality. However, as he gazed upon the magnificent scene before him, his inner greed and desire swelled, and he clenched his teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "Are we to simply watch as this treasure vanishes before our eyes?" His uncle sighed in disappointment, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap across Lu Xian's face. The sound resonating crisply. Irritated, he scolded, "You ineffectual little brat. Use your brain. If we wish to profit, must we necessarily venture into danger? What era are we in? We are in the age of internet technology, with myriad ways to make money. Why must we choose the most perilous route?" Dazed by the slap, Lu Xian, upon hearing his uncle's words, understood that his uncle was not intending to abandon the treasure before them, and his feelings of reluctance swiftly dissipated. He swallowed hard, his face alight with anticipation as he cautiously inquired, "Are you suggesting?" With a subtle smile, his uncle imparted, "Do you know whose money is the easiest to earn?" Lu Xian pondered intently, and after careful consideration, ventured an answer, "Women?" His uncle's smile broadened. Yet he shook his head. With profound significance, he declared, "It is the money of fans that is most readily acquired. Just look at those experts and influencers. How effortlessly they amass wealth through live streaming. We may not be the first to discover the realm of the sea god, but we can certainly be the first to expose it. Envision a mythical, lost ocean, an ancient and undisclosed mysterious continent. What does that signify? We would be akin to Columbus discovering a new world. With this revelation, we would be the modern-day Columbus, the discoverers and pioneers of a mythical realm. Once we disseminate this news, accompanied by videos and photographs, imagine the impact we could have on the international stage. At that point, we could publicly invite other vessels to explore the sea god's kingdom, merely exchanging information with them and posting it across various platforms. Just think of the number of followers we would amass on Twitter and other social media. At that juncture, the money would flow abundantly. We could even establish a company, naming it the New World Exploration and Development Group, raising funds online through crowdfunding. Isn't this far better than risking our lives? Lu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the triumphant expression on his uncle's face. Utterly unable to reconcile the astute businessman before him with the rough-hewn man he had always known. "Uncle, you," he stammered, awestruck by his uncle's ingenuity. Unsure of how to commend such a brilliant idea. It was nothing short of perfection. There would be no need to brave perilous adventures in the mysterious ocean, while simultaneously gaining unprecedented honor and fame. If one could earn money while reclining, why venture into danger? Lu Xian contemplated the colossal fortunes amassed by prominent streamers and felt utterly convinced. The renown of the divine realm and the title of the New Age Columbus could hardly rival the allure of those internet celebrities. He respectfully acknowledged, "I was indeed foolish. Uncle, please direct me on what I should do." Uncle chuckled, patting Lu Xian on the shoulder, and reassured him, "You are still young, with much to learn. Rest assured. You are my only nephew. I have no children of my own, and I would never forget you when fortune smiles upon me. In this venture, kinship is the most reliable ally. Once the company is established, you shall have your share." Motivated by his uncle's words, Lu Xian felt his heart race with excitement, his breathing quickening. Words escaped him as he nodded fervently. Uncle smiled and said, "Well then, to earn great wealth, we must first commence our work." Under his uncle's guidance, Lu Xian maneuvered a small yacht to measure the expanse of the waters that offered a glimpse into the realm of the sea god. Upon measurement, they discovered that only this 100-meter-long and 30-meter-wide stretch of sea revealed the ancient deity's domain. Beyond this area, the scenery transformed entirely. They could not fathom the reason behind this phenomenon, attributing it merely to divine mystery. Having ascertained the portal's dimensions, the uncle and nephew conducted numerous experiments and retrieved a floating suitcase from the sea's surface. The suitcase bore a waterlogged tag detailing its owner and origin. Passenger Helen Teal of room 921 aboard the Saddle cruise ship. This revelation sent waves of exhilaration through both of them, further solidifying their belief that the Saddle had inadvertently trespassed into the legendary realm of the sea god and faced an unknown assault. In just 3 hours, they amassed a wealth of data sufficient to substantiate the existence of the sea god's domain. Yet, this was not the most critical factor. The area surrounding the mysterious portal was plagued by intense electromagnetic interference. Not only did compasses render themselves utterly useless, but even satellite signals had faltered hundreds of nautical miles away. To pinpoint a location in the vast ocean without clear reference points, the only recourse was celestial navigation. Having set sail for a living since the age of 15, Uncle had over 2 decades of experience. He had learned the ancient art of celestial navigation from a seasoned mariner. As the stars emerged, he employed this time-honored method to accurately locate the portal in these waters, finally returning home with a sense of fulfillment. That night, a video went viral across the internet, captivating the world with its sensational title, The Vanished Saddle Cruise Ship Lost in the Ancient Divine Realm. Chapter 21, The Researcher from Huaxia in Recent Days. The most talked-about topic globally has undoubtedly been the mysterious disappearance of the Sidel cruise ship. While maritime accidents are not uncommon and occur every few years, the vanishing of the Sidel cruise ship is particularly perplexing. An hour before its distress, the vessel abruptly deviated from its course, even losing contact with satellites. Shortly thereafter, a faint distress signal was detected, seemingly obstructed by some form of interference. What followed was even more bizarre. Over 200 ships, along with numerous rescue helicopters, collaborated in searching the relevant maritime regions, and the federal military even deployed satellites for the search. Yet, the Sidel cruise ship's whereabouts remained elusive, nothing at all. It appeared to have vanished into thin air. Logically, such an occurrence is entirely implausible. A vessel of that size, even if it were to sink, would leave behind identifiable wreckage. How could it simply disappear without a trace? As days passed, the chances of rescuing the passengers aboard the Sidel cruise ship grew increasingly grim. Despite the efforts of private rescue teams, international search groups, and humanitarian missions from various nations, no clues were found, not even a fragment of debris linked to the Sidel cruise ship. This only heightened the discussions surrounding the vessel. Everyone was eager to uncover the truth behind the Sidel cruise ship's fate. Where were its passengers now? As time went on, speculations regarding the Sidel cruise ship proliferated. Some posited that it had inadvertently entered a military testing area, resulting in an attack by the federal forces. Others suggested that the cruise ship, carrying predominantly federal citizens, had fallen victim to an assault by the anti-federalist terrorist organization. There were even those who ventured to claim that the Sidel had traversed into another realm altogether. Yet, no one could provide compelling evidence. All such conjectures remained mere speculation. Amidst this tumult, a shocking revelation began to circulate online. The Sidel cruise ship had become lost in the fabled domain of the sea god, a realm of deities. Such an outrageous claim was met with skepticism. Upon the video's release, the comment section erupted with derision aimed at the shipowner, known as Uncle San, who was accused of exploiting the tragedy for attention, deemed a vile and despicable act. The video gained traction, capturing the attention of a wider audience and inciting further scorn. However, when the footage reached the family of Helen Techer, they identified their daughter's belongings from the suitcases depicted in the video and reached out to Uncle San. As this news spread, public sentiment shifted dramatically. People were astonished that Uncle San had unearthed items belonging to the passengers of the Sidel cruise ship. It is noteworthy that prior to this, over 200 ships, including federal rescue teams, had turned up empty-handed. Yet, they had discovered a genuine lead, an authentic clue. Once the identity of the owner of the suitcase was established, attention inevitably turned to the realm of deities mentioned by the enigmatic Uncle San in the video. The legendary Lost Sea, which he dubbed the mysterious domain of the Great Wasteland. The disappearance of the cruise ship, the realm of ancient gods. The Lost Sea, these myriad elements converged, instantly igniting a frenzy online and propelling the topic of the Sidel cruise's disappearance to unprecedented heights. The shock of witnessing elements that previously resided solely within mythological tales and treasure hunting films manifesting in reality was beyond imagination. It was akin to a colossal meteor crashing into New York, sending tremors throughout the world. In Huaxia, the Mountain Sea Geological Exploration Institute stands as a public-private collaborative research entity primarily engaged in sampling and studying the mountains, rivers, and remote mystical locations across the nation. However, what they precisely investigate remains largely unclear to the majority of the researchers, who were solely responsible for sampling, analyzing, and submitting reports to their superiors. Yang Panwei, a newcomer at the Mountain Sea Geological Exploration Institute, is a fledgling who has been with the institute for less than 2 years. In an organization where the average age of researchers hovers around 30 to 40, the under 25 Yang Panwei is a rare youthful presence. The atmosphere of the institute, in the past, could hardly be described as vibrant. It was rather somber, with everyone engrossed in their own tasks and minimal casual conversation during work hours. Yet tonight, the institute buzzed with an unusual liveliness. A group of researchers congregated, fervently discussing something. Some were impassioned, others contemplative, and still others visibly agitated. This was the scene that greeted Yang Panwei as she entered the institute. Yang Panwei possesses a delicate and striking appearance. and the white lab coat she dons adds an air of intellectual beauty, enhancing her unique charm. Her long, lustrous black hair is elegantly gathered at the back, protected by a blue disposable hairnet to prevent contamination of the samples collected from various locales across the country. Upon entering the institute and witnessing this peculiar spectacle, she had yet to voice her curiosity when a middle-aged female researcher, with whom she shared a cordial rapport, approached her. Xiaoya, come quickly, take a look at this. Yang Panhua offered a gentle smile as she stepped forward. She accepted the researcher's tablet, where a video posted on Twitter captured her attention with its bold headline, "The Disappeared Seidel Cruise Lost in the Ancient Realm of Deities." Upon reading the title, Yang Panhua could not help but furrow her brows. The Seidel Cruise's disappearance had garnered significant global attention, and she often encountered news reports regarding it domestically. Having previously discussed the matter with friends, she was not unfamiliar with the situation. It was precisely due to her familiarity that she found herself increasingly discontent with the sensationalized headline. Such a noisy ploy for attention. This is utterly ridiculous. The realm of deities? What on earth is that? In a state of confusion, Yang Panhua clicked on the video. It was lengthy, over 40 minutes, detailing how Uncle San and his associates discovered the portal to the Lost Sea and the various tests conducted on this portal. Thus, after much contemplation, I have arrived at this decision. Let all that I have witnessed, comprehended, and acquired be made public. If this truly is the fabled realm of deities, the lost ancient seas, then it ought to be regarded as a precious treasure belonging to all of humanity. This is merely my insignificant discovery, yet for all humankind, it represents an unparalleled opportunity to understand our origins, interpret ancient myths, and connect with our Mother Earth. In the interest of expediting the rescue of the victims aboard the Seder cruise ship, I shall disclose the coordinates to the gateway of the sea goddess realm to the world. I urge those who wish to save the Seder cruise ship and are willing to place their trust in me to gather at these coordinates tomorrow. Having watched the entire video, Yang Panhua furrowed her brows, feeling an overwhelming sense of incredulity. How absurd! The realm of the sea god? The domain of deities? Without delving into the existence of such beings, if there truly exists such a region in the Pacific Ocean, how could it possibly evade satellite observation? Surely, it cannot be the power of the divine at play. The middle-aged female researcher lamented. Doesn't it feel particularly astonishing? Just then, the leader announced that 3 individuals would be selected from our institute to investigate this matter in the Pacific waters. Yang Panhua, her lips as red as rose petals, parted slightly to reveal her pearly white teeth, her expression one of utter astonishment. The leader intends to send someone to investigate this? This is not merely within the country. It is in the distant, vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Could it be that the leader has been swayed by the video's assertions? Otherwise, why the urgent desire to dispatch personnel? Shouldn't we wait for others to ascertain the veracity of the claims? Or does the leader possess alternative channels of information? Upon learning of the leader's intention to send a team, Yang Panhua's previous disdain for the video's content vanished, replaced by a profound sense of curiosity and uncertainty. Chapter 22. Yang Su's sister, the mysterious whispers of the forest. The video from my uncle was released around 9 o'clock in the evening, though not in the time zone of Huaxia, but rather the local time. Since its release, a mere 6 hours have elapsed, yet on Twitter, one of the most popular social media platforms globally, it has amassed over 70 million views, 13 million likes, and 3 million shares. The comments have surged to an astounding 5 million, expressed in dozens of languages. Oh God, I truly hope this news is authentic. Drawn here by curiosity, I'll give a thumbs up and await further updates. Wow, my uncle is incredible. Haha, he has brought honor to us Huaxia people. I am highly skeptical of the claims made in the video. If those from China discovered the realm of the divine, would they genuinely be so benevolent as to publicly disclose its coordinates? That would undoubtedly be the greatest joke of this century. Will they really reveal the coordinates of the divine realm? The domain of the divine is sacred and should not be desecrated. Your actions infringe upon the majesty of the divine. May Lord Shiva forgive such sinners as you. Inside the captain's cabin of the fishing vessel, my uncle and Lucien sat on the bed, perusing the myriad comments from around the world as well as the rapidly increasing follower count, their smiles wide and unabashed. Uncle, we have reached 3 million followers. 3 million followers. Lucien exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, almost bursting into song to express his exhilaration. He had managed his Twitter account for 3 years, amassing just over 700 followers. Now, with just one video, this account had ballooned to 3 million followers. The astonishing part is that this is merely the beginning. The video had only been uploaded for a few hours. If the current trend continues, Surpassing 10 million followers seems entirely feasible. Reaching 7 or 8 million is undoubtedly within reach. At present, the majority remain skeptical of the video's content. But once they realize that the descriptions are not fabrications, a new wave of enthusiasm will undoubtedly ensue, making the milestone of 10 million followers almost effortless. What does having 10 million followers signify? As long as one avoids folly, even the slightest amount of common sense can lead to substantial financial gains. Lucien continuously refreshed the webpage, watching the follower and comment statistics change in real time, his faith in my uncle's plan unwavering, coupled with immense admiration. This was far more exhilarating than embarking on an adventure into the divine realm. Suddenly, a particular comment caught his eye, causing Lucien's smile to falter. This comment sent a shiver down his spine, as if he had plunged into a frigid cold storage. After the initial joy, he suddenly recognized a troubling possibility. While this sensationalism could bring them unimaginable profits, it might also invite unforeseen calamities. You uncle, take a look at this? Oui. Lucien nervously presented his phone to my uncle, his expression tense. My uncle glanced at the comment, letting out a disdainful chuckle. Fool. How can you expect to achieve great things if you tremble at the slightest disturbance? Do you know where this is? This is international waters. No nation can effectively claim any part of the high seas as its sovereign territory. No nation shall claim any part of the high seas as its own, nor shall it exercise jurisdiction over the high seas themselves. The entrance to the realm of the sea god lies within these waters, adjacent not to the territories of the Commonwealth, but to those of the nations of the South Seas, where the Commonwealth holds the most formidable influence. Do you truly believe that our country could clandestinely exploit the vast wilderness without the world noticing? The greater the uproar, the more nations that take notice. The less likely it becomes for powers such as the Commonwealth to monopolize the realm of the sea god, which is ultimately in our favor. Do you think I, your uncle, have become so muddled as to overlook such matters? While it may be prudent to keep things under wraps, should whispers escape within a limited circle, do you not believe that our lives would be forfeit by dawn? Lucien scratched his head, genuinely perplexed by the intricacies at play. With a swift motion, his uncle delivered a sharp slap, causing Lucien to see stars. Irritated, he retorted, Fool. After all I've said, you still fail to grasp the essence. This territory does not belong to us to govern. What retribution can be sought when the matter remains shrouded in uncertainty? You are already trembling at this triviality and yet aspire to profit from it. Disappointed, his uncle shook his head, exasperated by Lucien's naivety and lack of courage, stating, Before the video was released, I had already submitted the data to the authorities, but do you think they would believe our findings? This matter is far simpler than you perceive. Cease pondering such absurdities that leave you in such a fright. After careful reflection, Lucien acknowledged the wisdom in his uncle's words. If one had not witnessed it firsthand, who would believe it? Moreover, the high seas of the Pacific are open to all. No nation can claim dominion over them. Today marks the third day since Yang Su and his forces embarked on their journey. They set out at dawn on the first day, reaching the Blackstone town of the Bluebird Tribe just before nightfall. However, upon departing from Blackstone town, the circumstances shifted dramatically. The vast wilderness was shrouded in darkness, with towering ancient trees and dense underbrush obscuring all visibility. Navigating through this thriving jungle posed a challenge with every step. Often, the troops were compelled to clear a path while proceeding cautiously. As the sun set, the 300 soldiers had traversed only 20 to 30 miles through the thicket. The dangers lurking in the wilderness at night were countless, making nocturnal marches a perilous endeavor. Thus, while the sun still cast its light, Yang Su prudently halted the advance and commanded the troops to set up camp. They established their encampment beside the steep cliffs of the Black Rock Mountains. The Bluebird tribe erected temporary shelters on the cliffs, their keen eyesight undeterred by the deepening darkness, allowing them to see far even at night. The elevation not only afforded them a better vantage point, but also enhanced their mobility. The Qingqiu Fox tribe set up tents against the stone wall to avoid being surrounded, constructing a 2-meter-high wooden fence outside the camp to further secure their safety. Though largely ineffective against colossal beasts, it can nonetheless deter a significant portion of trouble. The Merfolk, concealed within the frigid depths of the cliffs, cannot stray far from rivers and lakes, lest they face dire consequences. The night was profound, as if shrouded in a dense ink, devoid of any light. Most of the tents had succumbed to darkness, save for a faint glow emanating from Yang Su's pavilion. Judging by its size, his tent was only marginally larger than those of the ordinary soldiers. The sole distinction lay in the fact that while a regular soldier's tent accommodated 10 individuals, his was intended for one, with the occasional invitation extended to 2 enchanting beauties to contemplate the mysteries of yin and yang. Of course, Typically, when encamped deep in the forest, Yang Su refrained from frivolous pursuits. Maintaining abundant energy and vitality was paramount for survival. Within the tent, Yang Su was bent over a writing desk, fervently chronicling his observations from the journey. Two alluring beauties from the Qingqiu clan attended to him, lighting his lamp, pouring tea, grinding ink, and providing a soothing massage. Today, as we passed by Swallow Fortress, I observed birds chirping merrily upon the cliffside, obscuring the sky and sun. This is a favorable sign, indicating that no beasts have traversed this area recently. After a brief pause, Yang Su furrowed his brow and continued his writing. At that moment, a melodious female voice rang out from beyond the tent. "Elder brother, it is me, Where. May I enter?" Yang Su halted his pen, lifting his gaze toward the tent's entrance, his eyes narrowing with a piercing chill. He had a younger sister and a brother. His sister, Yang Panyu, had just begun her university studies when he ventured into this untamed land, and by now, it had been 2 years since her graduation. Yet, it was inconceivable that she could appear here. Chapter 23, Mythical Beasts, the sea giant on a moonless night. The dense forest suddenly echoed with eerie sounds. While an ordinary person would have been paralyzed with fear, Yang Su, having lived in the wilderness for 4.5 years, had encountered countless bizarre phenomena. Confronted with this unexpected disturbance, he displayed no sign of trepidation. He set down his feather quill, rose to his feet, and grasped his long spear. Moving to the threshold of the tent, with an indifferent expression, he called out to the figure outside the curtain, "Come in." Outside the tent, a strikingly beautiful young girl lingered, her large, dark eyes fixed on the tent's entrance. Her attire, modern and chic, a pair of fitted jeans and a simple white jacket, would have appeared unremarkable in a contemporary city. Yet, in this desolate wilderness, her appearance was jarringly out of place, lending an air of the uncanny to the scene. The darkened forest suddenly buzzed with activity. Shadows danced within the thicket, countless ghostly figures converging toward the military camp of Sioux Nation. The girl lifted the tent's curtain. In an instant, a spear, as if carved from jade, surged forth with the unstoppable force of a falling star, piercing through the girl's ample bosom. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. Her delicate features were marred by shock and confusion. She cast her gaze downward at the spear that had pierced her chest, looking up at Yang Su with a hurt expression, as if unable to fathom that her brother could be so ruthless. Trembling, she extended her slender arm toward him. Her voice choked with emotion. "Brother, why?" Faced with the lament of one who resembled his sister, Yang Su's expression remained impassive, his eyes as cold as eternal ice. A few years prior, he might have felt unease at the girl's plight, given her resemblance to his sister. However, he had since endured countless trials. His heart hardened as iron. Such a wretched creature dared to flaunt itself. Struck by the blow, the light in the girl's eyes dimmed instantly, her breath fading away. Upon closer inspection, she was no longer human. She had transformed into a loathsome beast. Resembling a hairless ape, it bore gray-black scales, with razor-sharp claws akin to gleaming daggers. Its head was serpentine, with elongated fangs that exuded a menacing aura. Its gaping maw was exaggeratedly large, capable of devouring a human head in an instant. Observing the creature's transformation, Yang Su's demeanor remained devoid of emotion. It was a heart-stealer. In this primitive world, such monsters were both rudimentary and common. These creatures lived in packs, often hunting in groups of hundreds, and only emerged at night. Though they possessed limited intelligence, they had a peculiar ability to perceive the past of other beings, assuming the form that their victims most desired, thereby luring them into a false sense of security. Just as this heart-stealer had taken on the appearance of Yang Su's sister to entice him into lowering his guard. Had Yang Su chosen to ignore the beast, it would not have intruded upon his tent, but would have quietly departed instead. Such was the survival instinct of these creatures, cautious and timid. Yet, once the prey falls into their trap, the monster responsible for the lure emits a signal of success, prompting the other heart-devouring beasts to surge forth from the shadows, consuming the victim entirely. After vanquishing the lure, Yang Su emerged from the tent. The military camp stood perched upon the cliff, a mere several dozen meters from the dense forest, granting a broad view. A multitude of heart-devouring monsters erupted from the thicket, gathering outside the camp, over 100 of them. They morphed into forms familiar to the soldiers of the Sioux kingdom, nearly indistinguishable from the citizens of Sioux. This tactic proves highly effective against other beasts lacking intelligence or possessing only primitive intellect, rendering them unable to discern friend from foe and plunging them into chaos. However, this time, they faced a group of humans. Before the heart-devouring monsters could launch their assault on the camp, A volley of arrows sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, descending from above and effortlessly piercing the skulls of the monsters. Every shot found its mark, swiftly eliminating dozens of the heart-devouring creatures. Realizing the peril, the remaining monsters raised their heads, emitting inaudible shrieks, and without hesitation, fled towards the forest behind them. Yet, Yang Su had deliberately set a trap. He would not allow the heart-devouring monsters to escape so easily. In the instant the Qingqiu clan made their move, soldiers from the Qingqiu Fox Clan surged forth from the shadows of the tents, their trident-like weapons striking out at the monsters outside the enclosure. Simultaneously, the Qingqiu clan completed their second barrage and commenced a third round of slaughter. In mere seconds, the more than 100 heart-devouring monsters outside the camp were annihilated, with the majority falling to the arrows of the Qingqiu. As the battle concluded, the soldiers of the Su kingdom remained composed, expertly clearing the battlefield. The Qingqiu circled above the camp, scanning the horizon for any further attacks. The Qingqiu Fox Clan gathered all the heart-devouring corpses, stacking them in front of the camp, awaiting Yang Su's orders. These social, lowly monsters ranked slightly above rats on the Su kingdom's list of adversaries. Once their tricks were unveiled, they were utterly defenseless. Once the battlefield was tidied, Yunxiao descended from the sky, bow in hand, and stood respectfully before Yang Su. A simple greeting exchanged, devoid of superfluous words, such was Yunxiao's manner. Yang Su nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Well done, remain vigilant. The heart-devouring monsters were cautious and timid, fleeing at the slightest hint of danger. The Qingqiu clan had discovered their presence but chose to remain hidden, allowing the monsters to believe they had succeeded. It was the soldiers' unwavering trust and cooperation that facilitated this successful ambush. Yunxiao raised his right arm across his chest in a gesture of respect, then took flight. Yang Su approached the mountain of heart-devouring corpses, his right hand outstretched, summoning an ancient bronze tome from the air. Absorb. The tome radiated blinding red light, illuminating the heap of bodies. Those touched by the crimson glow dissolved before the eye, as if melting like snow beneath the scorching sun, seemingly erasing their existence. In an instant, the pile of corpses vanished without a trace, leaving only the pungent stench of blood as evidence of the fierce battle that had transpired here. After absorbing the heart snatcher, Yang Su opened the ancient bronze tome. Life energy, 99,600 points. Yang Su nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied with his recent gains. Absorbing a single heart snatcher yielded approximately 10 points of life energy. He was now just 400 points away from unlocking level 2 permissions. He wondered what new species might be revealed by this advancement. The night passed quietly, devoid of any further attacks. With the dawn of the next day, Yang Su set out early with his troops. The journey unfolded remarkably smoothly, encountering only a few formidable beasts, which contributed an additional 200 life energy to Yang Su. With no significant obstacles in sight, before nightfall, the army reached the western coastline, where the thunderous sound of waves crashing against the cliffs could be heard. This time, the campsite was considerably more comfortable, for there existed a concealed encampment along the shore, a frequent resting place for the forces of the Su kingdom. Nestled within a coastal cave, it was only slightly damp, yet nearly devoid of any faults. The cavern was exceedingly spacious, accommodating 300 soldiers without a hint of crowding. Inside, there were already erected tents and shelters, along with a sufficient stockpile of provisions. As darkness enveloped the landscape, the soldiers quickly succumbed to slumber. However, Yang Su stood at the cave's entrance, gazing into the tumultuous ocean beyond, unable to find rest. An inexplicable sensation lingered within him, as if something momentous were on the verge of transpiring. It was an unsettling feeling, akin to the foreboding calm before a tempest. A heavy atmosphere that rendered the air nearly unbreathable. And then it appeared, the sea giant, a creature dwelling within the vast ocean, possessing a human-like upper body. Towering 100 meters tall like a majestic mountain, an awe-inspiring and terrifying being. Chapter 24, The Emergence of the Sea Giant. The Beasts of the Mythical Era. The mere thought of the sea giant instilled a sense of unease in Yang Su. If the griffin was the sovereign of the valley, then the sea giant was undoubtedly the ruler of the ocean, a true mythological creature. Beasts like the griffin pale in comparison to the sea giant, akin to fireflies against the full moon, utterly insignificant. Should the sea giant unleash its fury, the consequences would be unfathomable. In his 4.5 years in the wilderness, Yang Su had encountered the sea giant only once. Yet that singular encounter left an indelible impression on him. It was a force beyond human reckoning. Such was Yang Su's assessment of the sea giant. Even in our technologically advanced modern society, the toll required to confront such a mythological beast is likely beyond imagination. At the very least, Yang Su could not fathom the magnitude of power necessary to vanquish a creature as terrifying as the sea giant. Conventional weapons would be nearly futile against the sea giant. Nuclear weapons? However, the most terrifying aspect of nuclear weaponry is the insurmountable radiation. The sea giant could seamlessly merge into the vast ocean, plunging into the depths in an instant. Whether the devastation caused by a nuclear explosion could indeed annihilate the sea giant remains an open question. While Yang Su pondered this, a dignified and regal mermaid approached him gracefully. She appeared older than the average mermaid, possessing less of youthful exuberance and more the elegance and grace of a mature woman. Her alluring curves quickened the heartbeat of anyone who dared to gaze upon her for too long. Her name was Bei Yao, one of the rare tide watchers of the Merfolk. Unlike ordinary mermaids, tide watchers are acutely attuned to the changes in ocean tides, capable of predicting shifts in currents and weather from 3 to 7 days in advance. Bei Yao served as the weather master for the Su Kingdom, her perceptiveness surpassing even that of meteorological forecasts, playing an indispensable role in the kingdom's prosperity. It was her keen insight into weather patterns that safeguarded the agriculture and fisheries of Su Kingdom from countless losses. Yang Su always exhibited a particular patience towards the kingdom's benefactors. With a warm smile, he inquired, "Haven't you found rest yet?" Bei Yao knelt beside Yang Su, gracefully settling onto the cold stone surface. Her sapphire blue eyes gazed out at the tumultuous expanse of the ocean, filled with deep concern. "I sense a fury emanating from the depths of the sea," she stated. Yang Su's brow furrowed as he felt the oppressive pressure from the western sea, a foreboding sense washing over him. "Is it the sea giant?" he asked intently. With a heavy sigh, Bei Yao provided the answer he dreaded to hear. Alas, only a being as formidable as the sea giant could influence the vast ocean with its emotions. "I am sensing an intense anger, as if something dares to challenge its authority and encroach upon its territory." Yang Su's pupils constricted, his brow knitting into a furrow. Beneath the dim starlight, the ocean appeared ever more profound, akin to a slumbering behemoth that commanded reverence. Whether it be the sea giant or other mythological beings, they seldom appear without reason. They possess their own domains and adhere to their own patterns of behavior. Ordinary ferocious beasts emerging from the ocean would never provoke the wrath of the sea giant. It is akin to a human disregarding an ant or a rabbit scurrying by, neither of which poses any threat. A beast formidable enough to challenge the sea giant and elicit its fury must undoubtedly be exceptionally powerful and terrifying. The onset of a battle involving mythic-level beasts is hardly an auspicious development, in comparison to the potential dangers that lie ahead. Yang Su is far more curious about the nature of the colossal creature that dares to confront one of the ocean's sovereigns. At that moment, a series of roars erupted from the vast ocean, reminiscent of thunderclaps. No one knew the source of the roar, nor could they identify its master. Yet, the sheer might of that thunderous bellow, coupled with an oppressive sensation akin to a mountain crumbling, suggested an imminent threat of death. Yang Su's pupils constricted as he gazed into the profound depths of the ocean, silently acknowledging that it was indeed the voice of the sea giant. The battle had commenced. In truth, the battle had not just begun, it had already reached its conclusion. At the entrance of the sea goddess realm stood a colossal figure, towering like a mountain upon the water, reminiscent of ancient mythological giants. Its stature was 100 meters high, its upper half resembling that of a human, with a bald head adorned by a sharp, singular horn, and skin that flowed like the sea itself. Its lower half transformed into a deep blue vortex, seemingly capable of swallowing the very heavens. As it stood upon the ocean's surface, the previously tranquil waters became tumultuous, waves rising higher and higher, as though boiling in a cauldron. With a mere wave of its enormous hand, the sea giant conjured 100-meter-high waves that instantly engulfed a massive ship. The pressure exerted by the giant caused the vessel to snap in two, erupting into a dazzling display of fireworks as it sank into the turbulent depths below. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 300-meter ships on the surface had already succumbed to the depths. The final ship remained motionless, for all on board were rendered speechless. People gazed in awe at the sea giant that effortlessly overturned the 100-meter vessel, their emotions mirroring the tempestuous sea before them. Tumultuous and overwhelming. It was as though they were in the presence of a deity of the sea. Not long ago, Yang Su's uncle had arrived at the entrance of the sea goddess realm with 30 vessels of varying sizes. This time, with more ships in tow. They located the entrance within 10 minutes. After negotiations, it was decided that smaller boats would navigate through first, followed by the larger vessels adjusting their course and speed accordingly. Initially, progress was remarkably smooth, with over a dozen vessels under 100 meters entering the sea god's domain without attracting the sea giant's attention. However, the situation shifted dramatically as ships exceeding 100 meters began to sail into the realm. The sea giant grew alert upon their arrival. After the third 100-meter vessel entered, the giant emerged, intent on teaching a lesson to the audacious intruders who dared to challenge its authority and trespass upon its territory. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Under the terrifying prowess of the sea giant, 3 colossal vessels, each measuring 100 meters, resembled mere toys in the hands of a child, utterly powerless to resist. The giant extended its arm, and a deep blue hand descended like a collapsing mountain, crashing heavily upon the bow of the third vessel. Boom! With almost no obstruction. The bow was utterly obliterated by the sea giant's strike. The sea surged wildly, and the ship sank at a visibly alarming rate. Among those present, Lucien experienced the most complex of emotions. Clinging to the railing, he gazed at the battle unfolding within the portal, his legs trembling and unsteady. At this moment, he felt an immense relief for having heeded his uncle's advice, avoiding the folly of venturing into that mysterious and perilous maritime realm. Otherwise, the thought of the sea giant's fierce and domineering figure made Lucien dizzy. He wished never to return to this place in his lifetime. However, his uncle harbored different sentiments. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow as he scrutinized the recently recorded video. His eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, fear of the sea giant intertwined with hope and fervor for the future. His uncle understood that he was on the brink of fame. This video could substantiate the existence of the sea god's domain and reveal the immense value it harbored. This lost expanse of ocean might indeed be the realm of deities, filled with countless priceless treasures. Yet, the shipowners, now utterly terrified, had little appetite for contemplating treasures at this moment. Most of them were mere laborers. The ships belonged to their employers. But their lives were their own. Discovering treasures would be futile without the means to enjoy them. All the vessels, large and small, that had accompanied his uncle hastily retreated. The emergence of the sea giant instilled such fear that none dared linger, fearful that it might leap from the portal and unleash a massacre. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Outside the portal, chaos reigned, but within, tranquility was equally elusive. Fiery birds, capable of obscuring the sky, soared from the molten lava, igniting a boundless inferno that illuminated both heaven and earth. Winged dragons circled the firmament, conjuring tempests and torrential rains. A 9-headed serpent crawled forth from the marsh, its heads, resembling mountains, raised high to unleash a roar that rent the clouds asunder, as if proclaiming its dominion. That night was particularly tumultuous. Yong-su slept soundly, undisturbed. He had long grown accustomed to such sights. Alas, for the unfortunate travelers caught in this turmoil. The sudden upheaval shattered their illusions, forcing them to fully grasp the perils that this world harbored. Chapter 25. A Fortuitous Find. The golden-winged rock Lu Sun once remarked that handsome men are seldom devoid of fortune. Today, Yong-su felt particularly blessed. Although he did not stumble upon any money. Upon rising early in the morning, he discovered 3 marine beasts washed ashore. Among them lay a colossal plesiosaurus, measuring over 60 meters in length. This creature, a type of dinosaur resembling a crocodile, possessed a long, cylindrical body adorned with a tough, shield-like skin that shimmered with a steel-like hue. Blades could barely leave a scratch upon its surface. The lifeless form of the plesiosaurus lay sprawled upon the golden sands, reminiscent of a 20-story building toppled to the ground. An awe-inspiring sight. Standing beside its massive carcass, one felt as diminutive as a sparrow gazing up at an elephant, the overwhelming presence instilling a profound sense of dread. The cause of the plesiosaurus's demise was evident. Its skull had been violently torn apart, exposing its brain matter. Nearby, a giant python with a singular horn upon its head lay slain. Its purple horn, akin to a finely sculpted emerald, extended over a meter in a spiral shape. Formidable and fearsome to behold. It could well be described as a dragon. This purple serpent was immensely robust, its girth surpassing a meter. Its body was covered in purple scales, each scale the size of a sheet of 4K paper. Gleaming with a metallic luster and refracting a hazy violet glow in the sunlight, resembling a mystical and enigmatic purple mist. The enormous serpent was severed in 2. Its remaining length over 40 meters, the broken ends jagged and ragged. Crimson blood flowed from the plesiosaurus's mouth, and fragments of the serpent's shattered purple scales were visible at the corners, suggesting that it had inflicted a lethal blow upon the enigmatic creature. However, what piqued Yong-su's curiosity most was the third corpse, or rather, the nearly lifeless prey. It was a magnificent golden-winged roc, spanning 30 to 40 meters in length. its wingspan approaching 100 meters, exuding both majesty and elegance. Resembling an eagle, it boasted a white head and golden plumage. Its resplendent feathers appeared as though they had been meticulously crafted from gold, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sun, imbued with a metallic quality that was truly striking. One could only imagine the breathtaking spectacle of such a colossal predator soaring through the heavens. Alas, this once magnificent golden-winged roc now lay in a pitiful state. Its glorious golden wing had been broken in two, contorted into an unnatural shape. Embedded within its wing was a 2-foot-long venomous fang, likely from the purple serpent. One of its powerful golden claws, capable of shattering rocks with ease, had been fractured, leaving only a remnant of flesh connecting it to the bone, a horrifying sight. Whether the plesiosaurus or the purple serpent bore responsibility for this, neither seemed to have delivered the fatal blow. The true lethal wound was located on the roc's abdomen, a gaping tear measuring 3 meters, from which blood gushed forth, staining its once golden feathers a deep crimson. The blood had long since dried, suggesting that it had suffered this injury some time ago. Through the immense wound, one could even glimpse the writhing innards within. A sight that was decidedly unsettling. As Yang Su approached, he was met with a rather bizarre spectacle. He found it incomprehensible how these 3 creatures had come to be entangled. One soared through the sky, another swam in the sea, and the third was presumably amphibious. While they were not entirely unrelated, the likelihood of their convergence seemed minimal. However, from the ghastly appearances of the 3 colossal beasts, Yang Su could easily surmise the fierce battle they had endured the previous night. He suspected it was connected to the chaos that had erupted. The thunderous roar of the sea giant had ignited the competitive spirit of all the sovereigns of this wild land, each eager to showcase their prowess to the world. In truth, Yang Su was not particularly concerned with how the 3 titans had met their demise. As for the surviving golden-winged roc, in his eyes, it was already as good as dead. Only the fallen wild beast could be deemed worthy of respect. At a distance of 200 or 300 meters from the golden-winged roc, Yun Xiao positioned himself in front of Yang Su, preventing him from advancing any closer. Despite the roc's evident state of weakness, such a terrifying creature, even on its last breath, commanded utmost respect. Its sheer weight alone could crush countless individuals. With an unyielding gaze fixed on the golden-winged roc, Yun Xiao's cold eyes betrayed a flicker of astonishment. His hands gripping the bow so tightly that the knuckles of his left hand turned pale, revealing his inner tension. Meanwhile, the other soldiers had already transformed in demeanor, their faces painted with shock and exclamations of disbelief. Yet, it was merely astonishment. While the living beast inspired awe, the 3 incomplete corpses held no fear. After all, who would be intimidated by the lifeless remains of such creatures? If they lacked even this basic fortitude, they were unworthy of being soldiers of the Su kingdom. Arrayed in an orderly formation, they stood guard beside Yang Su, gazing up at the fearsome giants on the beach. Though this was not their first encounter with such colossal and terrifying wild beasts, they had never dared to approach so closely before, nor possessed the means to do so. Even if the entire military might of the Su kingdom were unleashed, they would not guarantee victory against such formidable adversaries. The golden-winged roc lay on the beach, utterly drained of strength, occasionally stirring its wings to send clouds of sand swirling. Yet, that was the extent of its exertion. As it observed Yang Su and the hundreds of soldiers drawing near, the golden vertical pupils betrayed signs of palpable tension and fury, and anger directed at the audacity of lower beings encroaching upon its majesty. With a defiant cry, the golden-winged roc raised its head, releasing a sharp call that was evidently weakened and feeble. Yet, this feeble sound transformed into an intangible assault, akin to a sonic weapon that made hearts race uncontrollably, as if they might leap from their chests. Just a single cry from the roc evoked a sense of suffocation and a tingling at the nape of the neck. Yang Su furrowed his brow, feeling an unexpected trepidation. This was his first close encounter with a beast of such magnitude, even in a state teetering on the brink of death. The golden-winged roc emitted a haunting cry that weighed heavily on the chest. Yang Su could hardly fathom the formidable might of the roc in its prime. Perhaps a single cry could spell doom for any unfortunate soul. Aware of the creature's terrifying presence, Yang Su dared not to be careless. He gripped his bone spear, approximately a meter in length, and raised his robust right arm, poised to attack. Attack! With this command, Yang Su stood firm, retracting his spear. The golden-winged roc was indeed fearsome. Only a fool would engage it in close combat. The adage, even the most resilient of creatures can perish, rang true. Caution and vigilance were paramount for survival in the wilderness. Upon receiving Yang Su's order, the members of the Blue Bird Tribe reacted with remarkable swiftness, soaring to a height of 100 meters. With bows drawn and arrows nocked, a flurry of shimmering, wind-twined projectiles descended from the heavens, their piercing cries echoing like the lament of an eagle. Each arrow targeted the rock's wounded abdomen, though the creature attempted to intercept them. Its current frailty rendered its wings sluggish, unable to thwart the onslaught from the Blue Bird Tribe. Under the barrage of arrows, the once-healed wound was torn open anew, crimson blood gushing forth like a torrent. The Qingqiu Fox Tribe was equally swift in their response. They wielded their trident spears, employing telekinesis to direct their weapons towards the rock's eyes, broken wings, and claws. Occasionally, a weapon clashed against the rock's golden feathers, sparking like metal on metal, leaving no mark upon its impervious exterior. While the intensity of the Qingqiu Fox Tribe's attacks may not rival that of the Blue Bird Tribe's arrows, their agility allowed them to effortlessly change direction mid-attack, rendering the rock unable to evade and forcing it to endure the relentless onslaught. With its eyes tightly shut to shield them from the blades of the Qingqiu Fox Tribe, it was powerless to defend its shattered wings and claws. In its prime, the golden-winged rock would have brushed off such attacks as mere trifles, but now, despite its desire to defend, it was too grievously injured. After a few feeble flaps of its wings, it gradually fell silent. In a matter of moments, the golden-winged rock, moved by Yang Su's final act of compassion, succumbed with tears in its eyes. Its once majestic golden gaze, reminiscent of a deity, dimmed and lost its luster, prompting Yang Su to reflect what a magnificent creature it was. Chapter 26, The Niwa Clan. Level 2 Authority. The golden-winged rock has perished, and the three-headed beast poses no further threat. Yang Su gazed at the colossal carcasses of the three monstrous creatures, their size akin to mountains, and he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This truly felt like a windfall from the heavens. He could not help but feel gratitude towards the ferocious beast that had challenged the sea giant last night. Were it not for that beast's formidable prowess, he would have missed out on such a splendid opportunity today. However, Yang Su harbored no desire for the beast that had faced the sea giant to emerge victorious. Despite the sea giant's might, it possessed a relatively gentle disposition and, more importantly, it was a recluse, rarely surfacing from the depths of the ocean. Should a new ferocious beast defeat the sea giant, the Western Sea would undoubtedly face a massacre, and one could only speculate whether the new sovereign of the Western Sea would be as reclusive as the sea giant. Moreover, if the new beast could vanquish the sea giant, it would undoubtedly signify a level of strength far surpassing that of the sea giant, which would not bode well for the neighborhood. Yang Su pondered silently, his gaze falling upon the underside of the golden-winged rock. Just moments ago, as the rock evaded attacks, it had inadvertently revealed an egg nestled beneath it. Half a meter high, the egg shimmered in a lustrous yellow, reminiscent of jade, and appeared to be anything but ordinary. The egg was securely pressed beneath the rock, most of its form buried in the delicate sea sand. Had the rock not struggled to evade the assault, Yang Su might not have noticed this small treasure. After all, in comparison to the rock's titanic form, the jade-hued egg was minuscule. Yang Su gestured towards the enormous egg beneath the rock, and two brave soldiers from the Fox Clan stepped forward. They carefully excavated the jade-yellow egg and presented it before Yang Su with utmost caution. The egg, though seemingly modest in size, weighed several hundred pounds. Its surface was adorned with irregular azure patterns, reminiscent of the undulating waves of the sea, and it felt pleasantly warm to the touch. Yet, at that moment, Yang Su had no time to ponder the significance of the egg. After all, the question of whether it could be hatched remained uncertain. Hatching an unknown ferocious beast's egg was a challenge not much easier than ascending from the primordial wilderness to the moon. A slight variance in temperature or an unsuitable level of humidity could result in the egg becoming a stillborn. If it failed to hatch, it would merely amount to a boiled egg, and Yang Su adamantly refused the notion of consuming a water-boiled egg without a generous serving of garlic. Yang Su summoned the ancient and weighty bronze tome, striding purposefully towards the remains of the three colossal beasts, his excitement mounting as he began to absorb and refine their essence. This was not his first experience with such fortunate finds. During previous beast tides, he had encountered countless carcasses. On the last occasion, he had acquired over 500 beast remains. Yet, even the cumulative value of those beasts paled in comparison to the three that lay before him. A strange crimson light emanated from the bronze tome, casting a blood-red radiance upon the mountainous corpses of the feral giants. Their bodies melted away at a visibly rapid pace, akin to candles under the blazing sun, ultimately vanishing into oblivion. Golden-winged rock, 10,000 life energies. Songlong, 3,000 life energies. Purple flood dragon, 2,000 life energies. Absorbing the remains of 3 colossal beasts, Yangsu's life energy surged past the remarkable threshold of 110,000, evoking a blend of joy and regret within him. The corpse of the purple serpent was tragically incomplete, its time of death shrouded in mystery, suffering significant deterioration. Although the body of the Songlong was intact, its demise also occurred long ago, resulting in considerable degradation. Only the avian creature had recently perished, exhibiting relatively minor damage. Had these 3 fearsome beasts been in their prime? Well, it was indeed fortunate they were deceased. Otherwise, they would have posed an insurmountable challenge for the current Su kingdom. Contentedly, Yang Su gazed upon the life energy that met the requirements for ascension. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected the option to upgrade his privileges. Upgrading to level 2 privileges. Permission upgrade in progress. Please hold. Half a minute later. Permission upgrade successful. You have attained level 2 privileges. You are now able to perform tier 2 enhancements. You have unlocked the creation privileges of the Nuwa clan. Nuwa clan. Abysmal quality can be enhanced, requires higher permissions, form, human-headed, serpent-bodied, exclusively female. Adult Nuwa can freely wield the power of transformation into human form. Ability, mastery over the power of life. Preferred environment, cool, damp forests. Cost, 100 life energy. Yangsu perused the ancient bronze tome, contemplating the newly available race for creation. The earliest recorded Qingqiu Fox Clan was of inferior quality, while both the Qingmiao and the Jiaran clans were of subpar quality. In contrast, the newly introduced Nuwa clan boasted abysmal quality. Based on the system's categorization of privileges, along with the life energy required for creating the Nuwa clan, it seemed that abysmal quality was merely a slight improvement over subpar quality, remaining relatively low within the hierarchy of creations. However, the name Nuwa held profound significance. Nuwa is the goddess from Chinese mythology credited with the creation of humanity, the mother of creation. Tales of Nuwa mending the heavens and fashioning humankind are familiar even to children. At the very least, the Qingqiu Fox Clan, Jiaran clan, and Qingmiao clan share a close connection with the races of Chinese myth. Yet, this query left Yang Su without answers or leads. Slightly shaking his head, he abandoned the thought and turned the page. Qingqiu Fox Clan, abysmal quality. Cost, 50 life energy. Existing Qingqiu foxes can be enhanced through the expenditure of 50 life energy. EC Jiaran, abysmal quality. Cost, 70 life energy. Existing Jiaran can be enhanced through the expenditure of 70 life energy. Qingmiao Clan, abysmal quality. Cost, 70 life energy. Existing Qingmiao can be enhanced through the expenditure of 70 life energy. Yang Su rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction, feeling somewhat exasperated. While the automatic upgrade of the Qingqiu Fox Clan and other races was a positive development, the cost of enhancement was identical to that of creating new beings, which felt rather unfair. In fact, this revelation made the cost-effectiveness of enhancement inferior to that of creation. However, for some seasoned soldiers and individuals with unique abilities from various races, undergoing enhancement modifications proves to be an excellent choice. Although it requires a significant expenditure of life energy, their wealth of experience, coupled with the extensive time invested in honing their skills, cannot be acquired merely through life energy. Yang Su contemplated, considering the implementation of enhancement projects as rewards to encourage the soldiers who have already achieved remarkable feats for the kingdom. Having concluded his research on the creation of races, Yang Su turned his attention to the enhancement projects. In this perilous and savage world, having strong subordinates pales in comparison to one's own strength. After all, one can never predict what terrifying entities or bizarre phenomena may arise, nor from where a lethal crisis may strike. It could be a venomous creature, a mysterious curse, or merely the residual chaos from a dominant beast battle. Akin to the piercing cry of the golden-winged roc. When confronted with such dreadful and inexplicable occurrences, personal power becomes the ultimate safeguard. This is the primary reason Yang Su never allows himself to relax in his training, for complacency could indeed lead to death. Secondary authority enhancement requires the expenditure of 1,000 life energy to unlock abilities and complete initial enhancement. Abilities: telekinesis of the Qingqiu Fox Clan, wind manipulation of the Qingmiao clan, water control of the Merfolk, life force of the Nuwa clan, all fall under the category of abilities. Special reminder: development of abilities requires a duration of 1 to 3 days. Please refrain from conducting ability development in confined or enclosed spaces. Upon reading the introduction, Yang Su's realization dawned upon him. The so-called abilities are indeed the legendary supernatural powers, or in more Eastern terms, one innate divine powers. The prospect of obtaining innate divine powers through secondary authority enhancement was truly beyond Yang Su's expectations. Unlocking abilities to gain divine powers. His eyes widened in delight as he thought of the unique talents of the Qingqiu Fox Clan and Qingqiu Clan, tears of joy trickling down his cheeks. Utterly unable to conceal his elation, he had long envied the racial talents of the Qingqiu Fox Clan and others. And now a plan to acquire divine powers had finally materialized. He could hardly contain himself. Tonight, I shall transform into a superhuman, filled with uncontainable excitement and exhilaration. Yang Su turned to his army and commanded loudly, "Chop wood to make boats, and set sail immediately. Inform Commander Qingqiu Ziyue to lead 200 armored soldiers to the broken stone cliff before nightfall to provide support. We shall reach the West Sea outpost tonight." Under normal circumstances, it would take the army 2 days to reach the West Sea outpost. More precisely, it should take 1.5 days, a day of rapid marching, a night of rest, and arrival by the afternoon of the second day. However, in this unpredictable world, with the assistance of the Merfolk, the sea route through the Snake Island Passage would significantly expedite travel, reducing the 2-day journey to approximately 1 day. Naturally, the dangers would also increase. Nevertheless, considering the rage of the sea giant last night, the savage overlords were spurred into a frenzy of combat due to the giant's provocation. Moreover, these 3 empathetic, heartwarming, and tear-jerking behemoths are likely to have engaged in fierce battles in the nearby waters, suggesting that the conditions in that region may differ significantly from the past. Just as after each beast tide, the ferocious creatures across various locales typically experience a brief period of lurking, lasting anywhere from 3 to 5 days at the shortest, and extending to 7 or 8 days at most, primarily depending on the severity of the circumstances in each area. Chapter 27. The Azure Luan. The king is preparing to engage the outsiders. Constructing a vessel from timber is, of course, impractical for actual shipbuilding. It would be an utter waste of time. The simplest solution is to fashion a raft, using wood as the foundation and vines as the binding. While it may lack durability, it suffices for our needs. In less than an hour, the raft was completed. Soldiers of the Azure Bird Clan soared through the skies, tasked with reconnaissance, particularly monitoring the pterosaurs and other predatory birds flanking the beach. The vicinity of Snake Island is rife with ferocious creatures, which typically prey on the venomous serpents and colossal pythons dwelling there, occasionally venturing into the sea for fish and other monstrous beasts, posing the greatest threat along the route. In the face of pterosaurs and other beasts, the soldiers of the Azure Bird Clan are capable of engaging in battle. However, the sheer number of pterosaurs presents a daunting challenge. Once combat ensues, casualties are inevitable, an outcome Yang Su fervently wishes to avoid. The lives of these soldiers are not mere numbers or points of vitality. They are the subjects of his kingdom, the people of Su, not mere resources. Whenever there exists a means to mitigate losses, Yang Su would never allow his men to take unnecessary risks. A cautious approach is preferable, should there be no alternative. They would fight with unwavering resolve, unafraid of death. This embodies the spirit of Sioux Nation, valiant and undaunted, unafraid of mortality, yet not foolish. Though Yang Su assessed that the waters today would be relatively safe, vigilance remains imperative. The Azure Bird Clan patrols the surroundings while the Merfolk remain alert to threats from the sea. Under these circumstances, the army of Sioux Nation embarked in an orderly fashion onto the raft, braving the winds and waves, leaving behind a white trail on the vast, calm West Sea. As if divine soldiers had torn through the deep, shadowy waters. After traversing no more than 20 miles, Yang Su realized he had grossly underestimated the severity of the carnage from the previous night. The once tranquil sea was now a grim tableau of death, with countless corpses strewn across the surface. Tens of thousands of bodies bobbed in the water, small fish measuring a foot in length, alongside enormous creatures spanning dozens of meters, with an overwhelming number of monstrous carcasses. While the majority were sea beasts, numerous giant python remains were also visible, some stretching to lengths of 40 or 50 meters. The colorful carcasses of the pythons floated on the water, evoking a sense of having entered an indescribably eerie world, terrifying, oppressive, and hair-raising. The king, Yin Shao, descended gracefully from the sky, landing at the edge of the raft mere meters from Yang Su, his expression grave and perplexed. Such a sight had never been witnessed even during the tide of beasts. Yun Shao could hardly fathom what had transpired the previous night to result in such a grotesque slaughter. Typically, whether on land or at sea, each creature maintains its own hunting grounds. Such a large-scale death or massacre is exceedingly rare, unless there had been a significant upheaval on Snake Island. Yang Su gazed into the distance at Snake Island. The day was overcast, with the sun occasionally piercing through the clouds to illuminate the sea, only to retreat behind the thick layers of cloud, observing the world below. Beneath the shadowy clouds, Snake Island was shrouded in a pink mist, hazy and rosy, almost charming. This was the miasma that perpetually enveloped Snake Island, a toxic vapor that never dissipated. Snake Island spans a vast expanse, though not as extensive as the river valleys. It still measures several hundred miles. The exact number of venomous snakes and colossal pythons inhabiting Snake Island remains a mystery, as no thorough investigation has been conducted by Sioux country. However, a mere glance at the island's coastline offers a glimpse into the multitude of serpents that dwell therein, countless in number. Amidst the remains of these gigantic beasts, one can also observe various smaller, fierce birds and marine creatures. They voraciously tear into the numerous carcasses strewn across the waters, indulging in this rare and sumptuous feast. Yet, there is a conspicuous absence of creatures exceeding 5 meters in size. It remains uncertain whether they perished in the tumultuous battle of the previous night or fled in terror from the chaos that ensued. Yang Su pondered. The priority should be to collect the remains of these colossal beasts and hasten through this maritime expanse. Although he was unaware of the events that transpired the night prior, the sight of countless mangled corpses scattered across the sea indicated the gravity of the situation. While the remains of each fierce beast could be transformed into precious life energy, greed serves as the most alluring bait for death. Thus, hastily seizing benefits and retreating is fundamental to survival in the wilderness. Upon receiving orders, the soldiers commenced their actions. The Qingqiu tribe guided the way from above, acting as navigators for the maritime route. The Jiren tribe utilized their water manipulation abilities to propel the rafts across the surface of the sea, serving as the driving force for the fleet. Meanwhile, soldiers from the Qingqiu Fox tribe used telekinesis to maneuver the floating remains of the colossal beasts, directing them along the currents towards the nearest waterway adjacent to Yang Su's raft. Through such meticulous coordination, the movement of Sioux country's forces remained remarkably consistent. While Yang Su played the role of a diligent ocean cleaner, his commands reached the West Sea Outpost. The training ground at the West Sea Outpost, situated beneath a cliff, is expansive and bears a striking resemblance to the training ground of the royal city. At this moment, Qingqiu Ziwe was honing her skills on the training field. Her method of practice was both straightforward and vigorous. Her slender yet powerful jade arms lifted a massive rock, towering 4 to 5 meters high, its surface dark and smooth, reminiscent of marble. This stone weighed several tons, equating to several cubic meters. One could scarcely imagine a single person, or even a small car, enduring the weight of such a stone without being crushed into scrap. Yet, for Qingqiu Ziwe, this burden merely tinted her cheeks with a rosy hue, and beads of delicate sweat adorned her strikingly beautiful face, exuding a sense of steadfastness under pressure. A young woman from the Qingqiu tribe stood 10 meters away from Qingqiu Ziwe, holding a military order sent by Yang Su, reading aloud his commands. What? The king intends to arrive ahead of schedule. Upon hearing the contents of the military order, Qingqiu Ziwe's enchanting, misty fox eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of sheer disbelief. Yang Su has always been meticulous and cautious in his endeavors. Without such prudence, Sioux country would not enjoy its present standing. Taking risks is not characteristic of Yang Su, unless absolutely necessary. Thus, when Qingqiu Ziwe learned of Yang Su's sudden alteration in the marching route and his intention to reach the West Sea Outpost by nightfall, her initial excitement transformed into a palpable anxiety. Could something have gone awry? Upon contemplating this, Qingqiu Ziwe could no longer remain still. Her fair, delicate arm exerted a gentle yet forceful push, sending a massive boulder weighing over 10 tons soaring through the air like a cannonball, crashing down several dozen meters away. The moment the stone struck the ground, it echoed like a falling meteor, sending shockwaves palpable even 2 miles distant. Nearby, the dense forest erupted in a flurry of startled birds, their chirps resembling a cacophony of reproach aimed at the foolish fox, disturbing their tranquil slumber. Unfazed by the avian outcry, Qingqiu Ziwe examined Yang Su's military order with keen interest. Alas, apart from the characters spelling her name, she recognized nothing else. Raising her slender arms, she anxiously ran her fingers through her flowing black hair, akin to a cascading waterfall, before dashing towards the cave's exit. Her speed was extraordinary, her physical prowess reaching an astonishing zenith, as she leaped several dozen meters in a single bound. Upon arriving at the steep cliff, Qingqiu Ziwe eschewed conventional paths. She adeptly navigated the vines along the precipice, gripping the crevices of the rock face, moving with the ease and grace of a monkey, vanishing into the mist enveloping the mountainside in mere moments. Once she emerged from the cave, Qingqiu hardly paused, swiftly locating Qingwan, who was vigilantly monitoring the plight of the passengers aboard the Satyr cruise ship. More accurately, Qingwan had discerned Qingqiu's approach early on and intercepted her on the beach. Apprehensive that this reckless fool might inadvertently alarm the distant survivors of the Satyr, it was not fear of startling them, but rather concern over revealing their presence and inciting caution. After handing over Yang Su's military order to Qingwan, Qingqiu gazed at her with eager anticipation and trepidation reflected in her enchanting fox-like eyes. With nervousness, she inquired, "Do you have any thoughts?" Qingwan, after perusing the military order, was equally perplexed. Given Yang Su's typical modus operandi, this situation indeed seemed peculiar. Could it be? Qingwan pondered. The king intends to take action against these outsiders. Chapter 28, The Human Capture Plan. The clouds dissipated, and the sun blazed fiercely. Rays of sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the earth below. The Qingwan stood atop the dark, jagged rocks, its exquisite plumage seemingly radiating an ethereal glow, pure and beautiful, evoking a sense of reverence. Its eyes sparkled like precious gems, imbued with a spiritual essence absent in mere beasts. Without needing to be prompted by Qingqiu, the Qingwan began to elucidate. The tumult in the Western Sea had incited the wrath of the sea giants. Although the precise nature of the disturbance remained unknown, did one not sense the uncanny timing of these events? Qingqiu blinked her fox-like eyes, shimmering with wisdom, and a pensive expression graced her stunning visage. Thus, where exactly lay the coincidence? What were these events intertwined with? The Qingwan, clearly aware of Qingqiu's capacity for comprehension, did not play coy. After a brief pause, it continued to explain, "In recent years, have you ever witnessed the fury of the sea giants? Yet, these outsiders have appeared only a few days prior. And such calamity has ensued, it is difficult to dismiss the notion of a direct connection between the two occurrences." Enlightenment dawned upon Qingqiu. She inquired, puzzled, "But what connection does this have with the king's sudden change of plans? Why do you assert that the king intends to take action against the outsiders?" The Qingwan bestowed upon Qingqiu a pair of exquisite disdainful glances, exasperatedly remarking, "You foolish creature, if the wrath of the sea giants is indeed linked to the outsiders, they may very well summon formidable adversaries that we currently cannot withstand, whether it be the sea giants themselves or whatever incites their fury. Do you believe that is something we can contend with?" Enlightenment washed over Qingqiu, who nodded in agreement. That entity is truly insurmountable. She had glimpsed the true form of the sea giants and, although she had never witnessed their wrath, the sheer enormity of their mountainous figures had instilled a profound fear within her. The power of the Shugwa pales in comparison to that of the sea giants. Even if all the armies of Shugwa were mobilized, they would still be insufficient to withstand the slaughter of the sea giants. I see now. So the king wishes to take preemptive action, eliminating them before the reinforcements of the outsiders arrive? Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with understanding, a look of realization illuminating her face as she rubbed her hands together, eager for action. The Qingwan sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Engaging in discourse with a fool invariably consumes more words and mental energy. While many such fools exist in Shugwa, others merely require direct orders. Only this one demands explanations, which is truly taxing for the bird. It sighed. If the king intended to eliminate them outright, would he still need to share so much superfluous detail with you? What is the first step we must take when hunting? Tilting her head, Qingqiu's long, high ponytail cascaded like a waterfall over her rounded shoulder. She queried, perplexed, "Hunting? What does this have to do with hunting? Besides, am I not always at the forefront during our hunts? I am indeed the king's strongest shield." As Qingqiu spoke, she placed her hands on her slender waist, exuding an air of unparalleled pride as she held her head high, her exquisite visage adorned with a triumphant smile. The peaks of her figure seemed poised to burst forth from her black bodysuit in a display of defiance. She was, after all, the Steel Princess, the sole fox of her kind in the entire Su kingdom. Qingwan gazed skyward, her gem-like eyes revealing a hint of melancholy. She was fearful, fearing that prolonged association with the fool would render her similarly foolish, for the king had once remarked that foolishness was indeed contagious. Determined to cease any further dialogue with the dim-witted Qingqiu, she directly elucidated. Prior to her hunt, we must thoroughly ascertain the details regarding the ferocious beasts, their capabilities, numbers, travel routes, and the surrounding environment that may be of use. Confronting outsiders is akin to facing these beasts. Albeit slightly more troublesome, the essence remains unchanged. We must comprehend the outsider's particulars and gather ample intelligence to ensure a decisive strike. Should they indeed be connected to the wrath of the sea giants? Any misstep could lead to our utter ruin. The Sioux kingdom cannot bear such a cost, and neither can we. Qingqiu Ziyue appeared to grasp a fragment of this. Understanding that outsiders posed a greater challenge than ferocious beasts and that no errors could be tolerated. Confused, she inquired, but we cannot comprehend their speech. They congregate continuously, leaving us no opportunity to strike. With a newfound cheerfulness, Qing Yuan replied joyously, while we lacked the opportunity before, now it presents itself. Moreover, did I not inform you that among those self-proclaimed misfortunes, some can speak our language? Qingqiu Ziyue paused, her strikingly beautiful countenance revealing a youthful shyness as she chuckled foolishly. This fact had indeed slipped her mind. In preparation for the king's arrival, she had been counting down the days while dedicating considerable time to physical training, eager to showcase her best form before him. The matter of the outsiders was trivial, as Qing Yuan would handle it, which reassured her greatly. Observing Qingqiu Ziyue's foolish expression, Qing Yuan recognized that this matter had not weighed on her mind. Yet, she had grown accustomed to it. Qingqiu Ziyue was aware of her inadequacy as a leader. Without Qing Yuan's assistance, she would scarcely manage. However, shyness was not an option, nor was there room for embarrassment. She would simply continue to navigate through life in this manner, leveraging her position to charm the king and assert her presence. Clearing her throat, she adopted a demeanor befitting a leader and remarked appreciatively, "Ahem. I entrusted this matter to you long ago. I have faith in your capabilities. You need not inform me of manpower requirements or timing. Simply arrange it as you see fit. However, I must prepare to welcome the king this afternoon, so it would be prudent to resolve this matter before his arrival, lest I find myself at a loss for how to present my achievements to him." Qingqiu Ziyue unabashedly expressed her desire to claim her subordinate's merits, completely devoid of any sense of shame. Nevertheless, Qing Yuan had grown accustomed to. Although Qingqiu Ziyue possessed numerous flaws, she certainly had her merits. For instance, her inclination towards laziness. It should be said that she placed immense trust in her subordinates, granting Qing Yuan considerable autonomy to pursue her own desires, even in matters typically reserved for a leader's oversight. Qing Yuan pondered thoughtfully and replied calmly, "This endeavor is merely to capture a tongue and acquire detailed intelligence on the outsiders. A force of 2 brigades will suffice." Qingqiu Ziyue nodded repeatedly, her strikingly beautiful face adorned with a radiant smile, offering no dissent. While she often engaged in rather unreliable actions, she exhibited remarkable self-awareness. Qingqiu Ziyue simply harbored unreserved faith in Qing Yuan, primarily because Qing Yuan was adept at preparing delectable meals. Qing Yuan did not expect any suggestions from Qingqiu Ziyue, in truth. This reflected the current state of the Sioux kingdom, where the majority of its citizens were illiterate, let alone capable of comprehending strategies or plans, which were as perplexing as ancient texts to them. Hunting? Combat? Wasn't it merely a mindless charge forward? With the king's command. All that was required was obedience to orders. What? You claim defeat? Surely, it must be because we lack strength, unworthy of the king's trust. She had already arranged for personnel. Even without Qingqiu Ziyue's arrival, Qing Yuan had intended to take action that very day. For, as she had previously stated, the opportunity had arrived. As for Qingqiu Ziyue, when the time came to charge into battle, she would serve as an invaluable shield. Of course, Qing Yuan had no qualms about allowing Qingqiu Ziyue to bask in the glory of accolades. After all, everyone knew that she, Qing Yuan, was the true authority in this matter. When the king bestowed rewards, Qing Yuan's share would certainly not be overlooked. And that foolish fox, every time the king lavished her with praise, she became so enamored that she forgot her own name, truly a simpleton. Meanwhile, 3 lifeboats departed from the camp of the distressed, heading towards 3 distinct directions. One of these paths led directly towards the vicinity of the West Sea outpost. Chapter 29. A shortened lifespan. The birds speak. Aboard the yacht heading south, 6 individuals gathered. Among them was the culinary virtuoso Yuan Xinghua and the spirited and warm-hearted Afra. There was also the dashing young man Deli, a paragon of European beauty with his golden hair and azure eyes. He had met Afra at a previous gathering and was one of her suitors. Deli hailed from a family of entrepreneurs in the United States, primarily engaged in the cultivation of grains and cotton. Boasting a family fortune in the tens of millions of dollars, a quintessential scion of wealth. In fact, among the passengers on the Sidel cruise ship, there were scarcely any impoverished souls. After all, even if a poor person could afford the nearly $10,000 ticket, they would lack the luxury of time to indulge in such an extended voyage. In this bustling modern society, a journey lasting 45 days would certainly deter most ordinary middle-class individuals from even contemplating the experience. Though Yuan Xinghua was advanced in years, he had once been the chef for state banquets, employed as an executive chef in upscale hotels, effectively reaching the pinnacle of the culinary world. To savor a dish crafted by his skilled hands, one would need to make reservations well in advance. Currently, the waiting list extended to 3 months. 2 decades prior, his annual income had already surpassed $1 million. Now retired, he owned 3 hotels of varying sizes in the United States, with assets amounting to tens of millions. Afra's parents were investors in the jewelry industry, possessing a diamond mine, indeed, a genuine diamond mine. Although their family was far from being at the pinnacle of the industry and the mine was not a major vein, the wealth derived from owning a diamond mine was still beyond the imagination of the average person. Apart from the 3 mentioned, there were 2 adventurers from the United States, Mr. Sanchez and his wife, Mrs. Susan. They were American of Latin descent, with a profession dedicated to exploration, traversing the globe's most perilous locales and sharing their experiences online. Their journey aboard the Sidel cruise was a celebration of their 3rd wedding anniversary. The final member of the group was Murakami Ichiro, a Japanese man from the island nation, in stark contrast to the others' prominence. Ichiro appeared rather unremarkable, a middle-aged man with a somewhat disheveled appearance, unmarried at 40, working in the financial sector. His reason for embarking on the Sidel cruise was the recent completion of a significant project, earning him a bonus of $300,000 and a 2-month vacation. Ichiro led a life of strict routine, with little in the way of extraordinary hobbies apart from his professional commitments. If he had any passion, it lay in his admiration for the glory and splendor of the Warring States period in Japan and the Three Kingdoms era in China. Yearning to emulate the heroes of those tumultuous times who served noble lords and fought for supremacy, he devoted nearly all his leisure time to collecting artifacts from the Three Kingdoms and Warring States eras, as well as studying their histories. To this end, he even undertook the study of the Chinese language, mastering both written and spoken forms, including classical Chinese, which, though not comparable to his proficiency in Japanese and English, allowed him to engage in fluent conversations. To discuss why the 6 individuals chose to depart from their station aboard a lifeboat, one must acknowledge the inextricable connection to the tumultuous events of the previous night. Although the survivors did not witness the grotesque forms of the ferocious beasts nor were they directly affected by the battles that ensued in the West Sea, the relentless roars of the creatures reverberated throughout the night, akin to thunder, compelling them to confront the stark reality of their perilous situation. The dangers they faced far exceeded their prior expectations. While the beach initially seemed a suitable refuge for awaiting rescue and observing for any approaching vessels, it had become increasingly unsafe. Particularly in the morning, a multitude of sea creatures' carcasses drifted past the shore, some even washed ashore. The bizarre and monstrous appearances of these beasts instilled profound fear in all the castaways. They realized that unless they swiftly located a more viable habitat, one capable of providing sustenance and fresh water, their chances of enduring until rescue arrived were grim. Despite their diverse nationalities, beliefs, and ethnicities, the instinct for survival united them. Some individuals proposed practical solutions to traverse the beach in search of other survivors, while simultaneously seeking a more hospitable environment. As for the dense forests beyond the coastline, a few had pondered venturing into them, and some had even acted on this impulse days prior, resulting in 2 fatalities and 1 injury. One individual was dragged away by a beast, with no witnesses to its identity save for the chilling screams that echoed, accompanied by the discovery of a severed arm. Gnawed at the edges, another succumbed to a snake bite before reaching the camp, perishing from the venom. The injured individual remains oblivious to the cause of their affliction, currently lying in a public area, in a state of unconsciousness, teetering between life and death. The evident dangers posed by the forest prompted a suggestion to embark via the sea route, following the coastline. This approach would not only evade threats from the open ocean, but also enhance the likelihood of escaping to shore in times of trouble. Most importantly, it would allow them to carry more supplies, proving far more convenient than traversing land. After the proposal was put forth, several individuals stepped forward, Yuan Xinghua, Afra, and the Sanchez couple among them. Villager Ichiro joined them temporarily. On the tranquil surface of the sea, a lifeboat glided along the current, carrying Afra and the others. Villager Ichiro, wielding an oar, gently propelled the vessel forward, gazing at the vast island ahead, unperturbed by the challenges they faced. His demeanor radiating vitality as though he had regained youth. Indeed, the events of the previous night's chaos had deprived him of sleep, leaving him to ponder life and death. Throughout that night, he reflected on his existence, recalling his youthful admiration for warriors and his aspiration to become a skilled samurai, to uphold justice and vanquish evil. In his younger years, he yearned for the tumult of the warring states, eager to achieve greatness and serve a noble cause, etching his name into history. As he matured, the burdens of life weighed heavily upon him, revealing harsh realities, leading him to relinquish those dreams in favor of a more prudent and diligent existence. In a state of hazy contemplation, he has now reached the age of 41, having experienced several romantic relationships, all of which ended for various reasons, leaving him solitary to this day. Murakami Aikir refrains from passing judgment on the rights and wrongs of others, as such considerations hold no significance. He has suddenly come to a realization. The past 2 decades of his life have not been lived according to his desires. Now, he finds himself with the power of choice. Thus, when Afura and the others set sail, he hastened to catch up with them. The lifeboat glided along the coastline. Journeying southward, the distance traveled remains unknown, as their base has long been left behind, fading from sight. What a beautiful bird! Afura's exclamation shattered Murakami Aikir's reverie. Following her gaze, he beheld a magnificent, ethereal bird soaring above the lifeboat. Measuring half a meter in length, its plumage shimmered with the vibrant hues reminiscent of a peacock. Its elongated tail feathers, longer than its body, floated behind it like colorful ribbons, exuding an extraordinary beauty. With wings unfurled, the azure feathers seemed to emit a luminous glow, casting a dazzling array of lights akin to brilliant fireflies, a sight of sheer splendor. Truly exquisite, Murakami Aikir marveled, his gaze entranced. He had never encountered such a breathtaking creature, one that appeared to transcend the earthly realm, resembling a mythical bird from ancient legends. This stunning avian was none other than the Qingwan. As the crowd beheld her, the Qingwan swooped down from the sky with the ferocity of an eagle in pursuit of its prey, her speed surpassing the limits of human perception. In the blink of an eye, the Qingwan had landed at the stern of the lifeboat, her claws, gleaming like gold and jade, gripping the vessel's edge. Witnessing the Qingwan's astonishing swiftness, akin to a bolt of lightning, the onlookers were filled with apprehension. The Sanchez couple instinctively reached for the daggers at their belts. Vigilantly watching the Qingwan, unperturbed by the anxious movements of the crowd, the Qingwan regarded them with an aloof demeanor, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Her exquisite eyes sparkled with an intelligence indistinguishable from that of humans, as she coldly proclaimed, "You have trespassed into the territory of my kingdom. Are you aware of your transgression?" Chapter 30. The Captured Union Man. Silence enveloped the small lifeboat as an eerie stillness took hold. The onlookers' pupils constricted, their eyes wide with disbelief, gazing at the azure bird as if it were a mythical creature, their minds momentarily blank. Did this bird just speak? Though the Sanchez couple could not comprehend the meaning of the bird's utterances, their extensive travels had acquainted them with many cultures, including a visit to China. They had a vague familiarity with the sounds of Mandarin, sensing an uncanny resemblance to the bird's speech, though they could not be certain. Afra, village chief Ichiro, and Yuan Xinghua, all fluent in Mandarin, understood every word with crystal clarity, their shock palpable. This bird could speak Mandarin. While it was not unheard of for birds to mimic human speech, the clarity and precision of the azure bird's articulation were truly extraordinary. More importantly, the content of its words was even more astonishing. Xigua. My God, did I hear that correctly? This bird just mentioned Xigua. Have we trespassed into Xigua's territory? Afra's stunning visage was etched with disbelief, her sapphire eyes wide as saucers, her internal tumult akin to a cataclysm, eliciting an incredulous gasp. Village chief Ichiro remained silent, feigning ignorance of the azure bird's words, yet the tension in his hands gripping the oar betrayed his inner turmoil, his heart racing violently with astonishment. A speaking bird, a nation unheard of. The implications flooded Ichiro's mind. Upon first arriving in this wild expanse, doubts had begun to gnaw at him. Given the strangeness and incredibility of this place, if it were still Earth, why had it not been exposed? The pterosaurs and those peculiar plants bore no resemblance to modern flora and fauna. Though Ichiro was not a specialist in botany or zoology, his 40 years had afforded him a wealth of knowledge, and he recognized the immense value of this unknown island. The discovery of World War II fighter planes further solidified his conviction. This place was undoubtedly intertwined with Earth, yet entering was one thing. Escaping would likely prove a formidable challenge. Otherwise, with the advancements of modern technology, it would be illogical for such a location to remain hidden. After all, this was no small landmass. Based on Ichiro's meticulous observations before and after arriving on the island, its expanse was staggering, at least several hundred miles, possibly stretching over 1,000. And perhaps even more vast. An island of such magnitude could not remain concealed, especially considering the current technological capabilities of Earth. While Ichiro could not fathom the precise connection between this untamed land and Earth, he had begun to accept the reality of his situation days prior, contemplating whether he might spend the latter half of his life here. He found some solace in the fact that he was not alone. Many others inhabited this place. Yet now, he was compelled to ponder another matter. Qingqiu, a talking bird? This land still bore nations, civilizations, and perhaps entirely different forms of civilization altogether. Delhi had no knowledge of the Chinese language and could not comprehend what the mythical bird, the Qingwan, was saying. However, upon witnessing the astonished expression of his beloved, he surmised that this peculiar and seemingly divine creature must have uttered something extraordinary. He eagerly inquired, "Afra, what did the strange bird say?" Afra, her face twitching in shock and confusion, fixed her gaze on the Qingwan and fluently explained in English. She said, "We have trespassed into the territory of Su Kingdom and asked if we plead guilty." Delhi was left speechless, utterly taken aback. He never anticipated encountering such a bizarre situation in his lifetime, being confronted by an imposing bird demanding an explanation. The Sanchez couple, however, understood the gravity of the situation. They were astounded. Su Kingdom? Is there truly a nation here? Goodness, this bird can actually talk. Is it speaking Chinese? What connection does this place have with Huaxia? What kind of nation is Su Kingdom? In his youthful arrogance, Delhi, after recovering from his astonishment, scoffed, "A mere bird dares to threaten us? How utterly ridiculous." As he spoke, he produced an ungracefully shaped dagger, making a threatening gesture towards the Qingwan. This dagger, crafted from scraps of metal salvaged from a fighter jet, was bound with wooden cloth. Although it was not particularly comfortable to wield, it was certainly better than being unarmed, especially when the need to strike arose. The Sanchez couple hastily intervened, not out of concern for the Qingwan, but for their own safety. This was no ordinary place. Who knew what the Su Kingdom truly was? It was, after all, someone else's territory. What good would it do to drive away a talking bird? Clearly, they had been observed for quite some time. And where could they possibly escape to? In a situation rife with uncertainty, engaging in combat was the least prudent course of action. Delhi, however, exhibited none of the Sanchez couple's apprehensions and expressed his dissatisfaction with their attempt to restrain him. Yet, amidst their heated exchange, a villager suddenly recognized the severity of the situation. Something's wrong below the boat. A sharp trident had pierced the hull of the lifeboat, and seawater began to surge in violently through the breach. The divine bird was merely a decoy. The true assault lay beneath the waves. His pupils constricted, and his face turned pale as he quickly rose to his feet, shouting urgently in English, "We've been deceived. There's an attack from below." As his words fell, everyone had already witnessed the assault emanating from beneath the vessel. Just as he spoke, the hull was torn asunder. In an instant, the cabin filled with water and began to slowly sink. Panic and tension gripped the group. Although most of them could swim, the vast ocean offered no solid footing, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Faced with an unknown assault from beneath the sea, none dared to guarantee their safety. The Qingwan observed the chaos among the group with a sense of satisfaction. Had she not been prepared, she would not have revealed herself so easily. At the moment of her appearance, a group of merfolk had already approached the lifeboat through the depths. They can dive to depths of nearly 1,000 meters, utilizing their remarkable sense of perception to discern events occurring miles away. While gliding through the ocean's depths, the surface remains utterly devoid of any ripples. By the time anyone realizes what is occurring, it is already too late. The lifeboat is destroyed, and the merfolk rise to the surface in unison. 5 of these enchanting beings are exquisite, petite, and curvaceous, clad in form-fitting attire that showcases their splendid figures. Their garments do not hinder their speed, but rather provide a layer of protection. The hues of the merfolk's hair predominantly feature shades of blue, silver, and black, with blue and silver being the most prevalent. Under the blazing sun, their tresses resemble meticulously polished pearls, akin to crystalline sculptures, radiating a beautiful sheen. As the 5 stunning mermaids emerge from the depths, All aboard the vessel are rendered speechless. Human torsos, fishtails. If the appearance of the Qing merely astonished them. For there are indeed many talking birds in this world, some of which possess the wisdom of children, the sight of mermaids is something entirely different. These mythical beings from legend are real. Even the seasoned explorer couple is momentarily dumbfounded. Though they have encountered countless wonders, they have never witnessed anything like this. Observing the dazed expressions of the onlookers, the Qing stands tall and proud, as if surveying prey stripped of its will to resist, declaring, "You have trespassed upon the borders of the kingdom of Su, affronting the king's majesty, and you are now my captives." Afra is on the verge of madness. The day's revelations have shattered her previous worldview. The legendary mermaid, this is as astonishing as Alice's adventures in Wonderland. She repeats the Qing proclamation in English, prompting a flurry of bewildered glances among the crowd. Captives? They glance at the mermaids encircling the lifeboat, along with the proud and majestic Qing, and fall into an awkward silence. If only they had firearms, even the most ordinary of pistols, they might dare to resist. But abandoning resistance seems the wiser course. At least it would grant them a little more time, perhaps even an opportunity to turn the tide. Chapter 31. Oh God, is this magic? After a brief moment of shock, it was Mr. Sanchez who first broke the silence. He rose from his seat, raising his hands with palms open to signify his benign intentions, and hastily urged, "Ladies and gentlemen, we must remain calm and refrain from acting impulsively. Let us not provoke them. They are sentient beings capable of communication, which is a fortunate circumstance. We must convey to them that our intrusion into the territory of the Su kingdom was unintentional." Upon hearing Mr. Sanchez's words, the others began to regain their composure. Ichiro, from the village, voiced his agreement. Confrontation would be sheer folly, a path to destruction. This was their territory, and who could tell how many merfolk lay hidden beneath the waves? Susan, steadfast in her support of her husband, expressed her concurrence. Deli appeared somewhat dissatisfied, yet, stealing glances at the merfolk surrounding the lifeboat, refrained from voicing any dissent. Afra was thoroughly impressed by Sanchez's composure and counsel. Only a fool would consider engaging in close combat with mythical mermaids in the sea, a truly ludicrous notion. She quickly explained to Qing, "We did not intend to trespass into the Su kingdom. Kindly forgive our discourtesy. We are willing to forego any resistance." Throughout this exchange, Yuan Xingguo remained silent. His grasp of English was limited. He could barely comprehend simple conversational phrases, and anything spoken at a brisk pace eluded him. At his age, he had no aspirations for further education. This was his life, and the prospect of exerting additional effort was beyond him. The thought of resistance had never crossed his mind. As an elderly man nearing the end of his days, where could he possibly engage in a struggle with these vigorous merfolk in the sea? Seeing that the others had relinquished their defiance, Qing did not lower her guard. She commanded, "Keep a vigilant watch. Anyone attempting to resist or flee shall be killed. Take them to meet the king." With Qing orders, the merfolk sprang into action. Two mermaids, their arms as luminous as fine jade, gracefully gestured towards the sinking yacht. Instantly, the seawater within the yacht seemed to respond as if summoned, retreating from the lifeboat like a living entity. The damaged lifeboat, despite its dire condition, floated on the surface, and through its shattered seams, the azure waters of the west were visible, yet an invisible barrier seemed to prevent the sea from infiltrating, allowing the tattered lifeboat to persist in its buoyancy. This remarkable scene left everyone in awe. Magic? Sorcery? Supernatural powers? Even the ever-composed elder Yuan could no longer remain at ease. Trembling, he leaned over the cabin, extending his gnarled fingers to poke at the punctured seams. His weathered face etched with astonishment and disbelief. Mr. Sanchez felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead, relieved that he had not acted rashly. Otherwise, he feared they might now be corpses. He crouched within the confines of the cabin, gently caressing the fractured seams of the ship's hull, his right hand tracing a cross in front of him as he exclaimed, "Oh God, is this magic?" Murakami Aikir similarly knelt down, extending his hand through the gap in the lifeboat, feeling the icy seawater surge through his fingers, his heart racing with exhilaration, not fear, nor anxiety, but pure excitement. This power undeniably resembled the legendary ninjutsu, or celestial arts. Murakami Aikir's gaze burned with certainty. He was convinced of one undeniable truth. This place was unequivocally not Earth. At least not the Earth he knew. Though it bore a connection to Earth, that link seemed to have faded into obscurity over the eons. He even began to ponder whether the ancient legends and myths of Earth bore any close relation to this realm, for the coincidence was too remarkable to dismiss. Afra, equally astonished, refrained from testing the siren's powers, instead directing her inquiries toward Qingwan. Who are you? What kind of nation is Xiugua? Who is your king? Is he the king of the siren clan? She posed 3 questions directly, yet Qingwan showed little interest in addressing them. Her objective was to capture a potential adversary for communication. The subsequent handling of the situation was beyond her concern, as the king was soon to arrive. Noticing Qingwan's disregard, Afra pouted, yet felt helpless. Engaging in combat was out of the question, especially given that they wielded magic. The group exchanged silent glances, communicating only in English. Speculating on their predicament, Sunch's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the sirens surrounding the lifeboat, momentarily forgetting the peril they faced, exclaiming, "This sea harbors the legendary mermaids. What an astonishing miracle. Until now, I believed mermaids existed solely within the realm of myth. I now question what other mysteries and surprises await us in this extraordinary ocean." Murakami Aikir's gaze flitted over the attire and weaponry of the sirens, contemplating deeply. Their garments and arms were strikingly uniform, a standardization that typically manifests only in nations with complete military structure and organization. What they confronted was likely not an ordinary savage tribe, but rather a civilization with an established system. The prospect of a civilized nation founded by the legendary sirens was truly thrilling. Murakami Aikir could not conceal his admiration and anticipation for this journey. Conversely, Afra felt a heavy sense of dread. She quietly murmured, "From their tone, they intend to take us to meet the king. Could it be the king of the sirens? The sovereign of this sea? I hope he is not a cannibal." Though the sirens have displayed legendary powers, Afra, well-versed in myth and folklore, remained deeply puzzled and concerned about their customs. After all, in films, television, and various cultures' myths, there are numerous tales of mermaids preying upon humans. Upon hearing this topic, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Cannibalistic tribes still exist in human society, let alone those who are not even human. Yang Su led his troops on a maritime expedition, albeit slightly delayed due to the collection of sea creature carcasses. By the time they reached the Cliff of Broken Stones, the sun had fully descended beneath the horizon, leaving behind a blood-red sunset that lavishly spilled over the undulating waves, painting the sea in a scarlet hue, seemingly heralding the impending crimson night. Despite the challenges faced, Yang Su felt immense satisfaction with the spoils of this journey. They encountered little danger, as he had anticipated. The countless ferocious birds and beasts along the coasts had long since fled from the ferocious battle. Without engaging in any conflict, he managed to amass over 10,000 units of life energy, coupled with the 3 colossal beasts he had previously salvaged. His reserve of life energy once again soared to 31,600 points. Such a figure is no trifling amount. It is sufficient to augment the population of Sioux Nation by several hundred. This constituted a rare and bountiful harvest. Standing upon the raft, Yang Su beheld the distant Cliff of Broken Stones. This peak, located at the edge of the Western Sea, towers over 2,000 meters high. Its summit features a flat, smooth expanse the size of a soccer field, resembling a meticulously polished mirror that reflects light brilliantly. Gazing down from such heights, it is difficult to fathom the forces that could create such a marvel. Was it the handiwork of nature's artistry, or an unimaginably powerful beast capable of cleaving a majestic mountain in twain and rendering its fractured surface as reflective as glass? This is precisely why the peak is named the Cliff of Broken Stones. Upon reaching the Cliff of Broken Stones, only a little over 20 miles remained to the outpost by the Western Sea. Chapter 32. Yang Su, Can Outsiders Speak Chinese? As Yang Su and his companions approached the beach on their raft, vibrant and exuberant cheers echoed from the nearby precipice. Following the sound, he spotted Qingqiu Ziyue and others standing on the rocks, some 50 to 60 meters above the sea. Qingqiu Ziyue had evidently taken great care in her appearance. Her strikingly beautiful visage, adorned with a hint of makeup, radiated a soft blush akin to blooming peach blossoms. Her expressive eyes seemed to converse in silence, while her delicate lips, as vivid as roses, enhanced her enchanting allure. Her long, lustrous hair was styled in a high ponytail, tied with a white ribbon into a bow, exuding a spirited and commanding presence. She wore a form-fitting black bodysuit that accentuated her well-defined curves, her figure reminiscent of a ripe and juicy peach, evoking a desire to peel away its skin to savor its succulent flesh. Over this, she donned silver armor, crafted to fit her proportions perfectly, accentuating her striking physique. Though the armor's surface bore signs of wear, with visible scratches, it did not diminish her fierce demeanor. Rather, it added an air of intimidation. akin to a formidable female general that one dared not gaze upon directly. From a distance, Yang Su beheld the captivating Qingqiu Ziyue, and he could not help but feel a pang of headache. It was a genuine headache. If there was anyone in Su country whom he feared, it was none other than Qingqiu Ziyue. This was not due to her unparalleled strength, for even Yang Su could not match her prowess in full combat. Nor was it because she held any disdain for him owing to her might. In fact, Qingqiu Ziyue was not only powerful but also exceedingly obedient. She never questioned any of Yang Su's commands and would comply with his every request, demonstrating remarkable docility. Yang Su's headache stemmed purely from how troublesome she could be, in every conceivable sense. Since arriving in the wilderness, Yang Su had faced numerous challenges, particularly in the early days when he narrowly escaped death on several occasions. Yet he had never felt defeated. However, the seemingly innocent yet cunning Qingqiu Ziyue brought him a profound sense of defeat. The first he had experienced since arriving in the wilderness. It was a warm evening when he, the king of Su country, a former tribal leader and the creator of the Qingqiu Fox Clan, had opened the door to Qingqiu Ziyue's chamber, intending to share the leader's warmth and care with his subjects. Then, there was no further development. The following day, he found himself leaning against the wall, his legs trembling as he departed. He was aware of Qingqiu Ziyue's immense strength and hearty appetite, yet he had forgotten that physical prowess was not solely about brute force. Here was Yang Su, the king of Su country, endowed with tremendous strength after the enhancement from the ancient bronze texts, capable of delivering a single blow that could topple a sedan. His physical constitution, while not invulnerable, was extraordinarily formidable, sufficient to rival that of ordinary ferocious beasts. In ancient times, he could take the head of an enemy general amidst a sea of warriors. In modernity, he remains a formidable presence among martial experts. Yet, he overlooked that Qingqiu Ziyue is a rare immortal of the Qingqiu Fox Tribe, renowned for her physical prowess, possessing immense strength of tens of thousands of pounds. She can effortlessly lift boulders weighing over a dozen tons, and when she unleashes her full power, she is nothing short of terrifying, a humanoid behemoth. Most notably, Qingqiu Ziyue has an appetite that could satiate dozens of individuals. It was then that he faltered. Ever since, Yang Su has sought to evade the relentless pursuit of Qingqiu Ziyue, and when escape proves futile, he can only summon the audacity to confront her head-on, willing to offer himself as sustenance to the dragon. For this, Yang Su affectionately dubbed her the Steel Princess, an endearing moniker for a clumsy fox who could extract juice from steel. However, Qingqiu Ziyue did not perceive this teasing title as an affront, but rather as a badge of honor. After all, she is the only woman in Su country to have defeated a king, an unprecedented glory. As Yang Su pondered, he finally set foot on the shore. After drifting in the sea for an extended period, he suddenly landed on the coastline, experiencing a strong sense of disorientation akin to seasickness, as if the world were spinning. Yet, with his current physical condition, this discomfort dissipated after merely 2 breaths. From her elevated platform, Qingqiu Ziyue beheld Yang Su's arrival, her eyes sparkling with fervor as if she were a fanatic beholding her idol, erupting in joyous cheers. She had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. "King, catch me." With that, she leaped from the towering height of 20 stories like a falling star. A beauty like jade, she possessed a celestial visage. Her gaze was captivating, and her figure alluring. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her spirit burned with fervor. It is difficult for any man to remain unmoved by such an enchanting and passionate woman. Thus, Yang Su sprang into action. With a powerful thrust of his foot against the ground, he retreated 3 meters like a swift leopard. Boom! A deep, resonant thud echoed as Qingqiu Ziyue crashed onto the beach like a meteorite, her form sinking into the soft sand, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. The debris and sand, propelled like bullets, whistled through the air. Yang Su shielded his face, protecting himself from the onslaught of sharp stones and gritty particles. As the dust settled, he gazed at the seemingly lifeless Qingqiu Ziyue sprawled on the beach, shaking his head slightly with a sigh. That clumsy fox. Clad in heavy armor weighing over 200 pounds, her protection was formidable, capable of withstanding direct attacks from ferocious beasts, indestructible, coupled with her own weight. The total mass exceeded 300 pounds. The impact of such a weight plummeting from a height of 20 stories could only be described as terrifying. Even with his body fortified by ancient bronze texts, Yang Su would dare not absorb such force directly. Otherwise, suffering broken arms would be considered a fortunate outcome. As he approached, he found Qingqiu Ziyue lying in the sand in a starfish pose, nearly buried, her rear slightly elevated, showcasing the astonishing curve of her back. The voluptuous curves of her hips, wider than her shoulders, exude an alluring maturity akin to a ripe peach, contrasting sharply with her slender waist and elongated, graceful legs, thereby showcasing an astonishing waist-to-hip ratio. Just the mesmerizing silhouette evokes an irresistible urge to engage in deeper interactions. Yet, in the presence of such a captivating beauty, Yang Su harbored no sentiments of pity. With the formidable physical strength of Qingqiu Ziyue, a fall from 50 meters poses no threat. Even 100 meters would be inconsequential. He playfully kicked her ample posterior and chided, "Foolish fox, why don't you get up?" "Ah, the foolish fox is dead. Only the king's affectionate kiss can revive her." Qingqiu Ziyue replied with a robust voice, clearly showing no signs of demise. As she spoke, she turned over, lying on her back on the beach, almost as if fearing that Yang Su might not reach her. Her exquisitely striking face, usually exuding an air of dominance, was now dusted with sand, giving her a somewhat foolish appearance. Only her misty, expressive eyes sparkled, reminiscent of their usual allure. Her long, slightly curled lashes fluttered gently, as if conveying to Yang Su that without a kiss, she would remain unyielding. The surrounding soldiers, long accustomed to Qingqiu Ziyue's whimsical nature, stifled their laughter at the scene before them. They dared not laugh too loudly, for though the foolish fox was indeed simple-minded, she held grudges with a remarkable memory. Disturbing her playful banter with the king could lead to dire consequences. However, he found her presence endearing, bringing a sense of ease, especially in the evenings. Steel was not meant for such frivolity, let alone with a person. Yang Su crouched down and gently kissed Qingqiu Ziyue's alluring lips. It was quite moist. Upon the kiss, she sprang up jubilantly, exclaiming, "The foolish fox has been revived by the king's loving kiss." Yang Su affectionately pinched her delicate face, akin to fine mutton fat. Though he often found himself exasperated by this vibrant fool and occasionally endured her playful torment, he felt immensely grateful for such a carefree source of joy in his life. Her presence made it easier to forget the burdens of reality. With a fond smile, Yang Su teased, "When will you embody the demeanor befitting a leader?" Qingqiu Ziyue stood tall, her posture exuding an imposing majesty as if to pierce the heavens, proudly declaring, "Humph, who says I lack the qualities of a leader?" Before welcoming the king, I ordered the capture of several outsiders, eagerly awaiting the king's arrival to interrogate them. As she boasted of her achievements, Qingqiu Ziyue's spirit soared. "Those outsiders are quite peculiar. Some speak in languages we cannot comprehend. Yet others astonishingly converse in our own tongue. How marvelous!" Initially indifferent, Yang Su's heart tightened at her revelation, and his keen, piercing eyes narrowed. Some among those outsiders spoke Chinese. Chapter 33. Arrival at the West Sea Outpost. On the journey to the West Sea Outpost, Yang Su remained silent. To his astonishment, some of the outsiders spoke Chinese, a revelation that sparked a myriad of thoughts within him. Was it mere coincidence, or was there a deeper mystery at play? How could these individuals possess knowledge of the language? Had someone previously ventured here, or had newcomers recently arrived? What connections existed between this place and Earth? His mind was in turmoil, lacking clarity. The only information provided by Qingqiu Ziyue was limited, leaving him with no further leads. To uncover the truth, he realized that the only course of action was to meet these so-called outsiders in person. Thus, without delay, Yang Su led his troops towards the West Sea Outpost. The route from Duanshe Cliff to the West Sea Outpost required traversing the Blood River that flowed majestically from the mountains, proceeding eastward for several miles, then crossing mountains and veering northwest for an additional distance before finally reaching the outpost. This crimson river originated from a blood-colored peak hidden within the depths of the mountains. Though the mountain stood only 400 or 500 meters high, it was a mere speck amidst the vast wilderness, making it difficult to discern. The entire mountain was drenched in a deep red hue, not the typical shade of rock, but rather as if it had been soaked in fresh blood, still glistening and exuding a pungent metallic scent. The river itself seeped from the cliffs of the blood-colored mountain, mirroring its hue, resembling flowing blood. At the foot of the mountain, it gathered into a stream, cascading towards the boundless ocean. Thus, this river was aptly named Blood River by the Kingdom of Su, a name both simple and evocative. The Blood River was not particularly wide, measuring up to 12 meters at its broadest and only 3 or 4 meters at its narrowest. To the untrained eye, apart from its eerie color, it bore a striking resemblance to any ordinary river. However, to think so would be a grave misjudgment. Surrounding the Blood River, within a radius of 100 meters, there existed an eerie silence. while the vegetation was lush and even more vigorous than in other regions, as if imbued with a peculiar vitality. The dense primordial jungle was devoid of any living creatures, not even the chirp of insects. It felt like a realm of death. As night fell, the dense forest grew even darker. The army advanced cautiously along the riverbank, illuminated only by a few torches, carefully rationed to avoid attracting aerial predators. Fortunately, the soldiers were sharp-eyed and perceptive, particularly the Qingqiu Fox Tribe and the Qingqiu Clan, who could discern their surroundings with but a faint glimmer of light, akin to human night vision. Although the Merfolk lacked such keen vision, they possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to water, enabling them to perceive their environment through its presence. In this humid coastal setting, even with their eyes closed, they remained aware of their surroundings. Ironically, it was Yang Su who found himself at a disadvantage in such an environment. Yet, as a king, this was not a concern, for a king enjoys privileges. With the army paving the way ahead and guards safeguarding behind, accompanied by flickering candlelight and the beauty of a companion, one could only wish that this stunning beauty could maintain a bit more distance. Qingqiu Ziyue walked closely beside Yang Su, longing to attach herself entirely to him, almost wishing to become a mere ornament upon his person. Naturally, Yang Su vehemently rejected this notion. With a strong refusal, Qingqiu Ziyue, clad in gleaming metal armor and wielding an enormous 2-meter-long metal hammer alongside a hefty all-metal shield, bore equipment that collectively weighed over 1,000 pounds. Only a robust fox like her could manage such burdens. Anyone else would struggle to even lift them. The majestic mountains occasionally collided with Yang Su's arms, yielding an uncomfortable sensation. After all, who would find pleasure in metal armor? It was frigid and unyieldingly rigid. Throughout their journey, Yang Su cast several exasperated glances at the foolish fox, yet she remained blissfully unaware, lost in the reverie of her time with Wang. She was delightfully joyful, giggling and grinning. In response, Yang Su could only sigh silently, surrendering to the situation. However, despite their cautious advancement, the army encountered an unprecedented and bizarre occurrence. As night fell, eerie silhouettes began to emerge from the once tranquil blood river. These apparitions possessed only upper bodies, their lower halves seemingly submerged beneath the river, as if they entirely lacked them. Their visages bore a striking resemblance to the soldiers of the Su kingdom who had passed by the riverbank. Yet they were grotesque and terrifying, with vacant eye sockets that seemed to have been gouged out, leaving behind gaping, blood-soaked voids. These blood-colored specters were drenched in crimson, their garments trickling blood that merged with the river, as if the anguished souls of the deceased had come to reclaim their due. Emitting a haunting sound that mingled laughter with sorrow, the sound carried a unique magical quality, evoking feelings of irritation and inciting rage and fury. These spectral figures floated ominously upon the river's surface, their hollow eye sockets fixed intently on the soldiers of the Su kingdom traversing the shore. A chilling wind swept through, and though it was the height of summer, it felt as though they had plunged into the depths of winter, bone-chillingly cold. Such a surreal sight was a first for Yang Su. He stood upon the gravelly bank, gazing at the shadowy blood apparitions within the river, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Despite his familiarity with various bizarre phenomena, being scrutinized by these blood-colored phantoms sent shivers down his spine. This was undeniably sinister. Observing the eerie blood river prompted Yang Su to recall an unsettling legend, the River of Three Paths. It was said that within the underworld lay a river that traversed the realm of the dead, and souls wishing to reincarnate must cross this river. However, the river possessed a formidable power capable of corroding souls. The more malevolent the spirit, the less likely it was to traverse the waters. Souls ensnared within the River of Three Paths would endure eternal torment, forever deprived of the chance for redemption. Yang Su remained uncertain about the nature of the blood river. But in the wild, one must master the ability to control their curiosity to survive. Creatures driven by excessive curiosity do not tend to endure long. Shall I fetch a couple of them for you? Qingqiu Ziyue inquired, her gaze fixed intently on the strange blood figures upon the river. It was her first encounter with the Midnight Blood River and its peculiar transformations. Qingqiu Ziyue held a colossal metallic shield in her left hand, towering to half her height, while her right hand gripped a hefty metal hammer, exuding the exuberance of a husky discovering a new toy, eager to engage and play. Yang Su refrained from glaring at her this time. Instead, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp rap to Qingqiu Ziyue's forehead. This foolish fox seemed oblivious to the need for caution, charging forward without any understanding of what that ominous object might be or what powers it possessed. In her lexicon, the term danger simply did not exist. Indeed, it truly did not. Yang Su cast a stern gaze upon the eagerly expectant Qingqiu Ziyue and reprimanded her in a hushed tone. "Foolish fox, have you forgotten the lessons I imparted?" Sensing Yang Su's ire, Qingqiu Ziyue pouted her delectable lips, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, in disappointment and weakly replied, "Oh." As she spoke, her head drooped in dismay, and her once perked, fluffy fox ears now hung limply. She had been eagerly awaiting an opportunity to prove herself to Yang Su. Wang Yunxiao descended before Yang Su, his brow furrowed as he gazed toward the ghostly apparitions within the Blood River. The Qingqiu clan possessed supernatural abilities, rendering them acutely sensitive to the forces of the wind. As the wind howled past, it pierced through the ghostly figures on the Blood River, imparting an ominous feeling to Yunxiao, one that was indescribable. It was as though every secret had been laid bare before him, akin to gazing into an endless abyss that seemed poised to engulf him. The terror he felt far surpassed the fear evoked by encounters with the sphinx-like beast. Indeed, Yunxiao took to the skies, swiftly executing his orders. The command disseminated rapidly. Only when the army had completely vacated the Blood River's vicinity and proceeded northwest, confirming that the Crimson Spectres had not followed them beyond the river's bounds. Did Yang Su exhale in relief? This bizarre phenomenon had once again reshaped his understanding of the wilderness. The journey thereafter was remarkably smooth, devoid of any further peculiar occurrences. Occasionally, they would encounter nocturnal hunters, but the 500-strong army dispatched them with ease. By the time Yang Su arrived at the West Sea outpost, it was already 1 or 2 in the morning. Chapter 34. The King's Summons. Joyful smiles adorned the faces of all present, including Yang Su, standing upon the expansive platform. He gazed down at the brightly illuminated underground world, even in the depths of night. Though this was not his first visit to the West Sea outpost, he was still awestruck by the magnificent artistry of nature. It was truly breathtaking. He remained baffled by the peculiar aura that adorned the cave ceilings, which radiated light and warmth akin to that of the sun. The most astonishing aspect was that this aura seemed to sense the passage of time. During the day, it exuded its warmth and brilliance most intensely, while at night, although still emitting a faint glow, it was evident that its radiance had diminished significantly. With a sigh of admiration, Yang Su turned to Yunxiao and instructed, "Kindle the fire and prepare the meal at once, ensuring the soldiers are well fed and rested for the night." Their journey had been arduous, traversing mountains and marching through the night. Even Yang Su, whose body had been enhanced, felt the toll of fatigue, let alone the others. In respectful compliance, Yunxiao led the soldiers down the corridor in an orderly fashion. In the kingdom of Su, everything belonged to the king. The subjects possessed no private property. Rather, their possessions were gifts from the monarch. Clothing, shelter, and all provisions were derived from the king's benevolence. Thus, whether military or civilian, all shared communal resources. 50 individuals formed a group to light the fire and dine together, including the commanders, who, though enjoying superior treatment and more sumptuous fare, still partook in the communal meal. At this moment, the soldiers, though weary in both spirit and body, were delighted at the prospect of a hearty feast, for who could resist such a sumptuous repast? Laughter and conversation filled the air as they shared tales of their journey and personal anecdotes while making their way to the camp. As the king, Yang Su had no need to descend, for members of the Qingqiu tribe lifted a wooden palanquin and ascended. This palanquin resembled a sedan chair but differed slightly. Lacking a canopy, it resembled an open chair, akin to the distinction between a convertible and a standard car. However, the chair Yang Su occupied was unique. Crafted from exceptionally precious wood that was not only sturdy and durable, but also emitted a subtle, fragrant aroma that soothed the spirit. The seat was cushioned with soft beast skin from a fire-breathing beast, its texture as gentle as clouds, akin to the touch of a maideness skin, offering an exquisite tactile experience. The backrest and armrest of the palanquin were adorned with exquisite carvings of beautiful flowers, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship. As Yang Su settled into the palanquin, the 4 Qingqiu tribe members gracefully descended, gliding through the air with remarkable stability. The speed was moderate, with hardly a tremor felt, akin to riding in a scenic elevator, yet far superior, as it allowed one to appreciate the allure of nature, like the gentle mountain breeze caressing his face, reminiscent of a delicate hand. Upon arriving at the base camp, the Qing bird awaited him, still in her avian form, having not yet transformed into human shape. As soon as they met, she began to chastise Yang Su for his perceived shortcomings. She gripped the armrests of the palanquin tightly, standing there, glaring fiercely at Yang Su's handsome visage. showing no leniency as she reprimanded him. To this day, we remain oblivious to the terrors and mysteries that lurk in the depths of the wilderness at night. Marching in the dead of night is a grave taboo. For many years, no one has dared to breach this decree. As the king of the Sioux nation, the sovereign of this realm, and the leader we serve with utmost devotion, your lack of self-preservation leaves us profoundly disappointed. Fuming with rage, Qing appeared as if she wished to use her sharp beak to impart a bloody lesson to Yangsu, making him comprehend the extent of concern his actions stirred. Aware of his misstep, Yangsu refrained from defending himself. After all, the perils of nighttime marches had exacted a harrowing toll on the Sioux nation, which was precisely why he had established such a rule. Yet, as the king, he would not easily concede his fault. He seized the irate Qing, affectionately tousling her hair to divert the topic, jesting, "What, are you worried about me?" Embarrassed and infuriated, Qing flapped her powerful wings, freeing herself from Yangsu's annoying grasp, her voice trembling with indignation. "Who would be worried about you? Dream on, narcissist. I merely concern myself with our soldiers, yes. Just them. And with Ziyu." At that moment, Qingqiu Ziyu had already leapt from the platform at the entrance of the underworld. She shed her incredibly heavy gear with the agility of a monkey, scaling the steep cliffs with a speed hardly inferior to Yangsu's. Upon reaching the ground, she overheard Qing's words. With a joyful cheer, she dashed over like lightning, enveloping Qing, who stood 2 meters away from Yangsu, in a warm embrace. Burying her head amidst the majestic mountains, nearly suffocating her with delight, exclaiming, "You're the best, Qing. You know how to care for others." Of course. I'm just fine. Qingqiu Ziyu, blissfully holding Qing, possessed slim but formidable arms that almost choked the latter. Observing the playful interaction between the two, Yangsu chuckled as he descended from the palanquin. Stretching lazily, he commanded, "Prepare for my bath and change of clothes, and get ready for a midnight snack." Though he was eager to uncover the identities of the outsiders and pondered why they spoke Chinese, the 4 years of experience and refinement had transformed Yangsu from the reckless youth he once was. He understood that impatience would not resolve any issues. A calm demeanor and a spirited mind would prove far more beneficial for contemplation and problem-solving. Now, he needed to rest briefly to alleviate his fatigue and ensure he was in optimal condition. Shifting the topic, Yangsu inquired about the captured Afra and others. "Where are those outsiders we captured today?" After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Take them for a bath and a change of clothes, and bring them to me shortly." He paused slightly, a flicker of thought crossing his eyes, and continued, "Prepare a set of new garments for them and bring all their belongings." To understand these outsiders, it was not always necessary to converse with them. The items they carried could also provide significant clues. Although he had yet to encounter the outsiders, much information could be inferred from their attire and possessions. The Azure Phoenix, though perplexed by the request, ultimately acquiesced. She released the cacophonous Qingqiu Ziyu and soared towards the cavern situated behind the encampment. Inside, the cavern was a seamless expanse, resembling a vast stone chamber measuring 4 meters in height and approximately 5 meters in length and width, crowned by an arched ceiling. The surrounding walls were polished to a notable smoothness, yet they bore the marks of various claws that had scraped and clashed against the surface. The entrance to the cavern was framed by a wooden barricade, where sturdy timber was bound together with vines and other materials. Employing traditional Eastern mortise and tenon techniques to create a robust wooden door capable of withstanding assaults from ordinary beasts. Gaps the size of a palm between the slats allowed for ventilation and glimpses of the outside world from within the stone chamber. The sudden lively atmosphere of the outpost, coupled with the raucous sounds from outside, naturally captured the attention of Afura and her companions. They stood behind the sturdy wooden door, gazing at the bustling scene beyond, their expressions tinged with anxiety. Upon their arrival at the West Sea outpost, they had not faced any maltreatment. In fact, they had been largely ignored, simply confined to the stone chamber. However, the absence of any human presence in the surrounding environment, shrouded in an unsettling strangeness, induced significant psychological strain upon Afura and her companions, making relaxation seem utterly unattainable. Despite the late hour, having endured a long and exhausting journey without a morsel to eat, sleep eluded them. Just as they pondered the sudden commotion at the outpost, the wooden door of the chamber creaked open, revealing 2 soldiers. "The king summons you." The haughty and icy voice of the Azure Phoenix struck them like a cleaver, tightening their hearts with an unsettling apprehension. The king, the ruler of this foreign land. Chapter 35. The Conspiracy of the Shipwrecked and Identity Forgery. The bathing facilities at the West Sea Outpost are categorized into two types. One is the public bath, designed for the ordinary soldiers, which is divided into male and female sections. Situated on the western side of the outpost, the bathhouse resembles a vast industrial shed from the outside, enveloped by sturdy wooden walls that effectively shield against dust and prying eyes. The spacious interior mirrors itself in both sections, with 8 bathing pools arranged in a plum blossom formation. The construction of these pools begins with excavating a rough outline in the ground, followed by compacting the earth with heavy weights to ensure structural integrity. Subsequently, a special resin, a mixture of mud and sand, is applied 3 times on the surface of the pools to create a unique waterproof layer. By the time this process is completed, the baths are nearly finished, with the surface laid with finely scratched stone slabs, providing a stable footing that prevents slipping. Thus, each bathing pool is completed. The pools are perpetually shrouded in steam, limiting visibility to about 3 meters, beyond which everything appears blurred, as if one has entered a mystical realm. In ancient times, indulging in a hot bath was a rare luxury. Common folk might only bathe a handful of times a year, and even the affluent seldom enjoyed such comforts more than a few times monthly. The citizens of Qingqiu are fortunate enough to luxuriate in warm baths daily, not because of nearby hot springs, but due to the unique subterranean structure. The special minerals at the cave's apex emit intense light and heat, which, when shattered into small pieces and buried beneath the pools, can continually process cold spring water, transforming it into an artificial hot spring. Within the male bathing area, Yuan Xinghua, Murakami Aikir, and others recline in the same pool, leaning against the warm stone walls, relishing the pleasant sensation of the warm water cascading over their bodies. Despite their confinement, they cannot help but smile with satisfaction. Since their shipwreck, they have not had the chance to bathe. The seawater is far too saline for cleansing, and clean drinking water is scarce, making it impossible to use for bathing. Although rainwater is abundant in this wild terrain, with downpours occurring every couple of days, sometimes accompanied by storms, who would dare risk illness by washing in the rain? There are no doctors here, nor modern medicines. Falling ill is akin to stepping into the realm of the dead. Now, after a long absence from the joys of bathing, the group indulges slowly, not merely for pleasure but to strategize. The first to speak is Murakami Aikir, who has recently found a renewed sense of purpose and is filled with a desire to survive, unwilling to perish in this uncharted land. In fluent English, he addresses the others. "Gentlemen, did you notice the conditions here when we arrived?" Sanchez squints, casting a deeply appreciative glance at Murakami Aikir, unable to hide his admiration for the calmness of the man. In such dire circumstances, most would be utterly disoriented, let alone observant of their surroundings. Sensei developed a profound fondness for Murakami Aikir, a mere acquaintance of a single day. He deemed him a worthy companion. To escape or to survive, cooperation was essential. With his eyelids slightly lowered, he pondered over the sights encountered on his journey, deliberating. "I have taken note of our surroundings, based on my previous explorations. By assessing the length of the slope leading to the cave and the overall angle of the path, I estimate that we are currently situated 700 to 800 meters underground. The exit from this subterranean realm lies at a depth of 400 to 500 meters. At this juncture, a complex array of emotions coursed through Sensei: astonishment, elation, resignation, and dread. He marveled at the fact that such a vibrant primeval jungle could flourish in the absence of sunlight at such depths, defying all known natural laws. He felt joy at the discovery of this underground world, an irresistible temptation for any explorer. Yet, he felt helpless as the surrounding environment posed innumerable challenges to his escape plan. In this subterranean expanse, with its sole exit perched high upon a sheer cliff, evading the soldiers of the Qingqiu would be an arduous endeavor. As for the fear, it stemmed from the vastness of this underground world. Given the secretive nature of this realm, even if rescue teams from various nations were to arrive, locating this place would prove exceedingly difficult. Deli raised an eyebrow, wanting to counter Sensei's assertion. However, the words caught in his throat, as he lacked the grounds or evidence to dispute it. Although he doubted Sensei's assessment of their depth, he found himself equally bereft of any evidence to refute it. The notion that an underground world could not exist had become untenable. Just as no one had ever truly proven the existence of mermaids or encountered beasts adorned with animalistic ears. Listening to Sensei, Murakami Aikir felt a heavy weight settle upon his heart. He immediately grasped the gravity of their predicament. Although he had suspected they were in an underground world, he had not anticipated it to be so far beneath the surface. 7 to 800 meters. The prospect of escape seemed fraught with insurmountable challenges. Murakami inhaled deeply, solemnly stating, "It is exceedingly difficult to leave this place. Therefore, our immediate priority should be to consider how to survive." Both Sensei and Deli nodded in agreement, acknowledging that survival was the first step towards hope. Given time, escape was not impossible. As long as they breathed, there remained a glimmer of hope. Yet the pressing question loomed: how could they survive? Deli furrowed his brow, his handsome visage marred by worry and fear, quietly lamenting, "We are surrounded by monsters. How can we possibly survive? They claimed they would take us to see the king, yet we have no idea what manner of being this king may be." Deli hung his head, for the first time in his life engulfed by confusion and trepidation about the future. He had never encountered such circumstances before, nor faced such a dire predicament. Even when faced with the calamity of shipwreck, Deli steadfastly believed that his magnificent homeland, the Federation, would come to his rescue. Even as he found himself in this strange and mysterious wilderness, he never relinquished this conviction. Yet now, he wavers, not from a lack of faith in his country, but from a profound despair regarding his current predicament. Sanchez, too, remained silent, for he was utterly ignorant of the true nature and character of the king of Shugua, let alone capable of offering any viable suggestions. His face was clouded with worry as he let out a deep sigh. The only option now was to take one step at a time. "No, I believe it is quite the opposite," declared Murakami Ichiro. Exhaling with a calm demeanor that belied his ordinary and somewhat greasy appearance, his brow radiating a fierce confidence. His words captured the attention of all, including Yuan Xinghua, who understood the English phrase. The crowd turned to him, faces etched with confusion. Murakami did not hesitate to clarify. "I have observed the peculiarities of Shugua. Here, there are mermaids dwelling in the sea, winged beings soaring through the air, and beast folk with animal ears atop their heads. To gather such a diverse array of beings, each with distinct beliefs, lifestyles, and races, and to compel them to coexist peacefully and obey commands is no simple feat. In fact, it should be exceedingly arduous. Take humanity as an example. Caucasians, Africans, and Asians are all human, yet due to cultural traditions, values, skin color, and ethnicity, they often struggle to coexist harmoniously. How much more challenging it must be with these vastly different and even disparate races." At this point, Deli could no longer contain himself. All right. We understand that the king here possesses extraordinary talents and is a formidable individual, but isn't that precisely what we should be concerned about? The more powerful he is, and the more diverse races he rules over, the greater the number of soldiers and subjects he commands, the slimmer our chances of escape become. Sanchez, initially puzzled by Murakami's intent, suddenly grasped the essence of what was being conveyed. His excitement bubbled forth as he exclaimed, "The presence of different races in Shugua indicates that this king possesses a broad-mindedness, allowing him to accommodate various beings and enlist them in his service. Their military boasts air, naval, and ground forces, all working in close cooperation, which suggests that this king of foreign descent possesses remarkable vision and wisdom, adept at recognizing and effectively utilizing his strengths. Uniting the strengths of disparate races demonstrates his formidable capability, a power strong enough to earn the respect of all. This indeed offers us a chance to survive. An enlightened king will weigh the pros and cons of every action and will not resort to killing purely out of whimsy." Murakami nodded in appreciation. Precisely so. Deli suddenly awoke to this new perspective, recognizing the validity of such reasoning. He pondered deeply and found it immensely sensible. If a king were cruel and foolish, one could never predict the reasons behind his potential whims, perhaps even something as absurd as merely entering a room with the left foot first. No one relishes serving a capricious tyrant. Upon hearing the analysis from the two, Deli could not help but feel a flicker of hope for life. Deli eagerly inquired, "What must we do to persuade that king to spare us?" Ushiragami and Sanchez exchanged knowing smiles and replied in unison, "Forge an identity." Chapter 36, Yangsu, Have I Not Transcended? Falsifying Identity. Upon the utterance of these words, both Duri and Yuan Xinghua were left in a state of bewilderment. The elder Yuan, entirely perplexed by their lengthy discourse, struggled with the English language and was caught off guard by the mention of identity falsification, finding it utterly nonsensical. Duri, on the other hand, was engulfed in a fog of confusion, unable to grasp the implications of such an assertion. He queried, "Falsifying what? Why would we need to fabricate an identity? Do you believe that by doing so, that king will spare us? Even if we wish to create a false identity, what kind would it be? Do you expect this foreign monarch to be familiar with the American Federation, to know of the East? or to understand the empire on which the sun never sets? How could he comprehend our world? Duri's mind was besieged by a barrage of existential inquiries, genuinely perplexed by the utility of such an endeavor. Villager Ichiro, exuding confidence, interjected, "As we approached the bathhouse, I observed the living conditions of Sioux country. Their lifestyle is remarkably primitive, characterized by rudimentary wooden huts and unremarkable pottery, devoid of any semblance of modern civilization. Their standard of living appears to be stagnant in the pre-Christian era. Moreover, did you notice the sign before the bathroom?" The script utilized is simplified Chinese. Duri, utterly confounded, found himself at a loss for words, unable to discern the connection between these observations and the earlier discussion of identity falsification. Before he could voice his confusion, Ichiro continued. Simplified Chinese characters were established less than a century ago and only began to be widely adopted in modern times. The use of this script by Sioux country indicates that they must have had significant contact with modern Chinese people and have acquired this writing from them. This suggests that prior to this, their civilization was exceedingly primitive, possibly lacking a universally recognized script among the tribes. This observation aligns with what I previously witnessed, the rudimentary pottery and the simplistic wooden dwellings. Upon hearing this, Duri began to grasp the underlying implications. He pondered, "So, you surmise that the foreign king is not entirely ignorant of the modern world, yet his knowledge is likely quite limited. However, I still fail to see how this relates to our need to disguise our identity and how we might go about doing so." His gaze turned to Ichiro, now devoid of his previous arrogance and impatience, replaced instead with a newfound respect. Duri had come to acknowledge Ichiro's insights. He realized that he had overlooked the details that Ichiro had astutely observed. In such a perilous environment, Ichiro's keen observations and the impressive conclusions he drew were truly remarkable. As for the question of whether this king might be of Chinese descent, it had not crossed anyone's mind. How could an ordinary Chinese person possibly subdue such a multitude of foreign races, especially those capable of wielding magic? A single sheep could never lead a pride of lions. Thus, the notion was utterly implausible. During the era of World War II, a fighter from the American Federation could very well arrive here, only for a Chinese individual to inadvertently find themselves captured by foreign tribes and subsequently teach them the Chinese language. Is this not plausible and reasonable? Murakami Aikir felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he recognized that Duri had finally grasped his meaning. Like a seasoned strategist, he continued his analysis. For a wise king, it is ill-advised to blindly establish enemies, particularly those of extraordinary might. If we wish to survive, we must convey to that king the intrinsic value of our existence, as well as the compelling reasons that preclude him from taking our lives. Duri occasionally furrowed his brow, while at other times, the corners of his mouth curled upwards. He had finally comprehended Murakami Aikir's intentions, yet lingering doubts remained. Duri deliberated. Mr. Murakami's analysis resonates profoundly, akin to a priest's sermon. It is no small feat to observe such subtleties in a perilous environment and to formulate such calm assessments. However, what guise should we assume to convince that foreign king of our authenticity? They are beings capable of wielding magic, and we cannot ascertain that they lack the means to discern whether we speak the truth. Should they uncover our deceit, it would undoubtedly provoke their wrath. Sunshis chuckled heartily. Mr. Duri seems to overlook a crucial point. What if every word we utter is entirely truthful? He exchanged a knowing glance with Murakami Aikir, both displaying confident and proud smiles, a mutual sense of satisfaction blossoming between them. Kindred spirits. Duri was left bewildered. Truthful? Hadn't they just discussed the necessity of fabricating identities? Seeing that Duri remained perplexed, Murakami Aikir patiently elucidated. Speaking is an art, and lying is an even more exquisite craft. For instance, as Mr. Duri previously mentioned, your family primarily sells grain to small nations suffering from shortages, exchanging foodstuffs from the American Federation for rarer goods, thus profiting from the price differential. Consequently, you have been graciously hosted by numerous high-ranking officials and even leaders of these small nations. Duri nodded in acknowledgement. Prior to this, they had engaged in thorough introductions and had gained a certain understanding of one another's backgrounds. His family was indeed involved in the grain trade and had been entertained by the dignitaries of small nations. The identity of a prominent grain merchant from the American Federation is highly advantageous and commands great respect in many realms. Murakami Aikir continued. Thus, in a sense, Mr. Duri's family is a close partner to many nations, and as a result, has been honored with the hospitality of various rulers, being esteemed guests at their tables. Furthermore, Consider Mr. Yuan, who has presided over grand banquets in China and has prepared exquisite dishes for many national leaders. Therefore, it is entirely legitimate to regard Mr. Yuan as a premier chef who has served numerous rulers and has garnered their admiration and acclaim. Duri's eyes widened in realization. Understanding dawned upon him completely. He was at a loss for words, unable to express his feelings beyond admiration. A brilliant plan. The line between truth and falsehood blurred. One might even assert that not a single lie was spoken. This is the true art of deception. Even if this foreign land possesses creatures capable of detecting lies, it could never unravel such a genuine falsehood devoid of deceit. Upon hearing this, Delric was ignited with hope for the future. Eagerly engaging in discussions with others about how to master the art of lies, pondering the appropriate words to speak upon meeting the foreign king. To ensure that old Master Yuan comprehended their scheme, Ichiro patiently elucidated their plan. In this endeavor, old Master Yuan's culinary prowess would serve as one of their most significant trump cards. No one can resist the allure of exquisite cuisine. A masterful chef could lend credence to their fabrications. While the victims plotted and schemed, Yang Su reclined in the opulent private bath reserved for the king, indulging in the attentions of 4 enchanting maidens, contemplating a matter of great importance. Before him stood a wooden garment rack, adorned with clothing belonging to both men and women, specifically the attire of Afura and her companions. Observing these garments imbued with a contemporary essence, Yang Su's eyes narrowed, and his expression grew contemplative, disrupting the tranquility of his previously calm demeanor. Upon hearing that someone could speak Mandarin, he had entertained a rather subtle notion, yet he could not, nor dared he, confirm it. After all, what were the odds that everyone would concurrently traverse to the same location? Was this phenomenon of crossing over becoming a trend? However, now, upon seeing these clothes and the tags on certain pieces, Yang Su was entirely convinced of the identity of the outsiders, made in China. Although he had nearly returned all his English lessons to his teacher, forgetting this phrase proved exceedingly difficult. Chinese manufacturing. That was the hallmark of an era. Leaning against the edge of the finely crafted wooden bathtub, his eyelids drooped, and his hands massaged his temples, the turmoil within him swelling, ultimately transforming into a tempestuous wave. Could it be? Am I not traversing realms, but rather still on Earth? In comparison to the possibility of everyone collectively crossing into the same otherworld, Yang Su felt that the likelihood of his not having crossed over was, in fact, considerably greater. Chapter 37. Today, this king remains the most handsome in the wilderness. Yang Su's thoughts were in disarray, akin to a ball of yarn that a cat has played with, tangled and chaotic. The news struck him like thunder, leaving him bewildered and lost. Still on Earth? This was a question Yang Su had never entertained, for the natural environment of the wilderness bore no resemblance to Earth whatsoever. The dinosaurs on Earth had long perished millions of years ago, and as for the mythical creatures of legends, who had ever witnessed such beings in reality? If this place still belonged to Earth, it would have already caused a global sensation. There was no reason for it to remain so desolate and unknown. Unless the location was so concealed that it had yet to be discovered. With this thought, Yang Su gradually regained his composure. What had transpired had already occurred. It was futile to dwell on uncertainties. The imperative now was to gather more clues, seek additional information, and uncover the truth of the matter. Your Highness, these are all the items in our close possession. A Fox Clan maiden presented a tray before Yang Su. The tray was laden with various items, jewelry, necklaces, earrings, wallets, cameras, and more. Amidst this eclectic assortment, Yang Su's gaze was immediately drawn to something remarkably familiar, a smartphone. An Apple phone. After 4.5 years. The Apple had grown larger and more refined. Yang Su took the phone, now 3 times the size it had been 4 years prior, and inspected it from side to side before locating the power button. He powered it on and swiftly entered the interface. Although there was no password, the date and time were visible. June 2002X. Upon seeing the date on the phone, Yang Su's pupils constricted in an instant, and his previously relaxed brow furrowed once more. His emotions complex. Calculating back 4.5 years from this date brought him to the moment he arrived in the wilderness. With this clue, Yang Su was nearly certain that these individuals not only hailed from Earth, but also shared the same world and planet as he did. He could even conclude another matter. This place might indeed be Earth. Such a coincidence was too extraordinary. The timing of 4.5 years aligned perfectly. The planet's rotation takes 1 day, while a complete revolution around the sun constitutes a year. The likelihood of encountering 2 habitable planets with identical rotational and orbital periods in the vast cosmos is likely on par with or perhaps even lower than the chance of being struck by a meteor while walking down the street. Given all the information he had gathered, Yang-Su could firmly ascertain. First, the outsiders were from Earth, the world he was familiar with. Second, he had not traversed realms. He was still on Earth, in an era he recognized. Perhaps, after 4.5 years, some changes had occurred. A sense of impending crisis loomed. Should the wilderness world and the kingdom of Su be discovered, Yang-Su could only imagine the atrocities humans, driven by greed and the pursuit of profit, might commit. Slaughter, plunder, and war. The malevolence of human history shall inevitably be replayed, much like the transgressions humanity has inflicted upon itself. To shatter such a future, one must fortify oneself. Justice and principle are never determined by right or wrong, but rather by strength. The victors reign supreme, while the vanquished are deemed outlaws. Thus it is. Time is fleeting for the kingdom of Su. Amidst this contemplation, Yang-Su was interrupted by a chorus of jubilant voices. Suddenly, Qingqiu transformed into a magnificent white fish, swiftly darting from the bathroom and plunging into the water like a mesmerizing mermaid, sending splashes soaring into the air. With a resounding splash, Qingqiu submerged, and through the veil of mist, only the faintest curves of her form could be discerned upon the gently rippling surface. The majestic landscape of mountains and valleys unfolded around them. Emerging before Yang-Su, Qingqiu burst forth from the water with exuberance. The glint of her weapon caught the light, radiating a dazzling white brilliance amidst the tumultuous waves, a truly spectacular sight. Without a hint of decorum, she made a playful grimace, seemingly attempting to startle Yang-Su, her demeanor imbued with childlike mischief. Yang-Su's train of thought was disrupted. His brows furrowed as he cast a resigned glance at Qingqiu. Yet the foolish fox remained blissfully unaware of his troubled expression. Her enchanting visage was adorned with a joyful smile, reveling in the delight of her private moment with the king. King. Qingqiu elongated the word with an alluring charm previously unseen, her captivating eyes shimmering with an ethereal mist, enchanting and beguiling. It was then that she noticed the persistent worry etched upon Yang-Su's face, his brows still tightly knit. Instantly, her smile vanished, akin to a child caught in mischief. Standing before Yang-Su with a hint of nervousness, her commanding and elegant demeanor softened, revealing a childlike vulnerability as she whispered, "Did I upset the king again?" Seeing her anxious yet adorable demeanor, Yang-Su's tense brow began to relax, as if the worries in his heart were melting away under the sun. Clarity dawned upon him. Damn it! 5 years ago, I arrived in this wild land with nothing but my life at stake, surrounded by peril at every turn. After enduring 5 years, I have finally made headway and established this foundation. With a strong and capable army, every soldier a warrior of exceptional prowess, what is there to fear? In this wild land, the outcome of battles remains uncertain. You possess technology, yet I wield extraordinary tools as well, with the ancient bronze tomes in hand. Capable of absorbing the life essence of other beings to create various mythical races, Yang-Su brimmed with confidence for the future. Given time, the kingdom of Su shall undoubtedly stand atop the pinnacle of the world. As his worries dissipated, Yang-Su burst into hearty laughter. Reaching out to touzle Qingqiu's hair and caress her soft, plush ears, exclaiming with delight, "How could the king ever be angry with you?" Qingqiu, hearing this, believed him wholeheartedly. She gleefully leaped forward, stirring the mist to rise and entwine among the towering mountains, a breathtaking spectacle. With joy, she exclaimed, "The king is the best. Ziyue is here to help the king with a back rub." Yang-Su's eyelids gently closed, relishing the attentive service of Qingqiu. This tender interaction swiftly transformed into a battle of wits, where sharp tongues clashed, ultimately leading to Yang-Su's disheartening defeat, resulting in a decline of his vigor. However, for the sake of imminent matters, he curtailed the escalation of hostilities. Otherwise, one among them would inevitably leave in a state of repose. Though he refrained from disclosing who that might be. After refreshing himself and donning a resplendent new attire, Yang-Su stood before a mirror, meticulously scrutinizing his reflection. The so-called mirror was, in fact, a finely polished crystal sheet, one side coated with a light-absorbing material. While its clarity could not rival that of modern industrial mirrors, it still offered a clear view. As a king, one must pay heed to one's appearance, for every utterance and action of a monarch transcends personal matters, wielding immense influence over the subjects. A king who exudes confidence, handsomeness, steadfastness, and bravery can imbue his people with boundless positivity, invigorating their spirits and enhancing their productivity, an aspect of utmost significance. Yang-Su, gazing at his reflection, felt a surge of satisfaction. Today, He remained the most handsome man of the wilderness. In the mirror, his strikingly handsome visage bore an air of solemnity, his eyes glinting with a fierce brilliance, akin to blades capable of piercing the hearts of onlookers, instilling a profound sense of pressure. His robust physique, accentuated beneath the flowing black robe, showcased muscles that formed elegant contours, reminiscent of the power of a leopard. His long, ebony hair was elegantly gathered into a bun at the back of his head, secured with a silver-white hairband, resembling the hairstyle of an ancient Taoist priest. At this moment, he appeared as a general from antiquity, stepping forth from a painting, exuding an imposing presence imbued with an aura of martial severity. Chapter 38, The Nuwa Clan, Gods of Life. After finishing his bath, Yang Su engaged in an intense battle of wits with Qingqiu Ziyue, while the outsiders remained occupied with their ablutions. However, Yang Su was indifferent to their pace. He had far more pressing matters to attend to, such as the creation of the Nuwa clan. Ever since elevating his authority to level 2, he had been eager to witness the emergence of a new race, new subjects. After all, this was fundamental to the expansion and prosperity of Su Kingdom, the cornerstone for establishing a foothold in the wilderness. It was the distinct talents of various races that enabled Su Kingdom to carve out a nation in this untamed land. The introduction to the Nuwa clan was particularly intriguing. Nuwa clan, wilderness quality, form, human head, serpent body, exclusively female. Adult Nuwa can freely wield the power of transformation, taking on a human form. Ability, mastery over the force of life. Preferred environment, cool, dense forests. The phrase force of life piqued Yang Su's keen interest. He hoped it aligned with his suspicions, as this would allow Su Kingdom to embark on a rapid developmental trajectory. At the West Sea outpost, a vast cavern loomed, soaring several dozen meters high and spanning over 30,000 square meters. The ground was remarkably level, evidently shaped by human intervention. The surrounding rock walls, dark and profound like marble, bore the untouched marks of nature's artistry. The cavern was spacious and empty, illuminated by torches affixed to the walls every 3 meters, casting a bright glow that rendered the cavern as bright as day. Yang Su stood at the entrance of the cavern, with a sealed door behind him and a flat plaza ahead. Similar caverns existed in the royal city of Su Kingdom and its 3 towns, primarily utilized for the creation of life. Clad in black, Yang Su summoned an ancient bronze tome, flipping open the pages that contained the information on the Nuwa clan. And without a moment's hesitation, he chose to create, consuming 10,000 life energy to create 100 Nuwa clan members. The pages of the bronze tome displayed a message. Are you certain you wish to consume 10,000 life energy to create 100 Nuwa clan members? Confirm, cancel. Yang Su decisively selected confirm. As the ancient tome validated his command, a transformation unfolded. A red light gradually emanated from the tome, intensifying to a brilliance that was nearly blinding, akin to the sun suspended in the heavens. Beneath this crimson radiance, a miracle was birthed. On the flat plaza, where the scarlet light shone, living beings emerged as if crafted by a 3D printer. Skeletons, organs, flesh, scales, hair. From the inside out, entirely new life forms were created. In the span of merely 5 breaths, 100 Nuwa clan members had come into existence under the divine power of the ancient tome. As one gazed around, the scene was one of enchanting beauty. All Nuwa clan members were female, predominantly resembling youthful maidens, with human upper bodies and serpentine tails. Their upper halves were nearly indistinguishable from humans, even possessing round pupils akin to those of ordinary people, unlike the cold, unfeeling slits of snakes. In this lush landscape, the undulating hills present a picturesque scene. The juncture where the human form meets the serpentine tail boasts graceful lines, exquisitely and authentically exemplifying the concept of a serpent's waist. Descending further, the serpentine tail extends considerably. Tails measuring 2 to 3 meters are common, while some reach an impressive 4 to 5 meters, standing tall and conspicuous from the ground. The scales along the serpent's tail are dense and beautiful, glistening with a metallic sheen under the illumination of lights, showcasing undeniable defensive prowess. The hues of the serpent's tail vary, encompassing shades of white, teal, purple, and black, with the teal and purple being particularly prevalent. The newly birthed members of the Nuwa clan still exhibit a hint of bewilderment, yet to acclimatize to this entirely novel world. Typically, they require a minimum adaptation period of 2 to 3 hours, extending up to a full day. During this time, they experience sluggishness, diminished cognitive faculties, and an inability to communicate. Yang Su cast a glance over the enchanting scenery of these vibrant beings, redirecting his focus to the ancient bronze texts. To his astonishment, a plethora of information emerged on the pages documenting the Nuwa clan. These were names, each accompanied by their respective powers. The surnames of the Nuwa clan predominantly feature the two major families of Feng and Xiang. Among 100 names, Yang Su swiftly identified his target, Jiang Yaoshi, the goddess of life. Upon recognizing the name, a subtle change flickered across Yang Su's expression as he held his breath. A deity. This marked the first occasion he had encountered such a term within the ancient bronze texts. What extraordinary powers must a being possess to be acknowledged as a deity, or to be deemed to have the potential to ascend to divinity? Following the thread of his inquiry, he discovered his target amidst the throng of vibrant beings. She was a remarkably unique member of the Nuwa clan, mature, elegant, and exuding an air of noble sanctity. If the other Nuwa clan members were akin to youthful maidens, she embodied the grace of a gentle and sacred matron, a goddess of such nobility that one would hesitate to tarnish her sanctity. Her hair, as white as snow, radiated not the pallor of decline, but rather a lustrous, jade-like whiteness, imbued with vitality. Her complexion was exceptionally fair, rivaling that of Western women, yet far more delicate. Resembling flawless porcelain, seemingly nurturing the essence of life itself. Although her height was not particularly remarkable among the Nuwa clan, the aura of noble elegance and untouchable holiness she exuded was strikingly brilliant. Jiang Yaoshi. Yang Su gazed deeply at this paragon of elegance and sanctity, his heart brimming with anticipation. The goddess of life. What magnificent powers could she possess to be bestowed with such a divine title? As Yang Su envisaged the creation of the Nuwa clan and surveyed his new subjects within the vast caverns, eager for the surprises they might bring to the kingdom of Su, Yuan Xinghua and others finally completed their prolonged bathing. They donned fresh attire and, guided by soldiers of Su, made their way towards the temporary palace of the king. Although referred to as a palace, it was, in essence, a modestly improved encampment, more spacious, more refined, and more luxurious. After all, the establishment of the Western Sea outpost was a recent endeavor, with limited manpower, necessitating the cultivation of wasteland, construction of dwellings, and exploration of the subterranean realms. Yang Su forbids the allocation of precious human and material resources to construct a palace that would remain unused for an extended period. This palace is merely a residence with an independent courtyard, exceedingly ordinary. At least in the eyes of Yuan Xinghua and Afra, it is undeniably mundane. When compared to the towering edifices of modern society, or even to the grand castles of medieval Europe and the exquisite gardens of the East, it pales in comparison by an immeasurable margin. Nevertheless, they were not taken aback, for the external conditions of Su country suggest a rather primitive lifestyle. Yet, despite this, they did not dare to underestimate their surroundings. After all, these beings possess the ability to wield magic. Their standard of living may be low, but their strength is undeniably formidable. Upon arriving outside the palace, they awaited in the courtyard while a guard proceeded to the sitting room to announce Yang Su. The group exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with tension. What manner of king is this alien sovereign? What kind of individual might he be? Could he be the wise ruler they envisioned, or perhaps a tyrant? Chapter 39. The initial encounter with the victims. The first to feel restless was Deli. He scanned his surroundings, his expression tense as he observed the soldiers guarding the area, occasionally swallowing nervously, revealing his unease. This place was exceedingly rudimentary. Did their king truly reside in such a setting? Deli's remarks drew the attention of the others, momentarily alleviating the tense atmosphere. Though they appeared calm on the surface, their hearts were equally fraught with anxiety. This time, they were not to engage with ordinary humans, but rather with sentient beings from entirely different races. Perhaps this would mark a monumental leap for human civilization. They were uncertain if there had been any authentic encounters between humans and these other beings before them. However, from the history they were aware of, there had never been any mention of the outcomes of such interactions. Myths and legends did not count, as they left no definitive evidence, rendering the truth indistinguishable from fiction. Certainly, they had never aspired to become pioneers in human-alien contact. If given the choice, they would prefer to remain blissfully unaware of such opportunities. Suncha scrutinized his surroundings as though attempting to memorize every street, every building, and even every ornament. This was an instinctive response for an adventurer. In unfamiliar wilderness, particularly in perilous and uncharted territories, no equipment could be fully trusted. Compasses, mobile phones, satellite phones could all fail. To survive in unexplored wilds, the only entity one could truly rely on was oneself. He countered, "Indeed, this place is quite rudimentary. But let us not forget that this is not their genuine settlement. It merely resembles a military camp or fortress." Murakami pondered aloud, his voice low and deliberate. Each word carefully weighed. Though it may not be their habitation, it should be more than just a military outpost. I noticed on my way here that there are also farmlands and livestock nearby. Their cultivation of the land suggests a plan for long-term deployment and development. However, based on our observations thus far, it appears there are no civilians present, only soldiers of the Shugwa. Glimpsing the broader picture, Murakami noted that the Shugwa was far more complex than what was immediately visible. What the true nature of the Shugwa was remained a question yet to be answered. Afra concurred, stating, "I align with Mr. Murakami's sentiments. What we currently perceive of the Shugwa is evidently just the tip of the iceberg. Concluding based on this limited view would yield results that diverge significantly from reality." At this juncture, Afra became noticeably more vigilant. Her voice lowered. Her stunning sapphire-like eyes flitted around cautiously, her beautiful features now marked with gravity and caution as she advised, "We must tread carefully. We cannot afford to provoke them." The group nodded slightly in understanding. They were all adults, not naive youths. No one was foolish enough to risk their life recklessly. As they conversed, the guard who had entered the room to report had already stepped back out. He stood before the door, conveying the king's decree. The crowd fell silent, proceeding towards the grand hall under the watchful eyes of 4 guards. Ascending the steps and traversing the corridor, they arrived at the entrance of the hall. The interior of the hall was simply furnished, adorned with an understated elegance. A pristine layer of fur from a ferocious beast, as white as snow, covered the wooden floor, enveloping the entire room in a seamless unity, making it difficult to envision the creature's former might. Stepping upon it felt as light as treading on clouds, soft and airy. One could still sense the warm breath emanating from the snow-white fur, as if it were still a living being. This fur belonged to a fearsome creature known as the Cloud Beast. The Cloud Beast was entirely snow-white, lacking limbs, resembling a colossal spherical form, akin to a magnificent white cloud. The smallest specimens measured 4 to 5 meters, while the largest could reach up to 100 meters. Underestimating the Cloud Beast due to its charming appearance would undoubtedly yield dire consequences. Floating in midair, the Cloud Beast maneuvered with a small appendage reminiscent of a dolphin's tail, giving its movements a comical flair. However, its seemingly delicate cherry-red mouth could effortlessly rend apart a substantial portion of its body in a single breath. It could devour not just 1 cow, but even 10 elephants in an instant. Utilizing its innocuous exterior, it lured other fierce beasts into a trap, swallowing them whole. Aside from this extraordinary carpet, there was only a rectangular table positioned directly opposite the entrance. At that moment, a small stove adorned the table, with a metal pot steaming above it, surrounded by an array of jerky, fruits, dried fish, and more. Nearby, a barbecue grill was busy roasting meat. The charcoal crackled against the succulent, juicy morsels, producing a delightful symphony of sizzling sounds, while fragrant smoke wafted from the grill, making the others involuntarily swallow hard. Since their capture, they had not consumed a morsel, having only sipped a few drops of water. Now, confronted with this sumptuous feast and inhaling the enticing aroma of meat, their stomachs felt as if they were staging a rebellion. However, disregarding their protesting bellies, their gazes fixated upon the man seated at the long table, all displaying expressions of astonishment. Yang Su's appearance diverged significantly from their expectations. He was strikingly handsome and imposing. Afra observed Yang Su discreetly, noting his handsome features, robust physique, and beautiful eyes that sparkled with surprise, which eased her anxious heart. From his exterior, Yang Su exuded a gentle refinement, far from the crude and unattractive figure she had envisioned. As Lu Sun once said, handsome men are surely favored by girls. Yang Su's striking visage and the stark contrast to their assumptions left a profound impression on Afra. Indeed, he was a formidable individual. Upon laying eyes on Yang Su, the Sanchez couple felt their bodies tense, their hair standing on end. They sensed they were teetering on the edge of a crumbling cliff, poised to plunge into an endless abyss, where they would be shattered to pieces. The terrifying pressure surged like a tangible tide, overwhelming them and leaving them breathless. This dreadful sensation was not unfamiliar to them. They had encountered it numerous times before, once when they faced a giant python in the Amazon, and another time when a pride of lions surrounded them in Africa. It was the tension and fear that accompanied life and death crises. This man was exceptionally fearsome, more so than any beast they had previously encountered. The couple exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with gravity and anxiety. The gaze of the village chief did not linger on Yang Su. Instead, it roamed around him. The beautiful, ethereal phoenix perched gracefully on the table, elegantly preening its iridescent feathers, offering them not a single glance. Surrounding them were a dozen stunning beauties, clearly of diverse ethnicities. They served the king devotedly, their eyes brimming with reverence and admiration, the fervent glances reminiscent of devout worshippers gazing upon a deity. They regarded their king as a divine being, a beloved and approachable monarch. Otherwise, such fervor and boldness in the subjects' eyes would be inconceivable. Old Master Yuan Xingguo's attention was not on Yang Su, but rather on the Fox Clan beauties who were grilling and preparing food. To be precise, it was their culinary technique that captured his focus. Their skills were woefully inadequate. Old Master Yuan shook his head slightly, deeming it a waste of ingredients. After a brief moment of shock, Deli boldly assessed Yang Su, and his anxiety dissipated. Is this the ruler of an alien race? He does not appear particularly impressive, does he? Chapter 40. The Hospitable Lord Yang. As the onlookers scrutinized Yang Su, he too assessed them in return. Prior to their arrival, Yang Su had gathered a wealth of intelligence through Qingwan. Firstly, these individuals had come here due to a maritime disaster. Secondly, they had established a camp near the beach, awaiting rescue, yet no sign of a rescue team had been detected thus far. Lastly, among them were two individuals proficient in the Chinese language, one being an elderly gentleman, frail and seemingly on the brink of collapse, and the other a strikingly attractive young woman of Caucasian descent. Yang Su's gaze swept over the 6 individuals, his demeanor remarkably composed. However, he could not claim to feel any warmth towards these strangers. Certainly, he did not harbor any animosity. In fact, he welcomed their presence. He had already formulated a plan for dealing with them. What is the most precious asset in this world? The answer is knowledge. The brilliance of human civilization has not emerged overnight. It is the culmination of countless experiences and lessons learned over millennia, passed down through generations. Some of these legacies may now seem outdated, yet it is precisely these seemingly absurd traditions that have propelled the development and progress of human civilization. Without the inheritance of knowledge that began in ancient times, the splendor of contemporary human civilization would not exist. What does Sioux country currently lack? It lacks inheritance, accumulation, knowledge, and talent. Just as Yang Su once wished fervently to recruit a few teachers to educate in Sioux country, it appears that fate has now presented him with an opportunity. Since they have come, why should they leave? Their presence here could be a blessing. The notion of departure is preposterous, having learned of Sioux country. How could they possibly be permitted to depart? With a gaze as gentle as jade, akin to appraising his own possessions, Yang Su's voice resonated powerfully as he inquired, "Who among you can understand my words?" Upon hearing his question, Afura and the venerable Yuan Xingguo raised their hands in response. The village's young man, though his eyes flickered, refrained from showing any indication, feigning ignorance of the Chinese language. As for the other 3, they genuinely did not understand. Yang Su nodded slightly and commanded, "Prepare seats for them and provide a set of bowls and chopsticks." Yang Su has always been considerate and cherishing towards his own possessions, particularly those of great value. Following his orders, attendants soon brought 2 square tables and 2 small stools into the grand hall. The attendants placed a set of bowls and chopsticks on each table and subsequently served tea and dried meat. Afura gazed at the delectable spread before her, her flat stomach protesting vehemently. Yet she hesitated, uncertain whether to sit and accept Yang Su's hospitality. Nonetheless, this warm introduction eased her tension and significantly elevated her regard for him. She mused to herself that this foreign lord was not a brutish tyrant, but rather a gentleman of humility and courtesy. Perhaps today would yield a most delightful exchange. The others also exhaled in relief, sensing that the situation appeared rather favorable. Old Master Yuan harbored few concerns, for his days were already numbered. Thus, the fear of death held no sway over him, especially since his name had already been inscribed upon the death register. Once a person comes to terms with life and death, their anxieties diminish, and they become more candid. He cheerfully settled into his seat, picking up the fruit on the table to eat without regard for its edibility. As for meat, he would not touch it, at least not until he ascertained its nature. Upon witnessing old Master Yuan's calm demeanor, Afrala abandoned her hesitations and took a seat at another square table, refraining from partaking of the food laid before her. Expressing gratitude for the king's hospitality, Afrala, once seated, conveyed her appreciation and goodwill to Yang Su, articulating with grace, "Esteemed king of a foreign land, we did not intend to intrude upon the borders of Sioux Nation. Our cruise ship encountered misfortune at sea, and during our escape, the lifeboat inadvertently arrived on your shores. We have no desire to disrupt the tranquility of your nation, nor to offend your dignity. Her poised explanation garnered quiet admiration from the villagers. However, Yang Su paid no heed to Afrala's words. Whether they had offended or not was inconsequential. After all, they would soon be one family. In a familial bond, what need is there for grievances? Yang Su had always been remarkably lenient towards those he considered kin. If the target was not yet part of his circle, he would gently persuade them to join, transforming them into allies. Should gentle persuasion fail, he would resort to more forceful methods. Though inexperienced in such matters, he was eager to learn, confident in his ability to master the art. With keen interest, Yang Su inquired, "What are your respective talents?" This question left Afrala momentarily taken aback, her beautiful visage reflecting confusion and astonishment. What talents? Are we not discussing the matter of territorial offense? How had the conversation shifted to their skills? Yang Su nodded slightly. Fashion design and jewelry design. Indeed, you possess considerable talent. Su Nation lacked proficient designers in these fields, presenting an opportunity to fill a gap in its knowledge base. Moreover, fashion and jewelry design were undeniably valuable pursuits. After all, who could resist the allure of beauty? Yang Su harbored hopes that his maidens might become even more enchanting and alluring. Old Master Yuan chuckled heartily. I possess no remarkable skills. The only talent I can claim is my culinary prowess. Is this truly the time for modesty? Villager Yi Lang silently chastised him, hastily signaling Afrala. Having already been apprised of Yi Lang's plans, Afrala understood the implication of his glance. She swiftly clarified, Mr. Yuan hails from the ancient civilization of Huaxia, where humility is regarded as a virtue. He is not merely a cook, he is one of Huaxia's finest chefs, having presided over national banquets. Many sovereigns from various nations have been known to book his services months in advance to savor his culinary artistry. Yang Su was taken aback. A national banquet chef was indeed an impressive title. In ancient times, this would undoubtedly signify the role of the imperial chef. The identity of an imperial chef stands as the pinnacle of achievement and pride within the culinary realm of the Huaxia. Upon learning of Yuan Xing's esteemed position, Yang Su revealed a smile of admiration. Excellent. Another talent to add. A master chef of such caliber can significantly elevate the culinary arts of the entire Su kingdom. Food is of paramount importance to the people. This matter is exceedingly crucial, impacting the nation's economy and the livelihoods of its citizens, as well as Yang Su's own gastronomic desires. He had never savored the dishes crafted by an imperial chef. The thought of frequently indulging in the culinary artistry of an imperial chef filled Yang Su with great delight, prompting him to lavish praise. Mr. Yuan is indeed an extraordinary individual. Yuan Xingwa beamed with joy. After all, who does not relish being lauded? He, too, is human and appreciates compliments, especially from a stranger. With a gentle stroke of his beard and a light-hearted chuckle, he humbly responded, though the smile upon his aged visage bloomed like a chrysanthemum, radiating sheer happiness. A young man from the village observed this exchange and silently applauded. The situation indeed aligned with his expectations. This was a wise sovereign, approachable, benevolent, and imbued with wisdom and courage. Truly remarkable. The others, not comprehending the Chinese language, remained unaware of the specifics of their conversation. However, witnessing the jovial interaction between host and guest, the atmosphere felt particularly warm, prompting smiles and easing their vigilance and concerns. They inwardly expressed gratitude, thanking the heavens for leading them to a kind foreign ruler. This was an exceedingly pleasant adventure, akin to a grand escapade from a fairy tale. Chapter 41. The arrogant Yang Su and the bewildered victims. Yang Su's gaze swept over the Sanchez couple, Murakami Aikir, and Dali, pausing momentarily on Murakami Aikir. As an Asian, it was difficult for Yang Su not to take notice of him. However, the probability of him being of Chinese descent was exceedingly low, given his inability to speak Mandarin. Yang Su pondered aloud, "Who are you?" Afra took on the role of translator, conveying Yang Su's inquiry to the group. Dali, unable to contain himself any longer, was the first to introduce himself. Standing tall and proud, he met Yang Su's gaze with unwavering confidence, proclaiming, "Esteemed king of the Su Nation, greetings. I am Dali Ska, hailing from the Ska family. Our family boasts a rich history, primarily engaged in the trade of grains and other economic crops. Our business spans the globe, working closely with numerous nations that struggle to achieve self-sufficiency in food supply, providing them with sustenance sufficient to alleviate famine. Our family's caravans have been received by officials and rulers from various countries, wielding considerable influence. I possess extensive experience in finance and corporate management." As Dali spoke of his capabilities, he radiated pride. A graduate of Harvard University, he held a degree in finance, His illustrious family background and personal achievements drew significant attention. Afra translated Dali's words faithfully, yet her sapphire-like eyes remained fixed on Yang Su. Observing the subtle shifts in his expression, her intrigue was not born of affection, coming from a prosperous family. She had encountered countless exemplary men and could not be swayed by a mere first impression. Rather, she felt a peculiar sense of unease. Yang Su's gaze was intensely fervent, a look she recognized all too well. It mirrored the fiery, sun-like glint her father exhibited when he discovered a lucrative investment opportunity. It was a gaze imbued with greed and possessiveness. Initially, she had not noticed, but as Yang Su's attention turned to the elderly Yuan Xinghua, she sensed something amiss. His eyes were filled with a terrifying desire. This man was far from the gentle and amiable persona he projected. He harbored an insatiable yearning that rivaled her father's. As Afra reflected on her father's nature, her anxiety surged like an overflowing spring, uncontrollable. He was a man of insatiable greed, who had once imparted this lesson to her. A successful merchant must elevate even their own funeral to a fine commodity, selling it for a handsome reward. Yang Su listened intently to Dali's self-introduction, silently appraising him. A person of little value. In the Su nation, finance held no significance, as all belonged to the king. Wealth, subjects, land, everything was under his dominion. There was even no concept of private property. As for the experience in corporate management, it bore no relevance. The Su nation was sufficiently small, requiring no external assistance for governance. Although Delhi may seem rather unremarkable, Yang Su possesses a keen eye for beauty. Discerning potential even in what others deem as worthless, finding a market where they can shine and contribute. Despite his apparent lack of utility, this individual is tall and robust. Clearly suited for arduous labor. Perhaps with a little guidance, he could prove valuable. Yang Su mused to himself. This man could temporarily serve as a laborer for foundational construction, alleviating the minor issue of population scarcity in Su country. In the future, he might even become a bargaining chip for acquiring resources, contingent upon whether his family can locate this place. Seeing the atmosphere so amicable, the Sanchez couple inadvertently relaxed their vigilance. As if prearranged, they began their introductions. Esteemed ruler of Su country, I am Sanchez, and this is my wife, Susan. We are adventurers, traversing various nations and navigating perilous domains. We delve into the past and present of diverse civilizations, pursuing the limits of human reach. Throughout our adventurous careers, we have visited over 80 countries, nearly traversing half the globe. We have been warmly welcomed by numerous sovereigns. At this point, Sanchez spoke with pride, his chest puffed out as if boasting of his achievements. However, he refrained from any impolite gestures, instead shifting his tone to one of humility, bowing respectfully as he continued. Yet among all the dangers we have encountered, none have been as wondrous or incomprehensible as this mysterious island. To establish a nation in this perilous and enigmatic realm, to lead diverse races and create safe havens, truly, you are a valiant warrior, an admirable force. Our glory pales in comparison to yours. Sanchez's compliments flowed naturally, largely sincere. He genuinely admired Su country's resilience in such a treacherous environment, based on his years of exploration. He believed that even a fully armed army might not survive 10 days here, as many of the dangers surpassed the bounds of known human science. Yang Su smiled and nodded, thoroughly pleased with the Sanchez couple, seasoned adventurers who would serve as a veritable encyclopedia for the citizens of Su country, providing insights into the outside world and the knowledge of various nations. They were indeed treasures. The final introduction came from Murakami Ichiro. Under Yang Su's gaze, he exhibited exceptional poise and tranquility. With arms closely aligned to his sides and hands along the seams of his trousers, he bowed at a perfect 90 degrees. Introducing himself with utmost respect, I am Murakami Ichiro, an exceptional financial steward. To ensure Yang Su understood the concept of a financial professional, Murakami deliberately chose the term steward. Yang Su's eyelids lowered slightly, his interest waning. Another figure from the financial sector, precisely the sort of talent Su country currently had no need for. Having learned of each individual's profession and capabilities, Yang Su had already made decisions regarding their futures. Whether anyone concealed information mattered little. In the near future, those who deliberately conceal the truth will undoubtedly rue their deception. However, Yang Su is a benevolent monarch. Should they sincerely repent and strive for the flourishing of Su Kingdom, Yang Su would be more than willing to grant them an opportunity to redefine their own positions. As for those lacking in awareness, their fate is inconsequential. In due time, they will come to understand this matter through the rigors of arduous labor that will test their mettle. Yang Su smiled and declared, I am already aware of each of your capabilities. My kingdom is an enlightened realm, free from discrimination based on ethnicity. We welcome all who possess talent and are eager to provide refuge to those skilled individuals in distress. From this day forth, you may remain here without worry, as you shall receive treatment commensurate with your abilities. Afra's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her breath quickening, and a charming flush adorned her lovely visage. The majestic mountains trembled violently, causing her flowing white dress to billow, the low-cut neckline rippling with waves as white as snow, dazzling in appearance. Purely incensed, Afra's complexion shifted dramatically as she inwardly cursed furiously. She finally grasped the unsettling truth. This scoundrel had no intention of letting them go. Chapter 42. Do you still aspire to be one of the elite? Afra, disregarding the need to translate for Sanchez and the others, hastily expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your kindness. However, before she could complete her sentence, Old Master Yuan Xingwa abruptly interrupted her. With one hand stroking his beard, he threw back his head and laughed heartily, his voice resonating with vigor, while his cunning eyes narrowed into slits. He candidly remarked, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your goodwill. I shall rely on your gracious care from now on." Afra paused, taken aback as she looked at Yuan Xingwa, astonished that he so readily capitulated. In response to her incredulous gaze, Yuan Xingwa solemnly shook his head. He had already discerned the truth, being one of the first to recognize Yang Su's ulterior motives. Yang Su's initial inquiry did not pertain to their origins, identities, or intentions. Rather, he sought to ascertain their capabilities. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xingwa had surmised the insincerity of Yang Su's intentions. This was a sagacious and enlightened sovereign, capable of embracing any race or being willing to submit. Yet, his benevolence and tolerance were reserved solely for the talented and obedient. Defiance would only invite calamity. Such was the will of the king. What significance lies in those who cannot serve my purpose? For Yuan Xingwa, it mattered little. His days were numbered. His interruption of Afra was merely a precaution to shield her from unnecessary peril. The risk of repercussions awaited anyone who dared to oppose the king. Afra grasped Yuan Xingwa's meaning, yet her heart brimmed with reluctance. After a moment of contemplation regarding their present predicament and weighing the pros and cons, she, despite her myriad of discontents, ultimately chose silence. A wise woman avoids immediate loss. Only a fool would confront adversity head-on. As the old Eastern proverb goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. As long as one lives, hope for escape endures, does it not? Afra conveyed Yang Su's intentions to Sanchez and the others. The village leader furrowed his brow but maintained a semblance of calm. For him, survival constituted victory. Other matters could be addressed later. The Sanchez couple wore expressions of concern, discontent with Yang Su's arrogance and tyranny. They had no desire to remain in this wild and untamed land, despite its alluring charm that beckoned adventurers. However, venturing forth was a different matter from settling down. Delhi, the most impatient and bewildered among them, felt utterly disillusioned. This was not what had been promised. His eyes blazing with indignation, he boldly exclaimed, "O king of a foreign land, I am a citizen of the United Federation. We, the United Federation." He could not finish his sentence before the smile vanished from Yang Su's face, replaced by an icy, ruthless gaze. As if a frigid wind from Antarctica threatened to extinguish all vitality in its path. In an instant, the temperature within the grand hall plummeted. Even the flames of the nearby grill appeared to falter under an invisible pressure, abruptly extinguishing half of their glow. Delhi, facing Yang Su directly, found himself in the most precarious situation. His pupils constricted, and he felt as if a tempest was crashing upon him, plunging into an icehouse operating at full capacity. His body trembling uncontrollably as if it were about to succumb to the terrifying chill. At that moment, Delhi abruptly awakened to the reality before him. The seemingly youthful king was not merely the ruler of a primitive tribe, but the sovereign of an alien clan endowed with magical powers, a king from the realms of myth and legend. Delhi gritted his teeth. Unable to maintain eye contact with Yang Su, his handsome visage contorting into a stiff, awkward smile as he humbly remarked, "Our federation will be profoundly grateful for your kindness and generosity. A man's knees may be adorned with gold. Yet this young master's family is affluent enough to not be in want of such trifles. Thus, this young master shall endure." He held a particular fondness for those who recognized their circumstances, as they spared him much trouble, such as the act of killing. Yang Su abhorred murder, deeming it a waste. In the wilderness, human life is a precious resource. A single individual, with minimal sustenance, can sustain their existence, yet their labor can support dozens. The deceased hold no value compared to the living. Perhaps for them, that is what one might call living. She stared with sapphire-like eyes, a hint of grievance in her expression as she inquired, "Esteemed king, we are immensely grateful for your goodwill, but what may we do for you? What should we accomplish while we remain here?" Yang Su replied coldly, "Engage in what you are capable of." Afra blinked, slightly perplexed. What we are capable of? That seems rather vague. You and this esteemed gentleman are quite fortunate, designated as first-class exceptional talents, entitled to private quarters, sumptuous meals, and the constant attendance of a maid. Afra sighed in relief. It did not sound too dreadful, apart from the incessant servitude. "Oh God, this malevolent lord must have sent someone to monitor me," she grumbled, wishing to twist Yang Su's head off and use it as a ball. Indeed, if circumstances permitted, she would do so to avenge her current plight. As for now, Afra donned a submissive and demure smile, her slender arms crossed over her chest, compressing the majestic mountains into unfathomable ravines, feigning surprise. "You are truly a benevolent king. What can I do to repay your kindness?" Yang Su remained indifferent to Afra's insincere flattery, as long as they obeyed and worked diligently. A little grumbling behind his back was understandable and acceptable. After all, who could prevent others from harboring impotent fury in their hearts? He calmly stated, "What you need to do is to utilize your talents to instruct the subjects of Su Kingdom in garment design, in jewelry design, and, if necessary, serve as a bridge for communication with others." This time, Afra felt entirely at ease. This sounded rather intriguing, aside from the compulsion to work, which was quite irksome. She wanted to bite someone. The Sanchez couple was classified as second class, enjoying the privilege of an independent wooden cabin, ample sustenance, and a restricted range of activities. They hoped to swiftly learn the language we employed, facilitating smoother communication. Afrala translated Yang Su's words. Upon hearing this arrangement, the Sanchez couple could only manage a resigned smile. Accepting their fate, this was not the worst outcome in their adventurous journey. As Afrala sensed the gravity of the situation, an ominous feeling enveloped her. First class. Second class. Did this imply there was yet another tier? She cast a sympathetic glance at the pitiful Duri, feeling both compassion and relief. Thankfully, my sister is proficient in foreign languages. While Afrala pondered this, Yang Su coldly announced the verdict for Murakami Ichiro and Duri. You must labor in exchange for protection and sustenance. This simple proclamation shattered Duri, nearly driving him to despair. Was this it? Where was the house? The food? Guards? Well, perhaps they could forego that. However, to provide neither shelter nor provisions while demanding labor in exchange felt like an attempt to exploit them, treating them as slaves. I shall endure. Duri forced a smile resembling that of a weeping child, uttering insincere words of gratitude. After the recent intimidation, he lacked the courage to resist any further. As for Murakami Ichiro, he remained remarkably composed throughout. Such occurrences had been anticipated, but it was not an issue. To live is to succeed. This was a victorious trial. Upon learning the fate of Murakami Ichiro and Duri, Old Master Yuan felt a wave of relief. His own treatment was, in fact, quite favorable, with food, shelter, and attentive service. Aside from the living conditions not being comparable to the modern world, everything was splendid. Even the recently aggrieved Sanchez couple revealed a somewhat misplaced smile, expressing a newfound acceptance and gratitude for their circumstances. The king is indeed a rather generous individual, is he not? Praise be to God. And thank the king for his benevolence. As the meeting concluded, Yang Su rose to depart, leaving behind heartfelt words that brought tears of gratitude and warmth to all present. Rest well, everyone. Do not worry about your friends near the beach. It will not be long before you reunite. The group fell into a contemplative silence, sending their heartfelt regards inwardly. Damn it. Chapter 43. Self-interest. Chaotic camp. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Yang Su did not immediately succumb to slumber, for numerous tasks awaited him, leaving no time for respite. He stepped out of the courtyard and arrived at the exterior of the West Sea Outpost. It marked Yang Su's first encounter with the newly transformed West Sea Outpost in half a year. Though still modest, the outpost had begun to take shape as a nascent settlement. Alongside the cliffside caves, houses had commenced their expansion outward from the precipice, numbering in the hundreds. These dwellings included residences, warehouses, public baths, and military training grounds, coalescing into an orderly semblance of a village. Qing Yuan folded its wings and perched gracefully upon Yang Su's shoulder, exuding an air of majesty and unparalleled elegance, reminiscent of a pet imbued with spirit. Your Majesty, you have forcibly retained them, yet they harbor resentment. Will they truly assist us? Yang Su stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing confidently into the dense primordial jungle below, responding with a smile. They will, and they must. While these individuals hail from the same origin, they do not constitute a cohesive team. Each possesses a profound self-interest. I have categorized them into ranks to instill an awareness of the beauty and rarity of their current circumstances. Through comparison, they shall comprehend the necessity of cherishing their present life, which demands sacrifices to sustain their comforts. Qing Wan listened, somewhat perplexed. In Su Kingdom, all matters rest with the king. Although rivalries and conflicts occasionally arise, the loyalty of the people towards Yang Su has become akin to a faith, rendering them incapable of grasping the nature of such profound self-interest. Noticing Qing Wan's confusion, Yang Su refrained from further elaboration. Human nature is a complex tapestry, both the most beautiful and the most fearsome aspect of existence. The shortest span is a day, the longest will not exceed 3. He remarked thoughtfully. You must remain vigilant for any other outsiders and whether ferocious beasts or strange creatures have set their sights upon these survivors. Many among them are talented individuals, possessing knowledge and information that we currently lack, which is vital for the advancement of Su Kingdom. Therefore, you must ensure their safety. And if necessary, deploy the military to escort them here. Yang Su's gaze deepened, cold and resolute. These outsiders represented a timely boon for Su Kingdom, capable of vastly enriching its reservoir of knowledge. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Yang Su cannot allow them to camp near Su Kingdom's waters, attracting the attention of rescue teams. If this were Earth, and if it had already caught the notice of other nations, Su Kingdom would require a modicum of time to prepare, to amass reserves to fortify itself for the forthcoming era, a tumultuous age fraught with upheaval. Yang Su intended to take action regarding the other survivors, a notion that did not surprise them, for they had come to realization. This was far from the idyllic tales of fairy tales. It was the chilling narrative of a dark fairy tale. What a twisted tale of captivity. The promises of grace and benevolence have proven to be mere illusions. Whispers of discontent ripple through the crowd, each harboring their own sentiments towards Yang Su's actions. Yet, Old Master Yuan stands unfazed, even harboring a certain anticipation for his companion's arrival. Though this place lacks freedom, it offers a life devoid of hardship, a sanctuary of safety. There is no dread of being roused in the dead of night by the ferocious winds or tumultuous tides, nor the discomfort of damp, chilly caves. In comparison, the notion of freedom pales in significance. Afra, with her amiable demeanor, secretly scorns Yang Su, wishing to strike him down. Born into wealth, she is a vision of beauty and allure, akin to a beguiling enchantress from the netherworld, exuding a magnetism that drives men to madness. Since her youth, she has been the object of countless admirers. The gifts that grace her birthdays number in the hundreds, bestowed by relatives, friends, classmates, teachers, and esteemed socialites allied with her family. Afra, a distinguished lady of high birth, has never endured such indignities, except in this wretched place. That despicable man, devoid of gentlemanly decorum, has scarcely regarded her. The very thought ignites her fury further. From their first encounter, Yang Su has cast his gaze upon Yuan Xinghua far more frequently than upon her. Leaving Afra, who has always basked in the adoration of suitors, feeling a profound sense of defeat. How infuriating that he fails to appreciate her undeniable charm. Surely, he must have been drained by these beastly creatures. What a pitiable man, rendered impotent at such a young age. How laughable. Afra's heart swells with resentment. Akin to a scorned lady of the manor, her thoughts spiraling into darker realms. She berates Yang Su's shamelessness and wishes for his inadequacy. Her mind drifts to her cousin, Tang Yuqi, and she fervently hopes for her safety. Setting aside her grievances towards Yang Su, her concern for her cousin weighs heavily, leaving her to silently pray for their well-being. The emotions of the Sanchez couple are more intricate. They enjoy a commendable standard of living, albeit with some dissatisfaction regarding Yang Su's insistence on keeping them here. Yet, upon reflection, they recognize the island's inherent dangers, understanding that this could indeed be a prudent choice. In a world riddled with peril, a safe haven is invaluable. Food, water, shelter, these are fundamental considerations for any prolonged stay. Prior to this, they had been beset by worries about the camp's future, which prompted their initiative to seek a more suitable dwelling nearby. They are acutely aware that if the rescue team delays and new resources remain inaccessible, chaos and conflict are inevitable within the temporary encampment. Indeed, even before their departure, the atmosphere at the camp had grown increasingly toxic, tensions rising with each passing moment. Faith, ethnicity, nationality, any trivial remark or unintended glance could precipitate a brutal brawl. Moreover, factions have begun to form, brazenly seizing resources from one another. In this savage land, the constructs of law and morality have crumbled within a mere 3 or 4 days, heralding the imminent arrival of calamity. An internecine conflict, potentially catastrophic in its toll, looms like a volcano shrouded in smoke, ready to erupt at any moment. The couple bears witness to these unfolding events, yet they find themselves powerless. After all, they are but ordinary individuals stranded on this ancient island. Unable to ensure their own safety, they cannot conjure food or water. Lacking sustenance, hydration, and a secure environment, they cannot instill a sense of safety in others. Nor can they restrain the increasingly agitated survivors. At this juncture, they are acutely aware that there exists but one solution to their predicament: to offer hope. A flicker of reassurance to quell the turmoil and fear within the hearts of the others, rekindling their faith in the principles of morality and law. Otherwise, should the provisions of the camp fail to meet the needs of the group, chaos is inevitable. Under the shadow of hunger and dread, humanity can become more frenzied, cruel, and terrifying than the fiercest beast. This is a brutal reality they have personally endured. Among 6 individuals trapped in the wilderness, only 3 emerged. And they are 2 of them. Thus, upon learning of Yang Su's intentions toward the camp, their emotions are profoundly complex. They yearn to harness Yang Su's formidable strength to quell the imminent and violent conflicts within the survivors' camp. Yet they dread the prospect of others becoming captives of the oppressive regime of Su Guo, lost to the light of day. In contrast to the Sanchez couple's contemplations, Dali's thoughts are refreshingly straightforward. It turns out he is not the only unfortunate soul. Then all is well. What a tragic piece of news this is. The thought of many others soon joining him in suffering, or rather, in partaking of the despicable and shameful invitation extended by the Lord of Su Guo, fills Dali's countenance with solemnity and sorrow, while his heart revels in delight. What a day to anticipate! Thank the heavens. Murakami Ichiro remains untroubled, for he is uncertain where the others will be taken. This rudimentary camp is, after all, the true stronghold of Su Guo. 6 individuals, each with their own thoughts, having just endured a series of fantastical upheavals. This night is destined to be one of sleeplessness for them. Yet, they are not the only ones who will remain awake this night. Across the globe, billions of souls find themselves unable to sleep soundly, as their previous worldviews have been shattered by cataclysmic revelations, plunging the entire world into unprecedented chaos and fear. Chapter 44. The Emergence of Myths. The world falls silent. It was said that last night, my uncle arrived at the entrance to the sea goddess realm, accompanied by dozens of vessels, both large and small, summoned by invitation. A dozen smaller boats ventured through the portal first, encountering no mishaps, nor discovering anything unusual. However, when 3 colossal ships, each exceeding 100 meters in length, traversed the threshold, a cataclysmic transformation unfolded. The sea giant emerged with a divine majesty, effortlessly obliterating the 3 giant vessels, instilling paralyzing terror in all present. They suddenly realized that this world indeed harbored the monstrous beings of myth and legend. Once the sea giant departed, the situation grew exceedingly awkward. The crew outside the portal, merely shaken, resolutely refused to enter again. Yet, the dozen ships that had already ventured inside found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. Continuing further was out of the question. Who knew how many more monsters lurked within? Yet, retreating instilled fear of the giant's return. Thus, the predicament devolved into a stalemate, with those inside the sea goddess realm immobilized, terrified of provoking the giant's reappearance. 3 hours later, one crew could no longer endure the horrifying atmosphere and, risking their lives, attempted to burst forth from the sea goddess domain. Observing this, the other vessels hastily followed suit. By now, dawn had begun to break. Although they had escaped, another dilemma loomed. 3 massive vessels had been destroyed. Yet some fortunate crew members remained alive, floating in the waters of the sea goddess realm clad in their swimsuits. To save or not to save? This posed a grave question. To attempt a rescue was to gamble one's life. No one knew if the sea giant would manifest again. Conversely, if they chose not to act, those individuals would perish in the frigid waters within a short span. A cacophony ensued among the captains. Rescuing them was clearly out of the question, whose life was not precious. Each had families waiting at home. To risk more lives for those in peril was utterly unconscionable. They were under no obligation to brave danger for the sake of others. Legally, in the face of imminent danger, they were justified in opting for self-preservation, an action both lawful and rational. While other captains and crews could forsake the stricken, my uncle could not. Not out of kindness. His benevolence had limits, insufficient to extend aid to anyone, but he understood that these individuals had gathered here because of him, and misfortune had befallen them in the sea goddess realm. Others might choose to turn a blind eye, a morally flawed decision yet legally sound, devoid of reproach. However, should he choose inaction, all his previous efforts and accumulations would be rendered futile, and he risked becoming a target for the wrath and discontent of other nations, potentially ruining his future. Ultimately, with a resolute heart, my uncle steered his yacht back into the fray, rescuing over 20 souls. Remarkably, the sea giant did not appear this time. He had succeeded, earning the admiration and respect of many, yet that was the extent of it. The rescued crew members first endured a harrowing disaster, followed by several hours of immersion in frigid seawater. Simultaneously, they were beset by the dread of potential abandonment and the looming threat of the sea giant's reappearance. Even the strongest among them would find it insufferable, let alone ordinary individuals. The crew members from other vessels shared similar sentiments. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they hastily departed. The blazing sun hung high in the cerulean sky, radiating bright and warm rays that dispelled their inner fears and confusion. It was only upon reaching this point that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. This cursed place was one they wished to leave without delay. The news of the sea giant began to circulate rapidly within the limited social circles of the captains and crew, spawning rumors across the internet. After their departure, the third uncle found himself entangled in a minor predicament. Lucien was terrified. "Uncle, perhaps we should cease our endeavors. This is too frightening. If there truly is a sea deity, we would be provoking the divine." Inside the cabin, Lucien wore a troubled expression, imploring his uncle to relent. He was genuinely frightened. The notions of sudden wealth and global fame were now far from his mind. The third uncle, dark-faced, retaliated with a sharp slap across Lucien's face, his voice laced with anger. "What a cowardly fool you are! Have you lost your nerve?" Lucien's cheek burned from the blow, yet he did not dare to retaliate. He was truly afraid. The horror of the sea deity's realm was no longer a mere abstraction but a palpable terror before their eyes. Although Lucien lacked the courage to oppose his uncle, he still attempted to persuade him to withdraw, saying, "Uncle, this is bound to escalate. Nations around the world may begin to take notice. We are just two ordinary individuals, without power or influence, and certainly without wealth. Even if we persist, will other nations be willing to cooperate? They will undoubtedly seal off the entrance to the sea deity's realm. Access to this enigmatic and peculiar realm could only be gained through that bizarre spatial portal. Even the slightest deviation could lead to entirely different waters, akin to two overlapping dimensions, one visible to the public eye, the other concealed on the world's opposite side. It was all exceedingly strange." The third uncle sighed in disappointment. Looking at Lucien, who seemed so timid, he wished he could muster more courage, even if it appeared reckless and thoughtless. Were it not for Lucien being the last scion of the Liu family, he would have lost interest in him altogether. Yet, the third uncle lamented, "You are still too young. This is international waters, governed by its own rules. Do you think that following this incident, nations will monopolize the sea deity's domain? Even the world's foremost power, the United Federation, would not dare to claim it solely for themselves, unless they wish to provoke global conflict. This is an opportunity for us, nephew. Whether to rise to greatness or dwindle into obscurity rests upon your decision." Lucien was left speechless by his uncle's words. Previously, he was emotionally agitated, but upon hearing his uncle's words and reflecting on them carefully, it seemed that there was indeed truth to his reasoning. Given the terrifying display of the sea god's realm, even the American Federation, should they aspire to monopolize it, would have to reckon with the substantial toll in lives of soldiers and the extensive depletion of military resources. The terror of the sea giants has become akin to the monstrous beings of myth and legend. To confront such creatures, even the American Federation would need to pay a formidable price. Moreover, who can ascertain the number of sea giants residing in the sea goddess domain? Are there not entities even more fearsome than the sea giants? Ultimately, Lucien chose to compromise, placing his trust in his uncle's judgment. Shortly thereafter, his uncle uploaded all the videos from this expedition to the sea goddess realm on his various social media platforms. Countless eager spectators, akin to gourmands enticed by the aroma of delicacies or sharks drawn by the scent of blood, flocked in anticipation to witness the conditions of the sea goddess domain. Within merely 3 minutes of the video's release, it garnered over 1 million views. In 10 minutes, the count soared past 10 million. Subsequently, the events unfolding within the sea goddess realm swept across the globe like a tempest. Sea giants, mythical creatures. Countless viewers were engulfed in a silence fraught with fear, confusion, and bewilderment. They could not comprehend. They were overawed. Was the sea goddess realm truly a domain of deities? What manner of being was that colossal blue figure? the sea god? Or was this monstrosity merely the gatekeeper of the sea god? If it were but the gatekeeper, what horrors lay beyond the threshold? All who beheld his uncle's videos found themselves beset by such thoughts. In an instant, a hush fell over the world. Behind this silence lay an unprecedented clamor and tumultuous undercurrents. Chapter 45. The boss gives too much. In the Huaxia, at the Shanghai Geological Exploration Research Institute, Yang Panyue donned a solemn white lab coat, exuding an aura of intellectual beauty befitting the workplace. She gently pushed open the door to the director's office and stepped inside. The office was spacious, divided into an inner and outer chamber. The inner room served as the workspace, while the outer room functioned as a reception area, separated by a shelving unit. The decor of the office harmoniously aligned with that of the institute, with shelves and walls adorned with mineral specimens and various flora and fauna exhibits collected from across the nation. At a glance, the office resembled a miniature natural history museum. An elderly man, dressed in a white tank suit, sat behind a mahogany desk cluttered with an array of books and materials, creating a rather chaotic scene. His hair was sparse, with only a few strands stubbornly clinging to his scalp, a testament to his enduring spirit. His face was lined with wrinkles, reminiscent of an orange peel, and he wore an antiquated pair of black reading glasses that further accentuated his antiquarian charm, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s. Though aged and weary, he emanated an aura of scholarly wisdom. At that moment, the elderly gentleman, with hands resembling withered vines and clad in pristine white gloves, was meticulously perusing a yellowed, ancient tome, his brow furrowed at times, lost in thought. He was so engrossed that he failed to notice Yang Panyue's entrance. As Yang approached the desk, she discreetly glanced at the ancient book spread before the old man. The book featured a peculiar illustration, a magnificent tree soaring to the heavens. Words could scarcely capture the grandeur of this tree, which seemed to bridge the heavens and the underworld, as if it were the very pillar supporting the world. Beneath the tree, countless beings knelt in reverence, including humans and various mythical creatures, alongside many strange and wondrous beasts. The scene depicted upon the tree was particularly intriguing. A woman with a serpent's tail coiled around the ancient trunk, her hands clasped in prayer towards the sky, as if beseeching the heavens for the welfare of all sentient beings. Though the lines of her figure were simplistic, barely outlining her form, one could still sense the unique allure emanating from her. She appeared to be a compassionate goddess, imploring the heavens for the suffering of the world, akin to the Buddha, closing her eyes in sorrow for the tribulations that humanity was destined to face. The artwork also contained remnants of archaic script, neither traditional characters nor seal script, resembling rather the inscriptions found on oracle bones. Yang Panyue, not being a historian, could not decipher the text or comprehend the significance of these peculiar elements. However, she felt no inclination to delve into such oddities. With a sigh, she acknowledged that the elderly man was none other than the director of the institute, Guanshanha, a name he had chosen for himself. His original name had long been forgotten. It is known that the old director, in his youth, was inexplicably inspired to change his name to Guanshanha. The character Guan signifies to observe. Thus, Guanshanha embodies the essence of beholding the grandeur of mountains and rivers. In the director's own words, he had resolved, over 60 years ago, to pursue a life dedicated to witnessing the magnificent landscapes of the world and unraveling the secrets concealed within the vast earth. Naturally, most members of the Research Institute regarded this declaration with indifference, having heard it so often that it had become a mere refrain. Each year, during the Institute's welcoming gala, the director would recite the same words, akin to the principal's unchanging speech at the annual welcome ceremony. Even if only the year changed, there was still a slight distinction. Yang Panyue cleared her throat softly, signaling the presence of others in the office, thereby interrupting the director's train of thought. Although she had not been at the Institute for long, she was well aware of the director's character. He was passionate. Once he discovered something of interest, he could easily go for days without sleep, until he either fainted from hunger or exhaustion. Clearly, the director had stumbled upon something intriguing, which explained his obliviousness to her presence in the office. If left uninterrupted, they might remain in an awkward stalemate all day, perhaps until the director finally acknowledged her existence, or worse, until she had to take him to the hospital. Xiaoyu, when did you arrive? Is there something you need? The director, upon hearing the cough, looked up and finally noticed her presence. He gazed at Yang Panyue, his aged face reflecting confusion, as if questioning where she had emerged from. Yang Panyue was rather exasperated by the director's obliviousness and rolled her eyes inwardly, explaining with resignation, "Director, You asked me to come to your office at this time this morning. Guanshanha paused for a moment, then suddenly realized. He patted his head, chuckling at himself, completely forgetting the matter at hand. I've grown old. Almost forgot the important business. Xiaoyu, here is your appointment letter. From today onward, you are the Overseas Commissioner for our Shanghai Geological Exploration Institute. After rummaging through a pile of books on his desk, he finally unearthed the appointment letter he had carelessly tucked away. Yang Panwei was momentarily stunned before quickly grasping the implications. Overseas Commissioner? Could it be related to that affair in the Pacific? The thought of the so-called divine realm of the sea left her utterly disinterested. To go overseas, to such a remote location, virtually a place where not even a bird would dare to land, caused her to furrow her brow in dismay. Surely only a fool would venture there. She resolutely declined, saying, Director, you are aware of my family situation. My elder brother vanished mysteriously 5 years ago, and my younger brother is currently attending university. The trauma of my brother's disappearance has taken a toll on my mother's health. As she spoke, she covered her face with her hand, her voice quivering as if on the verge of tears, her countenance resembling a flower beset by rain, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. Yet, beneath her fair and delicate hands, there was no trace of sorrow. Her eyes were discreetly observing the old director. 5 years had passed, and all grief had dissipated. In life, one must ultimately forge their own path. Guanshanha was aware of the circumstances surrounding Yang Panwei's family and knew that her elder brother had vanished 5 years ago. Was his name Yang Su? Or something else? After her brother's disappearance, he was even sued by his former company, accused of stealing jewelry worth millions. As for the outcome, Guanshanha was uncertain. Such matters were not his to inquire about, nor did he harbor any interest in prying. Every family has its own private affairs. Guanshanha offered reassurance. I am somewhat familiar with your family's situation. Coincidentally, this project requires a talented young researcher, and there are few eligible candidates in our institute. So I recommended you to the higher-ups. This job may be a bit demanding, challenging, and somewhat perilous, but the remuneration is quite appealing, a monthly salary of 12,000. Yang Panwei initially felt a glimmer of hope, but upon hearing the salary figure, she couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. 12,000, a mere 3,000 increase in pay? Am I a fool to venture to that desolate place for a trifling sum? I should thank you for nothing. Who would willingly go to a deserted island in the Pacific to bask in the sun and watch sea turtles? Not even a dog would. Guanshanha paused briefly, clarifying. However, the benefits for this position are substantial. Monthly allowances, including travel expenses, international fees, high-temperature allowances, food subsidies, danger compensation, and overseas stipends, add up to approximately 120 to 150,000, and each researcher is provided with a 5 million life insurance policy. Yang Panwei, still harboring her doubts, was suddenly invigorated upon hearing this. Monthly benefits amounting to 120 to 150,000. Yes. Yang Panwei pledged to fulfill the tasks assigned by the company, ensuring not to disappoint her boss or cause the director any concern. Grateful for the leader's trust and the director's kindness, she etched their faith in her deeply into her heart. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her voice ringing clear and bright. She stood tall and straight as a pine, radiating an entirely different spirit from just a minute ago, filled with vigor. Her distinct black and white eyes gleaming with a golden lust for wealth. Woof, woof, woof. A monthly benefit of over 100,000. Only a fool would refuse such an offer. Chapter 46. The Wordless Heavenly Book. Ancient Divine Treasure. Guanshanha smiled and nodded repeatedly. A young person should possess such vigor and enthusiasm. He laughed heartily. Good. I knew you were the most suitable for this. The nature of this work does indeed entail certain risks. However, rest assured, our company would never jeopardize the lives of its employees. We will be traveling alongside the national team. Life there may be somewhat arduous, but professional security personnel will ensure the safety of the researchers, and a dedicated department will oversee your daily needs. Your only responsibility is to perform your duties diligently. Yang Panwei, invigorated, nodded enthusiastically in agreement, her beautiful visage adorned with a radiant smile. You truly have an eye for talent. As long as the remuneration is sufficient, the work is agreeable. A little danger? A bit of hardship? What does that matter? The compensation is substantial. If any issues arise, they will certainly be my responsibility. I shall rectify, reflect, and strive diligently, causing no trouble for the company or my employer. It can never be the fault of the employer or the company. Absolutely not. Ha ha. Yang Panwei envisioned her future monthly income exceeding 100,000, and the elation in her heart was akin to savoring a delightful treat, pure bliss. Your words resonate deeply within me, and I shall never forget them. Our work is to uncover the secrets of the earth, to excavate the languages and histories that are uniquely ours. A bit of hardship, a touch of fatigue, a hint of danger. What do they signify in comparison to the grand endeavor we are undertaking? They are trivial matters. Yang Panyue radiated enthusiasm, her voice filled with fervor, as if she were a life coach brimming with positive energy, exuding a golden aura. That was not merely wealth, it was the allure of character. Guanshanha nodded in agreement, increasingly satisfied with his choice. Indeed, she was vibrant, passionate, and industrious, a splendid young woman. Unfortunately, he had no grandchildren. Otherwise, he would certainly introduce them. Guanshanha smiled and said, "Excellent. It is wonderful that you possess such determination. Here are your work materials, shortly. A dedicated vehicle will transport you to the training institution for your pre-employment training. This training will last 3 months and will be conducted in a closed environment. Please inform your relatives and friends in advance to avoid any unnecessary complications. During the closed training period, your compensation will be based on the new position, rather than the previous salary." Guanshanha retrieved a hefty document folder from the cluttered desk and handed it to Yang Panyue. His expression serious as he emphasized the uniqueness of her new role. However, this was all within Yang Panyue's expectations. Pre-employment retraining was indeed necessary, especially since this time she would not be working domestically, but venturing into the remote depths of the Pacific Ocean, where unforeseen circumstances could arise. Training in survival skills, emergency rescue, and similar topics would certainly be included. Yet, under the enticing prospect of a monthly salary exceeding 100,000, these concerns were trivial. Yang Panyue eagerly accepted the thick document folder, her heart brimming with joy. As the prospect of her salary soaring from 9,000 to over 100,000 loomed in the next month, Yang Panyue's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. Even the aged visage of Guanshanha appeared endearing in her eyes. With a cheerful demeanor, she sought to engage Guanshanha. Half out of curiosity and half to foster camaraderie, casually inquiring, "What ancient text were you just studying? You didn't even notice my entrance." The illustrations in that book seemed rather peculiar, reminiscent of mythological tales. Yang Panyue spoke casually, yet Guanshanha's body jolted at her words. He abruptly turned his head, his eyes wide with astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon Yang Panyue, his voice rising in pitch as he exclaimed, "Did you see the contents of the book?" Yang Panyue was taken aback by Guanshanha's fervent reaction, her expression shifting to one of awkwardness and confusion. She hadn't intended to pry upon entering. She merely noticed him lost in his own world and inadvertently caught a glimpse. "I wasn't intentionally peeking. The illustrations aren't anything significant," she stammered, bewildered by his excitement. Struggling to articulate her thoughts, there was a snake woman with her upper body exposed, among other things. Upon hearing this, Guanshanha was assured that Yang Panyue had indeed glimpsed the book's contents, for an ordinary person would not recognize whether it contained text or illustrations. This tome possessed a unique enchantment. To the uninitiated, it appeared as a blank page, devoid of any discernible content. Only a select few could perceive what lay within its pages. Guanshanha's expression turned grave as he regarded Yang Panyue, his eyes deep and penetrating like unfathomable abysses. Gently caressing the ancient volume, he spoke in a somber tone. "Do you know what this book is?" Yang Panyue's sharp eyes darted anxiously. She truly did not wish to know, not in the slightest, though she couldn't comprehend Guanshanha's agitation. An instinct warned her that she had stumbled into considerable trouble of a formidable nature. With a sheepish smile, she replied, "I don't know. This book has a rather unique name in antiquity. It is called the Wordless Heavenly Book." Yang Panyue was left speechless, glancing at the tome laid open before her, and then at Guanshanha's serious demeanor, seemingly devoid of jest. The Wordless Heavenly Book. Does such a thing truly exist? The legendary tome that can unveil the past and future, concealing the secrets of the universe? Although skeptical, her intense curiosity compelled her to ask. Guanshanha shook his head slightly, deliberating before responding. While the Wordless Heavenly Book possesses extraordinary powers, it cannot foresee the future. However, it undoubtedly chronicles the past, some elements we have forgotten or have chosen to forget. Guanshanha's face illuminated with a fervent obsession as he tenderly caressed the Wordless Heavenly Book, as if handling a beloved. The depth of his infatuation, his zeal, and his ardor radiated like the scorching sun. Yang Panyue's face displayed a look of bewilderment, her mind swirling with confusion, as if it might explode. So, this tome, the Wordless Heavenly Book, is not as miraculous as the legends suggest? Guanshanha, after a moment of contemplation, sighed with a complex expression, remarking, "This wordless heavenly book is remarkably unique. Ordinary individuals cannot perceive the contents inscribed upon its pages. You are, to my knowledge, the third person capable of interpreting the wordless heavenly book. One is my master, and the other is myself." Yang Panwei blinked her bright eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, finally comprehending why Guan Shanhe had been so agitated earlier. A book whose contents are invisible to ordinary people. She gazed at the wordless heavenly book, somewhat incredulous. Could there truly be such wondrous things in this world? With modern technological advancements, it seems impossible to create such an artifact. How could such a peculiar treasure as the wordless heavenly book have been crafted in ancient times, particularly in the primitive era when humans subsisted on raw flesh and blood? Yang Panwei pondered silently, her curiosity fully piqued. She was intensely intrigued by the contents of this book. Even more so, she wondered who the creator of this work was and why it possessed such magical powers. Deities? Extraterrestrials? Or perhaps something indescribable? Guan Shanhe abruptly shifted the topic, asking, "Are you familiar with the realm of the sea god in the Pacific?" Yang Panwei inwardly rolled her eyes. "Oh, the director. Were we not discussing the wordless heavenly book? What a splendid topic to continue. Why divert to the realm of the sea god?" Her heart felt as though a multitude of cats were incessantly scratching. Filled with curiosity about this legendary ancient treasure, yearning to explore its contents, she contemplated how to redirect the conversation, responding nonchalantly, "I have a slight understanding, but not much." Guan Shanhe emitted an ambiguous long sound. After a pause, he complexly stated, "The realm of the sea god may indeed be connected to the wordless heavenly book." Yang Panwei was immediately rendered speechless, utterly bewildered. The realm of the sea god? The wordless heavenly book? How could there possibly be a connection between such seemingly distant subjects? Chapter 47, Guardian of the Wordless Book. Yang Panwei, having finished watching the video uploaded by her uncle, was left in a state of shock. The kingdom of the sea god? That monstrous realm? Could it be that everything her uncle had said that day was indeed true? Wait, if what he claimed was accurate, did that mean her upcoming place of work? If all of this was genuine, did it not imply that she had just accepted a job that could cost her life? Working in the kingdom of the sea god to collect samples of flora and fauna and to conduct geological exploration activities. Was this some sort of cruel joke? Was that cursed place accessible to mere mortals? Yang Panwei cursed under her breath, finally grasping why the remuneration for this job was so exorbitant. It was nothing less than a life insurance payment. She felt a surge of indignation and wanted to confront the detestable Guanshan and berate him for this situation. Yet, when she pondered the monthly salary exceeding 100,000, she sighed deeply, wishing she could slap herself. Yang Panwei, can you really afford to turn down such a lucrative offer? The answer was a resounding yes. To decline would mean a fate worse than death. To accept, however, might lead to actual death. Thus, as an adult, she chose the latter. After all, it was merely a possibility, was it not? Poverty breeds desperation. And the compensation offered was far too generous. Despite her awareness of the inherent dangers, Yang Panwei lacked the confidence to refuse. After a moment of silence, she resolutely declared, "I am willing to accept the job." Guanshan nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Indeed, she was a commendable young woman, courageous and determined. He smiled kindly and said, "Please, take a seat. We shall discuss this matter thoroughly." Upon hearing this, Yang Panwei narrowed her striking black and white eyes, her expression turning as vigilant as a fox. "Discuss what? The salary is non-negotiable. This money is my life as compensation. It cannot be diminished." Guanshan paused, then erupted into hearty laughter. This girl was quite amusing. Life as compensation, huh? However, I must say, it is not entirely unreasonable to consider such a term. He contemplated the dangers of the kingdom of the sea god. No one could guarantee what one might encounter there, thus branding it as life compensation was not an exaggeration. It was indeed quite fitting. "Rest assured, I have no intention of deducting your salary. Upon careful consideration, I believe your abilities allow you to undertake an even more significant role." Yang Panwei furrowed her brows in confusion. A more significant role? The guardian of the wordless book. Guanshan stated solemnly, enunciating each word with unwavering conviction. His declaration resonated like thunder in Yang Panwei's ears, sending her heart into a frenzy. She widened her eyes, glancing between the wordless book and Guanshan, her beautiful gaze filled with shock and bewilderment. "Director, are you suggesting that I—" This unexpected invitation shattered Yang Panwei's usual composure, leaving her stuttering. It was not that she lacked mental fortitude. Rather, the magnitude of the proposition was simply overwhelming. Yang Panwei was no child. She understood the immense significance of the wordless book all too well. The wordless heavenly book, a priceless treasure passed down since the ancient mythological era, is not merely defined by its contents. The book itself is an unparalleled gem. When positioned against it, even first- and second-class national treasures pale in comparison. To be the guardian of the wordless heavenly book carries an indeterminate weight that Yang Panwei cannot fully grasp. Yet she senses that this matter is unlikely to be straightforward. After a moment of hesitation, she resolves to decline Guan Shanha's goodwill. This endeavor is no longer a mere hot potato. It could very well be a lethal poison. Yang Panwei harbors little ambition. Her greatest aspiration in this lifetime is to earn enough to afford a larger home, providing a happy life for her family. The burden of safeguarding the wordless heavenly book feels insurmountable. Observing her shifting expressions, frowning, anxious, yet composed, Guan Shanha can likely surmise her internal turmoil. When he accepted this role years ago, he was so exhilarated that he went 3 days without sleep, repeatedly contemplating refusal. Just as Yang Panwei thinks, the weight of this responsibility is immense. Had he encountered her 20 years earlier, he would have granted her the opportunity and time to consider it. But now, he is old. At 98 years of age, Guan Shanha is uncertain how much longer he can protect the wordless heavenly book. If no successor is found, the repercussions extend far beyond his individual fate, impacting the vested interests of the Laojun Temple, which centers around the wordless heavenly book. Founded in the late Eastern Han Dynasty by disciples of Zhang Jiao, the Laojun Temple was established to safeguard the wordless heavenly book that Zhang Jiao obtained from celestial beings. For nearly 2 millennia, it has endured, experiencing fluctuations of rise and fall, yet it has persisted. Guan Shanha stands as the contemporary leader of the Laojun Temple, the guardian of the wordless heavenly book. Choosing Yang Panwei as the new protector is not an impulsive decision. After 2 years of her service, though their interactions have been limited, her unique position has allowed her to observe and absorb much. He knows her character well. She is avaricious yet not greedy, filial to her parents, and kind-hearted. Such qualities are deemed sufficient. Becoming the guardian of the wordless heavenly book assures a more secure and relaxed role. Naturally, such a significant responsibility warrants a commensurate increase in remuneration. Thus, he proposes a salary of 300,000 a month, with an annual increment of 20%. Guan Shanha's narrowed eyes resemble those of a wily old fox as he presents his offer. In an instant, Yang Panwei's eyes dim, and she finds it difficult to breathe. A searing pain rippling through her chest. 300,000 a month. An annual increase of 20%. This year's salary stands at 300,000. Next year's at 360,000. Her eyes sparkle with astonishment. This figure exceeds all her expectations. She would not hesitate to embrace such a fate. An honest person at heart, her motives are not driven by a pursuit of justice, not merely to safeguard national treasures, but simply because the remuneration from my employer is exceedingly generous. After all, venturing into the realm of the sea god is perilous. Now, it is merely an increment in danger on top of an already hazardous endeavor. What does that truly signify? In the face of a monthly salary of 300,000, it pales into insignificance. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. Upon receiving a definitive response from Yang Panwei, Guan Shanha stroked his beard, bursting into joyous laughter, utterly elated. The old lord's teachings shall continue. With paternal warmth, he declared, henceforth, you shall be my cherished disciple. After 3 months of training, I shall host a formal apprenticeship ceremony at my residence, inviting fellow practitioners and friends to witness this momentous occasion. Yang Panwei, her emotions a tapestry of complexity, nodded in agreement. It seemed she had truly embarked on a treacherous journey. Nevertheless, considering the generous compensation from her employer, she resigned herself to the adventure. After casting aside her internal conflict, Yang Panwei found clarity. Perhaps this was a fortuitous turn of events. Relying solely on her previous meager salary would take an eternity to elevate her family's living standards. Guan Shanha pondered momentarily and remarked, as you are now my disciple, I shall ensure your mother's affairs are well managed. Should the need arise, I can arrange for her to receive treatment at the finest hospitals in Magic City or Kyoto, consulting the best specialists, with all expenses covered by the company. Yang Panwei's eyes sparkled with hope as she eagerly accepted his offer. A warm glow filled her heart, and she suddenly realized that becoming a guardian of the celestial tome might not be such a dreadful fate after all. Chapter 48. Yang Panwei. My brother is also in the Book of Heaven. After a detailed conversation, Guan Shanha learned about Yang Panwei's mother's illness and promptly made a call to the best hospital in Kyoto. In less than half a minute, he had arranged everything. Once Yang Panyue's mother arrived at the Kyoto hospital, all would be organized for her. Upon confirming the arrangements, Yang Panyue felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. With her mother's situation settled, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Whether it was for training or traveling abroad, a burden had been lifted from her mind. With matters at home in order, Yang Panyue appeared invigorated. She respectfully stood beside Guanshanha, secretly glancing towards the direction of the Book of Heaven, and posed a question that had long lingered in her heart. Teacher, while the kingdom of the sea god is indeed wondrous, how can you believe there is a connection between it and the Book of Heaven? One is a treasure from our ancient times, while the other lies in the mysterious expanse of the Pacific Ocean. It seems unlikely they are related. Look here. Yang Panyue leaned forward to gaze. She noticed an illustration on the page. This particular illustration was especially striking, depicting a battle. One of the creatures featured was unmistakably the monster from her uncle's video. Its upper body resembled that of a human, bald with a sharp horn, and its skin appeared like flowing seawater. The lower half was a deep blue whirlpool, seemingly capable of devouring the world. The illustration was even-colored, though slightly different from the creature in the video. Its essence remained evident. However, Yang Panyue's focus was not on the sea giant. She was captivated by another being engaged in combat with the sea giant, an individual, a person, minuscule in comparison to the sea giant. His long hair flowed like black serpents, and his expression bore the solemnity of a Buddha. His upper body was bare, revealing flawless muscular lines akin to an ancient Greek sculpture. He wore long trousers, showcasing his long, powerful legs. In his hand, he wielded a long white jade spear. His body and weapon entwined with fearsome thunder, reminiscent of a legendary thunder god descending to earth, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. A vertical pupil adorned his forehead, resembling a streak of lightning, adding an air of majesty and dominance. How strikingly similar! Yang Panyue gasped in astonishment, her voice barely above a whisper. For the man, resembling a thunder god, bore an uncanny likeness to her missing elder brother. Aside from the difference in temperament, the expressions around his brows were almost identical. Guanshanha nodded in agreement, expressing with a tinge of nostalgia. Indeed, the creature depicted here is nearly identical to the one in the video. Thus, I surmise that the Book of Heaven is intricately linked to the kingdom of the sea god in the Pacific. Perhaps only here can we unravel the age-old enigma of the Book of Heaven. Alas, I have grown old, Guanshanha lamented, his tone imbued with a profound sense of loss, akin to an overflowing spring. His life had been devoted to the study of the Book of Heaven, striving to uncover its secrets. Yet, fate had played a cruel jest upon him. In his twilight years, he revealed a pathway to decipher the enigmatic Book of Words. The answers lay tantalizingly close, yet he found himself devoid of the strength to unravel them. This realization weighed upon him more heavily than death itself. Yet, amidst this despair, a flicker of gratitude emerged. At least he would attain an answer in his lifetime, one that would grant him peace even in death. Yang Panyue sensed the profound sense of loss and helplessness emanating from Guanshanha, though she could not fully grasp the depths of his feelings. She could imagine a semblance of his turmoil. With a subtle shift in her gaze, she diverted the conversation, saying, I am not referring to that creature, but to this individual. He bears a striking resemblance to my missing elder brother, albeit handsomer. Oh, is that so? Guanshanha's interest piqued, as he seemed to momentarily forget his earlier despondency and bitterness. I must witness this for myself. Yang Panyue opened her phone's photo gallery, locating an image of Yang Su, and presented it to Guanshanha. Upon seeing the photograph on her screen, Guanshanha was momentarily taken aback. The individual in the picture bore a resemblance to the figure depicted in the Book of Words, not identical, but strikingly similar in features. At least 7 or 8 parts alike. One appeared refined and scholarly, while the other exuded a commanding and regal presence, akin to a thunderous deity. Remarkable indeed. Guanshanha scrutinized the photograph alongside the illustrations in the Book of Words, examining them meticulously multiple times, unable to suppress his astonishment. Throughout his life, he had encountered many peculiarities, yet this was the first instance of such an extraordinary likeness to the ancient deity recorded within the tome. The crux of the matter lay in this man's identity. He was the elder brother of his closed-door disciple. Perhaps this was destiny, a fated calling, as if the heavens had already chosen him to unravel the secrets of the Book of Words. Guanshanha gazed at Yang Panyue with increasing affection, perceiving her as a divine gift from the heavens, allowing him to fulfill his lifelong desire to interpret the Book of Words before his time came. Yang Panyue felt equally astonished by the uncanny resemblance her brother bore to the divine figure within the text. as they marveled at this revelation. The world outside spiraled into chaos. The emergence of the sea giant unveiled a realm that humanity had long fantasized about yet failed to uncover. A world intertwined with the divine, one that science could not yet elucidate, a mysterious and unknown domain. What precisely is the kingdom of the sea gods? What is the nature of that colossal blue giant? What other wonders lie within the sea gods' realm? Countless questions swirled in the minds of all who had viewed the videos, robbing them of sleep, while the common populace grappled with confusion. The capitalists and magnates contemplated a different concern. How many immeasurable treasures lay hidden within the sea gods' domain? What value could be generated here? What benefits could it bring to themselves, their families, and their conglomerates? Is the sea gods' realm perilous? No one would dare assert it is not. Even a nation as powerful as the United States, possessing the foremost military prowess globally, dares not underestimate the concealed perils of the realm of the sea god. Anyone who has watched the videos by the third uncle comprehends the inherent dangers. Yet, would people shy away from such a place? The answer is equally apparent. They would not. As Minderman once articulated, when profits reach 10, some begin to stir. When profits soar to 50, others dare to take risks. When profits hit 100, they are willing to trample upon all laws of humanity. And when profits escalate to 300, they fear not even the gallows. What is the profit of the sea god's domain? 100%, or even 1000%? No one knows. But one can certainly imagine the astonishing wealth that lies within that entirely uncharted sea, unknown to humanity. In the face of such immense profit, the so-called dangers pale in comparison. Madness is the most fitting descriptor. That very night, hundreds of capital-rich conglomerates and tycoons convened a press conference regarding the realm of the sea god. A brand new epoch has commenced. Even those with the dullest instincts can sense the thunderous roar of this unprecedented age's locomotive as it rushes past, along with the profound impact it brings. Chapter 49. Momentous news. The kingdom of Poseidon belongs to all humanity. The night was profound, as if the heavens had been drenched in a thick ink, obscuring the sun, moon, and stars. Only darkness enveloped the world, akin to a colossal beast devouring existence. A fishing boat lay anchored at a silent dock, resembling a child peacefully slumbering in a mother's embrace, radiating an aura of tranquility. Uncle, news has arrived. News has arrived. On board the vessel, Lucien sprinted through the corridor, bursting with excitement as he flung open the door to the captain's cabin, chattering incessantly before even crossing the threshold. The latest communique from the United Nations declared that all rights to the high seas belong to the world, to every nation and individual. No person or organization may claim the high seas for any purpose, obstructing others from engaging in any lawful activities. Uncle, you were right. The nations of the world have reached a compromise. The kingdom of Poseidon is now open to the entire globe. Truly, you possess an uncanny foresight. Lucien's enthusiasm grew, wishing he could sing a jubilant tune to express his exhilaration. Meanwhile, his uncle sat calmly on the edge of the bed, one foot resting on the floor while the other casually draped over the bed's edge, engrossed in reading. The tome was Romance of the Three Kingdoms, its cover marred with grime and creases, clearly having been perused countless times. His demeanor was serene, as though he had not heard Lucien's jubilant tidings at all. Seeing his uncle's composed demeanor only deepened Lucien's admiration. When would he possess such poise? He found himself slowing his pace, cautiously approaching his uncle, gazing with eager eyes at his uncle's unremarkable yet dignified visage, and respectfully inquired, "Uncle, how did you know that the Federation of America and those other great powers would not monopolize the kingdom of Poseidon?" Only then did his uncle look up, this time responding with a gentler tone than usual. "Are you perplexed?" Lucien quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "I am indeed puzzled. The kingdom of Poseidon has now been proven to be connected to the divine, revealing mythical creatures that we have never encountered before. Setting aside whether this truly is the realm of Poseidon, the treasures and those mythical beings inside are invaluable beyond measure. Now that the situation of the kingdom of Poseidon has been disclosed, those nations that once behaved like brigands have suddenly become courteous, exhibiting mutual respect. I genuinely cannot fathom it. Even if the Federation of America cannot monopolize it, do they not understand that they could collaborate to seal off the kingdom of Poseidon and lead its development collectively? If I were in their position, I would undoubtedly choose to blockade this place and then partner with other nations for development. Although it wouldn't match the benefits of exclusive control, it would be preferable to this outright openness. Lucien's fervor intensified as he spoke, for he truly found the situation baffling. His uncle smiled, patting the edge of the bed, gesturing for Lu Xian to sit. After a moment of contemplation, he weighed his words before responding. The specifics of the kingdom of Poseidon remain an enigma to all of us. The unknown signifies risks that cannot be anticipated, especially in light of the current known circumstances. The existence of blue giants akin to mythical monsters in the realm of the sea god is alarming. To confront such formidable creatures, conventional firearms are utterly ineffective. One might as well say that they merely tickle the beasts. To vanquish these leviathans, one would need to deploy heavy artillery and perhaps even resort to nuclear weaponry. Lu Xian listened intently, nodding in agreement at this juncture. Only those who have personally experienced the terror of the sea giants can truly grasp the overwhelming sense of dread they evoke. The monster towers at least 40 stories high, and merely standing motionless upon the water's surface exudes an oppressive presence akin to that of towering mountains. Each movement is reminiscent of a cataclysmic tsunami. Standing at the feet of such a creature can render one weak-kneed and numb with fear, making the prospect of confronting it even more daunting. The potential necessity for nations to deploy nuclear arms against a single blue giant raises significant concerns, not only regarding the immediate devastation, but also the severe repercussions of radioactive contamination that would hamper subsequent development efforts. How many monsters akin to the blue giant exist within the sea goddess domain? 1, 10, or perhaps even 100? If nations aspire to independently develop this realm, how much manpower and resources will be expended, and how many soldiers' lives will be sacrificed? Alternatively, how many nuclear weapons would be required to achieve such an endeavor? Is this cost truly justified? Lu Xian pondered thoughtfully, countering, while this may be the case, do they not consider the immense profits that could be garnered from the development of the sea goddess territory? This is a world steeped in myth and legend, harboring countless priceless treasures that are immeasurable. Such vast riches rival mountains of gold, nay, an entire continent of gold. Although the undertaking involves numerous challenges, the potential rewards are equally astonishing. Furthermore, should they wish to pursue the development of this realm, they too will face these very dilemmas. I cannot fathom why they would willingly relinquish such a treasure trove. Uncle San scoffed, shaking his head in amusement. To hand it over so easily? You overestimate their benevolence. They are not simply giving it away. They merely require a low-cost death squad. Do you believe that the first to act will emerge victorious? The pioneers are merely sacrificial pawns, bait for the fishing line. Those fortunate enough may glean some benefits, but the ultimate outcome is already predetermined. Once nations and major powers gather sufficient intelligence to ascertain the fundamental conditions and risks of the sea goddess domain, formulating a relatively secure plan, they will descend upon this treasure like sharks upon prey, eager to divide the spoils. The price they pay will be merely the scattered remnants of this golden mountain. By trading some scraps for the opportunity to reap maximum rewards at minimal cost, do you still not consider it worthwhile? Lu Xian's pupils constricted as he inhaled deeply, finally coming to understand. Even if smaller factions were to be the first to enter the sea goddess realm, the resources at their disposal would be woefully inadequate for exploiting this gold mine, relegating them to scavenging for trifling scraps outside its boundaries. Their existence serves the purpose of exploration, assessing the situation and dangers surrounding the golden mountain, providing intelligence to the lurking behemoths. Once these titans ascertain the details of their prey, do the small fry possess the right to resist? Absolutely not. A mere sneeze from these giants could obliterate the majority of the lesser powers. Everything has been meticulously calculated. Lu Xian awakened to the realization that he had become a pawn in the eyes of the various factions, his youthful pride severely challenged. And he could not help but feel a wave of shame as he cursed under his breath. Damn it, these fellows are too insidious. After all this, I was merely elated for nothing. I thought they were unable to reach an agreement and had loosened the restrictions of the sea goddess domain due to mutual restraint. But in reality, they are just a bunch of old foxes lurking in the grass waiting to claim heads. Third uncle, what should we do now? Should we still partake in this matter? Lu Xian, troubled by the schemes of nations and factions, cautiously inquired, if we continue to engage, will we be targeted by those giants? Third uncle squinted his eyes, a glimmer of ferocity flashing across them, reminiscent of a tiger discovering its prey. Poised to relish the moment, he retorted, why not participate? Without waiting for Lu Xian to respond, Third uncle earnestly imparted wisdom. As small individuals, we must possess the awareness befitting our stature. Perhaps the pawns do not feast on the meat, yet they have the opportunity to savor the aroma of roasted delicacies and feel the allure of profit. Even a mere smattering of grease on our hands would suffice to ensure our family's peace for generations. Those latecomers among the pawns, they want to even have the privilege of tasting the grease. They will become the fodder for the giants. To earn money, where is the venture without risk? The small must navigate life in their own way, while the giants play their own game. Our current mission is to methodically amass wealth. Other matters need not concern us. Just wait and see, it won't be long before numerous small private expedition teams and mercenaries surge in. Yet, confronted with the stark reality, he found himself utterly unable to counter it, his head hanging low in dejection. Indeed, as Third Uncle predicted, in this game that entangles the future, the Titans remain utterly unfazed, comfortably waiting for their prey. As for the insignificant ones, danger. Is there anything more terrifying than poverty in this world? There is not. Chapter 50, An Era of Madness, The Transformation of Qingqiu. Following the release of my uncle's video, a chorus of skepticism emerged online. Many perceive this as merely a conspiracy orchestrated by an Eastern individual, a farcical and foolish spectacle. Ultimately, time shall reveal the truth. All supporters may find themselves the subjects of ridicule. They were correct about one thing. Time will unveil the answer. Is the Kingdom of the Sea God a reality or a mere fabrication? With the official endorsement provided, the outcome is now devoid of controversy. My uncle's videos are indeed authentic. The Kingdom of the Sea God, akin to the terrifying beasts of mythological lore, conceals within a hidden corner of our world a wondrous realm intertwined with human mythology. When the latest news from the United Nations surfaced, it ignited a veritable uproar. If prior to this moment there existed dissenting voices both on the internet and in reality, the tide has now shifted overwhelmingly in favor of belief. My uncle's Twitter has become one of the most bustling places online, attracting countless netizens eager to pay homage and voice their inquiries. The reverence is palpable. Our esteemed figure is remarkable. The United Nations has endorsed this, truly, a Columbus of the new era. The audacity of my uncle's venture into the Kingdom of the Sea God to rescue individuals is awe-inspiring. It is indeed alarming to ponder how he discovered the kingdom. Was it mere fortune? It is difficult to fathom that anyone could identify such a minuscule gateway amidst the vast ocean. Even if an ordinary person stumbled upon it, they might dismiss it as a mirage. Is there anyone who can elucidate the nature of the blue giant depicted in the video? Or perhaps identify a nation with a similar mythological creature? What are the esteemed figure's next plans, and when shall he venture into the Kingdom of the Sea God? My anticipation is overwhelming. The Dawn Adventure Group is recruiting adventurers from around the globe. Do you aspire to be a pioneer of this new era? Do you wish to etch your name into the annals of history? Are you eager to discover more astonishing beings from myth and legend? Do you yearn to engage in romance with a legendary goddess? Do you desire to witness the enchanting and extraordinary mythological world? If so, do not hesitate. Join the Dawn Adventure Group swiftly. We possess the most advanced and comprehensive wilderness survival skills and tools available worldwide. Currently, there is a significant discount for enrolling in the Dawn Adventure Group's adventure training. No longer 9,800, not even 3,800, in celebration of our grand opening. It is now merely 998. Indeed, you heard correctly. For only $998, you can acquire the most thorough and advanced wilderness survival techniques, enabling you to effortlessly conquer the unknown mythological realm. I cannot contain my excitement. I am certain I will lose sleep tonight, eager to discover what lies within the Kingdom of the Sea God. Do you suppose there will be inhabitants within the Kingdom of the Sea God? If so, how might their civilization differ from ours? It is difficult to say, but judging by the fearsome oceanic behemoth, the likelihood of human presence in the kingdom appears quite slim. Of course, the information currently at our disposal is scant, and we cannot reach a definitive conclusion. All we have observed thus far are the marine giants, leaving us uncertain about the land. If the terrestrial environment proves relatively safe, the possibility of human and other civilizations existing there is far from negligible. Following the official endorsement, discussions surrounding the Kingdom of Poseidon reached a pinnacle on the internet, whether on trending topics, video platforms, or other similar communities. All content related to the Kingdom of Poseidon became a focal point of attention, overshadowing even the incident involving the Sidel cruise ship. Public focus has completely shifted from the survivors of the Sidel cruise to the matters concerning the Kingdom of Poseidon, with the exception of the families of the victims. These families, driven by the safety of their loved ones, are tirelessly seeking assistance from national and international organizations across the globe. Some affluent individuals have even issued substantial rewards for any information regarding their missing relatives. However, the clamor online and the efforts of the Sidel cruise families pale in comparison to another shocking announcement. Following the United Nations clarification on the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Poseidon, numerous publicly traded companies launched extensive promotional campaigns. They proclaimed their intentions to establish new world exploration teams to comprehensively develop and explore the kingdom of Poseidon. The automotive industry announced plans to create enhanced transportation vehicles tailored for the kingdom, resulting in soaring stock prices. Defense contractors expressed their commitment to researching weapons designed to combat the creatures of the kingdom and to procure superior materials from its depths, which also led to significant stock price increases. Mobile phone manufacturers proclaimed that in the realm of the divine, anything is possible, asserting that it was time to transcend current technological limitations and step into a new dimension, causing their stocks to surge. Healthcare companies emphasized the necessity of advancing medicine into this new world filled with unknown flora and fauna, heralding a leap towards immortality, which similarly drove their stock prices up. Material science firms proclaimed the tremendous value of the resources from such formidable giants, heralding this as an epoch-making discovery that would guide humanity towards a brighter future. They promised to identify, synthesize, and create more precious materials through the study of the unknown substances from the kingdom of Poseidon, resulting in a remarkable increase in their stock value. In an instant, the stock market exhibited an unusual phenomenon. Any company with even the slightest connection to the kingdom of Poseidon saw its valuation multiply. This nearly costless method of promotion quickly incited envy and imitation among numerous companies. Subsequently, many promotional efforts left netizens astounded. What? You claim my fragrant sauce technology liquor company is unworthy of participating in this grand affair? Young man, you are still too naive. Would you care to sample the elixirs of the divine? Would you desire to taste the brews from celestial valleys? If so, why hesitate? Propel our fragrant sauce technology company's stock forward. Even the giants in the snack and fruit industry eagerly followed suit. The sales are ready to set forth. Exquisite celestial fruits are on the horizon. They nearly declared, investors, what are you waiting for? Buy our company's stocks now. At that moment, the world was engulfed in turmoil and frenzy due to the discovery of the kingdom of Poseidon. Some reveled while others fretted. Yet, in this frenzied era, driven by capitalistic endeavors, all that people perceived was profit, profit, and more profit. As the world descends into madness over the discovery of the kingdom of the sea god, Yangsu is on the verge of a profound transformation in his life. At the Western Sea outpost, within the temporary palace, Yangsu lies naked upon the bed, his eyes gently closed as if in a feigned slumber, exuding tranquility and exhibiting a robust physique. Suspended approximately 5 feet above him, an ancient bronze tome floats enigmatically in the air, radiating a deep crimson glow that envelopes the entire chamber in a remarkable and magical aura, brimming with vibrant life energy. Though undeniably red, it evokes the verdant vitality of nature. Under the embrace of this crimson light, Yangsu's body undergoes subtle yet significant changes, the genesis of which stems from the white jade bone spear he has placed beside him. This spear, crafted from the bones of an unknown beast, appears to come alive under the radiant crimson light of the ancient tome, gradually ascending to a height of about 2 feet above the floor. Its surface, reminiscent of white jade, becomes adorned with countless intricate purple patterns, both mysterious and profound, resembling talismans or ancient divine scripts that seem to elucidate some fundamental truth of the universe. As these purple patterns manifest, powerful arcs of electricity emerge around the spear, crackling and snapping as they interact with the air. Suddenly, with a resonant hum, the spear seems to melt under the crimson light, transforming into a liquid amalgam of white jade laced with purple, cascading over Yangsu's form. This liquid, seemingly devoid of temperature, yet rich in symbolism, seeps through his pores, penetrating his skin and flesh, infiltrating his bones and merging with his marrow. With a resounding impact, as the white jade liquid completes its integration, Yangsu's exterior is illuminated by blinding electric sparks, mirroring the earlier transformation of the white jade bone spear. Chapter 51. A thunderous descent and terrifying beasts. The Western Sea outpost is nestled hundreds of meters beneath the Earth's surface. Although it is devoid of sunlight and the delightful charm of summer days, and lacks the allure of sunbathing beauties, it is not entirely bereft of the experience of day and night cycles. During the day, the unique mineral veins in the cave emit a strong light and warmth, which diminishes in the evening. The soldiers of the Sioux Nation utilize this straightforward method to discern the underground world's diurnal rhythm, adjusting their work schedules to ensure that their routines remain unaffected by the subterranean environment. Around midday, the underground realm reaches its zenith of brightness and heat. Nevertheless, even at its peak, the temperature remains a comfortable 26 to 27 degrees Celsius, ideal for human activity, neither too cold nor too hot. By nightfall, The temperature drops to approximately 20 degrees Celsius, which can feel quite chilly if one is inadequately dressed. Today, the Western Sea outpost is particularly bustling, as the arrival of 300 soldiers led by Qingqiu has pushed its population to an unprecedented high, creating an atmosphere of unprecedented liveliness. However, the sudden influx of so many people has not come without its challenges. The outpost, having been constructed only recently, has merely established a rudimentary framework. While food supplies are ample, the number of available accommodations is critically limited. To accommodate the soldiers, the previous 4-person rooms had to be hastily converted into 6-person quarters, barely managing to house the additional 400 individuals. Yet, this predicament did not trouble the soldiers of the outpost for long. The influx of over 300 extra laborers significantly accelerated the pace of construction at the Western Sea outpost. In an effort to promptly resolve the housing issue, the soldiers abandoned all other tasks and wholeheartedly dedicated themselves to the construction of new facilities. The telekinetic abilities of the Fox Clan, the wind manipulation powers of the Qingqiu clan, and the water control of the Merfolk facilitated remarkable collaboration among the soldiers, resulting in astonishing progress. Within a single day, 50 well-constructed single-occupancy rooms sprang forth from the ground, with the processes of logging, laying foundations, and erecting buildings flowing seamlessly into one another. The efficiency displayed left captives such as Yuan Xinghua and Afura utterly astonished, granting them a glimpse into the extraordinary powers of the Fox Clan and the Qingqiu clan, telekinesis, and the manipulation of wind and sand. As evening approached, Afura was imparting her expertise in clothing design to 6 students in a modest courtyard, 3 enchanting women from the Fox Clan and 3 captivating ladies from the Qingqiu clan, all of whom are skilled seamstresses in the Sioux nation, primarily tasked with sewing garments for the populace. However, despite being professionals in the clothing industry, the glaring inadequacies of their skills nearly drove Afura to despair, prompting thoughts of reprimanding Qingqiu, the perceived instigator of their plight. The concepts of planning, ideation, and proposal formulation were entirely foreign to these supposed experts, while notions of imagery, sketching, and design were virtually non-existent. They designed clothing purely based on instinct. The garments produced cannot be described as exquisite, merely serviceable, and at least recognizable as clothing. Beyond this, Afra is reluctant to offer further judgment. As for the intricacies of fashion design, structural engineering, craftsmanship, color coordination, and other specialized matters, they are far beyond the reach of these professionals from the Shugua. However, while the students' lack of quality is indeed vexing, their eagerness to learn and their obedient demeanor provide Afra with considerable comfort. These students show her great respect, treating her with deference, unfazed by her status as a captive. Even during meals, they generously offer her the finest portion. Such seemingly trivial acts of kindness instill in Afra a sense of respect, alleviating somewhat the burden of her situation as a forced captive in the underground. Though the king of this nation is a thoroughly despicable man, the other subjects possess redeeming qualities. They are merely unfortunate souls ensnared by the malevolent king's manipulations. Indeed, that must be the case. Standing before a makeshift blackboard erected in the courtyard, Afra gazed into the distance, her sapphire-like eyes unfocused and lost in thought. The blackboard itself was quite rudimentary, comprised of a relatively flat slab of black stone set within a wooden frame. Due to the hastiness of its preparation, the edges of the stone had not even been trimmed, rendering it rather unsightly. Yet, it proved functional. The primitive chalk left clear marks upon it, enabling the students to grasp the teacher's intentions. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed from within the outpost, reminiscent of thunder during a stormy day. The noise was deafening, jolting Afra from her reverie. Instinctively, she looked up at the sky, only to be greeted by a fiery glow emanating from unique minerals embedded in the cavern's ceiling. It then dawned on her. They were in a subterranean realm nearly 1,000 meters deep. How could there be a storm? Casting a puzzled glance at her 6 students, she found them equally bewildered, uncertain of the cause of the commotion. Then, with a tremendous crash, a fearsome bolt of lightning descended from above, striking with unparalleled ferocity. In an instant, the wooden roof was penetrated by the terrifying thunderbolt. The intense heat ignited the thatch and timber, and flames rapidly engulfed much of the structure, thick smoke billowing skyward like a signal fire. This sudden turn of events awakened all those who had been perplexed. Something had gone awry, although the specifics were unclear. The raging inferno and billowing smoke were surely indicative of something amiss. Observing the escalating situation, an idea sparked in Afra's mind. If chaos ensued, could it not present an opportunity for her to escape? Perhaps there lay a chance after all. even though she was uncertain if an opportunity truly existed. Afra's mind began to race with possibilities. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she had already dashed out of the courtyard. The moment she stepped outside, a chilling realization struck her. A grave situation had unfolded. The house engulfed in flames was none other than the residence of the realm's sovereign. Stunned, Afra halted in her tracks, her mind swirling with confusion. What was happening? Was there a rebellion, or had someone dared to assault the detestable Demon King? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely that anyone would have the audacity or opportunity to act against him. After all, even if an attack had been launched, there were still hundreds of magically endowed soldiers from foreign lands guarding the premises. And escaping from that accursed underground prison would require scaling treacherous cliffs and traversing countless dark tunnels, an endeavor nearly impossible to accomplish. As for delving deeper into the underworld, that was tantamount to seeking death. Amidst Afra's bewilderment, the soldiers of the Sioux Kingdom began to regain their composure in the face of this unexpected crisis. They, too, were oblivious to the unfolding events, only aware that, following a thunderous roar, the royal palace had been beset by flames. This sudden upheaval left the Sioux soldiers in a state of disarray. The king was the very soul of their nation. Even if every other life were to perish, the king must remain unharmed. Quickly, save the king. The merfolk, water. Fetch water. Make way, everyone, clear the path. The entire outpost erupted into chaos. The soldiers, consumed by concern for Yang Su's safety, lost all sense of command, their minds fixated on a singular thought: save the king. Some disregarded the peril and resolved to plunge directly into the inferno. Yet, before they could act, another anomaly occurred. A strange sound erupted from the burning chamber, a sound reminiscent of thunder or a beast's roar. Accompanying this eerie noise, a spectral beast materialized amidst the flames. Its form was nearly indistinguishable, shrouded in crackling lightning, as if it had emerged from a tempest of thunder. The formidable aura radiating from the beast rolled forth like a surging tide, assaulting the very souls of all present. Merely catching a glimpse of that indistinct yet fearsome creature instilled a profound terror within the hearts of the Sioux soldiers, rendering their bodies rigid and their limbs icy with dread. Chapter 52. Mastering the Thunder. Yang Su's divine powers. The beast was not particularly large, measuring around 4 to 5 meters in length. In the vast wilderness, where creatures often grew to enormous sizes, such dimensions could only be classified as inferior species. Yet, despite its modest stature, this creature exuded an aura of terror. Just a blurred phantom, indistinct and elusive, sent chills down the spines of the soldiers, their skin prickling as if they had plunged into an eternal, icy abyss, an unbearable cold that pierced to the bone. The soldiers fixated on the fearsome creature before them, swallowing nervously and gripping their weapons tightly, their knuckles whitening from the strain of their anxiety. What manner of monster is this? They gazed at the entity, wreathed in horrifying lightning, yet none could discern its true nature, nor fathom how to respond. The king remained in his chamber, potentially disturbing the creature and thus implicating himself. Meanwhile, the flames were spreading. Although the king was powerful, he was still flesh and blood, unable to withstand such relentless heat. Faced with this dilemma, the soldiers exchanged glances, uncertain of their course of action. Yet, those who could make decisions were absent. Qingqiu Ziyue, though somewhat foolish, possessed immense strength capable of shaking mountains. Eager to impress Yang Su and earn his admiration, Qingqiu Ziyue took the initiative to venture into the dense forest outside the outpost, serving as a lumberjack and contributing to the construction of the West Sea outpost, which accounted for its exceptional building speed. Qing Wan had been dispatched by Yang Su to the beach camp, accompanied by a group of merfolk to monitor the survivors on the shore and await the opportune moment to act. Yu Xiao, one of the 5 great leaders of the Sioux Kingdom, was also among those entrusted with authority. Yet he too had been sent forth to scout the surrounding areas of the underground world, ensuring the safety of the West Sea outpost. After all, who could have anticipated that the most secure outpost would face an attack? Moreover, this bizarre beast had bypassed all external defenses, materializing within the outpost through unknown means, directly assaulting the king, the very soul of the Sioux Kingdom. The situation had reached a stalemate. In the distance, Afura observed cautiously, hesitant to approach. Despite her deep-seated loathing for Yang Su, whom she viewed as the demon responsible for kidnapping the princess, wishing nothing more than to sever his head and kick it like a ball to alleviate her resentment for being imprisoned in the underground world, she found herself praying for his safety in this moment. For if Yang Su were to perish, she could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited her and her fellow outsiders. The best outcome would be death, while the worst would be a fate worse than death. Yet neither of these outcomes was desirable for Afura. Oh, how she wished not to accompany that wretched man into the abyss. God, what manner of creature is this? Just as Afura silently prayed for Yangsu's well-being. Hoping he would not be a fleeting spirit, the Sanchez couple emerged from their chamber. The couple's chamber was situated adjacent to Afra's. Due to the language barrier, they dared not intrude upon the West Sea outpost, fearful of inadvertently transgressing local taboos and facing dire consequences. Such occurrences were not uncommon for explorers like themselves, who understood the imperative of respecting the customs of every place they encountered. Otherwise, their demise would be in vain. Naturally, they were equally hesitant to attempt a clandestine escape. Sanchez, an adventurer adept at calculating the subterranean world's location through the terrain and gradient, was acutely aware of the challenges posed by fleeing from the underground realm, with the probability of success nearly non-existent. By day, the couple occupied their room, preparing their manuscripts. As night fell, after the soldiers of the Sun Kingdom had toiled throughout the day and were ready to rest, it was their moment to perform. They were to regale the soldiers with tales of the outside world and their years of adventure. The moment they stepped out into the courtyard, they beheld a fearsome creature, ensconced in thunder, looming above the palace, leaving them utterly astonished. Despite their familiarity with exotic beasts, this terrifying entity, enveloped in lightning, surpassed their wildest imaginings. Oh God! They gasped. This resembles the legendary demon. Sanchez wore a grave expression, tracing a cross before him with his right hand, his eyes filled with dread and concern. He hoped that the foreign king would emerge unscathed. His voice was notably somber, his eyelids lowered as he sighed quietly, based on his extensive experience as an explorer. If Yangsu were to meet with misfortune today, the likelihood of them, as outsiders, being treated as sacrificial offerings exceeded 70%, while the remaining 30% was attributed to being slain by the rampaging beast. Regardless of the outcome, none were desirable to Sanchez. He was doomed. How could that wretched man possibly escape the clutches of such a terrifying monster? Afra, though equally concerned for Yangsu's safety, could not hold her tongue. Issuing a scathing proclamation, as if sensing that her words lacked sufficient impact, she continued, if he were indeed safe, he would have emerged from the inferno by now. How could he remain silent for so long? Sanchez sighed again. Although he was reluctant to concede, the reality before him was irrefutable. Yangsu was surely in grave peril. The manifestation of thunder signified a force so potent that even a Tyrannosaurus Rex would meet its demise. For an ordinary person, a single bolt of lightning would undoubtedly reduce them to cinders. As the two conversed, a dramatic shift occurred within the roaring inferno. A thick, burning beam, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, suddenly shot forth from the flames, as if colliding with a speeding train. The beam soared for several meters before crashing against the courtyard wall and coming to a halt. Following this, a towering figure emerged from the fire. His long hair billowed like ink, wild and untamed. His countenance was stern, exuding an extraordinary valor, and his violet eyes flickered with the brilliance of thunder and lightning. Their gazes locked, their eyes pierced as if by sharp blades, causing one to shut them in anguish, yet tears could not be restrained. His imposing physique resembled the finest masterpiece of a Greek sculptor, the sun-kissed skin revealing perfect muscle contours, exuding an explosive power akin to that of a cheetah. Most astonishingly, robust serpentine bolts of electricity danced around his body, crackling as if a thunder god had descended. Even in a state of undress, his majestic form remained unaffected. The figure emerging from the flames was none other than Yangsu. Having absorbed the essence of the bone spear, he had attained dominion over thunder. As Yangsu stepped out of the inferno, the indistinct silhouette of the ferocious beast faded into oblivion. The crowd, witnessing Yangsu emerge unscathed from the flames, was initially struck with astonishment. The king is indeed the king. Following a fleeting moment of shock, the soldiers of Su Kingdom erupted into exuberant celebration, their exclamations of joy ringing out. They were unaware of the events that had transpired, yet the king's safety was more than sufficient for them. That their sovereign had grown even stronger was, of course, a cause for jubilation, but in comparison to his safety, it was a trivial matter. Protecting their king was their solemn duty. However, in stark contrast to the jubilant soldiers of Su Kingdom, the emotions of Afra and others were notably intricate. That detestable man. Could even the divine not subdue a demon? Afra secretly sighed in relief, grateful to no longer be a casualty, yet her words were sharp, with her sapphire-like eyes sparkling. She fixated on Yangsu's athletic form, her luscious lips pursed in contemplation. Though he was a demon, his physique was undeniably remarkable. Who would have thought he possessed such allure? Oh, how envious I am. Chapter 53. The Awakened Qingqiu Clan under the gaze of the crowd. Yang Su maintained a composed demeanor, exhibiting no signs of embarrassment. After all, being unclothed was a trivial matter. Two enchanting fox maidens, their alluring waists swaying gracefully, approached him with brisk steps, presenting a pristine black robe. Throughout this exchange, they displayed no reservations. Their captivating glances sparkled like autumn waters gently stirred by a spring breeze, reflecting a myriad of ripples and glimmers as they regarded Yang Su's robust physique. Had it not been for the multitude of onlookers, these affectionate fox maidens would have eagerly stepped forward to assist him in donning the garment, perhaps even indulging in a delightful encounter. As Yang Su suppressed the tempestuous energy enveloping him, he donned the robe while savoring the profound transformations within himself. Following the enhancement, he distinctly felt his body fortified anew, brimming with formidable power. His senses had undergone a remarkable amplification. Standing there, he could discern the faintest sounds from miles away, such as the rustling of leaves in the breeze or the slow movements of insects on the ground. Yet, the most extraordinary alteration was his newfound ability to perceive the electric elements permeating the universe. This sensation was subtle yet profound. Electricity was not merely confined to lightning, but existed within all things. Just as friction generates static electricity and magnetic fields can create electric fields, electricity was omnipresent. In daily life, the electricity we encounter is minuscule, often invisible to the naked eye. However, at this moment, Yang Su could sense the ubiquitous electric elements of the world with his mental acuity. He struggled to articulate this phenomenon, feeling as though a mere thought could harness the electric forces around him, transforming them into a powerful current. Not only did electric elements exist in nature, but they also resided within living beings, such as the human body. In comparison to the chaotic electric elements in the environment, those within the human form were far more ordered, forming a unique magnetic field that hindered his control over them. Manipulating the electric elements within the body proved to be more complex than wielding those of the external world. Yet it was not an impossibility. As Yang Su quietly reveled in his transformation, his spirits soared. Electricity. This was an immensely potent ability. With this newfound divine power, his combat prowess would see a significant enhancement. Lost in thought, he finally finished dressing. Just then, a figure darted towards him like a streak of black lightning, accompanied by the howling of the wind, stirring up a whirlwind of dust as it appeared in the courtyard. The voice preceded the arrival of the person, melodious and soft, akin to a lover's whisper, laced with an enticing lilt that beckoned the imagination. Yet, this captivating voice bore a hint of sorrow, adding a layer of poignancy. When the figure came to a halt, it was none other than Qingqiu Fox. Her stunning visage was marred with worry, her delicate brows furrowed, and her enchanting fox-like eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Oh, Wang." Upon seeing that Yang Su was unharmed, Qingqiu Fox burst into tears, rushing towards him like a child, enveloping him in a warm embrace, devoid of any pretense of enjoyment. Yang Su's joyful spirit was dampened as he helplessly remarked, all right, I am fine, truly. How could a fox of his age still behave like a child, crying so easily?" Qingqiu Fox pouted her cherry-like lips, quite displeased with Yang Su's assertion that she resembled a child. She was, after all, the elder sister, yet others often claimed her younger sister, Qingqiu Fox, bore a stronger resemblance to an elder, exuding a composed grace and regal elegance. This recurrent comparison made Qingqiu Fox particularly sensitive about matters concerning children. Her beautiful eyes, tinged with a hint of crimson, expressed her grievance. "It's all Wang's fault for causing worry." Yang Su replied gently, all right, it is all my fault. Now, please release me. If you tighten your grip any further, I fear I may be crushed." He softly pressed a kiss upon Qingqiu Fox's alluring lips as a reward. Receiving such a special acknowledgement from Yang Su, a radiant smile blossomed on Qingqiu Fox's exquisite face, momentarily forgetting the reprimand she had just received. It was a particularly curious feeling, yet not unwelcome. Yang Su was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the surge of electricity he had just wielded was still somewhat beyond his control. When their lips met, a slight electric current had emanated. Such a phenomenon could occur even among ordinary humans, though they lacked the ability to manage the tingling sensation caused by static electricity. Just as Yang Su intended to clarify, a sudden thought struck him, presenting a critical dilemma. If he could master this power, might he not seek retribution against Qingqiu Fox for past grievances? The moment that idea surfaced, he hastily suppressed it. It was far too perilous. Should anything go awry, it could jeopardize his foundation. At the very least, He resolved to wait until he could wield this power with ease. Contemplating this enticing yet dangerous notion, Yang Su inquired, "How much time has passed?" "Most of the day," came the response. Most of the day? Yang Su was utterly astonished. Had the ancient bronze tome stated that enhancement required at least a day, with a maximum of 3? How could it be merely half a day? Could it be that the tome had made an error in its calculations? Or perhaps... Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in Yang Su's mind, the moment the bone spear melted and entered his body. Upon recalling this scene, Yang Su's brow furrowed in concern. What kind of formidable beast had that spear belonged to, possessing such extraordinary abilities? It seemed that his newfound control over thunder might indeed stem from the remnants of its former master. Yet, this enigma remained unanswered for Yang Su. Nevertheless, understanding why he had completed the enhancement ahead of schedule brought him some relief. Meanwhile, the Merfolk had extinguished the flames consuming the temporary palace. Though the damage to the structure was extensive, a significant portion of the building had been reduced to ash, and the overall framework sustained nearly irreparable harm, necessitating a lengthy period for complete restoration. There was no need for Yang Su to concern himself with the repairs. Stepping out of the uninhabitable courtyard, he spotted Afura and the others standing on the street in the distance. Before he could ponder whether to approach and greet them, while also observing their teaching situation, he saw Beiyao gracefully approaching from a distance. She exuded an air of noble elegance. Though her pace was brisk, her demeanor remained remarkably refined, reminiscent of a leisurely strolling aristocrat. Upon Beiyao's arrival, Yang Su immediately grasped the situation at hand. Prior to his seclusion, he had specifically instructed Beiyao and the others to guard the Nuwa tribe members in the secret chamber, particularly the one bestowed with the title of the God of Life, ensuring that nothing would disturb their revival process. After all, despite the extraordinary powers possessed by the Nuwa tribe, they remained mere puppets devoid of any capacity for resistance or reaction until they were fully awakened. They required time to merge and awaken until they achieved their complete form. "My lord, they have awakened." Beiyao stood before Yang Su, her eyes shimmering with joy, her voice as gentle as flowing water. "Good." Yang Su responded with delight. The Nuwa tribe. Setting aside the profound implications of the term Nuwa, this was the first elite tribe of the Su kingdom. What significance did elite status hold? What miraculous abilities did the Nuwa tribe possess? Yang Su was eager to witness the powers of the Nuwa tribe. Yet, above all, what he anticipated most was the Nuwa tribe member honored with the title of God of Life. Such a title was extraordinary, particularly during these tumultuous times, bearing an even more exceptional significance. Chapter 54, The God of Life, Jiang Yaoshi. Upon learning that the members of the Nuwa tribe had awakened, Yang Su could no longer concern himself with whether Afula had encountered difficulties in her teachings or if she required additional assistance. He turned and made his way towards the cavern, with Beiyao closely trailing behind him. Upon hearing the news of new companions joining their ranks, Qingqiu Ziyue exhibited an extraordinary exuberance, following Yang Su like a curious child, her cherry-red lips chattering incessantly. "What is the new companion like, my lord? What abilities do they possess? Are they as beautiful as Ziyue?" When this question was posed, Qingqiu Ziyue's exquisite visage radiated innocence, seemingly inquiring casually. Yet her enchanting fox-like eyes were fixed intently on Yang Su, betraying her eagerness. It was as though her expression screamed, "Do not say otherwise." Ziyue had to be the most beautiful, at least in the eyes of her lord. Yang Su paused momentarily and cast a resigned glance at Qingqiu Ziyue. This foolish fox was precisely one of the reasons he would never allow her to interact with his newly created subjects. Who knew what antics this clumsy creature might devise? While Qingqiu Ziyue would never intentionally harm others, her obliviousness to boundaries, coupled with her formidable strength capable of toppling mountains, posed a risk of inadvertently sending other subjects to the emergency room. Such incidents were not without precedent. Hence, he had forbidden Qingqiu Ziyue from engaging with the other subjects until they had fully awakened. He was apprehensive. These individuals represented the future of Su Nation. Yang Su had no intention of comforting the foolish fox. Instead, he teasingly remarked, "They are cuter than you." Instantly, the foolish fox pouted her delicate, pink lips. Yet, in a moment of triumph, she flashed a smile that resembled a garden in full bloom, vibrant and captivating. "Hee, Ziyue will not fall for that. My lord must be afraid of making Ziyue proud. Humph, Ziyue is the cutest in the world. Hee, with the world's cutest Ziyue admiring him. Doesn't my lord feel exceedingly fortunate?" With her hands on her hips and head held high, Qingqiu Ziyue beamed with pride, utterly undeterred by Yang Su's words, instead concocting a multitude of justifications for herself. Bei Yao couldn't help but smile at the corners of her lips. This was indeed the leader of Qingqiu Ziyue. Yang Su wore an expression of knowing amusement, recognizing that this foolish fox was too carefree to be affected by any remarks. Listening to her self-praise, he shook his head in amusement, choosing to ignore her, for he understood that engaging in conversation would only lead to her seeking affection or compliments. Much like a child yearning for attention. As he continued his journey toward the cavern, the foolish fox soon relinquished her momentary disappointment, her anticipation for the arrival of new companions reigniting her spirits. Traversing through a somewhat dim and damp tunnel, they entered a vast and magnificent cavern. The awakened members of the Qingqiu clan stood at the edge of the cavernous plaza, numbering around 20. They were quietly awaiting Yang Su's arrival, accompanied by several vigilant guards from the Fox clan. Wow, these sisters are so beautiful. Their tails are splendid, so smooth to the touch. I can only imagine how delightful they must feel, mused Qingqiu Ziyue, her enchanting eyes widening as they fixated on the graceful Qingqiu clan members. Captivated by their elegant and exquisite serpentine tails, akin to cherished toys, she murmured excitedly, longing for a tail of her own. Why do they have tails? And the Merfolk have tails, yet I do not? Yang Su couldn't help but chuckle at Qingqiu Ziyue's childlike soliloquy, though a thought lingered in his mind. If the bloodline of the Qingqiu Fox Clan were to evolve, would they sprout foxtails? Presently, the appearance of the Qingqiu Fox Clan resembled that of humans more than that of foxes. Aside from the fox ears atop their heads, they bore little difference from humans. The gaze of the Qingqiu clan momentarily lingered on the boisterous Qingqiu Ziyue before shifting to Yang Su. Upon noticing him, they felt an extraordinary emotion emanating from the depths of their souls, a complex mix of feelings akin to a child seeing their parents, evoking trust and warmth, as well as a sense of reverence akin to subjects beholding their king, compelling them to submit. Deep within their souls, an irresistible great will seem to continuously instruct them, guiding them to comprehend their mission, to safeguard Yang Su's safety and obey all his commands. He was their creator, their sovereign, their purpose. The Qingqiu clan members could not help but exhibit joy. Without a trace of hesitation, they collectively exclaimed in sweet voices, "The king! Wow, it is the king! This is our king, he. Although he does not have a beautiful tail. Though the king lacked a tail, he remained undeniably handsome." These Qingqiu clan members were not only breathtakingly beautiful but also possessed melodious voices, reminiscent of clear springs flowing, of yellow orioles singing, of bashful maidens, and of a compassionate mother. The harmonious sounds of their voices uplifted the spirit, save for certain exceptions. Among them, one caught the eye. With a minuscule beauty spot at the corner of her eye, enchanting and alluring, her skin as white as snow, delicate as fine cream, exuding a unique charm. Her lower half was adorned with a lengthy purple serpentine tail, measuring approximately 4 meters. The purple scales, the size of a child's palm, were dense and smooth, akin to meticulously polished crystal. Under the swaying light, the purple scales refracted a splendid array of colors, resembling a rainbow, mysterious, beautiful, and alluring. The captivating Qingqiu clan member, undaunted by Yang Su's gaze, parted her rose petal-like red lips, her delicate tongue brushing against them, which exuded a floral fragrance, while her eyes mirrored the rippling surface of a lake, imbued with captivating autumnal allure. Her lips curled slightly, a semblance of a smile, as her gaze upon Yang Su resembled that of a predator surveying its prey. This manner of looking was all too familiar to Yang Su. He recognized it as the direct gaze of those who matched his peculiar inclinations. Indeed, they were kindred spirits in this regard. The Buddha once said, "One may indulge in subtlety, yet must not display such rudeness towards the king." Suddenly, a gentle voice, as soothing as a spring breeze, interrupted the silent exchange between Yang Su and the Tirmol member of the Qingqiu clan. The speaker was none other than Jiang Yaoshi, revered as the goddess of life. With a sweet and compassionate smile gracing her features, her eyes sparkled like the bright moon. 3,000 strands of silken hair cascaded behind her like exquisite works of art. Bathed in soft light, her skin appeared even purer and more delicate than white jade, seemingly emanating a halo of sanctity akin to the radiance of the Buddha, reminiscent of the Virgin Mary descending to earth. Merely gazing upon her, Yang Su felt as though his spirit had been cleansed, blessed with the enlightenment of a celestial being. His mind cleared. It seemed as if he was on the verge of forgetting the mundane desires and emotions of the earthly realm. Chapter 55. The creation of humanity by Qingqiu may not be a fabrication. The tear-marked Qingqiu clanswoman, chastised by Jiang Yaoshi, promptly averted her unabashed gaze. With lowered brows and a bowed head, her slender waist swayed gracefully, and her purple serpent tail elegantly retreated 2 steps, signifying her acknowledgement and submission to Jiang Yaoxi's reprimand. Clearly, the Nuo clan's people, who bore the title of the God of Life, held a position of extraordinary significance within their tribe. Yang Su's gaze shifted to Jiang Yaoxi. His breath caught. This sister was remarkably unique, possessing an indescribable allure, something that lingered in the air. Qingqiu Ziyue frowned, her eyes intently fixed on Jiang Yaoxi. Her expression tinged with awe. After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly remarked, "Very wicked, very flirtatious." Yang Su was taken aback, shooting a disapproving glare at the foolish fox. "You dolt, refrain from using words you do not comprehend. I have implored you to study diligently, yet you persist in your ignorance. Now, look at the embarrassment you've caused. What do you mean by very wicked, very flirtatious? Surely, there are beings in this world more lascivious than a seductress. I refuse to believe otherwise. Unless I were to experience it myself. Merely out of curiosity, of course." However, after Qingqiu Ziyue's interruption, Yang Su found himself roused from the sacred, untouchable radiance of Jiang Yaoxi. He stepped forward confidently, a smile gracing his lips. "Very well, indeed." Though her stature was merely average among the Nuo, her elongated serpent tail afforded her a height that surpassed Yang Su by nearly a head. Jiang Yaoxi greeted him softly, her arms outstretched like lotus roots, gently enveloping Yang Su in her embrace. "My esteemed master, I am grateful for your creation of us." Yet, as Jiang Yaoxi held him close, whispering sincere and heartfelt words of gratitude, Yang Su felt a blush creep across his cheeks. A long-lost shyness surged within him, evoking an inexplicable sense of nostalgia and an urge to weep. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to gather at the corners of his eyes. His thoughts drifted to many memories, the sister who always playfully bickered with him yet never called him brother, the mischievous younger brother, and their parents. It was as if Jiang Yaoxi could sense his emotions. She tenderly stroked his silky hair, her soft lips humming a melodious tune that caressed the soul like a lullaby, instilling a deep sense of tranquility. Inadvertently, he relaxed his guard, succumbing to the warmth that enveloped him like sweet milk. Jiang Yaoxi maintained a loving smile, the divine light surrounding her almost tangible, manifesting as a sacred form. Yet, Qingqiu Ziyue sensed something amiss. Her gaze towards Jiang Yaoxi brimmed with defiance, a challenge indeed. "This snake is wicked." Qingqiu Ziyue pouted, her fierce vertical pupils glaring menacingly at Jiang Yaoxi, baring her teeth in a display of threat. In response to Qingqiu Ziyue's stance, Jiang Yaoxi's smile became even more benevolent, and the radiance surrounding her grew more sanctified. With a delicate yet firm grasp, she gently pressed Yang Su's head into the sweet embrace of a tender paradise, as if to assert dominance over Qingqiu Ziyue. This action successfully incited the ire of Qingqiu Ziyue. Her furious gaze fixed upon Jiang Yaoxi. She was nearly certain of her previous sentiments. "This snake is quite malicious." She elongated her voice, expressing her discontent. Now is the time for serious matters. Qingqiu Ziyue's dissatisfied outburst jolted Yang Su from the milky, enchanting reverie. Emerging from the soft, intoxicating bliss, he coughed lightly a couple of times, attempting to alleviate his embarrassment. "Welcome to the kingdom of Su." Once he regained his composure, his gaze fell upon the members of the Nuo tribe, and he inquired with genuine concern, "What are your housing requirements?" Different races possess distinct needs for their living environments. For instance, the Qingqiu Fox tribe prefers traditional homes, while the Qingqiu clan favors dwelling in caves perched high upon cliffs. The Merfolk enjoy constructing their abodes beneath the waves. Ancient texts indicate that the Nuo tribe favors cool, dense forests. However, this remains a rather broad stipulation. While satisfying such general criteria is feasible, who does not yearn for a life of refinement? To live better, to live more comfortably. This is the essence of existence. Although the Nuo tribe was birthed by Yang Su, it does not imply that they lack other memories. Within their consciousness, they understand their creation by Yang Su. Yet they also carry the ancestral memories of the Nuo lineage, common knowledge inherent to the tribe, as well as their self-awareness. This is a crucial reason why created beings require time to awaken. After their inception, they need time to assimilate these memories. Whether embedded in their genes or concealed within deeper, primordial recollections, a collective memory of their race. Just as the Qingqiu Fox tribe, upon their creation, instinctively understood the use of telekinesis and the art of illusion, as if such knowledge were inscribed deep within their very essence. Upon hearing Yang Su's inquiry, the Nuo tribe members became animated, each sharing their vision for their future dwelling. "I desire a grand tree with crimson leaves. I adore the color red. I wish for an enormous, splendid tree. The bigger, the better. Such a tree would surely be most comfortable. I, your majesty. I wish for a tree that exudes a captivating fragrance." What scent do you favor? Humph, I do not want anything like that. I seek a tree that is unique. A residence unlike any other. The cacophony of voices among the many Inhwa members left Yang Su somewhat bewildered. A tree? Do the Inhwa tribe's homes require trees? Or do they simply prefer living amongst them? Yang Su pondered, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the Inhwa members' exquisite serpentine tails. Such elongated tails coiled around the tree branches would undoubtedly create a picturesque scene. While Yang Su indulged in his reverie, Jiang Yaoshi reprimanded the noisy throng. Her expression remained unchanged, still exuding the semblance of a compassionate savior, seemingly capable of purifying the hearts of those around her. Your chaotic behavior has created a disarray, making it difficult for Wang to comprehend your needs. Upon hearing Jiang Yaoshi's reprimand, the members of the Nuwa tribe fell silent, exhibiting a hint of trepidation. After chastising her fellow tribesmen, Jiang Yaoshi gently elucidated, "We, the Nuwa tribe, possess the power to command the essence of life, enabling us to enlighten other beings and, with a certain probability, bestow upon them heightened wisdom and strength. This power is most effective on plants. Hence, we prefer to dwell among the trees. The enlightened trees serve not only as our abodes but also as our closest companions and most steadfast guardians." Yang Su suddenly grasped the significance of the Nuwa people's unwavering connection to the trees. Indeed, their homes were the trees themselves. However, the reality diverged significantly from his previous assumptions. The dwellings of the Nuwa tribe were not mere trees, but rather trees that had been imbued with enlightenment. The act of enlightening other beings to grant them wisdom and strength was profound. Yang Su's expression shifted as he recalled the ancient legend of Nuwa creating humanity. Did this imply that humans might have been enlightened by Nuwa? Or that a portion of humanity was thus enlightened, giving rise to the myth of Nuwa's creation of mankind? Yet, rather than pondering the authenticity of this ancient myth, Yang Su found himself more intrigued by another question. If the ordinary members of the Nuwa tribe wield such extraordinary powers, what unfathomable prowess must Jiang Yaoshi possess, as the goddess of life among the Nuwa? After all, she is, in essence, a deity. Chapter 56. The abilities of the Nuwa clan. Yang Su had gained a certain understanding of the Nuwa clan. He slightly nodded in appreciation and inquired, "Aside from enlightenment, what other abilities do you possess?" Jiang Yaoshi let her hands fall naturally, resting gracefully upon her flat abdomen. Reminiscent of an elegant noblewoman, with a serene smile gracing her lips, she gently elucidated, "We of the Nuwa clan wield the power of life. However, life encompasses a vast and intricate system. All things in the world possess life, from the minuscule creatures invisible to the naked eye within water, to the tiny beings floating in the air, as well as the colossal divine trees that reach the heavens and the ancient deities that can instill terror in the very fabric of existence. Even this world, the stars in the firmament, all belong to the realm of life." Yang Su pondered deeply, simultaneously struck with astonishment. The mention of the almost imperceptible creatures in water and the microscopic entities in the air made him consider the existence of bacteria and viruses. Humanity had spent countless years in development, only discovering microorganisms through microscopes in the last few centuries. The Nuwa clan, relying solely on their innate divine power, could perceive these microorganisms without external aid. Truly, this was impressive. Yang Su marveled inwardly, recalling certain texts from Buddhist and Taoist traditions. A verse from the Buddhist scripture Vinaya Pitaka states, "The Buddha observes a bowl of water containing 84,000 insects if one does not hold this spell." It is akin to consuming the flesh of sentient beings. While it may not have been directly spoken by Shakyamuni, it cannot be dismissed that ancient sages might have been aware of microorganisms long ago. Jiang Yaoshi explained earnestly, and upon noticing the dawning comprehension on Yang Su's face, she continued to elucidate gently, "Thus, life is a concept of great breadth. Although our Nuwa clan excels in the power of life, even the supreme being of our clan, Nuwa herself, cannot grasp all the mysteries of life. Each of our kin possesses unique strengths, specializing in various domains." Yang Su nodded in understanding. This indeed was the essence of the matter. Upon hearing that the members of the Nuwa clan each had their own strengths, he felt not disappointment, but an increased sense of anticipation. The Qingqiu Fox Clan's telekinesis is singular, lacking subdivisions. The Qingqiu clan and the Jiaran clan are similarly straightforward. The Nuwa clan's mastery over the power of life, with its diverse specializations, underscored the extraordinary nature of life's mysteries and indicated that their research into the power of life had reached a profoundly advanced level. Only by doing so could they make such meticulous distinctions within the power of life. Simultaneously, another piece of information from Jiang Yaoshi's words captured Yang Su's keen interest. the supreme being of the Nuwa clan, Nuwa. The term Nuwa holds a uniquely significant place in Chinese mythology, mother of humanity, the goddess of creation. The most renowned legends surrounding Nuwa include the creation of humanity and the mending of the heavens. The fact that the supreme being of the Nuwa clan bears the name Nuwa was not lost on Yang Su, compelling him to pay close attention. Yet, he refrained from interrupting Jiang Yaoshi, choosing instead to listen patiently. Jiang Yaoshi spoke, "Some of our kin excel in nurturing plants, enabling rapid growth, while others are adept at healing wounds, restoring damaged areas of other beings to their original state, and reviving the vitality of those whose life force has waned." Yang Su's pupils constricted, his heart momentarily faltering. The prospect of rejuvenating beings whose life force has diminished. Could this be the essence of reversing aging? He swallowed hard, as his previously tranquil heart surged with tumultuous waves. Before grasping the divine powers of the Nuwa clan, he had endeavored to overestimate their capabilities. Yet at this moment, Yang Su realized he had seemingly underestimated the formidable nature of the Nuwa clan. Jiang Yaoshi observed the shift in Yang Su's demeanor and continued her explanation. "Some members of our tribe are skilled in siphoning the life force of other beings, inflicting lethal harm upon them. They are the warriors of our Nuwa clan and among our most powerful guardians. Others possess the talent to create, transforming inanimate objects into living beings, bestowing life upon all things in the world. Additionally, some of our kin excel in the modification of other life forms, akin to the transformation you underwent. However, the transformations performed by our king are far more perfect. Even our clan's finest creators cannot achieve such heights." Her words were imbued with admiration and respect, her emerald eyes shimmering with a resplendent glow, perceiving Yang Su's condition with clarity. Initially, Yang Su had no intention of interrupting Jiang Yaoshi's elucidation, but he could not restrain himself at this point. He found himself perplexed regarding his own situation. All he knew was that the skeletal remains he had unearthed from the mountains, which he had fashioned into a spear, had merged with his being, granting him the ability to manipulate thunder. Yet, he remained utterly oblivious as to why such power resided within him or the true identity of the mysterious remains. Upon hearing Jiang Yaoshi's insight into special information, Yang Su raised his brows in astonishment. "Can you discern my current condition?" "Indeed," she replied, her eyelids gently lowering, exuding a serene and dignified aura reminiscent of a bodhisattva, yet imbued with the compassion of a holy mother. She spoke earnestly. "The king has integrated the skeletal remains of the Thunder Beast, acquiring the ability to wield its thunderous power. The Thunder Beast dwells perpetually within storm-laden regions, accompanied by thunder wherever it roams, casting shadows of dark clouds in its wake. It is an exceptionally formidable creature. The essence of the Thunder Beast resides entirely within its bones. Legend has it that this is the foundation of its mastery over thunder. Our Nuwa clan once had predecessors who conducted similar experiments, transplanting the bones of the Thunder Beast into other beings, but all such endeavors ended in failure. Not only did the other beings fail to command the power of thunder, but they also suffered horrific backlash. The fact that the king could perfectly integrate the skeletal remains of the Thunder Beast into his being and gain control over its thunderous might is truly astonishing." Yang Su felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The predecessors of the Nuwa clan sounded remarkably akin to the mad scientists obsessed with human experimentation depicted in films. The audacity to transplant the bones of the Thunder Beast into other life forms was indeed remarkable. However, upon hearing Jiang Yaoshi's explanation, Yang Su finally comprehended his own situation. The skeletal remains of the Thunder Beast, the true identity of that enigmatic relic, was revealed to be the Thunder Beast itself. Yet, he remained oblivious to the true magnificence of the Thunder Beast. Yang Su pondered silently, not allowing himself to dwell excessively on this matter. What had transpired was irreversible. Contemplating gains and losses now held no significance. It was far more prudent to focus on the present reality. He discreetly assessed the capabilities of the Nuwa clan, feeling a surge of joy within. The Nuwa clan, the first primal-level race of Shugua, was indeed remarkable. They possessed the power to manipulate and nurture plants. Should the influence of their divine power be considerable, there would undoubtedly be a monumental increase in Shugua's agricultural yield, addressing the long-standing issue of food scarcity. The concepts of transformation, creation, and absorption of divine power had been merely simplified by Jiang Yaoshi's explanations, leaving Yang Su without a direct experience to form a judgment. However, what he valued most was the healing prowess of the Nuwa clan. This ability was nothing short of extraordinarily formidable. For Shugua, striving to carve out a space for survival in the wilderness, warfare was nearly a daily occurrence. The subjects, though valiant and fearless, faced inevitable injuries in battle against countless ferocious beasts and grotesque creatures. Many brave warriors, having narrowly survived grave wounds, found themselves maimed, losing limbs and becoming disabled, while others suffered severe bodily harm, relegating them to simple, menial tasks far from the battlefield. Currently, Qingqiu had over 600 severely disabled subjects. Most had once been exemplary soldiers, yet now they struggled to endure, although Yang Su had never neglected their needs. The loss of their opportunity for combat and the ensuing challenges to lead a normal life had inevitably led to severe psychological issues among many. If they could recover, it would undoubtedly resolve a significant dilemma for Qingqiu. More importantly, it would provide immense assurance for the future campaigns of Qingqiu, significantly reducing the casualty rate of soldiers. Chapter 57. The Crisis at the Shipwrecked Camp. A great sage once proclaimed that practice is the sole criterion for truth. To truly comprehend the specific abilities of the Nuwa tribe, the most effective approach would undoubtedly be to allow the tribe's members to showcase their prowess. Only through direct demonstration can one obtain the most authentic answers. However, this suggestion was momentarily dismissed by Jiang Yaoshi. According to her, the strength of the Nuwa tribe does not reside in individual might, but rather in the profound connections among its members. They are individuals, yet through their mastery of the life force, they can coalesce into a holistic entity in a broader sense. In simpler terms, when Nuwa tribe members possessing similar skills collaborate, the resultant power does not merely equate to a sum of 1 + 1 = 2, but rather 1 + 1 can yield 3 or even 4. The collaboration of two Nuwa tribe members can unleash a force that surpasses the sum of their individual strengths. The greater the number of participants in this collaboration, the more potent the unleashed power becomes. Of course, there exists a limit. When collaborating, no more than 100 members of the same type from the Nuwa tribe can unite. Otherwise, the overwhelming burden could exceed their capacity to bear, leading to catastrophic losses. Upon learning of this formidable team dynamic within the Nuwa tribe, Yang Su was naturally filled with anticipation, relinquishing any immediate desire to compel them into action. However, the waiting period was excruciatingly long, evoking a feeling akin to the bittersweet memories of a first love and the intimate nighttime tales shared. Jiang Yaoshi's keen insight soon detected Yang Su's eagerness. With a serene smile that radiated purity, she gently enveloped his robust form in her embrace, lulling him into a world of intoxicating tenderness. Her voice, as sweet as honey, offered gentle reassurances. My kin are eager to present the most splendid performance to showcase their worth in this realm, proving that the king's choice was not misguided. The Nuwa tribe can bring tranquility and peace to the king. We possess the capability to safeguard you, and we hope you can understand the sentiments of our people. Yang Su inhaled deeply, the air thick with the sweetness of her embrace, a fragrance so exquisite. He found himself profoundly empathizing with the feelings of the Nuwa tribe members. Yet, he mused, if only Jiang Yaoshi could exercise a modicum of restraint. After all, the situation was quite taxing, exhausting indeed. With great effort, Yang Su extricated himself from Jiang Yaoshi's warm and delightful hold, awakening from the depths of her comforting embrace. He wished to convey to her that she ought not to always treat him like a child in need of consolation. This was not a matter of royal authority, nor one of masculine dignity. Rather, there were certain aspects of life and existence that simply elude human control. Even though he now regarded himself as extraordinary, having fortified his physical form and acquired the ability to wield thunder, he remained far from omnipotent. Such actions could be perilous. Yet, upon breaking free from Jiang Yaoshi's embrace, he was met with the sight of her flawless visage, her gaze radiating maternal compassion akin to that of a divine mother, her demeanor as pure as that of a celestial being, and her countenance as gentle as that of an angel. The words he intended to speak were swallowed back down. A being so pure, benevolent, and goddess-like, describing the sordid desires of humanity, is something even Yang Su cannot articulate. He could only sigh, dismissing his previous thoughts, and said, I look forward to your performance. Jiang Yaoshi's lips curled into a slight smile, her expression transforming into a radiant beam of joy, akin to the rising sun, exuding warmth capable of soothing hearts. She was imbued with charm and infectious positivity, instilling a sense of calm and confidence in the future. With gentle determination, she declared, The Nuwa clan will not disappoint the king, nor will I. The other members of the Nuwa clan, witnessing this, echoed her sentiments. Hee. Just wait for our splendid performance, your majesty. Do not blink when the time comes. Remember to watch us closely. Humph. The power of our Nuwa clan is truly formidable. The enthusiastic chatter among the Enhua members was lively and animated. However, their confidence did not irritate Yang Su. Instead, it heightened his anticipation. Only Qingqiu Ziyue harbored discontent. Her beautiful, cherry-like lips pouted as if they could balance 2 soy sauce bottles. And her enchanting eyes fixated on Jiang Yaoshi, filled with anger and frustration. This wicked serpent. What was that word? Yes, hypocritical. Indeed, a hypocritical, wicked serpent. Merely pretending to be adorable before the king. Humph, a deceitful snake. While putting on an innocent facade before the king, she dares to provoke me. Just wait. I will not allow you to deceive him. One day, I shall unveil your true nature, hypocritical serpent. Qingqiu Ziyue shot a resentful glare at Jiang Yaoshi, cursing her silently. In the face of Qingqiu Ziyue's fury, Jiang Yaoshi remained unperturbed. Her smile grew ever more gentle and sweet, her aura radiating an ethereal sanctity, surrounded by a halo that could soften hearts. Yet, the slight upturn of her lips and her teasing gaze betrayed a hint of provocation. Qingqiu Ziyue huffed, turning her head away from Jiang Yaoshi, fearing that she might be unable to restrain herself and deliver a punch. Of course, it was not that she feared injuring Jiang Yaoshi. Her concern lay solely in disappointing Yang Su. Such incidents were not without precedent. Previously, after unintentionally harming a new companion, Qingqiu Ziyue had faced severe punishment from Yang Su. Since then, she had learned to behave and refrained from similar actions. For a month without speaking to Yang Su was an unbearable torment for her, an excruciating form of punishment. Seeing Qingqiu Ziyue turn away, a flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Yaoshi's eyes. How frustrating it was to witness a tempestuous, foolish fox suppressing her impulses. However, Jiang Yaoshi's jade-like gaze shifted toward Yang Su, and her smile radiated warmth once more. Humph, no one shall take the king away from me, Jiang Yaoshi. Yang Su remained oblivious to the tender interactions between the two, instead gazing eagerly at the members of the Enhua clan before him, filled with anticipation for their imminent performance. While the situation in Su Kingdom flourished, many others found themselves in dire straits, such as the victims who had descended into the wilderness. As night fell, darkness enveloped the earth once more. On the beach, a tempestuous wind, laced with torrential rain, swept across, plunging the stranded souls into the icy grasp of the sea, leaving their spirits in utter despair. Anxiety consumed them. The returning lifeboat, having barely ventured out, was assailed by a monstrous fish with a mouth like a sharpened blade, resulting in several gaping holes in its hull, necessitating a retreat. The other 2 lifeboats had completely lost contact. Before their departure, the lifeboats carried provisions and fresh water sufficient for only 3 days. Now, on the second night, with no sign of the 2 lifeboats, even the most optimistic among them recognized the grim reality. They were likely facing perilous circumstances. This disheartening news cast an even darker shadow over the already turbulent temporary camp, intensifying the unease and agitation among the people, leading to disputes, conflicts, and brawls. Various unfortunate incidents unfolded incessantly. Yet, the gravest threat was not these disturbances, but rather the hunters, concealed within the dense forest, who had set their sights upon them. Amidst the howling storm, pairs of eerie eyes emerged outside the temporary encampment, resembling ominous blood-red lanterns. Chapter 58, The Heart-Stealer in Action. Tang Yuqi's shock in the impenetrable depths of the forest, numerous creatures lurked, their forms elusive and indistinct. These beings resembled apes, featuring serpentine heads, devoid of fur. Their bodies adorned with fine grayish-brown scales. They possessed 4 limbs, walking bipedally, yet occasionally crawling on all 4s like monkeys. Their elongated arms ended in sharp claws, akin to exquisite daggers. These were the Heart-Stealers, a common sight in the wild. Displaying extraordinary agility, the Heart-Stealers navigated the dense thickets and shadowy surroundings with ease. Their diminutive figures well concealed. A tempest raged across the land, akin to a fierce wind sweeping away remnants of clouds, generating towering waves that bent the robust branches of the forest, as if striving to overturn this terrifying wilderness. The cacophony of the storm masked the movements of the Heart-Stealers, rendering their actions even more clandestine and elusive. Yet, every maneuver was keenly observed by Qingwan. Soaring amidst the storm, Qingwan was pelted by raindrops the size of beans, which, propelled by the fierce winds, struck with painful intensity. However, these torrential droplets never touched her. They were deflected by an invisible barrier surrounding her. This was the might of the wind, formless and invisible to the naked eye, yet under the tempest, it revealed its extraordinary power. Gliding through the air, Qingwan's penetrating gaze pierced the darkness, discerning the Heart-Stealers darting through the underbrush, deep in contemplation. This was not her first encounter with their nearby activities. Days prior, when the survivors first arrived on the beach, heart stealers had already been observed in the vicinity. Naturally cautious, these creatures would flee at the slightest disturbance. Initially, only a handful, 3 or 4, had been lurking nearby, scrutinizing the survivors' situation. Upon realizing that the victims of the Saddle cruise ship were not insurmountable beings, the heart stealers increased their presence, even adopting forms that evoked unforgettable memories for the survivors, enticing them to fall into their traps. Yet, they had not embarked on any large-scale actions until today. Today marked a significant shift as the heart stealers sensed the unease and tension radiating from the survivors. They thrived on fearful prey, which significantly enhanced their hunting success. When the survivors first arrived on this beach, though unsettled, they clung to hope, awaiting rescue from their homeland. However, as days turned into weeks, their supplies of food and water dwindled, and the shadows of rescue teams remained elusive. Even the satellite phone failed to capture a signal. Hope, much like a flickering candle in a storm, grew increasingly dim. The extinguishing of hope birthed a multitude of negative emotions: agitation, anxiety, unease, and fear, feelings that the heart stealers relished. Sensing the emotional turmoil of the survivors, they knew a sumptuous feast awaited them, prompting their emergence in droves. Qingqiu raised her head and let out a piercing cry that shattered the storm, resonating deep into the shadowy forest. The heart-capturing monster halted instantly upon hearing the cry of the Qingqiu. It remained motionless, its eerie crimson eyes surveying the surroundings, searching for potential threats. The Qingqiu did not engage. After a single clarion call, she turned and departed. Despite her formidable strength, ranking among the top 10 in the Sioux Kingdom, she held no confidence in confronting hundreds of heart-capturing monsters alone. Nonetheless, with her racial advantages, she was unafraid of being besieged by such a multitude. At the survivor camp, days had passed, and the encampment had taken shape, with rudimentary tents and shelters scattered across the beach. Yet, under the relentless onslaught of wind and rain, these makeshift structures could not fulfill their purpose, and droplets began to fall within. In such dire conditions, few could truly find rest. Tang Yuqi and Tang Yuanqing were among the sleepless. Although their cave provided refuge from the storm, shielding them from its fury, thoughts of the missing Afra and Yuan Xinghua, as well as the absent rescue team, weighed heavily on their hearts, making sleep a distant hope. Within the cave, a faint light flickered, a small bonfire slowly burning. Though the flames were modest, they dispelled the damp chill of the cave. Age had rendered Tang Yuanqing increasingly intolerant of the cold and moisture. With the tempest raging outside, extinguishing the fire was not an option. Without it, not only would rest be impossible, but rising again the next day would be in jeopardy. The grandfather and granddaughter huddled around the fire, wrapped in blankets, leaning against a wooden post, engaging in idle chatter. Tang Yuqi gazed dreamily into the flames, her once beautiful visage now weary and lacking its former luster. Her voice, subdued, resonated with loneliness and sorrow amidst the storm. With unwavering resolve, Tang Yuanqing replied, "Yes, we can." As a grandparent, he felt it his duty to instill in Tang Yuqi a glimmer of faith, a hope for survival. Without hope, all would be lost. In such an environment, those who lost hope could not endure. Survival was unattainable. Tang Yuanqing observed the turmoil unfolding in the temporary camp: conflicts, disputes, theft, and even assaults. The moral fabric of humanity was unraveling. No one knew what tomorrow would bring. The most dire concern was the dwindling supplies of food and water. Faced with hunger and the specter of death, most people succumbed to selfishness. Strife was an inevitable consequence. A flicker of vitality returned to Tang Yuqi's beautiful eyes as she turned to the tempest outside, her delicate brows knitted in concern. "Do you think Afra and the others are delayed because of the storm?" This time, Tang Yuanqing's tone lacked its usual certainty. "Let us hope so. Afra is a clever and brave child. Even in danger, she will find a way to cope. We must have faith in Afra." Tang Yuqi sighed bitterly. She wished to believe in Afra, but reality rendered such faith an insurmountable challenge. She truly found it impossible. The perils of this island were vividly apparent to Tang Yuqi. It was not merely the defenseless ordinary individuals who should be concerned. Even fully armed elite soldiers might question their survival here. Pterosaurs, ferocious beasts, venomous insects, and serpents lurked about. Even the seemingly tranquil sea concealed countless unimaginable horrors. Although Afra was intelligent and brave, she remained an ordinary girl. The grandfather and granddaughter gazed into the flames, the atmosphere thick with a sense of gloom and oppression. Suddenly, a benevolent voice floated in from outside the door. "Old Tang. Little Yuqi." The voice was ethereal, barely discernible amidst the raging storm, yet it resonated clearly within the cave, reaching Tang Yuqi's ears. She immediately sprang to her feet, casting a perplexed glance at the modest entrance. That voice, Grandma? Doubt clouded her mind, for her grandmother had passed away years ago, making her presence here impossible. Yet, apart from her grandmother, scarcely anyone would call her little Yuqi. The timbre, the appellation, that voice, she could still hear it in her dreams. And there was no chance of misremembering. Grandpa, did you hear that? Tang Yuqi's expression shifted, but the words lingered on her lips, swallowed back. In her memory, her grandparents shared a deep bond. After her grandmother's passing, her grandfather was lost in sorrow for 2 or 3 years before regaining his composure. The mere mention of her grandmother now was a notion she dared not entertain, for she could not fathom the blow it would land upon her grandfather. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Yuanqing's aged face, fixed upon the flames, betrayed a tumult of emotions, at times nostalgic, at times pained, at times vigilant, and at times enraged. He too had heard the call from outside, and this was not the first time. Shortly after arriving here, Tang Yuanqing had encountered the spirit of his deceased wife. Since then, every night at the witching hour, he had heard the heartfelt calls emanating from beyond the door. Yet, he dared not open it, nor venture outside to confront her, for he understood that it could not be his beloved, but rather some inexplicable, unfathomable, indescribable monster. For the sake of his granddaughter, he must endure this torment and pressure. However, this time, the situation was different. A kindly-faced white elderly woman appeared at the humble doorway, leaning against the railing, gazing intently at Tang Yuanqing and Tang Yuqi. Tang Yuqi's expression transformed dramatically as disbelief washed over her, and she exclaimed in astonishment, Grandma. Chapter 59. The civilian scientist of the American Federation. The elderly woman's gentle visage was adorned with deep wrinkles, her long hair, gathered at the back of her head, as pure as freshly fallen snow, devoid of any other hue. She possessed a slightly plump figure, with a hint of stoop. Draped in a thin gray coat, now thoroughly drenched by the tempest, she appeared particularly disheveled and forlorn. Yet, despite her disheveled state, the woman's gaze remained serene, imbued with profound affection. Tang Yuqi's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind nearly faltering. She understood that her grandmother could not possibly be present in this place. However, the visage and demeanor of the woman before her bore an uncanny resemblance to her grandmother from memory. No, it was an exact match. Yet, Tang Yuqi stiffly turned her head to gaze at Tang Yuanqing. In that instant, a thought struck her. It had been merely a few days prior when Tang Yuanqing had inquired whether life would be significantly better if her grandmother were still alive. At that time, Tang Yuqi had not thought much of it, nor had she anticipated the current circumstances. She had assumed her grandfather's words were merely the result of his isolation on a deserted island, a reflection of his disturbed mind. But now, witnessing her long-deceased grandmother standing before her, Tang Yuqi suddenly grasped the reality. Long before, her grandfather had already known. No, this could not be her grandmother. Grandfather Tang Yuqi's voice was hoarse, filled with confusion and astonishment. She sought an explanation. The scene unfolding before her was utterly bizarre. A ghost? An apparition? A hallucination? Tang Yuqi clutched her head in despair, teetering on the brink of madness. It was all too surreal. She had believed she had a semblance of understanding regarding the terrors of this island, yet now she realized that the horrors ran far deeper than they initially appeared. Here lay terrifying secrets. Tang Yuanqing rose to his feet, his fists clenched tightly, the exertion causing his knuckles to turn pale and blue. Yet, he paid it no heed. At this moment, he fixed his gaze intently on the old woman outside the door, his eyes ablaze with seething rage. He could tolerate this monstrosity taking the form of his deceased wife. Whether to deceive him or for ulterior motives, he truly did not care. In fact, he felt a measure of gratitude towards this creature for allowing him to see his wife once more. However, he could not, and would not, tolerate this being masquerading as his wife to deceive his granddaughter. That was absolutely unacceptable. Old Tang, the elderly woman, seemed entirely oblivious to Tang Yuanqing's emotional turmoil, or perhaps she simply did not care. Do you remember our first meeting? I was surrounded by a group of ruffians, and if you hadn't suddenly rushed in and pulled me away, I would have surely suffered a terrible fate. Thinking back, you were so incredibly charming then. Tang Yuanqing shut his eyes tightly, unwilling to look or listen. These memories were intimate secrets shared only between the couple. Even their children were unaware. Yet this creature knew them all too well. He did not comprehend, nor did he wish to understand. Leave. Do not come back. At this juncture, Tang Yuanqing's voice was laden with desperation. He was afraid, truly afraid, not for himself, but for his granddaughter. Old Tang, do you not wish to see me? If you merely open the door, we could be together once more, came the echoing cry. A sudden crane's call resonating through the heavens. A streak of azure light cleaved the sky, descending with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. It was the Qingwan. The Qingwan had no intention of intervening in the matters of the heart-stealing monster and the victims. After all, the demise of one or two victims was not particularly detrimental to her. At least it would serve to enlighten them about the perils that lay ahead, rendering them more obedient in the future. Yet, this heart-stealing monster had chosen to target one of the few victims who could speak Mandarin. A decision that left the Qingwan with no choice. Should Tang Yuanqing and his grandson meet their end, the Qingwan's efforts to gather intelligence would become nearly impossible. Thus, they could not perish. Descending from the heavens, the Qingwan landed gracefully upon a humble wooden fence, her cold gaze surveying the heart-stealing monster that had morphed into the guise of an elderly woman. Upon the Qingwan's arrival, the heart-stealing monster's demeanor shifted to one of palpable tension. Observing the creature's prudent retreat, the Qingwan spread her wings and vanished into the tempestuous storm, leaving behind the astonished Tang Yuanqing and Tang Yuqi. The grandfather and granddaughter exchanged bewildered glances, both feeling that this night was extraordinarily surreal. "Grandfather, what was that bird?" Tang Yuqi exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she gazed at the Qingwan's vanishing silhouette. It was breathtaking. She had never encountered such a magnificent bird before. Its azure feathers seemed to emit a radiant glow, and its elongated tail feathers were astonishingly beautiful, far surpassing those of a peacock. Tang Yuanqing, equally astonished, could hardly fathom that the specter that had tormented him was frightened away by a mere bird. Reflecting on the Qingwan's appearance, he mused, such resplendent plumage, wings akin to a peacock, and an extraordinarily long tail, could it possibly be the legendary Qingwan? The mystery deepened, leaving him in awe. The resemblance between the bird and the Qingwan described in ancient texts was indeed remarkable, and the most astonishing aspect was its ability to repel malevolent spirits. Although Tang Yuanqing was unaware of the Qingwan's origins, the sight of his departed wife allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Ultimately, it was a fortunate occurrence. Was it not? The Qingwan? Is that not the divine bird from the myths of Huaxia? Tang Yuqi pondered briefly before recalling the origins of the Qingwan, her surprise evident. Yet upon further reflection, she recognized the striking similarities between the bird that had just appeared and the one from legend. This realization only deepened her confusion. What sort of place was this? Why was it rife with such peculiarities? Dinosaurs, her late grandmother, the mythical Qingwan, contemplating these recent experiences, Tang Yuqi could not help but sigh. She increasingly felt that leaving this place might be an impossibility. Meanwhile, outside the realm of the sea god, a fishing vessel and two rescue boats lingered at the entrance of this enigmatic domain. These rescue boats were neither part of an international aid organization nor the federal search team. Rather, they were volunteer rescue boats manned by civilian scholars from the Federation. The search and rescue of the victims of the Saddle cruise ship constitutes merely a fraction of their endeavors. Their primary objective is to investigate the realm of Poseidon, employing scientific methodologies to decipher this enigmatic and uncharted world. At the helm of these two rescue vessels is none other than Uncle San. Presently, aboard Uncle San's fishing boat are two guests, the temporary masters of the research and rescue ships. One is Mr. Rhys Stoneman, a scientist in his 40s, and the other is his son, the prodigious young scientist, Harry Stoneman, who is in his 20s. They embody the quintessential Germanic appearance, blonde hair, blue eyes, and towering statures. The youthful Harry Stoneman stands impressively at nearly 2 meters tall, surpassing even his father in height. From a distance, Uncle San observes Mr. Rhys as he dispatches a small vessel laden with specialized equipment towards the realm of Poseidon, his eyes filled with curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "What is Mr. Rhys up to?" In fluent Chinese, Rhys elucidates, the realm of Poseidon is a pocket dimension existing at the same latitude as Earth, yet on a different spatial plane. To render this concept into terms more accessible to Eastern minds, it can be likened to the paradisiacal abodes found in mythological tales, or perhaps the sanctuaries of deities. Due to the disparate spatial layers of their world and ours, we are unable to enter their realm without this unique spatial portal, and satellite signals cannot directly penetrate the domain of Poseidon. Uncle Sen nods in comprehension, having grasped this principle since the initial discovery of the realm. Rhys pauses momentarily before countering. "Do you understand the workings of a radio, sir? That is my purpose, to convert recorded sounds into electromagnetic signals for transmission. If there are any survivors from the Saddle cruise ship, They shall soon hear my melodious voice. Uncle San is momentarily taken aback. Grasping the concept, yet feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. He senses that something feels amiss, but cannot articulate what it is. Only after Reese departs does he suddenly realize what he had overlooked. A radio can receive signals, but cannot transmit them. Though Mr. Reese spoke extensively about sending electromagnetic signals, he failed to mention how to receive signals from the stranded victims. A thought flashes through Uncle San's mind. Could it be that he is solely focused on sending signals, entirely neglecting the aspect of receiving them? Chapter 60. Signals. Excited survivors camp. The following day, the tempest had ceased at an unknown hour. Yet the cacophony and terror wrought by the night's fury had deprived many in the makeshift camp of slumber. As dawn broke, the sun lazily rose from the sea, and Tang Yuqi, stifling a yawn and with bloodshot eyes, emerged from the cave. She had spent the night in wakefulness, contemplating numerous thoughts, some of which had faded from memory while others remained unanswered. Suddenly, as Tang Yuqi's mind wandered, she noticed a change in the sky. A large, well, perhaps not particularly large, at least not in this island teeming with fierce beasts and strange phenomena. A cerulean bird soared above. She gazed upward at the soaring Qingwan, her bloodshot eyes reflecting a flicker of curiosity. Was that the same bird from last night? Though its distant form was indistinct, the exquisite plumage, elegant posture, and commanding presence of the Qingwan had left a profound impression on her. The sight of the bird's vibrant hue evoked memories of the divine creature that had descended like a celestial warrior to dispel the malevolent forces the previous evening. What are you looking at? Tang Yuanqing also emerged from the cave, his face etched with fatigue that he could not conceal. Age had rendered him less vigorous than in his youth. A night devoid of rest, coupled with heightened tension, had drained his vitality. He staggered slightly as he walked, as if a gust of wind could topple him. Yet, Tang Yuanqing dared not rest immediately. From his experience, sitting idle for an entire night without first mobilizing his limbs in such an environment would almost certainly invite a chill. Contracting a chill on this desolate island was a risk he could not afford. Upon stepping outside, he noticed Tang Yuqi gazing vacantly at the sky, prompting him to inquire. As he stepped outside, he too turned his gaze skyward. Now, with his head raised and eyes straining into the distance, Tang Yuanqing perceived the scene more clearly. However, upon recognizing the creature, he was momentarily rendered speechless. That bird, his brow furrowed as he suddenly grasped a grave realization. This was not the first appearance of that bird. He vaguely recalled that shortly after their arrival on this island, a cerulean bird had been circling above. In the days that followed, he had seen the bird with the azure plumage more than once. After all, with a plethora of pterosaurs nearby, who would concern themselves with a seemingly harmless, diminutive cerulean bird? Yet, this was no ordinary avian. It resembled the legendary Qingwan from myth. If it indeed was the fabled Qingwan, it should possess a certain degree of intelligence, at least based on its behavior last night. It did not seem like a mere mindless creature. A bird likely endowed with wisdom had been observing them from the very beginning. But why? Was it out of curiosity? Or surveillance? Tang Yuanqing found himself pondering many things, suddenly realizing the aspects he had overlooked. Does this island harbor intelligent beings? Is there a civilization here that is utterly distinct from that of modern Earth? A brand new civilization? At the thought of this, Tang Yuanqing's body trembled slightly. A manifestation of fear, excitement, and confusion. He could scarcely fathom what kind of civilization could exist on this terrifying isle, nor what form the intelligent beings might take. The legendary Qingwan bird, dinosaurs thought to be extinct. These thoughts made his head spin. Yet, answers eluded him, for the information at his disposal was woefully inadequate. To derive definitive conclusions from such scant data was a feat reserved for the divine. He was merely a history professor. Tang Yuanqing refrained from sharing his speculations with anyone, including Tang Yuqi, for they were but mere conjectures, devoid of evidence. Studying history can bestow wisdom. By observing the events of the past and present, one can gain insights into the ages. Moreover, delving into history allows one to comprehend human nature. Tang Yuanqing understood that speaking of his unfounded theories without proof would garner neither admiration nor respect. Rather, he would likely face ridicule, harsh rebuke, or even persecution. It is one of humanity's baser instincts to vent fear and anger upon those weaker than oneself. With a sigh, he buried all his concerns deep within, praying that the rescue team would soon locate this place and extricate them from it. It seemed that heaven heard Tang Yuanqing's pleas. At noon that very day, a jubilant cheer shattered the oppressive silence of the makeshift camp. We found it. I've picked up a signal. A somewhat disheveled middle-aged Caucasian man raised a radio high above his head, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with fervor as he shouted hoarsely in exultation. His clothes reeked of sourness. His hair was a chaotic mess, and the greasy appearance was quite nauseating. Yet, in that moment, no one cared about the filth or the stench he carried. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's exclamation, those nearby rushed over, filled with astonished joy. Is it true? Have we received a signal from the rescue team? Oh, are they finally coming for us? Thank God. Thank America. Thank them all. Oh, I've truly had enough of this wretched place. Hurry. Let us hear what is being said. Without needing further urging, the middle-aged man cautiously opened the radio. With a few adjustments, human voices soon crackled through the air, albeit amidst a cacophony of noise. Yet, the presence of human speech was unmistakable. It was English, American English. Very glad. Someone. Receiving. Signal. This indicates that my plan is feasible. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Rescue operations are underway. Encountering difficulties. Please everyone, remain safe and await rescue. Your circumstances are perilous. Exercise caution and remain vigilant while you await assistance. The crackling voice of the radio intermittently breaks through the cacophony, often rendering sentences indecipherable, leaving only a few words discernible. Yet, the majority of those surrounding are unable to suppress their expressions of joy, exhaling in relief. The rescue team is en route. For them, there could be no greater news. However, a few discerning individuals gleaned from the broadcast a more critical revelation. The rescue is encountering challenges. Await the rescue. The situation is dire. This implies that assistance may not arrive imminently, nor will provisions be forthcoming. With dwindling supplies of food and water, they possess only enough sustenance for 4 or 5 days. Who can guarantee that the rescue team will indeed arrive within that time frame? Once some individuals recognized the repetitive nature of the radio's messages, they quietly departed. No one desires to meet their end, especially when hope seems so tantalizingly close at hand. Yet, hope cannot save everyone. From her vantage point above, Qing Wan observed the scene unfolding on the beach. Although she could not comprehend English, nor grasp the source of the people's elation, she keenly sensed an underlying issue within their emotional shifts. This issue, however, soon unveiled itself to her. Tang Yuqi, both elated and anxious, was discussing the news of the rescue team with Tang Yuanqing. Grandfather, is the rescue team truly coming? I sincerely hope they arrive soon. I wonder where Afu is right now. If only. Upon hearing this, Qing Wan understood the gravity of the situation. Reinforcements were on their way. With her pupils narrowing in determination, she spread her wings and soared towards the West Sea outpost. She must convey this vital information to the king. Chapter 61. The King. The rescue team approaches. At that moment, the West Sea watchtower was filled with a cacophony of sounds. The awakening of the Nuwa tribe had far exceeded expectations. Some members of the Nuwa tribe did not awaken until the following morning, a full 30 hours later. However, all was well. 100 Nuwa individuals had fully awakened. Though they had just been birthed, they possessed a remarkable proficiency in language, along with the ancient heritage of the Nuwa tribe. This revelation had recently come to Yang Su's attention. Compared to the Qingqiu Fox tribe, the Merfolk, and the Qingqiu tribe, the Nuwa tribe's legacy was more intact. Just as Jiang Yaoshi could effortlessly discern that the beast bones within Yang Su originated from a thunder beast, they had been endowed with many ancient memories since their inception. These memories hailed from a primordial era, belonging to the ancestors of the Nuwa tribe. Naturally, the possession of such memories was also tied to the characteristics of the Nuwa tribe. The Nuwa tribe consists solely of females. Yet, akin to any race's need for propagation and the continuation of life, the Nuwa tribe possesses a unique method of inheritance. The primary method is through the process of oviposition. Elderly members of the Nuwa tribe, as they approach the end of life, choose to dissipate all their powers to lay eggs. During this process, their life force coalesces externally to form life eggs, while their bodies dissolve and reconstitute through the life eggs, giving rise to entirely new individuals. These newly formed beings inherit a portion of their progenitors' memories, though emotions do not transfer. Aside from this method, the Nuwa tribe also seeks males for procreation. However, their criteria are stringent, and the requirements for producing Nuwa descendants through other races are exceedingly demanding. Thus, the majority of Nuwa individuals prefer to cultivate the next generation through oviposition. It is simple, convenient, and, crucially, eliminates the hassle of finding a partner. They do not possess the same intense need for companionship as other races. It is precisely due to these racial characteristics that the Nuwa tribe enjoys a far more complete legacy than tribes such as the Qingqiu Fox tribe. The following day, Yang Su entered the cave. The king, Jiang Yaoshi, approached from a distance, her elongated white serpent tail graceful and alluring. Her smile resembled that of a compassionate goddess, radiating warmth and benevolence. Her figure was ample, modestly clad in a white bandeau that conformed to international F-cup standards, exuding an enchanting and seductive presence. However, this fiery form and sensual attire bore no hint of lewdness. Rather, they were imbued with an aura of sanctity, compassion for all beings, and a tolerance that embraced the cosmos. She was a born goddess, a true divinity. Merely her appearance and demeanor were sufficient to inspire reverence in others, evoking a sense of worship. Each time Yang Su beheld Jiang Yaoshi, he found himself momentarily entranced. It was not merely her breathtaking beauty, her voluptuous figure, or her refreshingly cool attire that captivated him. It was solely her unique aura, pure, compassionate, and encompassing. Regardless of how many times he gazed upon her, her beauty remained astonishing, possessing an ethereal quality that transcended the earthly realm. Last night, he initially intended to let Jiang Yaoshi and the awakened members of the Qingqiu tribe rest at the settlement, but she politely declined. The intrinsic nature of the Qingqiu tribe dictates that the closer their connections, the greater the power they can unleash. Jiang Yaoshi believed that having just emerged into this world, they needed to understand and acclimatize to one another for a better performance in the upcoming display. This was an indispensable process. Yang Su wholeheartedly agreed and did not press the matter further, affirming Jiang Yaoshi's earnest and responsible attitude. As Yang Su entered the cave, the other Qingqiu tribe members greeted him warmly. The sight before him was truly breathtaking, a vivid panorama of beauty. Today's Qingqiu tribe was different from yesterday. They adorned themselves with bandeau tops. Some, lacking sufficient clothing, simply wrapped their ample figures with strips of white and azure fabric, thus creating makeshift garments. They were averse to long garments and equally disliked bandeau tops. Had it not been for Yang Su's request, these Qingqiu women would never have chosen to wear such attire. They preferred to engage with the world in its most natural form. Yang Su understood their sentiments but was at a loss. Was it appropriate for such a group of beautiful young women to roam about unclad in public? Certainly not. After all, those around him were outsiders, unlike himself. At the sight of Yang Su's arrival, the Qingqiu tribe members radiated joy, their beautiful eyes gleaming with anticipation, akin to children yearning to visit an amusement park with their parents. Now awake, they were eager to explore the outside world and behold its beauty and mysteries. Yang Su surveyed the vibrant scene within the cave, feeling elated. He was eager to glimpse the divine powers of the Qingqiu tribe. If his hopes were realized, the Su kingdom would soar to new heights. "We are ready," they chimed. "We are so eager to see the outside. Is it fun out there? Wow. Is this our king? He seems a bit strange. Why doesn't he have a tail? Silly. The king isn't. So of course he has no tail. Oh, what a pity. If the king had a tail, he would surely look splendid." As Yang Su observed the Qingqiu tribe members, they too were watching him, whispering among themselves. Some of their comments left Yang Su in amused bewilderment. However, he did not dwell on these trivialities. After confirming that the Qingqiu tribe members were in good spirits, he led them out of the cave. As 100 Qingqiu tribe members stepped into the vast world for the first time, their faces lit up with astonishment. They gazed around, akin to unleashed huskies, dashing in groups towards every corner of the Western Sea outpost. Some embraced nature, overwhelmed with emotion. Wow, this place truly resembles the world from our ancestors' memories. The feeling here is absolutely marvelous. I adore it. It's so expansive, so unlike our previous environment. They gathered around the houses of the Western Sea outpost, curiously discussing. Why do these trees grow so peculiarly? They are so pitiable, their lives nearly withering away, weeping softly. Indeed, should we not extend our hand to save them? Alas, without the king's command, we cannot act recklessly. Yes, we must heed the king's orders in all our endeavors. Others from varied races are gathered around the West Sea outpost, offering their opinions. Is that the Qingqiu Fox Clan? Yet, why do they seem so diminished? Indeed, why do they possess only ears, while their tails and claws are nowhere to be seen? Fool, the tails and claws of the Qingqiu Fox Clan can be retracted, much like how we can conceal our own tails. Humph, even if I were to perish, I would never hide my beautiful tail. It would be too distressing. Look, there are the bird people. You simpleton, that is the Qingqiu clan. However, they appear to be mere shadows of their former selves, lacking the divine power of their kin. It seems that we, the Qingqiu clan, are indeed the mightiest. How splendid. The king will surely rely on us even more in the future, which fills me with joy. The Nuwa clan's women surged into every corner of the West Sea outpost, their insatiable curiosity and lively spirit reminiscent of playful huskies. Eager to comment on everything they encountered, their sudden appearance startled the soldiers of the Shu stationed at the outpost. Fortunately, the soldiers had received word the previous day that a new contingent of companions would arrive today. Though surprised by the Nuwa's appearance, no conflict ensued. Yang-su had not anticipated the Nuwa's fervent curiosity about the outside world. Observing the clusters of beautiful young girls racing toward the camp brought a smile to his face. This is how young girls should be. Even the legendary Nuwa clan remains a group of inquisitive young women. Nevertheless, it is quite delightful. Let the king be amused. They have just come into being and are far too curious about the world beyond. Jiang Yaoshi watched her kin darting about like unleashed huskies. Shaking her head in mild exasperation, sincerely apologizing to Yang-su with a voice that was melodious and enchanting. Yang-su replied with a smile, "No harm done. Is this not wonderful? Youth, full of vitality." Jiang Yaoshi sensed that Yang-su was not angered and let out a quiet sigh of relief. She feared his displeasure might reflect poorly on her, even more so that he might diminish his regard for the Nuwa clan. She could not bear to imagine a future where Yang-su deemed the Nuwa clan inadequate, and how few of them might be born thereafter. For both personal and communal reasons, that was a scenario she wished to avoid. As the two engaged in idle conversation, a Qing swooped down, swift as a flash of azure lightning, and landed gracefully on Yang-su's shoulder. "My king, their rescue team is on its way." Chapter 62, Fighting for Survival. The rescue team is coming. Yang-su's smile vanished in an instant, his brows knitting into a tight furrow. The rescue team, what other rescue team could it be but that which has come to search for the victims of the Sedil cruise ship disaster? Until now, Yang-su could not be entirely certain that he remained on Earth. Yet, upon hearing that the rescue team was on its way, the realization struck him, he was indeed on Earth. The mystery lay in why this astonishing wilderness had gone unnoticed until now. Otherwise, with the rapid dissemination of information in the modern age and the myriad extraordinary features of this untamed land, it would undoubtedly have made global headlines long ago. However, at this juncture, the reason for the previous lack of discovery was no longer of concern to Yang-su. It was a matter for scientists or others to ponder. His focus now rested solely on one truth. This was Earth, and other nations or factions had uncovered its existence. Yang-su was acutely aware of the implications this bore. The vast wilderness before him harbored countless wonders, both strange and miraculous. Undeniably, the wilderness was fraught with peril. Yet, it was equally undeniable that it brimmed with opportunities and wealth, rare species, precious minerals, and resources that may have vanished from Earth or remained undiscovered by humankind. These represented boundless possibilities, an infinite future. No nation or power could afford to forsake such a precious treasure, even if the pursuit was laden with dangers. With sufficient incentives, peril merely becomes a spice on the road to conquest. When the existence of this wilderness is revealed, an influx of fortune seekers will inevitably descend upon it. Yang-su was profoundly certain of this. Throughout human history, both East and West, lies a bloody tale of expansion and warfare, extinguishing other species and even one's own kind, all in the quest for greater living space and a more comfortable existence. In such a scenario, could the Sioux nation remain as tranquil as it is now? Could it continue to thrive in the same manner? It was implausible, absolutely impossible. When two entirely disparate civilizations collide, only one outcome is to be expected: war, an unavoidable conflict. This has nothing to do with justice or morality, nor with beliefs or customs. It is a primal battle for survival, the most fundamental of all wars in the universe. Yang-su inhaled deeply and asked solemnly, "Report everything you have heard and seen without embellishment." Upon receiving the command, Qing recounted all that she had witnessed in the dialogue she had overheard. Once she finished, she calmly inquired, "My lord, what should we do now?" In truth, Qing did not concern herself with the course of action. She remained perplexed about the origins of these outsiders. Although she had gleaned some information from Tang Yuqi and others, the concepts of the American Federation, Kangaroo Country, and Huaxiao were still vague and lacked clarity in her mind. However, she remained indifferent to the origins and powers of these outsiders. In this desolate land, she had witnessed too much horror. The strength or weakness of the intruders would not alter the plight of the Sioux kingdom. Her sole obligation was to obey the king's commands and execute his will. Those who obstruct the king's intent must be eliminated. A peculiar sound emanated from a strange box. The rescue team had encountered difficulties, but was en route. These two pieces of information were of utmost importance, he pondered quietly. The strange box, was it a satellite phone or some form of radio signal receiver? If it were a satellite phone, the situation would be dire, indicating that contact had been established between the victims and the rescue team, potentially exposing the location of the Sioux Kingdom. This would imply that the victims had received intel from the rescue team while the rescuers remained unaware of the victims' detailed circumstances, meaning their coordinates had yet to be revealed. As long as the Sioux Kingdom acted discreetly and decisively, they could ensure the victims vanished completely before the rescue team found them, leaving no trace behind. Another crucial piece of information was that the rescue team had encountered difficulties, which reminded Yang Su of the recent rampage of the sea giant. Perhaps that was one of the troubles faced by the search and rescue team. Yang Su contemplated this and calmly stated, "No matter, I have my plans." Qing Wan, no longer speaking, gently closed her eyes and settled into a light slumber on Yang Su's shoulder. Though transformed into the form of Qing Wan endowed with extraordinary energy and abilities far surpassing those of humans, she still felt fatigue after 20 hours of intense vigilance each day. Yang Su tenderly glanced at Qing Wan and instructed the guards nearby, "Please bring Afra, Yuan Xinghua, and the couple Sanchez here." The two soldiers promptly departed. Yang Su gazed deeply at the brightly glowing stone on the cave's ceiling, quietly sighing. Time was of the essence. On the streets of the West Sea outpost, Afra and the Sanchez couple encountered the puzzled Yuan Xinghua. Spotting him from a distance, Afra greeted him warmly. "Grandpa Yuan, how have you been lately?" "Haha, quite well," he replied sincerely. Although his freedom was restricted, Yang Su had not neglected him in other aspects. He had granted him access to all the food supplies at the West Sea outpost and instructed the Sioux Kingdom's subjects to take special care not to let him come to any harm. With Yang Su's orders, the subjects of the Sioux Kingdom dared not be careless. Thus, in just 2 days at the West Sea outpost, Yuan Xinghua enjoyed the best time since his maritime misfortune, free from the torment of wind and waves, no longer entangled in the daily struggle for sustenance. As for his teaching duties, Yuan Xinghua was quite experienced, though the Sioux Kingdom chefs had very rudimentary skills. Their earnest attitude towards learning and remarkable innate talent greatly satisfied him. As for any moral burden, it simply did not exist. In his eyes, these foreign races were no different from one another. Not of my kind, all the same, he thought. Teaching one was the same as teaching two. If he could instruct foreigners, could he not teach those of different races? The only concern that lingered was regarding the old woman at the temporary camp by the beach. However, he found it inappropriate to voice his worries, for he remained uncertain about the safety of the area and was oblivious to when the rescue team might arrive. Afra was indifferent to whether Yuan Xinghua's sentiments were genuine or feigned. She cautiously glanced at the soldiers surrounding her and murmured, "Does Grandpa Yuan know what the foreign king seeks from us?" The old man shook his head repeatedly, genuinely unaware of the matter. Yet, he remained unconcerned, as it was evident to him that this visit was not intended to bring them trouble. Otherwise, the soldiers who had come to summon them would not have been so courteous. Receiving no answers from Grandpa Yuan, Afra felt a twinge of disappointment. She exchanged a glance with the Sanchez couple, silently sighing in unison, hoping that the news would not be dire. As they all silently prayed, they followed the soldiers to their destination, near the farmlands adjacent to the Western Sea outpost. The outpost itself bore the hallmark layout of an ancient tribe, with residential areas, livestock zones, and agricultural lands almost inextricably intertwined. This arrangement was closely linked to the perilous environment of the underground world. Although situated nearly 1,000 meters below the surface, the level of danger here was not in the least inferior to that above ground. At times, it was even more treacherous. Countless ferocious beasts and various elusive anomalies lurked in the shadows. Caution was the bedrock of survival. Placing farmlands and livestock near the settlement effectively safeguarded the tribe's essential resources. At the edge of the farmland, Yang Su sat at a 2-meter-long table, laden with an array of delectable dishes, spirits, snacks, fruits, and cured meats. Beside him were 8 stunning beauties from various tribes: the Fox Clan, the Bluebird Clan, and the Merfolk Clan. Each of these 8 enchanting women possessed their unique allure. However, the newly arrived Afra and her companions paid no heed to Yang Su. All their attention was drawn to the Neza people not far away. With a human upper body and a serpent's tail, this marked yet another new race. The group as pupils constricted, their expressions turning grave. This was the 4th race they had encountered in the realm of Sioux Kingdom. The significance lay not merely in the emergence of a 4th race, but in the fearsome potential that Sioux Kingdom had begun to reveal. Who could guarantee that this was all the races under Sioux dominion? Exchanging looks filled with complexity, they sighed deeply, their future appearing ever more uncertain. Chapter 63, In truth, Being a scoundrel is not unacceptable. Several individuals approached Yang Su, their hearts burdened with unspoken thoughts. Although Afra harbored a simmering resentment towards Yang Su, her beautiful visage wore a humble smile, and with a melodious voice, she sang forth, "O King of foreign lands, we are immensely grateful for your invitation. Please, have a seat." Yang Su cast a glance at the quartet and gestured towards another table beside him, calmly stating, "That table is slightly smaller than mine, approximately a square meter in size. The fruits and meats upon its surface are fewer in number." Yuan Xingwa took the lead and sat down with ease. Upon hearing this, Afra and the couple Sanchez breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The tone and demeanor suggested that trouble was not on the horizon. Content. The four of them took their seats in succession. Once settled, Afra looked towards Yuan Xingwa, her eyes blinking in inquiry, as if to ask if he had something to say. However, with a broad smile, Yuan Xingwa leisurely indulged in the fruits and dried meats, as if on an outing. Savoring the moment. As he ate, he offered his critiques on the food. This fruit is sweet, yet bears a hint of tartness. It can be juiced to create dishes that eliminate the gamey taste of meat while enhancing its freshness. The craftsmanship of this dried meat is rather lacking, too tough, too dry, and simply unpalatable. This fruit wine possesses some merit. Its sweet and sour notes, accompanied by a touch of alcohol, are commendable. However, it could be improved to be more potent, which would suit the palate better. Using strong liquor to prepare meat enhances its flavor and is indeed a culinary delight. Afra found herself at a loss for words, yet understood Yuan Xingwa's sentiment, to remain passive, to refrain from questioning, and to let things unfold naturally. However, while Yuan Xingwa was at ease with this natural progression, Afra could not sit idly by. Observing his lack of initiative, she steeled herself and cautiously inquired, "O King of foreign lands, your invitation fills us with honor, but also trepidation. Is there anything we can assist you with?" Yang Su regarded Afra with a glance, expressing admiration for her courage. He spoke plainly, "Your companions at the beach have encountered significant trouble." "A grave trouble?" Afra's pupils constricted, her first thought being that Yang Su was fabricating a tale. Her second thought questioned whether they had genuinely fallen into peril. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xingwa dropped the pretense. His mind turned to his wife, still at the makeshift camp, and his expression grew serious. "Esteemed king, what troubles have befallen our companions?" Yang Su replied with an air of nonchalance, "Your friends have attracted the attention of a heart stealer. This creature can peer into the depths of one's heart, transforming into the very beings you most desire to see, thereby luring you into deception." "Oh God, such a creature exists?" Afra exclaimed, her first instinct being disbelief. How could such an eerie being possibly exist in this world? To probe into one's heart and morph into the embodiment of one's desires, was this not the stuff of legends? Of demons? Here, there are demons? Afra could hardly fathom the notion. She preferred to believe that this was merely an excuse concocted by Yang Su to justify an assault on the temporary camp. After all, such tactics were not unfamiliar to her homeland. They were seasoned in the art of finding pretexts before striking. Whether the excuse held any truth was irrelevant, for the objective had already been achieved. Afra had never hesitated to entertain the most unscrupulous thoughts regarding politicians, for they invariably outperformed even the most depraved human imaginings. However, Yuan Xingwa's expression shifted slightly, and he grew anxious. He had once seen Tang Yuanqing's wife. Aging often rendered one restless in unfamiliar surroundings. On one occasion, in the dead of night, he observed Tang Yuanqing conversing with an elderly woman across a fence, only to learn that she was his wife. Yet, prior to this, he had heard Tang Yuanqing mention that his wife had passed away 8 years ago. How could a woman who had been deceased for 8 years suddenly appear on a deserted island? Yuan Xingwa felt a chill run through him, fear gripping his heart. And he dared not speak of this matter, terrified that the spirit might haunt his own wife. Upon hearing Yang Su's words, Yuan Xingwa began to comprehend. It was the heart stealer transformed into the deceased wife of Tang Yuanqing. Realizing this, he could no longer remain still. His own wife was still in the same cave. Should the heart stealer venture there, or if old Tang were to falter and be deceived, then? Yuan Xingwa took a deep breath and made a resolute decision. For the safety of his wife, he cared little for Yang Su's intentions. With unwavering determination, he stated, "I trust your words, your majesty. How may I assist you?" Afra was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Old man, at your age, how can you be so restless? Do you believe everything you hear? Is that not foolish?" She chastised inwardly, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Yang Su smiled and nodded, pleased with Yuan Xingwa's demeanor, although their attitudes were inconsequential, as Yang Su was merely informing them rather than seeking their counsel. He candidly expressed the purpose of their summons, calmly stating, "I require a guide to prevent any unnecessary conflict between our parties." Afra instinctively inhaled sharply. Indeed, her suspicions had proven correct. What monsters, what threats, such were mere pretexts. This despicable demon king sought to exploit the opportunity to strike at the temporary camp. A guide was nothing more than a traitor, betraying comrades and humanity alike. Yang Su's gaze fell upon Afra. While Yuan Xinghua was a commendable candidate, his age was a concern. Yang Su wished to spare him the peril of accompanying them. Apart from Yuan Xinghua, the only other suitable candidate was Afra, who could serve both as a guide and a translator. Yang Su's gaze shifted, his dark, profound eyes locking onto Afra as he casually inquired, "What do you think, Miss Afra?" Afra, hearing Yang Su's question, felt no surprise. Yet this time she remained silent. However, there was no possibility of her becoming a traitor. Afra was a woman of integrity. At that moment, the Inhua tribe in the distance took action. As they moved gracefully, a peculiar transformation unfolded in the heavens and the earth. A mysterious voice resonated from an unknown source, grand like the sound of the heavens, ancient like a primordial deity. This voice encapsulated the essence of the universe, articulating the truths of existence. Life, under the majestic and profound resonance. The farmlands surrounding the Western Sea outpost were enveloped in a layer of luminous white glow. This light was vibrant with vitality. Beneath the embrace of this white luminescence, the fields flourished at a visibly astonishing pace. Tender shoots broke through the soil and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they transformed from mere seedlings into saplings, and soon burgeoned into tree trunks as thick as an arm. On these branches, buds blossomed and a multitude of flowers erupted in bloom. In an instant, the flowers withered, yielding an abundant harvest. Within just a few breaths, this recently cultivated farmland had welcomed a bountiful yield. Yet, this was far from the most astonishing spectacle. The most remarkable aspect lay beyond the walls of the Western Sea outpost. Situated at the valley's bottom in the underground world, flanked by mountains and forests. The walls were constructed along steep cliffs, forming a secluded habitation. The trees that formed the walls were robust, towering around 20 meters. Designed to deter ordinary ferocious beasts and ensure the outpost's safety. At this moment, the towering walls, reminiscent of cliffs, pulsated with life. Tender shoots emerged from the once dead trunks. In mere breaths, the several hundred meters of walls had completely revived. Lush foliage spread, the expansive canopies resembling vast shelters. From above and afar, no traces of human engineering were discernible. Only dense thickets of trees remained visible. Most bizarrely, these trees bore thick vines resembling colossal serpents, their rough bark akin to impenetrable scales. These vines swayed gently without wind, moving as if alive, exuding an aura of terror. Afura gazed in astonishment, her mind momentarily blank. Especially upon seeing the strange, tentacle-like vines on the outpost's walls, she shivered involuntarily, her mind conjuring countless unsettling images. She swallowed hard, suddenly enlightened. In truth, when it comes to human desires, it is not entirely unacceptable. After all, they could easily impose themselves, yet they feigned politeness to inquire for consent, which was indeed quite sincere. Chapter 64. No more food crisis in the Kingdom of Su. Afra trembled, genuinely frightened this time. She had witnessed the soldiers of Su wield their extraordinary magic before. Their abilities, whether to manipulate water or to telekinetically control objects, filled her with envy, her eyes turning crimson with desire. Just as many Easterners harbor dreams of becoming immortal heroes, which Western child has not dreamed of wielding magic? Afra grew up enchanted by the world of Harry Potter, a fervent admirer of the magical arts. In her youth, she had secretly practiced spells, naturally to no avail, leading her to condemn J.K. Rowling as a deceiver. As she matured, the realization that magic was but a fantasy left her despondent for a long time. In comparison to modern weaponry, magic seemed trivial. Not to mention the contrast with handguns, rifles, and machine guns. When it came to tanks, artillery, warships, and aircraft, the so-called magic could hardly compete. Yet now, witnessing the divine powers exhibited by the Inhua clan, Afra's perspective had been irrevocably altered. Such formidable magic, if placed in ancient times, would have been akin to divine strength, capable of effortlessly annihilating a city, transforming landscapes. Were the legends of myth not mere fabrications? Afra was left speechless in a daze. The Sanchez couple, too, were not in a better state than Afra. They gazed at the miraculous scene before them. Their hearts stirred as if by a tempest, mouths agape in astonishment. After a prolonged silence, the Sanchez couple finally exclaimed, "My God, this is akin to divine power." With hands clasped before them in a gesture of reverence, their expressions turned uncharacteristically pious and fearful. They had encountered remarkable individuals and had visited those with unique talents. Yet the powers on display from the Qingqiu clan were on an entirely different plane. While modern technology could achieve even more terrifying and wondrous feats, a fundamental distinction existed between the two. One was personal prowess, and the other was the accumulated technological might of millennia. Under the current circumstances, even if technology were more formidable, the awe inspired by such miraculous powers condensed into an individual still eclipsed that of technological strength. The Sanchez couple's faces paled. Unable to meet the gaze of the Qingqiu clan's people, silently reflecting, "This is the power of the divine." They turned to Afro, eager to inquire about what Yang Su had just said. They were keen to avoid offending this foreign king who possessed powers akin to deities, whether by accident or otherwise. Following this incident, they would no longer underestimate this foreign monarch. After speaking, Afra felt regret. Had she not just revealed her own treachery? Although she had pondered the matter thoroughly, she concluded that she was not to blame. After all, the Qingqiu clan had already discerned the location and circumstances of the temporary camp on the beach. Even without her guidance, they could come and go as they pleased. Leading the other race, in a certain sense, mitigates conflicts between both parties and reduces the probability of bloodshed, making it a formidable contender for the Nobel Peace Prize. Upon this reflection, Afra felt a surge of spirit, suddenly realizing her own significance. For the sake of humanity, though perhaps this claim is somewhat exaggerated, she was willing to sacrifice her personal reputation for the lives of her compatriots. Embodying the essence of a contemporary Wonder Woman, Sanchez's expression shifted as he contemplated deeply. He spoke earnestly, "Forgive my candor, Miss Afra. Whether the king of the other race genuinely seeks to rescue the victims of the temporary camp or harbors ulterior motives, it would be prudent for you to acquiesce to his wishes. Though my suggestion may seem inappropriate, perhaps even timid, considering our current situation. If you do not comply with the king's intentions, it is likely that further bloodshed and conflict will ensue. I fully understand your inner turmoil and anxiety. Yet I implore you to seriously consider my proposal. This is not a matter within our will or ability to prevent." Afra was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Sanchez would counsel her to yield. His final statement particularly heartened her. The temporary camp was utterly inadequate to withstand the king's will. Whether she consented or not would not alter his resolve. Thus, why not align with his intentions? Striving for the best treatment for her compatriots and the safest means of cooperation? With Sanchez's endorsement, Afra's conviction grew stronger. I, Afra, a heroine of humanity, a champion of the Federation, a modern-day Wonder Woman, am no traitor. Her heart swelled with immense satisfaction, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with the brilliance of humanity, reminiscent of a superheroine saving the world. She declared resolutely, "O king of the other race, I thank you for your concern for our companions. I am more than willing to collaborate with you to convey your goodwill to them." Yang Su, with his eyelids slightly lowered, gazed at the lush orchard before him. Although his expression remained unchanged, his mood was no better than that of the others, despite Jiang Yaoshi having informed him that she would present him with a surprise. Allowing him to witness the true power of the Qingqiu tribe, the presence of other races, such as the Qingqiu Foxes, weighed heavily on his mind. He had presumed that the divine power of the Qingqiu could control an area of 200 or 300 meters, which he deemed impressive. Little did he anticipate that their divine might was so formidable. The entire vicinity of the West Sea outpost lay enveloped in the Qingqiu tribe's divine technique. Such sorcery was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, evoking a sense of wonder, with his heart brimming with the marvels brought forth by the Qingqiu tribe. Yang Su hardly had the inclination to heed Afra's words. Overwhelmed with excitement, he rose to his feet, walking steadily towards the flourishing fruit trees, where he plucked a glistening fruit. Cassava, one of the primary staple crops of Sioux Nation, resembles a peach tree, reaching heights of up to 15 meters, adorned with pink blossoms, yielding tuber-like fruits. Consequently, he named this tree cassava. Cassava is cultivated twice annually, yet yields an exceptionally high output. An acre of land can produce 3,000 to 4,000 pounds. When consumed directly, the fruit possesses a subtle bitterness. However, if peeled, sliced, and soaked in fresh water for 2 days, then sun-dried in a cool place, it transforms into dried cassava, devoid of bitterness and instead exuding a delicate fragrance and sweetness, making it truly delectable. When ground into flour, it resembles a substance akin to wheat flour. Whether used for making pancakes or other culinary delights, It proves to be quite remarkable. Most importantly, cassava requires minimal environmental conditions for survival, thriving in nearly any setting, though the yield may vary. Thus, it has become one of the most significant staple crops in the land of Su. The cassava planted at the West Sea outpost was transplanted from the surface and is expected to take a year to mature before yielding its initial harvest. Yet, under the divine influence of the Nuwa clan, the cassava trees have grown at an astonishing rate, bearing abundant fruit, as if by miraculous means. The cassava fruits are hefty, with each one measuring approximately 30 centimeters, oval-shaped, and sporting a purplish skin reminiscent of sweet potatoes. He picked up a knife used for cutting roasted meat and sliced open the cassava flesh, barely pausing to cut the skin before taking a bite. The texture was somewhat grainy, akin to an unripe apple, with a pronounced bitterness. However, as this bitterness touched his palate, Yong-su felt a surge of joy, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. These cassavas bore no distinction from those grown in the wild. They are edible. From this moment forth, the land of Su shall no longer face a food crisis, heralding an unprecedented era of development. Yet, while Yong-su rejoiced, a furor felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her heart racing. She cautiously glanced at Yong-su. The foreign king appeared to be quite displeased. Look at that terrifying smile. Cold, ruthless. He resembled a demon. Surely, it must be his anger over her earlier hesitation. Chapter 65 The Power of the God of Life. Resurrection of the Deceased. Afra felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. It was not due to Yong-su's anger, but rather because she had committed a grave misstep. Although Afra believed this error was not beyond comprehension, being merely an ordinary girl without a degree, how could she possibly make a swift decision regarding such a significant matter? This mistake was understandable and forgivable. Yet, self-justification and consolation held no real significance. As Afra observed Yong-su ignoring her, her anxiety surged. Her heart raced like a frantic drumbeat, nearly leaping from her chest. She quickly racked her brain for a remedy. What should she do? How could she possibly gain the forgiveness of this infernal demon king for her negligence and rudeness? How could she convey her sincerity to him? At the very least, to avoid punishment? I, Afra, do not wish to perish. In a flash of inspiration, despite this man being a demon, indeed, a particularly malevolent one, his thirst for talent was quite deserving of respect. If not for their opposing positions, his unyielding pursuit of talent, regardless of origin or background, could epitomize the ideal of a sagacious ruler. Oh, how maddening it was. I find myself extolling this demon. He is, after all, the one who has imprisoned me. Afra quickly shook her head, dispelling the unwarranted praise in her heart. She would never concede that Yong-su was a wise ruler. Absolutely not. She would rather die than acknowledge that. Respected king, I, my cousin's grandfather. Afra pondered earnestly, struggling to recall how to properly address her cousin's grandfather in Chinese. Ultimately, she decided to be forthright. She praised him. He is a professor at an international university in Australia, a learned scholar well-versed in world history, particularly the history of China. He possesses unique insights into Chinese history, and should you encounter him, you would surely find much to discuss. Upon hearing this, Yong-su finally responded. A university professor. A learned scholar. Was this not precisely the kind of talent urgently needed in Su country? Moreover, his experience and education could effectively bridge the significant gaps in Su's educational landscape. Countless sages and historical accounts have affirmed that education is the cornerstone of a nation's strength. Discovering such a talent among the deceased piqued Yong-su's interest. He smiled and said, such a virtuous individual intrigues me greatly. If I have the opportunity to meet this erudite elder, I shall certainly seek his counsel. Afra's eyes glistened with tears, on the verge of overflowing. Oh, this demon finally acknowledged me. Indeed, he was still irked, waiting for my overture of goodwill. What an insufferable man, so petty. Yuanxing's eyelids drooped slightly, concealing his amusement. However, he did not oppose Afra's actions. He understood well that in this foreign land, only those of value earn respect and receive the best treatment. What else could a frail old professor like Old Tang do if not educate and nurture? Is it truly necessary to assist that Eastern individual in transporting timber? Reflecting on the treatment of Yi Lang in the village, Yuan Xinghua felt an overwhelming sense of joy, yearning to revel in his newfound contentment. By day, he toiled with the timber, and by night, he resided in the very cave dungeon where he had once been imprisoned. It would be an understatement to describe his situation as merely unfortunate. It was indeed a profound misery. He remained indifferent to the opinions of others regarding the East, and even less concerned about their perceptions of him. having been born in that era and having witnessed firsthand the atrocities committed by the Easterners. He could never find it within himself to forgive them, nor did anyone possess the right to pardon them on his behalf. Yuan Xinghua poured himself a glass of fruit wine, savoring it with delight. Exquisite. This wine is truly delectable. Yang Su was equally elated, eagerly anticipating his meeting with the esteemed professor. He nodded with a smile and remarked, provided that Miss Afra has no objections, we shall set forth for the temporary camp tomorrow. The journey from the West Sea outpost to the temporary camp would require a day by sea, yet 2 to 3 days by land. If Yang Su were to travel alone, the maritime route would undoubtedly be the most favorable choice. However, with the army on the march, they had no option but to traverse the land. The sea was fraught with ferocious beasts, known for their aggressive nature. The reason Afra had not encountered an attack that day was due to the aftermath of the sea giant's rampage. They were fortunate, indeed. Had they been in a different time, without the appearance of the Qing Yuan, they would have surely become prey for the predatory sea creatures along the way. Afra let out a sigh of relief, feeling grateful that they had successfully navigated this challenge. Yang Su, having gathered information about the victims' camp, subsequently inquired about Afra and the others' educational circumstances. Once he confirmed that they faced no other difficulties, he allowed several attendants to depart with them. As Afra and her companions took their leave, Zhang Yaoshi approached gracefully, pure, compassionate. She resembled a Buddha, benevolently guiding all beings, or a goddess descending from the heavens. Her voice was melodious, and her eyes glimmered with a subtle anticipation, clearly concerned about Yang Su's appraisal. This was not merely a matter of personal significance. It pertained to the future of the Nuwa clan. Upon seeing Zhang Yaoshi approach, Yang Su instantly broke into a smile, feeling genuinely pleased. The emergence of the Nuwa clan had resolved several major issues for the Su kingdom. First, the food crisis. Second, the problem of concealment in their settlements, and perhaps even concerns regarding defense. Zhang Yaoshi explained, by manipulating plants and bestowing upon them a degree of sentience, we enable them to possess defensive and offensive capabilities. We have initially modified the walls, granting them a certain ability to discern friend from foe. Should a ferocious beast approach, they will automatically engage the target. This will alleviate the burden on ordinary soldiers while enhancing the outpost's defensive capabilities. They require no sustenance or maintenance, thriving naturally on the forces of nature. Yang Su nodded repeatedly, greatly satisfied. In the future, he intended to have Zhang Yaoshi lead the Nuwa clan in transforming the royal city of the Su kingdom and other towns. After expressing his admiration, Yang Su posed the most crucial question. He pointed to the cassava tree beside him and asked earnestly, does the cultivation of these plants impose a significant strain on you? Zhang Yaoshi, fully comprehending Yang Su's intent, thoughtfully replied, the consumption is not substantial. A mere half-day of rest is sufficient. However, these fruit trees can only germinate once a month. Otherwise, it would adversely affect the surrounding life force, as well as the growth of the trees and the quality of the fruit. Upon hearing that it was limited to once a month, Yang Su felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, reflecting upon it, he realized that the land in Su Nation was abundant. If this plot was unsuitable, he could easily find another to continue the endeavor. In essence, there was little difference compared to the issue of land. What Su Nation truly lacked was individuals from the Nuwa clan who could manipulate life. Zhang Yaoshi elucidated, we, the Nuwa clan, command the life force. But we do not create life from nothing. We merely extract the life force from the natural world to replenish other flora and fauna. Although the life force from nature is inexhaustible, excessive extraction from a particular area can bring about catastrophic damage to the environment. Yang Su nodded slightly in understanding, genuinely expressing his admiration. The divine power of the Nuwa clan is truly astonishing. Having members of the Nuwa clan in Su Nation is indeed fortuitous. He then shifted the topic and inquired, what is your ability? Upon hearing Yang Su's praise for the Nuwa clan, Zhang Yaoshi's crimson lips curled into a slight smile, her expression radiating a pure and infectious charm. To gather life and transform it into a divine realm, to dispel death and bring the deceased back to life. The deceased shall be resurrected. Yang Su's pupils constricted, and his expression changed dramatically. He was utterly astonished, his heart momentarily halted. Resurrection? This was beyond belief. Chapter 66. The Domain of Life. Zhang Yaoshi's Hidden Card. The Resurrection of the Departed. Yang Su elongated his tone, filled with astonishment and bewilderment. The concept of resurrection from the dead is undoubtedly a legendary feat akin to myth. Moreover, it is not an ordinary miraculous ability. Although the Nuwa clan has demonstrated powers far surpassing those of the Qingqiu Fox Clan and other races, The fact that Jiang Yaoshi can bring the deceased back to life left Yang Su profoundly astounded. With a gentle gaze, Jiang Yaoshi explained, all beings in this world possess a form of spirituality. Some powerful or unique creatures, even when their physical forms perish, can retain their spirit for millennia, seeking opportunities for rebirth. Yang Su pondered this notion. Spirituality? Could it be synonymous with the soul? Jiang Yaoshi continued, my technique of resurrection operates on the same principle. If a creature's physical body is destroyed but its spirit endures, I can utilize my divine art to reconstruct its physical form. However, if the spirit is annihilated, I cannot facilitate its return to life. Yang Su nodded slightly, recognizing the similarities to myths. The soul endures beyond death, allowing for the possibility of reconstituting the body and returning to life. Yet, should the soul be destroyed, even if the body remains, it would merely be an empty shell. He marveled at Jiang Yaoshi's divine abilities and contemplated, does spirituality refer to the soul? Jiang Yaoshi shook her head, clarifying, spirituality and the soul are distinct concepts. The soul represents the spiritual essence of a being, remaining a part of the individual. Most creatures, upon the demise of their physical forms, see their spirits fade away. Even some beings with exceptionally strong spirits, such as the Qingqiu Fox Clan, cannot escape this fate. Their spirits, while more enduring than those of ordinary creatures, are still mortal. Once spiritual power dissipates, it is akin to the total annihilation of both form and spirit. She elaborated, spirituality refers to the preservation of a being's past information. This may encompass the being's own soul, a fragment of its remains, or even a special object it cherished in life, or the environment it inhabited. However, the preservation of spirituality is more challenging than that of the soul. For creatures that have recently died, with their spirits still intact and their bodies relatively uncorrupted, the possibility of retaining their spirituality is significantly heightened. Yet, as the body decays and the spirit dissipates, it becomes nearly impossible for ordinary beings to maintain their spirituality. Yang Su grasped the concept this time. If one were to liken the natural world to a computer, individual creatures would represent trivial data within the hard drive. Upon death, most beings see their data automatically erased. However, certain beings, due to various fortuitous circumstances, manage to preserve their data, thus retaining their spirituality and the potential for resurrection. Therefore, while Jiang Yaoshi's ability to resurrect the departed is indeed miraculous, it is not without its limitations. One cannot simply choose to revive anyone. It likely requires that the individual has recently passed, with their physical form preserved or their spiritual essence intact. Nonetheless, even with these conditions, Yang Su felt immense satisfaction. With such a divine skill, the future of Shugua, be it in territorial expansion or warfare, would significantly mitigate casualties. In a modern context, this ability could indeed be deemed godlike. Uncertain of how many believers he could attract and how many would be driven to madness, Yang Su pondered the nature of religion and faith, realizing that they are devoid of rational explanation. He contemplated the possibility that should other forces on Earth discover the wilderness, they might require spies with exceptional skills to infiltrate. In such a scenario, he mused, the ability to resurrect the dead alone could indeed elevate one to the status of a deity. Upon hearing the praise, Jiang Yaoshi's stunning visage blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to the sun piercing through dark clouds. Her brilliance was pure and sacred. She softly replied, the resurrection of the deceased is merely a fraction of my capabilities. As the life deity of the Qingqiu clan, my most formidable power lies in evolving the realm of life, enhancing the abilities of our kin. As you have observed, our clan consists of merely 100 individuals, each possessing distinct talents. Under normal circumstances, those wielding different divine arts cannot collaborate. Otherwise, instead of amplifying their powers, they would suffer backlash from their own techniques. Yet, through the coordination within the realm of life, I can connect a greater number of our kin, far exceeding the typical limit of 100. Regardless of the divine arts they command, we can amalgamate our strengths into a cohesive whole, channeling this collective power to execute any divine technique. Currently, I am capable of synchronizing the strength of 300 members. Yang Su was astounded by this formidable ability, perceiving it as an invincible combination technique. The Qingqiu clan, under Jiang Yaoshi's guidance, could indeed be regarded as a singular entity capable of unleashing unparalleled power. With 100 Qingqiu members possessing such divine might, the amalgamation of 300 would surely conjure a terrifying spectacle. As Jiang Yaoshi developed further, merging the powers of 500 or even 1,000 Qingqiu clan members, she would undoubtedly resemble a deity in her own right. Yang Su marveled, his joy bubbling forth like a fountain. Excellent, he exclaimed. After praising Jiang Yaoshi's supernatural abilities, a thought crossed his mind. The Nuwa clan currently belonged to the wilderness quality tier, while the previous Qingqiu Fox Clan was of inferior quality. The Qingqiu and Jiren were merely subpar. With his ascension and enhancement, the tiers of these three clans had also risen to wilderness quality. Given the immense strength of the wilderness-grade Nuwa clan, one could only imagine the surprises that awaited within the wilderness-grade Qingqiu, Qingyao, and Jiren clans. With this in mind, Yang Su promptly commanded his attendants to summon Qingqiu Ziyue, Yunxiao, and Beiyao. They were unique individuals within their respective clans, distinguished by their extraordinary talents. Enhancing their bloodlines would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. As for the ordinary subjects, while they were not without merit, their cost-effectiveness paled in comparison. After all, the energy consumed in strengthening existing beings versus creating entirely new ones is fundamentally the same. Yet, often, many matters cannot be assessed solely on a basis of cost-effectiveness. Yang Su pondered deeply and resolved to establish a merit-based promotion system, whereby soldiers who achieved a certain level of military accomplishments could be granted the opportunity for bloodline enhancement. This initiative would not only invigorate the soldiers' enthusiasm, but also alleviate the awkwardness arising from insufficient life force. However, it was imperative to first strengthen a cadre of experienced individuals or those endowed with unique talents to confront the potential crises ahead. As the guards proceeded to summon Qingqiu Ziyue and others, the members of the Nuwa clan, having performed their divine arts, gracefully approached Yang Su with their enchanting serpent-like waist swaying alluringly. With their sparkling, doe-like eyes fixed upon him, they gazed at Yang Su with eager anticipations, akin to proud children awaiting their parents' praise, chattering incessantly. "Your Majesty, are we not formidable? Indeed, what we have displayed thus far is but a fraction of our capabilities. Your Majesty, I specialize in healing, yet I lack the opportunity to showcase my talents this time. Would you like to witness the divine arts I possess? I can demonstrate them for you. Truly I can." Yang Su observed this lively assembly, listening to their self-praise, and could not help but break into a gentle smile. His gaze softened, and his spirits soared, prompting him to lavish them with compliments. "You have all performed splendidly. With your presence, the Su Kingdom feels as though it has gained wings. Do not be disheartened if you didn't have the chance to shine today. There will be many opportunities to prove yourselves in the future, and I eagerly anticipate your forthcoming performances." Under Yang Su's commendation, the Nuwa clan members beamed with joy, their happiness radiating like flowers in bloom, reminiscent of children basking in parental admiration. Some audacious members of the clan even stepped forward to envelop Yang Su in warm embraces, expressing their elation. However, amidst the affection, some of the Nuwa clan's delicate hands began to wander, playfully probing for differences between the king and their kin, leaving Yang Su somewhat speechless. Even Jiang Yaoshi could no longer tolerate the scene. Her demeanor remained benevolent and pure, yet her eyes darkened slightly, a formidable pressure sweeping over the bold Nuwa clan members who dared to probe further. "Impudence," Jiang Yaoshi admonished sternly, causing the Nuwa clan members to retreat like frightened monkeys before a tiger, ceasing their mischief towards Yang Su. Chapter 67, The Hunters of Humanity. Turmoil in the temporary camp. The scene brought a smile to Wang's face. Jiang Yaoshi, feeling somewhat helpless, offered her apologies. The newly awakened tribespeople were brimming with curiosity about everything. Wang, the sovereign of the Su Kingdom and the master of the Nuwa tribe, was a figure of utmost reverence. The newly born Nuwa tribespeople, in their most inquisitive phase, found it impossible to suppress their impulses in the presence of such a supreme being, yearning to explore the mysteries that surrounded him. In truth, Jiang Yaoshi herself was quite curious about Wang, what race he belonged to, and how it differed from the Nuwa tribe. She pondered whether a union between Wang and the Nuwa might yield even stronger progeny. However, she was no immature girl, impulsively lacking in decorum. As the life deity of the Nuwa tribe, a mature member of her kin, she had a comprehensive plan in mind. For instance, she aimed to leave a profound and favorable impression on Yang Su, just like this occasion where she showcased both her abilities and the prowess of the Nuwa tribe, thereby solidifying their status within the Su Kingdom. Jiang Yaoshi's lips, as rosy as cherries, curled into a smile that radiated purity, reminiscent of an untouchable holy figure. Yang Su, having adjusted his disheveled attire, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement at the overly exuberant Nuwa tribespeople. He chuckled, conceding, very well. He was not inclined to quibble with a group of inquisitive children. Although, from a physical standpoint, They were indeed mature, very mature. Their personalities often mirrored that of children. Nonetheless, he recognized the need for caution in the future. Such behavior was inappropriate in public settings. With a solemn expression, Yang Su admonished the pitiable Nuwa tribespeople, reminding them of the decorum expected of them. Having spent nearly 5 years in this wilderness, he had adopted a more open-minded perspective regarding such matters and did not harbor any disdain for the enthusiastic Nuwa individuals. Yet, as a king and the ruler of a nation, he had to maintain a certain image, being surrounded by a group of beautiful young women in public. Embracing and touching him undoubtedly affected his royal demeanor. The Nuwa tribespeople responded respectfully, though their lovely faces were marked with disappointment, as if lamenting their inability to discern the differences between Wang and the Nuwa. Surely, when not in public, it is permissible. Suddenly, one individual had a breakthrough, presenting a unique perspective. Wow, sister, how clever. Wang only mentioned not doing so in public, but surely it is acceptable when we are alone. The previously despondent Nuwa tribespeople became animated once more, their eyes sparkling with eagerness to study Yang Su, leaving him both amused and exasperated. He interrupted their spirited discussions, adopting a serious tone to warn, "This is not permissible even when alone." Oh, the group of Nuwa women sighed in unison, disappointment evident in their demeanor. Yang Su chuckled and shook his head. This encounter afforded him a newfound understanding of the Nuwa tribe, a collective of intensely curious individuals. He even began to grasp why the ancestors of the Nuwa tribe had conceived the audacious idea of transplanting the bones of thunder beasts into other living beings. Perhaps it is merely a simple curiosity, or perhaps it is simply a sense of amusement. With this thought in mind, Yang Su gazed at Jiang Yaoshi with an increasingly gentle and satisfied expression. Thankfully, not all of the newly emerged Nuwa clan were unreliable children. There were also mature and dependable goddesses. To prevent these overly lively Nuwa clansmen from further actions that might tarnish the king's image, Yang Su advised Jiang Yaoshi to take them to the camp for rest and to prepare their own dwellings. Due to the unique requirements of the Nuwa clan regarding their homes, they could only construct their abodes themselves. Shortly after the Nuwa clan members departed, Qingqiu Ziyue and others arrived. In response to Yang Su's summons, Qingqiu Ziyue was particularly excited, her beautiful countenance seemingly inscribed with the words, "Ziyue is amazing. Your Majesty, please command me. I can hardly wait." Yin Xiao and Bei Yao, however, remained remarkably calm. Yin Xiao said nothing, while Bei Yao greeted him gently. Upon their gathering, Yang Su directly stated the purpose of the summons. He spoke of purifying their bloodlines to enhance their strength. Qingqiu Ziyue was the first to leap up. Her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She raised her long arms high and joyfully exclaimed, Me. Your Majesty, please help Ziyue purify her bloodline. I want to become extraordinarily powerful. No monster will ever bully you again." Yun Xiao remained indifferent, yet his eyes shone with a distinct brilliance. He knelt on one knee, his right arm raised to his chest, and in a hoarse, subdued voice declared, "I await your command, Your Majesty." Beiyao smiled warmly, bowing gracefully as she joyfully expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty." Yang Su nodded slightly and led the three to the secret cave chamber where the Nuwa clan was created. He retrieved an ancient bronze tome and commenced the bloodline advancement. A mysterious and sacred bloodlight emanated from the bronze tome, enveloping the three like the luminous moonlight. They soon succumbed to drowsiness, falling into a deep slumber within moments. The bloodlight coalesced, transforming into a massive crimson cocoon, radiating a misty glow, enveloping them entirely. Meanwhile, as the Su kingdom flourished and prospered, the temporary camp of the afflicted had descended into turmoil. News from the radio brought comfort to some, yet instilled anxiety and dread in others. The rescue operation faced significant challenges. Hold on. Await rescue. However, in the face of insufficient food and water, how could they persist? This was a pressing concern. Water was relatively easy to procure. They could search for nearby streams or boil rainwater. But mere water was insufficient for survival. Food was a necessity as well. Searching for fruit? That was impossible. The area was filled with unfamiliar vegetation. Who could discern what was edible and what might be fatal? None wished to take on the role of Shenong, nor did anyone desire to experiment, even if they avoided poisoning. Being on a deserted island without doctors or medicine made falling ill a dire predicament. Hunting fierce beasts? That was certainly out of the question. It was far too perilous. Better to hunt humans and seize resources. In times of turmoil, when morality and law disintegrate, some individuals cast their ferocious gaze upon the weaker companions, such as the scarce yellow-skinned victims. On the beach, at a makeshift camp, a brown-skinned Indian, his face radiant with ecstasy, rushed towards a rudimentary tent by the shore. Long before he reached the tent, he could not contain himself and shouted exuberantly, "Master, Master, I bring good news. There is word of a rescue team." Seated in front of the tent was a man of Western features, with black hair and brown eyes, named Vigil Ravistoten. He appeared to be an ordinary Indian. Yet he was anything but. His father was a powerful figure in the underworld, notorious for his malevolence in the name of divinity, engaging in human trafficking, robbery, and murder, committing every conceivable atrocity. Born into such an environment, Vigil learned his father's ruthlessness and pride. His gaze shifted slightly, his deep-set eyes resembling those of a solitary wolf, emanating an overwhelming sense of dominance, as if he were already being watched by a ferocious beast. Just as his father had declared, he was the son of a wolf, a natural hunter destined to tread upon the white bones of the vanquished to assert his supremacy, inheriting his father's power and status. Under Vigil's penetrating stare, the hurried servant was drenched in cold sweat. Typically, it is the younger who pays homage to the elder, the servant to the master, or one of high moral standing. After bowing, the servant recounted all he had heard to Vigil faithfully, expressing gratitude to Shiva and the deities for their will in safeguarding the great master. Vigil remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the jubilant crowd on the beach, akin to a famished wolf eyeing its prey. For this was not good news, at least for him. This news was utterly dismal. Wait? Food was running low. How could they wait? Vigil shook his neck, the vertebrae cracking ominously. Chapter 68. Yang Su's worries and determination. Vigil's journey was not made in solitude. It was a celebration of newlywed bliss. Accompanying him were his newly married wife, his mother-in-law, and 2 servants. In truth, he had reservations about including the 2 servants, not out of a belief that their presence was inappropriate in this era of freedom and democracy, but rather because he deemed them unworthy of such privilege. Spending nearly $10,000 on tickets for servants felt like a frivolous expenditure. Yet his father, who valued social stature, insisted that a noble Brahmin should not travel without attendance, fearing it would bring shame upon their family and suggest that they could not afford such help. $10,000 is no trifling sum, but family honor cannot be bought. Reluctantly, Vigil acquiesced to his father's demand to bring the 2 servants. However, after the disaster aboard the Seder cruise ship, he found himself grateful for that decision. The presence of the 2 servants not only provided additional assistance but also elevated his standing among the other Indians on the cruise, establishing his reputation as a wealthy Brahmin who traveled with servants. After being stranded on the deserted island, this reputation, coupled with the most manpower available, allowed Vigil to effortlessly become the representative of the Indian community in their makeshift camp. Of course, apart from his group, there were only 3 other Indians on the island. Yet, this 8-member team constituted a significant force within the temporary encampment. Most individuals formed small groups for mutual support, with the largest contingent comprising no more than 20 people. A white group, the 2 servants, and the 3 Indians soon approached Vigil. The servants, with downcast eyes, displayed a demeanor of deference, only daring to gaze at Vigil's shoes. Embodying humility and trepidation, they advanced and knelt before him, performing a gesture of respect and submission. The other 3 individuals appeared anxious, occasionally swallowing nervously, their eyes darting about as they stole furtive glances at Vigil. "Prepare yourselves for action tomorrow," he instructed, his expression impassive. Instantly, the 5 individuals tensed, particularly the 3 Indians who had recently joined Vigil's group, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. "Prepare yourselves" was Vigil's signal at the inception of their team, signifying the necessity to brace for impending conflict. Such conflict implied the potential for bloodshed, perhaps even loss of life. For ordinary individuals, this represented a profound challenge to the moral and legal teachings they had previously accepted. Yet, they dared not inquire further, having already witnessed Vigil's formidable strength and ruthlessness. Not long after their arrival, there had been a derogatory remark made against their racial identity, and now that offender lay on the brink of death, with survival hinging upon the swiftness of rescue efforts. Several individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, gradually dispersed. They remained oblivious to the identity of the target of their mission, and even less aware of Vega's intentions, yet they had no alternative. After all, this was a man capable of inflicting severe harm with bare hands. As night fell, the West Sea outpost returned to its serene and tranquil state. Aside from the necessary patrols, the soldiers, having completed their day's labor, succumbed to the warmth of slumber. In the dead of night, Yang Su sat before a cave, leaning against the cold, sheer cliff, lost in solitary contemplation. His eyes were vacant, burdened with unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, a gentle voice, as soothing as water, interrupted his reverie. He turned his head to see Jiang Yaoshi approaching with a smile, her graceful form gliding towards him. Her long, white hair, akin to snow and jade, was simply styled into a bun, secured with a white ribbon, exuding an aura of purity reminiscent of a goddess. "Have you not yet rested?" Yang Su inquired with a smile. Jiang Yaoshi responded softly, her caring gaze fixed upon him, and she tenderly asked, "Do you have something on your mind?" Yang Su raised his brows slightly, his deep-set eyes fixed on the luminous minerals above, taking a sip of fruit wine. The wine of the Su kingdom was not potent. It bore resemblance to beer or perhaps sake. He remained silent, not refuting her inquiry. Since discovering that this place was still Earth or was intricately linked to it, he had indeed been burdened with numerous concerns. Jiang Yaoshi gracefully settled beside Yang Su on the ground. Leaning against the icy cliff, she gently caressed his handsome cheek, saying softly, "If you have worries, why not share them with me? Although I may not fully grasp your anxieties, it is certainly better than keeping them bottled within." Yang Su smiled faintly. He glanced at Jiang Yaoshi's gentle gaze and pure visage, feeling an urge to unburden himself. After a brief silence, he sighed, his expression complex. He shifted closer, resting his head against her ample bosom, and lamented, "The Su kingdom is facing its most formidable challenge in history, as well as the most terrifying adversary." At this juncture, Yang Su paused. He was unsure how to elucidate the situation of the nations on Earth to Jiang Yaoshi, for the intricacies of their relations, technology, military, and political ideologies were far too convoluted. Without ample time to organize his thoughts, even he would struggle to articulate them, let alone ensure Jiang Yaoshi comprehended them. Danger loomed ever closer, yet we have no choice. Yang Su's gaze turned profound, his tone heavy. Only he understood the magnitude of the adversary confronting the Su kingdom. The power of modern technology was far beyond what the current Su kingdom could contend with, but as he stated, the Su kingdom had no alternatives, nor did he. Once the major powers of Earth descended upon the wilderness, the conflict between the Su kingdom and them was almost inevitable. As for cooperation or amicable coexistence, it was not impossible, yet the prerequisite was that the Su kingdom possessed a strength that would instill fear in any opposing force. That would be the foundation for collaboration. However, the Su kingdom, in its present state, lacked such power. Once the whereabouts and situation of the Su kingdom are revealed, it will only invite a pack of ravenous wolves. Their intentions are far from amicable exchanges reminiscent of convivial gatherings. Rather, they echo the European treatment of the indigenous peoples during the colonization of the Americas, an insidious camaraderie born of ulterior motives. As history recounts, President James Madison of the United States issued a decree in 1814 that rewarded 50 to 100 for each Indian scalp surrendered, regardless of age or gender. This, indeed, is the grim reality lurking behind the Day of liberty, democracy, and human rights. If humanity can exhibit such cruelty towards its own kind, how much more so towards those of a different lineage? Jiang Yaoshi listened intently as Yang Su spoke, her delicate arms encircling his shoulders, allowing him to lean in closer. Although she did not fully comprehend the nature of the threats or the impending crisis he alluded to, her trust in him was unwavering and unconditioned. Gently caressing Yang Su's cheek, she spoke softly, "No matter the challenges we may face, we will always trust your judgment and support your decisions." A tender smile graced Yang Su's lips as his eyelids fluttered downwards. It was this unwavering loyalty from his subjects that compelled him to shoulder the burdens of kingship, to protect his people and defend his territory. The 200 souls lost were not a direct threat to the Su kingdom, yet the power lurking behind this tragedy was indeed formidable, posing a significant menace. For the safety of the kingdom and the trust of its citizens, he resolved to consign the victims to the underworld, thereby severing any immediate possibility of discovery by other factions and buying precious time for his realm. After all, while the cruise ship tragedy claimed over 2,000 lives, only a little over 200 perished along the shores of the Su kingdom. This suggests that nearly 2,000 others perished in more savage lands, drawing the attention of major powers and diverting it away from the Su kingdom, thereby granting it further reprieve. "How fortunate it is to have you by my side," Yang Su mused, his eyelids half closed, his voice taking on a dreamlike quality. Regardless of what the future may hold, he would never choose to compromise or surrender. To lay down arms in the face of a formidable enemy and entrust one's life to their mercy is the height of folly. In the twilight of the Northern Song dynasty, Emperor Huizong made such a choice, resulting in the enduring mockery of the Qingqiu humiliation. The court nobles became mere playthings of the Jurchens, with princesses and consorts reduced to a status lower than that of courtesans. In the twilight of the Qing dynasty, the Manchu royal family made similar miscalculations, leading to a century of disgrace and the darkest chapter in Chinese history. Yangsu never placed his faith in the mercy of adversaries. He believed solely in the might of his own weapons. As the adage goes, when a power perceives you as a threat, it is prudent to ensure that you indeed pose a lethal danger to them. Otherwise, your fate is sealed. Chapter 69, A Radiant Future. Journey to the survivors' camp. Yangsu's concerns weighed heavily upon him, yet he had no one to confide in. No one truly comprehended the depths of his anxiety. As the sovereign of the Su kingdom, he bore the faith of his subjects and could not display his worries before them, for it would only incite their own unease. The sole course of action available to him was to silently endure the mounting pressure and lead his people forward with unwavering resolve. This was the duty of a king, a responsibility that must be shouldered. However, Yangsu was unprepared for the swift arrival of an unexpected delight. Though this revelation could not entirely dispel his apprehensions, it illuminated a powerful hope for the Su kingdom, a hope that would allow it to withstand the tempestuous trials ahead. This newfound hope emanated from the triumvirate of Qingqiu, Ziyue, and their companion, who had completed their bloodline enhancement. After 12 arduous hours of transformation, the trio emerged from their chrysalis, irrevocably changed. The strength of Qingqiu and Ziyue had multiplied exponentially. What once seemed burdensome, several tons of stone, now felt as light as a feather in their grasp, their power surpassing all imagination. Not only could they contend with creatures as formidable as elephants, but even a Tyrannosaurus Rex would fall beneath their might. Beyond sheer strength, the most significant transformation lay in Qingqiu and Ziyue's mastery of vital energy. By harnessing this power, they could conjure indomitable claws from their hands and glide gracefully through the air, traversing short distances effortlessly. Solid rock, akin to metal, crumbled beneath the weight of their claws as if it were mere tofu. Yet, the most remarkable transformations were witnessed in Yuxiao and Beiyao. Yuxiao, the avian communicator of the Qingqiu clan, possessed the ability to converse with the majority of birds. Following his bloodline evolution, his prowess in this regard remained largely unchanged. However, his command over the wind had undergone an extraordinary metamorphosis. Previously, the Qingqiu clan could only rudely stir up sand and stones or attach gusts to their arrows, effective yet somewhat lackluster. Now, Yinxiao wielded the wind as a weapon, shaping it into lethal blades capable of cleaving through solid wood from 1,000 meters away. The wind, once merely a decorative force, had transformed into a formidable weapon, significantly enhancing the clan's combat capabilities. In contrast, Beiyao's transformation was even more staggering. As a tide watcher of the Jiao people, she possessed heightened sensitivity to the ocean's ebb and flow, able to forecast currents and weather changes 3 to 7 days in advance. After her ascension, Beiyao not only retained her ability to predict tidal variations but also experienced an epic enhancement in her control over the tides. Prior to her elevation, the Jiao could manipulate water, yet their individual strength was severely limited, capable of generating waves no higher than 10 meters, even on the vast ocean. Now, purified through her bloodline, Beiyao could summon towering waves of several dozen meters with her singular might, an impressive display of power. Their transformations ignited a flicker of hope within Yangsu, stoking the flames of his indomitable spirit. With such devoted subjects, even if the major powers of Earth were to descend into chaos, the nation of Su would not be without the means to fight back. As long as we endure and maintain stability, it is not unreasonable to aspire to a higher level of authority, thereby unlocking even greater capabilities for the creation of races. Once the population of Su reaches 50,000, it would be tantamount to possessing 50,000 formidable cultivators. What could we possibly fear? Aside from nuclear weapons, Su harbors no trepidation. Furthermore, even if nuclear weapons were to be involved, they would have to be delivered to a depth of 1,000 meters underground. Detonating them on the surface would merely echo through the subterranean world, if it is heard at all. Yangsu, having observed the transformations of the three individuals, felt a surge of elation. The prospects for Su remained quite promising. However, the three did not inherit the ancient memories of their lineage, which caused Yangsu to once again appreciate the extraordinary nature of the Anhua tribe. Is Ziyue not remarkably powerful now, in an extraordinary way? In the training grounds of the Western Sea outpost, Qingqiu Ziyue, having just showcased her newfound abilities, was overjoyed, tightly clasping Yangsu's arm while playfully boasting. Her expression seemed to convey, "Isn't the king going to praise me? I can hardly wait." Upon hearing these words, her alluring eyes squinted into crescent moons, and her striking features radiated joy. With her head slightly raised, her long fox ears perked up, she proudly urged, "Your Majesty, do praise me some more." Yang Su, amused, playfully ruffled her hair. "Silly girl, always wanting more." Ouch. Though Qingqiu Ziyue felt no pain, she feigned grievance with a dramatic wail, gazing at Yang Su with her watery, enchanting fox eyes, as if accusing him of cruelty. However, such a pitiful expression would have softened Yang Su's heart if it had been directed by anyone else. But with Qingqiu Ziyue, Yang Su let out a light huff, choosing to disregard the foolish fox. He had myriad matters to attend to and no time to pacify her. This made Qingqiu Ziyue pout, her captivating fox eyes shimmering with reproachful sorrow. "Your Majesty, everything is prepared." While Qingqiu Ziyue appeared to sulk, Yinshao had already organized the troops. 300 warriors composed of the Qingqiu Fox Tribe, the Qingqiu Clan, the Jiaren race, and the Inhua Tribe. Yang Su surveyed the formidable army standing at the front of the camp and nodded in satisfaction. Among the 5 leaders of Su, Yinshao was the one he trusted the most, mature, composed, and succinct in speech. As for the other 4 leaders, Yang Su preferred not to dwell on them, particularly the foolish fox, Qingqiu Ziyue. Though she was indeed powerful, her temperament, Yang Su chose not to comment. He commanded, "Proceed with caution, off you go." With a solemn demeanor, Yinshao raised his right arm to his chest and gave a firm salute, replying, "Yes." Receiving the military order, Yinshao wasted no time and immediately led the 300 armored soldiers away from the Western Sea outpost. The reason for mobilizing 300 soldiers was not due to concerns over the complexities of the temporary camp's victims, but rather to ensure their safe transport to the Western Sea outpost. Without the protection of 300 soldiers, it is likely that very few would arrive safely at the West Sea outpost. As for Yang Su, he did not intend to accompany Yinshao. The journey would take approximately 3 days, contingent upon the condition of the route. Yang Su planned to take off Fu La via the sea first, to ascertain the situation at the temporary camp and gather specific information about the rescue team. Although the sea route is perilous, with his protection and the assistance of Bei Yao and the other merfolk, having only Ah Fu La by his side posed no concern. In the ocean, the advantages of the merfolk could be fully realized, propelling the raft with their strength, allowing them to reach the temporary camp in just a day. As for Zhang Yaoshi, Yang Su did not plan to take her along. The Nuwa tribe had only just emerged, and there was much for them to learn. Jiang Yaoshi was designated as the leader of the Nuwa tribe, the future 6th leader of Sioux country. It was imperative for her to acquire knowledge about the wilderness, understand the surrounding environment of Sioux country, and guide the other Nuwa tribe members into a productive state. The task was formidable. Yet Yang Su held great faith in Jiang Yaoshi's capabilities. Meanwhile, Qingqiu Ziyu was needed to remain at the West Sea outpost, also to attend to Jiang Yaoshi and the Nuwa tribe, leading them to familiarize themselves with the outpost's environment and the fundamental circumstances of Sioux country. It was not solely due to her remarkable physical strength, which made her an exceptional lumberjack, akin to a human timber machine, crane, excavator, and roller, but also her versatility that would expedite the construction timeline. Before the arrival of the shipwreck survivors at the temporary camp, she was to ensure that adequate shelters were constructed to shield them from the wind and rain, along with rudimentary tents. As for who would be granted accommodation in the shelters and who would be relegated to the tents, that would depend on their discretion. Yang Su was a fair individual. Naturally, Qingqiu Ziyu was 1,000 times dissatisfied with this arrangement. However, her discontent was merely a whisper, as she remained obedient and compliant. Once everything was arranged, Yang Su departed the West Sea outpost with Ah Fu La and Bei Yao, traversing the treacherous and dense jungle, making their way to the temporary camp via the sea route. Across the vast expanse of the West Sea, a rudimentary wooden raft sliced through the water like an arrow released from a bow, leaving in its wake a trail of white foam, surging northward at an astonishing speed. On the raft were Yang Su and Ah Fu La, while beneath it were Bei Yao and 6 other merfolk. Chapter 70, After Subtle Thoughts. The onslaught of the pterosaurs as they were set to journey to the temporary camp today, Yang Su took the liberty of changing into a new outfit. He donned a white tang suit, reminiscent of elderly gentlemen exercising leisurely in the park. While it still bore some disparity compared to contemporary attire, it at least did not appear entirely out of place. The fitted white tang suit accentuated his tall, athletic frame, showcasing his well-defined physique. The ocean breeze held, causing the lightweight fabric to cling to his body, beautifully outlining his muscular contours. Afra, too, had changed into the clothes she had brought along. She wore a white windbreaker over a beige-fitted tank top, which conformed to the international E-grade standards, causing the tank to bulge enticingly. Her lower half was clad in figure-hugging jeans, which highlighted her long, slender legs, and the shapely curves of her figure were undeniable. Her already striking physique appeared even more alluring in the snug outfit, a captivating sight indeed. Yet, amidst the vastness of the Western Sea, aside from the warm sun and the chilly sea breeze, there was no one to admire her sensual silhouette. However, this lack of an audience did little to dampen Afra's spirits. She longed to shout defiantly at the tumultuous ocean, cursing the damned foreign king. Of course, Afra would never voice such sentiments aloud. They remained confined to her thoughts. After all, she considered herself astute. As the adage goes, those who recognize the times are the wise. Afra felt she epitomized this wisdom. Kneeling on the wooden raft, Afra covertly observed Yong-su, her luscious lips, reminiscent of a rose's dew-kissed petals, curling in a subtle sneer. Her sapphire-like eyes darted around, conjuring 1,000 schemes to eliminate Yong-su. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How audacious of him to approach the temporary camp without an army or guards for protection. Should she seize this moment to end his life? Though it would weigh heavily on her conscience regarding their companions still trapped in the underground world, it was surely preferable to everyone being captured and doomed to obscurity. With over 200 individuals at the temporary camp, if they fell into enemy hands, the secrets of this place would be lost forever, rendering their escape from the underground realm nearly impossible. If they succeeded in fleeing, they could even summon the federal army to rescue their comrades. Yet, these mermaids posed a significant dilemma. Although they concealed themselves beneath the waves, if they were to attack this vile demon, the mermaids would undoubtedly surface. They were magical beings, and given the circumstances at the temporary camp, it was uncertain whether they could contend with such formidable foes. Moreover, this detestable foreign overlord seemed capable of wielding lightning. How extraordinary! What manner of being was he? Could he perhaps be a distant relative of the electric eel? Afra pondered in silence, her mind swirling with uncertainty. This was indeed the finest opportunity, but what if they were to fail? At the other end of the raft, Yong-su sat with his eyelids lowered, quietly attuning himself to the elemental forces of electricity in the atmosphere. He had no clear concept of how to hone his abilities. After all, despite the age-old tradition of cultivation, having lived in China for over 20 years, he had yet to encounter a true practitioner of the art. I have indeed heard some tales, but discerning their authenticity is quite challenging. Nonetheless, even without having undergone any form of cultivation or having encountered true practitioners, one cannot escape the legends of cultivation that pervade the land of Huaxia, steeped in the romance of immortal heroes. Concepts such as meditation, introspection, and energy manipulation are commonly referenced. As for energy manipulation, Yong-su is quite unfamiliar. However, the practice of meditation has provided him with profound inspiration. Ever since he acquired the ability to wield electricity, he has spent his idle moments quietly attuning himself to the electrical elements in nature, enhancing his command and perception of thunder. Whether this method proves effective remains uncertain, yet it is a step in the right direction, infinitely preferable to inaction. Moreover, through diligent practice, he has noticed some tangible results. Esteemed king of the other tribe, I am unsure how to address you in the presence of others at the temporary camp, Afra pondered, observing Yong-su, who appeared as serene as a monk in deep meditation, showing no interest in her at all. Her beautiful eyes darted thoughtfully as she mused. I wonder if he has any reaction to human pharmaceuticals. I recall that Grandpa Tang has some sleeping pills. And there are those who possess medicinal ethanol. If only If I could seize him unawares, perhaps the mermaids would think twice before acting rashly. Once our rescue team from the Federation arrives, it won't matter whether they are fox spirits or mermaids. They would be easily dealt with. Delighted with her plan, Afra felt a sense of hopeful anticipation regarding its success. A wild man, despite possessing some knowledge of the modern world, surely knows very little. Thus, attempting to drug him unexpectedly does not seem overly difficult. With careful calculation, Afra sought to engage Yong-su in conversation, hoping to dispel his wariness. Yong-su slightly raised his eyelids and calmly responded, Yong-jio. Upon discovering that they were on Earth, Yong-su decided against using his real name. Yong-jio, derived from a part of his name, is simple and easy to remember. Although it may not sound like a proper name, who truly cares? Oh, Afra exclaimed, feeling indifferent about the name. As a citizen of the Federation, she had not studied the names of Waxians. To her, Yong-jio and Yong-su were indistinguishable. Her eyes twinkled with curiosity as she contemplated how to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, Yang Su remained engrossed in sensing the electrical elements around him. In truth, he was unconcerned with Afra's thoughts or those of the individuals in the underworld. The nation of Su boasts over 10,000 citizens, each possessing unique abilities. If they could not manage a mere handful of ordinary humans, resorting to intrigue and scheming would be ludicrous. Dealing with them requires no subterfuge. A straightforward display of power is sufficient to convey that only obedience will lead to a prosperous existence. As for those unwilling to submit, Yang Su had no intention of wasting energy. They could simply be sent for labor reform. A differentiated approach would lead the majority to make wise choices. Humans are indeed peculiar creatures. When witnessing the misfortunes of others that surpass their own, they invariably discover myriad means to console themselves, thus remaining docile and adapting to their surroundings. As for those who are obstinately unrepentant, they hold no significance. Those who cannot be of service to me are nothing but detritus. What the kingdom of Su truly requires is an abundance of subjects, a greater number of soldiers. At this moment, a colossal pterosaur swooped overhead, reminiscent of a helicopter, gliding above the wooden raft. Its enormous form stretched over 10 meters in length, with dark green scales shimmering under the blazing sun, seemingly forged from indestructible metal. The two formidable claws on its abdomen were particularly fearsome. Its robust hind limbs were as thick as an adult's waist, while the sharp claws resembled invincible weapons, extending over a foot in length. The glint of cold light emanated from its metallic body, and its mountain-like physique, paired with its devastatingly powerful claws, imbued it with an aura of terrifying intimidation. The pterosaur's voice was deep and resonant, sending shivers down one's spine. The sudden turn of events shattered the tranquility on the raft, as well as Afra's reverie. She gazed upwards at the circling pterosaur, clearly regarding the two of them as mere morsels, her delicate face paling in response. Only through close observation can one truly comprehend the dreadfulness of such a creature. Its gargantuan size, dwarfing humans to the stature of chicks before an eagle, rendered them insignificantly small. Afra, witnessing the imminent threat of the pterosaur, was struck with fear, her complexion drained, her voice trembling. She had no desire to become the creature's lunch, and subsequently, its excrement. Yang Su remained silent, calmly observing the pterosaur circling above. This exemplifies the peril of maritime travel. The pterosaur is among the most common ferocious beasts in these waters. Most importantly, these creatures tend to appear in swarms, should one encounter danger. It will immediately emit a heart-wrenching call to summon its companions, presenting a spectacular scene reminiscent of an arrow piercing the clouds, with thousands of soldiers rushing to the fray. The kingdom of Su had previously suffered losses in this regard. Had it not been for the assistance of the Merfolk, significant losses would have been inevitable. Encountering a pterosaur had long been anticipated by Yang Su. It was hardly a surprise. Chapter 71. The Power of Thunder. Arrival at the temporary camp as a wyvern appeared. Bayao cautiously emerged from the depths of the ocean, resting her head on the edge of the wooden raft, propping herself up with her arms. She gazed at the enormous creature hovering menacingly in the sky, her delicate brows knitting in concern. Yang Su had brought only 6 merfolk on this expedition. While the merfolk were formidable in the water, they felt utterly powerless against the threats from above. "Your Majesty, shall we seek refuge?" Bayao softly inquired, glancing at the wyvern poised to strike. Seeking refuge meant using the merfolk's extraordinary abilities to pull the raft underwater and create a dry space in the deep sea around it. This concept was akin to the modern submarine. Yet although the merfolk could submerge the raft and establish a space suitable for terrestrial beings, they were unable to generate oxygen. Thus, even submerged, they would need to periodically surface to replenish their air supply. The more individuals aboard the raft, the shorter their time underwater. However, this was not the most pressing concern. The greater issue was that creating a dry space underwater demanded immense energy from the merfolk. The larger the dry area and the deeper the descent, the more exhausting it became. Only with Yang Su's solitary journey accompanied by 6 merfolk could such a luxury be afforded. Otherwise, the hundreds of soldiers would require at least several dozen rafts. And the merfolk stationed at the West Sea outpost would likely be overwhelmed. In the past, Yang Su would have opted to dive beneath the surface to avoid the wyvern. Yet this time, he chose a different course of action. He fixed his gaze upon the wyvern circling approximately 300 to 400 meters above the raft. His eyes as deep and shimmering as the night sky, crackling with the power of thunder. In the void, thunder manifested. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed, akin to a clap of thunder. A crimson-white bolt of lightning erupted in the air, a thunderous serpent-wielding terrifying force, ripping through the sky with a resonant roar that struck the wyvern's vulnerable right wing. Although the wyvern was powerful, its wings were its weakest point. The thunder descended with ferocity, piercing through the wyvern's right wing and tearing a gaping wound over a meter long. The injury, seared by the lightning, oozed no blood. However, the agony of the forcibly ripped wing, combined with the sudden and strange encounter with lightning, plunged the somewhat dim-witted wyvern into unprecedented terror. In panic, it glanced about, evidently searching for the source of the thunder, flapping its torn wings in a desperate attempt to flee the dreadful area. Yet, its ravaged wings could no longer support its massive body, and despite its frantic flapping, it plummeted uncontrollably from the heights, akin to a falling meteor. The injured wyvern crashed heavily upon the tranquil surface of the sea, as if it had fallen onto solid ground. The force of impact severely wounded it, shattering bones and rupturing organs. Boom! A resounding crash followed, and towering waves surged forth. In the aftermath, the wyvern lay weakly afloat upon the tumultuous sea. Barely clinging to life, devoid of the strength to struggle, its immense body twitching involuntarily. With a swift motion, Yang Su grasped the black spear resting on the wooden raft. Measuring 2.5 meters in length and as thick as a child's arm, its design was unpretentious yet formidable. Forged entirely from metal, it weighed between 300 to 400 pounds. Yang Su held the spear aloft, his left foot forward and right foot back, raising it high over his shoulder. His expression was grave as he forcefully swung his waist, propelling his arm forward to channel all his strength into the spear, launching it towards the pterosaur 100 meters away. The wooden raft shuddered violently under the tremendous impact, sinking over a foot. The black spear, infused with Yang Su's full power, streaked through the sky like a meteor, producing a terrifying sonic boom. Its speed surpassed that of sound itself. In the blink of an eye, the spear had pierced through the pterosaur's skull, breaking through the hard cranium and emerging from its jaw, shattering half of it in the process. Blood gushed forth as brain matter slowly oozed out. The already severely injured pterosaur could not withstand such a blow and fell silent in an instant. After accomplishing this feat, Yang Su calmly remarked, "Approach." This black metal spear served as his secondary weapon. In the wilderness, where danger lurked at every corner, one could hardly rely on a single weapon. In truth, Yang Su possessed an independent arsenal, stocked with long swords, iron rods, and various other arms. The choice of weapon depended on the nature of the beast being hunted and which armament would be most suitable. This spear was crafted from metal refined from the ores of the Black Rock Mountains. It felt icy to the touch, with an exceptionally high density and substantial weight. Were it not for Yang Su's significant enhancement in physical prowess after reaching the second tier, he would not have been able to wield it with such ease. Beiyo's eyes sparkled with admiration, astonished by Yang Su's prowess. He has grown stronger, she thought. Her gaze filled with adoration as she eagerly steered the raft towards the corpse of the pterosaur. In stark contrast to Beiyo's exhilaration, Afra was rendered speechless. She stared in disbelief at the lifeless pterosaur floating on the sea, then turned to Yang Su, whose demeanor remained unfazed, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential task. Observing Yang Su's calm expression, Afra's heart raced like a frantic drumbeat, filled with a mix of emotion, fear rather than love. She held her breath, cursing inwardly. "Oh God, what kind of monster have you created? To have dispatched such a massive pterosaur in just 2 strikes." Afra recalled her previous schemes, cold sweat quickly soaking her back. Yearning to hide in the depths of the sea to regain her composure, she could hardly fathom the notion that such a creature could be subdued by mere sleeping pills or ethanol. Perhaps success was not entirely out of the question, but it would require the strength to sedate not 1, but 10 elephants, wouldn't it? Afra shuddered in fear, hastily abandoning her previous fantasies, tears welling up silently. "It's over. There is no way I can escape this time. Such a creature was beyond human capability to contend with. My beloved homeland, the fragrant and beautiful Federations. I implore you to come swiftly." Afra sat helplessly on the raft, crystalline tears streaming down her cheeks, feeling utterly wronged and heartbroken. "My freedom, my future." As she stifled her sobs, Afra looked up in astonishment at the sound of a voice. Yang Su stood before her, offering a white handkerchief. The fabric was of inferior quality, rather coarse to the touch. Had she been back home, Afra would certainly have dismissed such a subpar handkerchief. Yet in this moment of desperation, she hesitated before accepting it from Yang Su. She dabbed at the tears on her cheeks, feeling a slight alleviation of her fear. This demon, she mused quietly, was not entirely unbearable at times. After wiping her tears, Afra reflected, while Yang Su cast a glance in her direction, understanding her trepidation but opting not to offer comfort. Instead, he stated bluntly, "This is merely one of the most ordinary beasts of the wilderness. If you are afraid of even such a creature, You cannot hope to survive here. Afra remained silent, rolling her eyes inwardly. What I fear is you, this monstrous being. Moreover, who wishes to continue living in this dreadful place? Her heart cried out, yet she dared not voice her grievances, feeling even more aggrieved. The tears that had once ceased flowed freely again, bringing her discomfort. The enormous pterosaur, measuring over 10 meters in length, ultimately transformed into 200 units of life energy. Enough to create 2 members of the Qingqiu clan, which pleased Yangsu greatly. Afra gazed at the colossal creature, resembling a small mountain. As it gradually dissolved under the crimson light, her once lovely complexion now pale and devoid of color. Trembling uncontrollably, she dared not speak further. She had completely surrendered, thinking, let whoever desires to confront such monsters do so. The subsequent journey proceeded rather smoothly. With Bei Yao's assistance, the raft evaded 5 waves of large pterosaur flocks. Even Yangsu, faced with those clusters of dozens or even hundreds of massive pterosaurs, refrained from showcasing his skills. For the consequence of such bravado could well result in becoming a meal for the pterosaurs in the West Sea. As evening approached, they finally caught sight of the temporary camp from a distance, with the smoke rising from the cooking fires distinctly visible. Chapter 72. Thoughts on launching. It has been several years since I earnestly embarked on writing a new book. In life's journey, one encounters numerous disappointments, with misfortunes occurring more often than not. As an ordinary individual, who among us is devoid of vexing matters at home? I sincerely hope that this book brings joy and happiness to more friends, sparing them from the burdens of my own troubles. Allow me to briefly outline the updates and additional content that will follow the launch. The rules for post-launch editions are as follows. 1. Subscriber-based editions. 2. Monthly ticket-based editions. 3. Donations-based editions. Let fate determine the outcomes of these matters. As a humble writer, I do not hold high expectations. I shall refrain from further elaboration and return to my writing. Tomorrow, I shall strive onward. Chapter 73. Predicament. Bad news on the broadcast. Afra gazed at the familiar yet strange temporary camp from a distance, devoid of any joy. She silently sighed, a hint of sorrow glimmering in her sapphire-like eyes. It is all over. Who could possibly thwart this monstrosity? A fierce wind howled, and a cerulean figure descended from the heavens, landing upon Yangsu's shoulder. It was none other than Qing Yuan. The king had long been informed of Yangsu's arrival and exhibited no surprise, his tone remarkably calm. Had it not been for Qing Yuan's pressing mission, his presence would have been indispensable during the bloodline ascension that occurred yesterday. Yangsu was nonetheless keenly anticipating the astonishing transformations that would accompany Qing Yuan's bloodline advancement. All appears normal, yet the Heartstealer's movements have become increasingly frequent and agitated, suggesting that someone here has succumbed to its allure. Qing Yuan recounted his observations with a tranquil demeanor. Oh, do you know who it is? Yangsu inquired, his brows arching slightly, a flash of piercing lightning illuminating his profound gaze. The Heartstealer is one of the most common monsters in the wilderness, and it is also the creature Yangsu despises the most. This beast possesses the ability to delve into the human heart, morphing into the most vulnerable and fervent desires of others. In his early days in the wilderness, when his abilities were insufficient and his followers non-existent, he struggled desperately for survival. It was in such dire conditions that he nearly fell victim to the Heartstealer's deceit, narrowly escaping death. This grudge is one he shall never forget. From that moment on, he solemnly vowed that whenever he encountered a Heartstealer, none would be spared. This policy has become a fundamental tenet of the Su Kingdom, unwavering and resolute. Qing Yuan stated, I am unaware, but the Heartstealer has dispatched 4 decoys. I cannot comprehend their speech. Yangsu nodded slightly, his eyelids lowering, thunder flashing ominously. The Heartstealer targets the most vulnerable aspects of the human psyche. Without knowledge of its abilities and deceptions, it is indeed challenging to guard against. If someone falls prey, it is not entirely their fault. Yangsu replied coldly. It matters not. I shall take care of it. Is there anything else? Qing Yuan pondered briefly before reporting. For reasons unknown, the situation here has recently become chaotic. Conflicts arise among them with greater frequency than before. Initially reluctant to speak, Afra furrowed her brows upon hearing this. She sighed. This issue was one she was somewhat familiar with. Shortages of food and water. The anxiety and fear stemming from prolonged confinement on this desolate island have taken their toll. With no other means to express their dread aside from fighting, could one truly expect them to hunt ferocious beasts? As time passes, the collective mood grows increasingly irritable. Conflict can erupt from the slightest misgiving, even without physical contact. Merely an inappropriate glance can incite a brawl. What are you looking at? and thus fierce battles ensue. After a moment's hesitation, Afra articulated the predicament of the temporary camp. Qingwan tilted her head, puzzled, and remarked, "So they vent their fear and frustration upon their companions instead of engaging in more meaningful pursuits?" She was unable to comprehend their actions. What purpose does this serve? Aside from instilling fear, chaos, and weakening one's own strength? Afra's face was etched with bitterness. There are more meaningful pursuits, yet who is willing to take the risk? Yangsu remained silent, fully comprehending the trepidation and agitation of these individuals. 5 years prior, he had endured a similar ordeal. One far more challenging and terrifying than that of the victims, for he had arrived alone in this place, devoid of companions. Yangsu refrained from elucidating these thoughts to Qingwan, issuing a calm directive instead. "Proceed. Remain vigilant of your surroundings." "Understood," Qingwan replied, spreading her wings and soaring away with a speed akin to lightning. After Qingwan's departure, Bai Yao emerged from the water, her head bobbing above the surface. She leaned against the edge of the wooden raft, gazing up at Yangsu's handsome visage, awaiting his command. They were now nearing the victim's encampment. Making it imprudent for the merfolk to continue their pursuit, discovery would spell trouble. With the army yet to arrive, Yangsu had several inquiries that required answers. It was not the opportune moment for confrontation. Qingwan was not alone in surveilling the victim's camp. She had 30 members of the Qingqiu tribe and 10 merfolk nearby, poised for orders. To mitigate risks, they typically remained hidden, only observing the camp's conditions once Qingwan had departed, ensuring that no dire emergencies would arise. Once Baiyo had left, Yangsu grasped the oar on the raft and steered towards the shore. Navigating a wooden raft on the tumultuous sea without the aid of the merfolk proved to be a formidable task. It was not until over half an hour later that Yangsu, with Afra, laboriously approached the coastline. This area marked the periphery of the temporary encampment, where activity had dwindled. As they neared the shore, even with her heart laden with worries, Afra could not suppress her excitement. Yet, no one acknowledged her presence, which significantly dampened her spirits. Scratching her head, she surveyed the desolate beach, perplexed. Strange. Although our location is somewhat off the beaten path, there shouldn't be a complete absence of people. Surely nothing unfortunate has transpired? If there were an issue, Qingwan would have informed us. Thus, even if something has occurred, it likely does not pose a danger. After traversing more than 300 meters and turning a corner, they finally glimpsed the first human structure, a simple tent, triangular in shape. Its sides were propped with branches, one end secured to a horizontal log and buried in the sand to serve as a foundation and walls. A horizontal beam was placed at the center of the roof as a main support, with wild grasses tied to the sides of the roof and substantial tropical leaves laid atop to shield against the elements. No one stood before the tent. Gazing into the distance, the outlines of several rudimentary tents and wooden huts could be discerned at the beach's edge, where the dense forest met the sand. Most of the tents and huts were devoid of occupants, with only a few individuals sitting in front of the wooden structures, gazing vacantly towards the sea, lost in thought. Even the arrival of Yangsu and Afra failed to draw their attention. Afra joined Yangsu's side. "Forget about them. Let us hasten to find my friend." Afra, indifferent to those around her, led the way like a joyful lark, bounding towards a magnificent rock formation in the distance. Just before Afra reached the rock, a melodious feminine voice suddenly graced her ears. The sound was gentle and enchanting, reminiscent of a babbling brook flowing serenely. Despite the words being filled with surprise, they imparted a sense of calm and tranquility. Merely hearing the voice conjured an image of an elegant beauty, graceful as a Jiangnan maiden. Yangsu turned towards the source of the sound. On the shore, an elegant young woman sat upon the rocks. Her mixed heritage endowed her with a striking visage that blended Western sculptural features with Eastern delicacy. She possessed a pair of blue eyes, deep and beautiful, akin to the azure sea. The girl gazed at Afra in astonishment, her expression akin to one who had encountered a specter. It was rather amusing. Afra, resembling a forsaken pet who had spotted its owner, rushed forward with an exuberant yet rather unmelodious cheer. "Well, Yuchi," she cried, tears streaming down her face. Her voice choked with emotion. Recalling the tribulations of recent days and the grim fate that loomed ahead, Afra felt an even deeper sorrow. With a sudden burst of emotion, she enveloped Tang Yuchi in her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Tang Yuchi, initially bewildered, was soon overwhelmed with joy. Listening to Afra's heartrending cries, her heart melted with compassion. Although she was unaware of the specific trials Afra had endured, she could easily fathom the depths of her despair. How else could one weep so tragically? Tang Yuqi gently caressed Afra's smooth back with one hand, while tenderly stroking her naturally fair hair with the other, providing comfort. Simultaneously, she noticed Yang Su. He was an oddly intriguing figure. Was that a gun? Her gaze fell upon the black long gun in Yang Su's hand. A flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Could someone truly bring such an item aboard a cruise ship? As Afra's tears subsided and her emotions stabilized, she reflected on her surroundings. Just moments ago, at the camp's edge, fewer people had been present, which she could understand. However, they were now nearing the camp's interior, where many typically gathered to collect shells for their meals, and others ventured to search the rocks for edible fish, crabs, or shrimp. Tang Yuqi's beautiful, lake-like eyes dulled. Her lovely face clouded with disappointment. Many have gone to attend classes, she sighed. Classes? Afra exclaimed in utter disbelief, blinking in confusion. This place? Attending classes? Tang Yuqi explained. Not long after you left, someone received a signal from the rescue team via a radio. It was reported that the rescue team encountered difficulties. Last night, someone fashioned a makeshift antenna, improving the radio signal somewhat. This morning, the information changed again, providing tips on wilderness survival. We were advised to remain patient and to prioritize our safety. As she spoke, Tang Yuqi's expression bore an unmistakable shadow of sorrow. The rescue team has yet to arrive. And instead, they are broadcasting survival techniques, which many perceive as a perilous sign. If the rescue team could reach us promptly, there would be no need to impart wilderness survival skills via radio. However, if they are facing dangers that hinder their mission, the questions arise. What perils have they encountered? And when will they find us? Each individual must grapple with the uncertainty of how much longer they will remain stranded on this desolate island. This is a concern that weighs heavily on everyone's mind. Afra fell into a contemplative silence. Although she was aware that the temporary encampment was far from ideal, she had not anticipated the situation to be this dire. If the rescue team cannot arrive soon, without further assistance, most people here are likely to perish from hunger or various other circumstances. With this thought, Afra suddenly felt that perhaps staying at the outpost of Qingqiu wasn't so bad after all. At least it was relatively safe. Moreover, she was a respected fashion designer. Don't worry, everything will turn out fine. We will surely be all right, Afra reassured Tang Yuqi, feeling a slight easing of her deep-seated aversion toward Qingqiu. Let us hope so. Tang Yuqi replied with a bittersweet smile. She was not convinced. Young though she was not naive. She had witnessed everything occurring in the camp over the past few days and had meticulously documented it in her journal. She was acutely aware of what might transpire here. Hunger, danger, conflict, and death. Perhaps she could meet her end in this very place tomorrow. With a heavy heart, Tang Yuqi attempted to shift the conversation, asking, "Where have the others gone? Are they all right?" Afra's expression stiffened, her gaze evasive as she awkwardly responded. "We encountered an accident less than half a day after setting sail. The lifeboat was attacked, and Deli sustained a leg injury. However, we were fortunate enough to escape to shore and encountered others. Allow me to introduce you to Yangjiu, another survivor from the Sidel cruise ship. He assisted us, otherwise we would have had nowhere to take refuge. The others are tending to Deli." Lies. Tang Yuqi immediately discerned Afra's deceit. But why was she lying? What was her motive? What misfortune had they experienced? Tang Yuqi was uncertain and uninterested in pursuing the matter further. Instead, she glanced at Yang Su, her attention piqued. He was a strikingly handsome man. Though somewhat aloof, he possessed a unique aura. A soldier. A battle-hardened warrior, composed and remarkably gallant. It was no wonder he wielded a long gun. Whether found here or taken from the cruise ship remained unclear. Tang Yuqi silently reflected, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for assisting my cousin. Otherwise, I might never see her again. My name is Tang Yuqi, a Chinese Australian. Mr. Yang, I presume you are also of Chinese descent?" She initiated the conversation with a simple statement, devoid of any superfluous words, prompting Afra to roll her eyes discreetly. What a nuisance. Damn devil, how infuriating. Afra, unwilling to witness further discourse between Yang Su and Tang Yuqi, interjected, "All right, enough reminiscing. Let us swiftly convey the news to Grandpa Tang and Grandma Pan. How are they faring?" Upon hearing their names, Yang Su raised his eyebrows slightly, recalling that Afra had once mentioned her esteemed Grandpa Tang, a university professor of some repute in international historical circles. This gentleman was indeed one of Yang Su's key objectives during this visit. As for Grandma Pan, he had also heard of her through Yuan Qingqiu, who had requested that Yang Su ensure her safe passage before departing. Yuan Qingqiu. Now Yang Su's personal chef and mentor to all chefs in Su country had made this modest request, which Yang Su could not refuse. Both individuals were of paramount importance to his mission, and he could not afford any missteps. Yang Su took the initiative to speak. Old Master Yuan asked me to convey to Mrs. Pan that he is well, and she need not worry. However, soon after, a furrow of concern crossed her elegant brows as she expressed, Grandpa is relatively well, but Grandma Pan has been quite despondent these past few days. She even caught a chill last night. While explaining, Tang Yuqi led the two towards the cave, her steps light and buoyant. She had come to terms with the present, no longer preoccupied with the uncertainties of the future. What truly mattered was the here and now. Worrying about an uncertain tomorrow was, in fact, unnecessary. Under Tang Yuqi's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the rocky outcrop where they were staying. A haphazard array of tents sprawled across the landscape, over 20 in total, lacking any semblance of planning. Akin to a refugee camp, the site was a chaotic mess, and at that moment, it was nearly deserted, as most had presumably gone to attend lectures. Before they could reach the entrance of the cave, Tang Yuqi called out joyfully. An elderly woman emerged, leaning against the wall for support, her gait unsteady. With her graying hair and plump figure, she bore the countenance of any ordinary elderly woman from Huaxia. Upon seeing Afra, Grandma Pan's eyes widened in surprise. And in a hoarse voice, she gasped, "Where is my old man?" Tang Yuqi quickly approached, assisting Grandma Pan and relaying Afra's earlier explanation. Upon hearing that Yuan Xingguo was well, Grandma Pan's spirits lifted instantly. "Enough of that. You must be tired after your journey. Good children, wait here while I prepare something for you. The fish caught by Yuqi herself will make for an incredibly delicious soup. Though my culinary skills may not rival old Yuan's, I have learned from him for many years and shall not disappoint you." Grandma Pan chattered on, her vitality restored, even her walking becoming more agile. Meanwhile, as Yang Su savored his first dinner at the camp, a tempest was brewing within the encampment, stirred by the presence of the people from the land of India. Chapter 74. I once encountered Mr. Yang in ancient texts. In a temporary encampment beside a remote thicket, a middle-aged man knelt upon the soft sand. He was of short and stout stature, with deep brown skin, hailing from the islands of the South Seas, and was a rather affluent merchant. He owned 2 villas, properties worth tens of millions of dollars, a beautiful and virtuous wife, 3 children, and 4 mistresses. In the local community, he held a modicum of renown now. Even government officials would greet him with humility and express their respect upon meeting him. Yet at this moment, the wealthy merchant found himself in a particularly distressing predicament. His cheeks were swollen, and he gazed at Vigil with fear and indignation, pleading sorrowfully, "Sir, I implore you, do not do this. That is all my food and water. Without them, I shall perish." The middle-aged merchant felt aggrieved, furious, and terrified. Yet he dared not move, for surrounding him were 10 burly men. Some bore sharp blades, evidently makeshift weapons crafted by hand, irregular iron shards affixed to wooden poles, bound with vines, their edges honed to a lethal sharpness. Although these contrivances appeared somewhat ludicrous, even inferior to the weapons of vagabonds, the merchant did not question their lethality. They could easily sever his throat. His pleas, however, elicited not the slightest hint of compassion from Vigil, who stood coldly before him, wielding a dark electric baton. This baton, obtained from an unguarded security room before his departure from the Seidel cruise ship, now served as his most formidable weapon, fully charged and ready for use. Meanwhile, Vigil's 2 servants excitedly rummaged through the merchant's modest tent, seizing his entire fortune, food, water, and 2 bottles of exquisite wine worth tens of thousands of dollars. "Praise Shiva, this is exceedingly rare wine," one servant exclaimed. "Master, look, this is simply marvelous." They hoisted the precious red wine aloft, their voices brimming with exhilaration. Such a delicacy they had only glimpsed before. Tasting it was a notion beyond their wildest dreams. The price of a single glass surpassed their earnings for 3 months, while the cost of 1 bottle was beyond a year's labor. Others, catching sight of the wine, regardless of their familiarity with the brand, exhibited shining eyes, filled with longing. Since the shipwreck, most had endured a rather dismal existence, subsisting solely on the meager rations of nutritional biscuits from the lifeboats, accompanied by clean drinking water. Though these biscuits came in various flavors, the monotony of daily consumption had rendered many nauseous at the mere sight of them after so many days. Red wine, what a sumptuous delight! It was akin to a divine blessing. The merchant, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of anguish, nearly moved to tears. Those 2 bottles of red wine, valued at $60,000, had been procured from a collector, intended as a gift for a highly esteemed individual, a means to expand his business and connections. Yet now, he dared not utter a word to reclaim them, because he knew that the other party would certainly not return anything to him. Speaking up would only result in a brutal beating, or possibly something far worse. Sir, I beg you, please leave me a morsel of food, even if it is but a tiny bit. The wealthy merchant, resigned to his fate, merely hoped that Vigil would spare him a few scraps to survive the night. As for tomorrow, oh God, who the hell cares about tomorrow? The merchant silently cursed the unfairness of God, pleading with Vigil in a desperate and pitiful manner. This bottle of wine, let us open it and share it tonight. Vigil disregarded the merchant's pleas, toying with the exquisite bottle of wine valued at tens of thousands of dollars. His gaze sweeping over the eager faces of the crowd with an aggressive demeanor, he spoke indifferently. As soon as his words fell, the crowd erupted in cheers. Wonderful! The esteemed Mr. Vigil, you are truly an angel of God. This wine hails from Downton Abbey, and its vintage alone is worth at least tens of thousands of dollars. I cannot believe I have the chance to taste such a fine wine. It is simply marvelous. What? This bottle is worth tens of thousands of dollars? Many in the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. Although they were all people of considerable means, the extravagant price of the wine far exceeded the consumption level of most. After all, a journey that lasted half a month around the globe would only cost over $9,000. They had enjoyed sumptuous buffets and stayed on luxurious yachts. What a splendid experience! Upon hearing that Vigil intended to share this precious wine with them, excitement surged through the crowd, including those who had previously been robbed by Vigil in much the same manner, only to be compelled to join his entourage. They now realized that joining Vigil's team might not be such a bad thing after all. At the very least, they had previously been unworthy of indulging in such fine wine, but now they could savor what was termed exquisite. Vigil paid no heed to the flattery of the crowd. His gaze slightly lowered, resembling a lone wolf poised to pounce, fixating on the trembling middle-aged merchant. His expression remained calm, unaffected by this unexpected boon, neither joyful nor smug. Join us, and partake in this bottle of wine tonight, or await your demise here. The merchant felt tears welling up in his eyes. This was originally my wine. For heaven's sake, it was difficult for him to muster the resolve to join the very scoundrels who had just stripped him bare, exuding an air of nonchalance. He stood there, flanked by 2 excited servants, 3 reverent Indian men, and 4 Asians with complicated expressions. The wisdom of the master is as boundless as the waters of the Ganges. Thank you, Lord Shiva, for allowing me, a humble being, to encounter a master as sagacious as you. The 2 Indian servants bowed deeply, showering Vigil with praise, their words dripping with flattery akin to honey. They were utterly elated. Today was a day brimming with bounty. In the name of the People of Color Self-Help Committee, they had robbed a dozen individuals, acquiring a wealth of food, water, and medicine. Those 2 bottles of wine were not their only spoils. In addition to red wine, there were a variety of snacks, candies, instant noodles, and even 2 vacuum-packed roasted ducks. While these items may seem commonplace elsewhere, on this desolate island beset by scarcity, they were nothing short of divine providence. The other 3 individuals from the east nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Vagar markedly transformed, filled with a sense of admiration and respect. Yesterday, Vagar had prompted them to prepare for action, leaving them anxious and apprehensive, fearful of becoming mere pawns. However, today they bore witness to Vagar's courage and intellect. He did not act recklessly. Instead, he led them under the guise of a self-help committee for people of color, raiding others who had ventured out alone. They encountered no resistance, the ease of their endeavor almost too surreal to believe. Yet, how could they fathom the despair of those unfortunate souls who had been plundered? What began as a pursuit of enjoyment transformed into a maritime misfortune, leaving them stranded on this perilous shore. After 5 or 6 days without rescue, they were suddenly confronted by a group of armed, formidable men. These individuals clamored about establishing a self-governing committee for people of color, promising to manage and distribute food and water, branding all dissenters as selfish miscreants, parasites of humanity, and evildoers possessed by demons. Well, they were outnumbered and armed. What could they do? There were no police, no laws, and not even an avenue for escape. Those who fell victim to the robbery were left with no choice but to surrender. After all, none wished to test whether their own flesh could withstand the might of another's weapon, even if the robbers were reluctant to commit murder. This island offered virtually no medical care. Even a minor scratch could prove fatal due to infection. Everyone had families and livelihoods, who would willingly risk their life. Thus, their first day of plundering met with no obstacles, leaving them in a state of disbelief. They not only acquired a wealth of food and water, but also gained 4 new companions, marking a significant advancement in their grand endeavor. The team expanded from 8 to 12 members, a remarkable enlargement indeed. Master, shall we continue our actions tomorrow? One of the servants inquired eagerly. After the bountiful spoils of the first day, the servant, akin to a beast that had tasted human blood, harbored great anticipation for this righteous facade of robbery. Vagar replied coolly, continue. As he spoke, his gaze drifted into the distance, deep and foreboding. These individuals were merely the beginning. His true aim was to forge the most formidable team on this beach, and then to strive for survival, not solely for himself, but also for those he cherished. This was a responsibility a man must bear. They too relished the thrill of power. The joy derived from witnessing others helplessly kneel and plead for mercy, as if they had tasted blood themselves. Master, what is our target for tomorrow? One servant exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with desire as he pointed to a box of instant noodles hidden nearby. Oh, divine Shiva, I can almost smell the noodles. It must be the most delectable food in the world. Viga furrowed his brow and shot a fierce glance at the servant, coldly admonishing, mind your words. He certainly yearned to plunder those white individuals, yet Viga understood that such an act was utterly impossible, at least for the moment. Among the survivors in this makeshift camp, 70% were white. Although they had splintered into numerous groups due to faith and nationality, the largest faction comprised merely 20 individuals. Viga realized that if he harmed any one of them, the others would undoubtedly unite against him, reacting with collective hostility. He was not equipped to contend with such numbers, at least not yet. However, he believed that day would not be far off. He was confident that once he rallied all non-white forces, the seemingly dominant white populace would merely represent a tantalizing quarry. It was not as though the white individuals were oblivious to Viga's maneuvers. But who would dare to offend a group of armed men for the sake of a few people of color? Moreover, under the guise of a committee for the assistance of people of color, a white person meddling in their affairs would only invite trouble upon himself. Thus, Viga's actions faced little opposition. The chaos of the camp was of no concern to Yang Su, for he regarded everyone as his prey. All he needed to do was await the arrival of his troops and then ensnare them all. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the earth, the fish soup prepared by Pan Meili was finally ready. The pot, if it could be called such, was merely a heavy iron container used for food preservation, slightly smaller than a household iron bucket. However, it served well for cooking. The delicious fish soup, devoid of seasoning, was still remarkably tasty, featuring fish that measured nearly half a meter in length, an unknown species from the sea. The finished soup was not solely for Tang Yuqi and her companions. Nearby survivors also came to take away a bowl. The vessels used ranged from better quality tin cans to makeshift bowls carved from hollowed wood. After taking their share of the soup, some would leave behind compressed biscuits or other provisions, while others departed silently without uttering a word. Yang Su observed all of this in silence. After a hearty meal, Afra leaned against a haystack, blissfully caressing her slightly protruding belly. Although the food here paled in comparison to that at the West Sea outpost, the sensation it brought was entirely different. It was the taste of freedom. Sated in content, Afra curiously remarked, "Cousin, I recall your swimming skills being rather poor. How on earth did you manage to catch such a large fish? It's quite astonishing." Tang Yuqi cast a sidelong glance at Afura and scoffed, "Just eat." Why so many questions? Afura stuck out her tongue, appearing to acknowledge the issue. Yet, she refrained from probing further, for she was beset by a far greater concern, namely, a certain Dark Lord. Tang Yuqi surveyed the sky before ladling out a bowl of delectable fish soup and turning to leave the cave. Afura initially intended to follow, eager to uncover the secrets her cousin concealed. However, upon glancing back at Yang Su, who was resting against the wall in a state of serene contemplation after a hearty meal, she hesitated. What if this Dark Lord suspected her of betrayal? That would spell her doom. Sighing, Afura reclined on a haystack, feeling a pang of nostalgia for her modest abode at the West Sea outpost. Though small and simple, it offered a sense of security far superior to her current circumstances. "Ah, no, Afura, you must not succumb to despair," she chastised herself. After a moment's reflection, she pinched her delicate arm, wincing from the pain. Upon seeing her, Yang Su's face lit up with surprise as he called out, "Grandfather Tang." Upon learning the fabricated truth from Afura, Tang Yuanqing expressed his relief. It is wonderful that everyone is safe. After his moment of reflection, he turned his gaze to Yang Su, finally taking the opportunity to scrutinize him closely. With long hair cascading over his shoulders and an undeniably striking appearance, Tang Yuanqing found himself taken aback. "How remarkable!" he exclaimed. "He resembles someone I once knew almost identically." His exclamation drew the attention of the others. Afura, still grappling with her earlier feelings of capitulation to the demon, was intrigued by Tang Yuanqing's remark. "Resemble? What do you mean?" she inquired. Glancing between Tang Yuanqing and Yang Su, her curiosity piqued. "Grandfather Tang, what are you saying? Do you know Yangjiu?" Yang Su returned her gaze with equal bewilderment. Certain he had no acquaintance with Tang Yuanqing. As for familial ties, none existed. His family was merely an ordinary one in Huaxia. If such a relative existed, it would surely have been common knowledge by now, as boasting about relatives required no investment. Tang Yuanqing shook his head slightly, exclaiming, "I do not know him." "It's just that." His expression shifted as he scrutinized Yang Su intently. After a moment of silence, he added quietly, "I once saw someone very much like him in an ancient text, almost a perfect likeness." "Ah," Afura gasped, staring incredulously at Yang Su. "In an ancient text? Could it be that this demon has existed for an exceedingly long time? That cannot be true." "Grandfather Tang, what do you mean by ancient text? Are you certain the person in the text bears a striking resemblance to him?" Though Afura was uncertain whether this matter pertained to Yang Su, the peculiarity of it ignited her profound curiosity. Tang Yuanqing nodded and remarked, "It is astonishingly similar. Whether in appearance or demeanor, they are nearly indistinguishable. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable." As he spoke, he could not help but express his awe. Throughout his life, he had encountered numerous extraordinary events, yet this peculiar occurrence was unprecedented. The fact that someone could resemble a figure from ancient texts was simply. He found himself at a loss for words due to the sheer improbability of it all. Yang Su raised his eyebrows in curiosity, intrigued by the coincidence. "How fortuitous indeed," he mused. "Which ancient text did you come across this in?" He then recalled that the incomplete ancient manuscript was a relic from Afura's grandfather. Approximately 12 years ago, Afura's father had brought that fragmented text to him, requesting assistance in researching its origins. He dedicated 5 or 6 years to the endeavor, but with little success. 6 years prior, he returned the manuscript to Afura's family. Afura was taken aback, realizing that this artifact was somehow connected to her. A look of astonishment crossed her face as she pondered the implications. Suddenly, Afura recalled something pertinent, a matter related to the ancient text. Chapter 75. Is this demon the god of thunder? When Afra was but a child, she once encountered a peculiar box at her grandfather's. It was an exceptionally ancient wooden chest, requiring a unique key and a special technique to unlock. The box was remarkably heavy, almost as if forged from metal. She gestured with her hands, estimating it to be about 1 foot long and 20 centimeters wide. The chest was black, weighty, and adorned with strange symbols. Tang Yuanqing nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Indeed, that is the very box." The symbols on its exterior were runes, an archaic form of Nordic script. Upon hearing this, Afra's curiosity intensified. As she realized it was the very box she had known, she pondered, "That box belongs to our family's heritage. Our family crest and several invaluable heirlooms are kept within it. When I was very young, my grandfather, who was still alive at the time, spoke to me about this box. He mentioned that it concealed one of the greatest secrets of the world, tracing back to the origins of humanity." Such peculiar assertions. Tang Yuanqing chuckled heartily. "So, it does sound rather intriguing." Afra expressed her confusion with a soft sound. Wasn't grandfather merely jesting? If the box contains the secret of humanity's origins, what relevance does that have for him? The more she contemplated, the stranger it seemed. Her gaze turned towards Yang Su, her eyes brimming with curiosity and uncertainty. Without needing further prompting, Tang Yuanqing continued his explanation. "The ancient texts within the box are difficult to date precisely, as they are severely fragmented. However, the most fascinating aspect lies in their contents and origins." At this point, he paused, seemingly contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Yet, Afra was undeterred by such deliberation. Her curiosity was piqued, and seeing Tang Yuanqing fall silent at a crucial juncture, she urged, "Please, Grandfather Tang, continue. What do the ancient texts reveal?" Tang Yuanqing regarded Afra with amusement. He chose his words carefully, replying, "There is more than one ancient text. In essence, they pertain to the tales of the god of thunder from Norse mythology." The god of thunder. Afra was momentarily taken aback, then inhaled sharply. She recalled Yang Su's recent triumph over the pterosaur, commanding the thunder. This was no mere coincidence. The god of thunder. Afra furtively glanced at Yang Su, her expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Could this man truly be the god of thunder? It seemed utterly implausible. Tang Yuanqing continued to reflect as he elaborated. Another ancient text consisted of several tattered pages, composed of an indeterminate material that resembled a type of animal hide, yet also bore similarities to paper, quite peculiar. It contained an ancient myth recorded in the small seal script of ancient China, closely tied to the god of thunder, likely narrating the tale of the goddess battle against giants. The most intriguing aspect lies herein. These two ancient texts, one hailing from the Qin and Han dynasties of China, perhaps even from a more archaic era, and the other from the Western Rune Age, approximately 2 millennia ago, coincide almost perfectly in time. Astonishingly, the narratives inscribed within both tomes are nearly identical. The illustrations contained therein are remarkably alike. Though Afra may be a novice in the study of history, she perceives the gravity of the situation. The Qin and Han era, dating back 2,000 years, parallels the Western Rune Age, which also spans the same time frame. It is indeed alarming and worthy of profound contemplation. In those days, East and West had yet to engage in any meaningful exchange. How could they possibly document the same tale? Afra queried with a hint of disbelief. Could it be the illustrations? As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards Yang Su, her eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions. Tang Yuanqing nodded slightly, his expression tinged with peculiarity as he regarded Yang Su, stating, both texts recount the saga of the thunder goddess battle against the giants. At the mere mention of Yang Su's name, Tang Yuanqing's demeanor grew even more enigmatic. Only a person of Chinese descent could truly grasp the myriad implications of the name Yang Jiao. What respectable individual would bestow the name Yang Jiao upon their offspring? Surely, such a name could not be authentic. A person adopting a pseudonym, he subtly shook his head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Mr. Yang Jiao's demeanor and presence strikingly resembled that of the thunder god depicted in the illustrations, as though he were cast from the same mold. Yang Su smiled wryly. What a remarkable coincidence. Yet, the thunder god? A flicker of lightning danced in the depths of his gaze. With his capabilities, he could indeed be regarded as a deity in ancient times. Afra's pupils constricted, her lips twitching slightly. The thunder god, the vanquisher of giants. Goodness. This demon truly possesses the power to command thunder. However, could he genuinely be the legendary thunder god? Yet, if not, how could it be that both Eastern and Western ancient manuscripts chronicle the same tale, with figures resembling him? Could it be that he is an ancient being who has lived for millennia? Afra hastily shook her head, dispelling the notion. How could a person live for thousands of years? No, this individual is not even human. While humans cannot span 2 millennia, perhaps a demon, cough. This fellow might just be the exception. The more Afra pondered, the more convoluted her thoughts became, leaving her uncertain of her own musings. Is it possible that one of the texts was fabricated by later generations, or are both forgeries? After a moment of silence, Afra timidly ventured her opinion. Tang Yuanqing, caught between laughter and exasperation, cast a helpless glance at Afra. That is your family's heirloom, he remarked. Do you truly lack confidence in your ancestors? No, indeed. Both ancient texts have undergone rigorous authentication, confirming their origins to be around 2,000 years ago. If either were false, would not years of research on his part appear rather foolish? Afra was rendered speechless. Truly, oh God, what manner of being have I encountered? Afra was on the brink of madness, her inner turmoil raging uncontrollably. Yet Yang Su remained unfazed. Ancient texts, the challenge of giants, none of it pertained to him. Or so he believed. Tang Yuanqing shared a similar sentiment, finding the situation rather coincidental, yet undeniably fascinating. To delve into ancient myths and legends, only to encounter individuals reminiscent of those very tales, was perhaps the most intriguing circumstance imaginable. He rambled on about the state of their temporary encampment, his words laden with apprehension for the future. Alas, the camp had grown increasingly chaotic. Provisions were dwindling, and if the rescue team did not arrive within a few days, calamity was sure to ensue. When hunger reaches its zenith, desperate deeds may follow. In these trying times, I urge you all to tread cautiously, do not wander indiscriminately. The night here is peculiar, harboring ominous entities. Best to feign ignorance of their presence. As Tang Yuanqing spoke, his mind drifted to the creature that had transformed into his wife. And with a complex expression, he sighed heavily, reluctant to elaborate on the matter. Yang Su pondered quietly, gaining insight into the ominous presence Tang Yuanqing had alluded to, the heart-devouring monster. As the deep of night enveloped the cave in silence, Pan Mei, Afra, and Tang Yuqi huddled together, while Yang Su and Tang Yuanqing occupied a separate compartment. The cave's conditions were far from ideal. though it shielded them from the elements. The seaside humidity was palpable. When the fire within the cave extinguished, a chill emanated from the ground, as if intent on freezing them in place. The night was profound. Shrouded in dark clouds that loomed like an inkwell spilled across the sky, obscuring stars and the luminous moon. Accompanying the clouds was a fierce wind, howling with urgency, causing the trees by the beach to rustle ominously, as if heralding an impending storm. Beneath this somber veil of night, all succumbed to slumber, or perhaps restless tossing and turning. Occasionally, the sound of quiet sobs could be heard, drifting aimlessly amidst the tempest. Beside the beach, before a humble tent, stood a middle-aged white man with bronzed skin, peering through the slits of the wooden door, casting a sympathetic gaze upon the anxious young boy within. The boy appeared around 13 or 14, somewhat frail, curled up in the corner of the tent, deliberately avoiding the entrance, his eyes brimming with struggle. The man seemed to fathom the child's fear, murmuring softly, "My poor Tommy, are you well? Father is worried about you. You know, truly worried, every moment of every day. Be a good boy and allow your father to come in, will you?" He spoke with genuine tenderness and compassion, akin to a loving father. Yet the boy, wrestling with his emotions, merely shook his head in refusal. His father had vanished, for days prior, embarking on a lifeboat in search of a more suitable dwelling. And since that fateful day, there had been no word from him. For my father would never speak in such a tender tone. He is always harsh, fond of indulging in alcohol, prone to cursing, and often fixated on the scantily clad young women on the street. Others refer to him as Rude John. If it were my father, he would surely burst through the door with a violent shove, entering the room with a torrent of curses. At times, he would berate his boss. At other times, he would lash out at the government, and occasionally, he would curse the weather. There were even moments when he would scold my mother, labeling her a promiscuous woman, a damned harlot. Besides these individuals, he would also unleash his wrath upon himself, calling himself a disgraceful wretch, a worthless fool who squanders money, a bastard who brings him shame. This gentle father exists only in my imagination. I never truly believed he could transform into such a figure. It was as if God had neglected to bestow any gentleness upon him when crafting his being. The middle-aged white man seemed to perceive Tommy's fear and confusion, continuing to tempt him. "My poor Tommy, do you recall your 5th birthday when I gifted you a Mickey Mouse doll, your most cherished toy? And when you were 9, I took you to the amusement park. And you insisted on riding the roller coaster, only to be so frightened that you wet your pants? Oh God, I can hardly believe my only son, my soul kin, has forgotten me." Tommy's gaze shifted. These memories were indeed theirs alone. But could his father truly become so gentle? Tommy hesitated for a moment, questioning, "Why can't you come in by yourself?" The middle-aged white man displayed a sorrowful expression, lamenting, "You know I cannot still be alive. I encountered a dreadful misfortune at sea. Yet, that matters little, for you are what is paramount to me, my beloved son. I need you to invite me in, so we can be together forever. Forever, forever." As he spoke, a crimson glow flickered in his eyes. Tommy wavered. His father had perished at sea. Now, what lingered outside was merely his father's ghost. He recalled his father's words, "Ghosts may only enter a home when invited by their master. Otherwise, they defy God's will and risk divine retribution." Why God established such peculiar rules mattered little now, as it pertained to himself. Moreover, his father had transformed into the gentleness he had always yearned for. Perhaps departing with such a father would not be an ill fate. Tommy's psychological defenses began to fray, his demeanor increasingly uncertain. "Tomorrow, I have some words to share with my friends. Could you return then?" Tommy ultimately acquiesced, nearly pleading, for he knew not where else he could go. Even if his father had become a ghost, he remained his soul kin, his last remaining family. The middle-aged white man beamed with delight, smiling tenderly. "My dear son, poor little Tommy, I shall come for you tomorrow night, and then we can be together for eternity. I love you, my Tommy," he uttered, gradually fading into the embrace of the night, leaving no trace behind. Only Tommy remained, gazing vacantly into the dark depths of the night, his expression numb. He understood the implications of following his father, who had now transformed into a specter, but he was weary and frightened. Since his father's departure, he had not truly slept a single night, each time jolted awake in the dead of night, fearful, terrified, and anxious. Yet, he was at a loss for what to do. Truly at a loss. Perhaps it was not entirely a misfortune. At least his father still thought of him, still loved him. Tommy consoled himself, drifting into a hazy slumber until the dawn of the next day. The storm arrived as expected. The wild winds and torrential rains carried with them the wailing of spirits, as if intent on obliterating the world. Heavy clouds loomed overhead like immense mountains, seemingly poised to crush the earth at any moment. Yang Su stepped out of the cave and beheld such a scene. He frowned slightly, disliking such weather. The dreary rain reminded him of unpleasant memories, which he found quite distasteful. "Good morning, Mr. Yang," she greeted, bearing in her grasp a large fish measuring 2 feet in length. It resembled ribbon fish, yet was broader and fleshier. Yang Su cast a glance at Tang Yuqi's catch and smiled. "Good morning." "Wow, cousin, where did you catch this fish?" Afra had also awakened. Disheveled, with her coat draped over her arm, she revealed her bare shoulders, rubbing her sleepy eyes while yawning and exclaiming in surprise. As she spoke, Afra became fully awake. She approached, scrutinizing Tang Yuqi from head to toe. "How peculiar. My cousin, who is notoriously inept at sports, managed to catch such a large fish in this downpour. Surely, even a seasoned hunter would struggle to achieve such a feat." Tang Yuqi's demeanor shifted, slightly uneasy. She timidly explained, "I didn't catch it. It was given to me by a friend." "Oh," Afra responded with a knowing hum, her expression suggesting, "Cousin, how could you? He has been gone for only a few days, and you've already found a boyfriend." Tang Yuqi clearly perceived Afra's insinuation. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she weakly protested. "It's not what you think." "Ah, I still need to prepare breakfast, so please move aside." Tang Yuqi realized that no matter how she explained, Afra would remain unconvinced. After a few exchanges, she deftly diverted the topic to dismiss Afra. After breakfast, the weather cleared. The clouds dispersed, and the sun lazily cast its rays upon the earth. The coastal weather was ever so capricious. One moment torrential rain poured down, the next moment the sun shone brightly, devoid of any predictable pattern. Finally, the skies cleared. How delightful. After being cooped up in the cave for a night, Afra could no longer contain her desire to venture outside. As soon as the skies brightened, she dashed out, twirling excitedly beneath the radiant sun. However, her joyful mood did not linger for long. After the meal, the weather had indeed brightened. Yang Su stretched lazily, squinting at the bustling beach, preparing to commence his serious endeavors. He aimed to ascertain the situation of the temporary camp, as well as the status of the rescue team. He approached Tang Yuqi and inquired directly, "Have you been in contact with the rescue team?" Tang Yuqi, without much contemplation, shook her head and replied, "We have received no news. The satellite phone has no signal whatsoever. Currently, the only device capable of receiving signals is the radio." Upon learning that they had only received one-sided signals from the rescue team, Yang Su felt considerably more at ease. He smiled nonchalantly and said, "Let us hope so." Tang Yuqi returned a faint smile, thinking to herself, "Mr. Yang is truly magnanimous." Afra, however, secretly rolled her eyes. If someone else had said that, she would have certainly believed it. But Yang Su? How amusing. He was undoubtedly the one who least wished for the rescue team to arrive. Just as the two were engaged in casual conversation, someone approached Yang Su, extending an invitation to discuss matters further. The individual inviting him was the temporary leader of the White Team. Chapter 76. My God, this is not a weapon of humanity. 500 subscriptions for an additional update. The temporary leader of the White Team, named Lind, is a 30-something American lobbyist. Professionally, he navigates between various powerful factions and governments, securing payment for his services. This information was relayed by Afra, who also informed Yang Su that there are many individuals within the White Group who harbor a natural prejudice and arrogance towards people of Asian descent. In essence, they're a rather disagreeable lot. Upon meeting Lin for the first time, Yang Su found him to be somewhat different from his preconceived notions. He was quite courteous, lacking the arrogance that Yang had expected. Lin had an average build and was not particularly striking in appearance, yet he exuded a vibrant energy. At first glance, he appeared amiable, though not overly familiar. He possessed long, dark brown hair and deep black eyes that seemed capable of penetrating the human soul, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Even stranded on this desolate island, Lind maintained an impeccable appearance. His hair was meticulously styled, and his well-fitted suit was devoid of any wrinkles, further enhanced by a subtle hint of cologne, perfectly balanced in fragrance. He was a man of remarkable self-discipline and a keen awareness of his image. This was Yang Su's initial impression of Lind. Lind invited Yang Su to meet him by the beach. They stood upon the vast, soft, golden sands, gazing out at the boundless azure sea. "Mr. Yang, I sincerely apologize for intruding so early and hope you will forgive my presumptuous invitation," Lind began, speaking fluent Mandarin. His pronunciation was exceptionally precise, even more so than Yang's own native tongue. Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, forming a highly favorable first impression of Lind, recognizing the respect he demonstrated. A person who understands the value of respect is indeed worthy of admiration. Lind's mastery of the Chinese language astonished Yang Su. Although he did not directly respond to the compliment, his words were laced with unmasked appreciation. While Mr. Yang is not the first to commend me in such a manner. Your words feel distinctly different, Lind remarked, pausing briefly with a smile as his penetrating gaze met Yang's, subtly examining him. There was something remarkable about Yang Su, an extraordinary individual. Though this was their first encounter, Lind's instincts informed him that Yang was not an ordinary person. This perception stemmed not from mere intuition, but from a wealth of experience in observing others. Lind assessed Yang's appearance, demeanor, conversational style, and attire, all of which reflect a person's status and character, steadfastness, confidence, and a commanding presence. This was Lind's initial sentiment upon meeting Yang Su. After arriving on this unknown and perilous island, Lind had encountered numerous individuals, although unspoken. The restlessness and fear etched on their faces were unmistakable. Even he, too, bore a trace of sorrow in his brow, a manifestation of concern for the uncertain future. Yet in Yang Su, he perceived none of these anxieties. Yang was unervingly tranquil, a steadiness that evoked a sense of dread within Lind. Linda could hardly fathom the strength of character possessed by someone who could remain so calm and composed in such an environment. Perhaps this is what the people of Huaxiao refer to when they say that one can remain unperturbed even when confronted with the collapse of Mount Tai. Linda sighed quietly. Then, with a shift in tone, directly expressed, I take the liberty of inviting Mr. Yang to inquire about the situation on your end. Have you managed to establish contact with the rescue team? At this juncture, Linda's voice finally wavered, revealing a hint of impatience and anticipation. He could no longer maintain his composure. This question bore immense significance for him. I sincerely apologize, but we have not been able to reach the rescue team either. Although this was expected, disappointment was inevitable. Yang Su remained silent. For both the nation of Su and himself, this was a dire predicament. As they conversed, a frail white boy cautiously approached. He stood at a distance, casting a wary glance at Yang Su before turning to Linda and softly calling out, Mr. Linda. Upon hearing his name, Linda turned to see the slender boy. The sorrow on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a warm and amiable smile as he gently replied, Oh, Tommy, is there something I can assist you with? And no, I am here to thank you, Mr. Linda. Tommy quickly waved his hands, appearing particularly bashful. His voice was barely a whisper. My father came to find me last night and asked me to go with him. I agreed, and I will leave with him tonight. So, I wanted to express my gratitude before I depart. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. After Tommy spoke, he seemed to shy away, turning and running off, leaving Linda standing there with a complex expression. After a long pause, he sighed, Am I the reason for his father's demise? This cryptic statement caused Yang Su to glance toward him, revealing a look of confusion. Linda, seemingly affected, lowered his head to gaze at the golden sands, self-mockingly stating, For days ago, his father, John, came to see me, needing some food. But you know, our supplies are limited, exceedingly so. And none can ascertain how much longer they will last. Although he was Caucasian, he was not part of our team, and I could not provide him with any sustenance. Others would not agree to it either. Therefore, John made a proposition, willing to venture outside in search of other companions and an escape route. On the condition that I guarantee Tommy's, his son's, food needs. Tommy was unaware of this arrangement, and John preferred that I kept it from him. Before leaving, he uttered a phrase I remember vividly. He said he was not a qualified father, but he wished to live like one in this moment. If only one of them were to survive until the rescue team arrived, he hoped that person would be Tommy. Yang Su remained quiet, listening intently. But you know, Tommy just thanked me for looking after him. Linda chuckled self-deprecatingly. He gazed upward at the azure firmament, his eyes slightly misty. If Jana were still alive, perhaps he would ascend to heaven. He may not have been a successful father, yet I believe he was a good man. One who would never wish for Tommy to depart alongside him. His final wish was for Tommy to survive. Lin sighed. He was a negotiator, not a psychologist. Such matters were beyond his capacity. Yang Su's pupils constricted slightly, immediately heightening his vigilance. He pondered, Did Tommy see Jana last night? Tommy's condition deeply troubled me, yet regrettably. We currently lack a doctor. Yang Su had already concluded. Tommy was indeed one of the 4 individuals lured by the heart stealer. Moreover, the gravest aspect was that he had acquiesced to the heart stealer's demands. This was tantamount to signaling to the heart stealer that a delectable feast awaited them here the following night. Yang Su furrowed his brow, growing increasingly disdainful of the heart stealer. He cast a penetrating glance at Lind and solemnly advised, "If I were you, I would meticulously inquire of everyone whether anyone else has witnessed similar occurrences." With that, Yang Su turned and departed. He ought not to have alerted Lind, as it would elevate the peril of exposing his identity. However, in the face of such abhorrent entities as the Heart Stealer, Yang Su was willing to bear a modicum of risk. Lind gazed in astonishment at Yang Su's receding figure, lost in thought. Were there others who had perceived similar phenomena? Resurrections? Or, Lind's scalp prickled, suddenly engulfed by a profound unease. God, may this merely be a jest. Lind's countenance darkened as he hastily turned away. Reason dictated that such a thing was utterly impossible. Yet reality informed him that here existed dinosaurs, incomprehensible entities, and many occurrences defied scientific explanation. While Yang Su and Lind engaged in casual conversation, Afra lay idly, languid as a salted fish, basking in the sun on the rocks outside the cave. Tang Yuqi was busy scrubbing the most precious and soul iron pot, subsequently organizing the items within the cave. This was one of the few tasks she could undertake. She dared not allow herself to idle, for once she did, her mind would spiral into tumultuous thoughts, predominantly negative emotions. It was dreadful. Thus, Tang Yuqi preferred to keep herself occupied, ideally to the extent that she could forget all her troubles. She diligently and patiently laid down the straw, fluffing it up for greater comfort when seated. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she noticed the long spear resting against the wall. Dark, robust, and unadorned, it bore subtle grooves on the grip for a non-slip hold. The spearhead glistened dangerously. This was not Tang Yuqi's first encounter with cold weaponry, but it was her first time being so close. Curiously, she extended her hand to gently caress the spear's grip. The touch was chillingly cold. In an instant, Tang Yuqi's expression shifted. That was the sensation of metal. Metal? Tang Yuqi gazed at the spear, her expression somewhat dazed. She vividly recalled that when Yang Su had arrived the previous day, he had effortlessly carried this very spear with ease. Yet, the spear's shaft was composed of metal. Tang Yuqi's pupils constricted as she cautiously grasped the spear, straining to lift it from the ground. However, despite exerting all her strength, the spear remained immovable, heavy as a mountain. Tang Yuqi inhaled sharply. My heavens, how much does this thing weigh? Although she was not a frequent exerciser, she was a normal adult capable of lifting items weighing dozens of pounds. Yet at this moment, she found herself utterly unable to budge the spear even slightly. Immediately, Tang Yuqi sensed something was amiss. Due to her family background, she possessed a certain knowledge of ancient melee weapons. Contrary to the exaggerated portrayals in films and television, cold weapons were not that heavy. Ordinary swords and knives typically weighed only 1 or 2 pounds. The weapons depicted in dramas, often weighing 10 or even dozens of pounds, were grossly exaggerated for artistic effect. A weapon weighing several dozen pounds would be impractical for anyone to wield, let alone use for combat. Only a fool would carry such cumbersome arms. Yet, the weapon before her was extraordinarily heavy. Tang Yuqi was uncertain of the exact weight of the spear, but she surmised it must exceed 200 pounds. If it were merely 100 or so pounds, her strength would suffice to shift it. A metal spear exceeding 200 pounds? Was this truly a weapon meant for human use? Yet Mr. Yang had clearly. Tang Yuqi's thoughts became increasingly muddled. On one hand, her experience and common sense indicated that this was no weapon suited for human use, perhaps even a weapon that ought not to exist at all. Were several hundred pounds of weaponry merely crafted for decorative purposes? On the other hand, reality presented her with a man who could wield a spear weighing several hundred pounds, as if it were a mere toy. A sudden question flared in her mind. Was a man capable of lifting a spear of such weight, as if it were a plaything, truly still human? Just then, a furious shout from Afra outside the cave interrupted Tang Yuqi's reverie. Cautiously glancing at the ominous spear, she took a deep breath and hurried out of the cave. Upon stepping outside, she immediately sensed that something was amiss. A group of roughly a dozen individuals had blocked off this area, reminiscent of a refugee camp. Leading them was a man of Indian descent, cold, robust, and with striking features. He wielded an electric baton in his hand. Behind him stood 14 others, none of whom were Caucasian. Most were equipped with improvised knives, while a few carried sharpened branches. The formidable presence of these burly men formed an impenetrable barrier, exuding a palpable pressure. On the ground beside them lay a middle-aged man of Latin descent. Tang Yuqi recognized him as a neighboring uncle, known for his loquacious nature. He relished boasting about his romantic escapades, recounting tales of his conquests and popularity at nightclubs, and how many women were willing to spend money on him. In summary, He is hardly a respectable individual, and Tang Yuqi harbors no affection for him. At this moment, the man who boasts of his numerous conquests lies on the ground. Writhing in pain, blood streaming from his arm. Afra stands beside him, vehemently rebuking the malicious intruders, Vigoril and his entourage. Currently, Vigoril's gang has grown to 17 members, making them the second most formidable group after the Whites. Their increasing numbers and the success of their robberies have emboldened this newly formed faction, instilling them with a reckless audacity. Unfazed by Afra's ire, they regard her with mockery, even finding amusement in her presence. What a foolish white woman. One of Vigoril's lackey scoffs. Little girl, it's best you leave. This is a matter for us people of color, not for you whites to meddle in. Having tasted the pleasures of power, this thug has conveniently forgotten that he was also a victim of robbery just yesterday. When confronted by Afra, he responds not with shame but with brazen arrogance, declaring, "We are members of the People of Color's Self-Help Committee. Your opinion holds no weight here." By the heavens, that girl is stunning. Just look at her curves, her figure. Letting her go would be a waste. What are you thinking? There are too many of us here. Humph. Who can blame me for my thoughts when she flaunts such a tempting body? Besides, aren't you usually more eager than I? Why pretend to be virtuous today? You must be daft. I meant we could wait until there are fewer people around. Heh? Oh, that's a good point. Count me in, brother. I'm in line. Their conversation descends into vulgarity, their gazes toward Afra burning with lust and aggression, as if they wish to incinerate her clothing and expose her tantalizing form to the sun. Such lewd stares only fuel Afra's fury and give rise to darker thoughts. These ruffians have truly lost their minds, brazenly discussing abduction and rape in broad daylight. Afra feels on the verge of madness. She had not anticipated that mere days away would lead to such a degradation of her surroundings. What fills her with dread and sorrow is not merely the open discussion of crime, but the sight of those recently victimized, now rendered numb and submissive, too afraid to voice their outrage. Observing their pitiful state, Afra suddenly questions the wisdom of her decision to intervene. In that moment of doubt, her gaze falters as she searches for an escape. Sensing the shift in her as the orchestrator of this motley crew, Vigil deeply comprehended the reasons behind their willingness to follow him. It was this collective that bestowed upon him authority. Thus, when necessary, he too must serve the will of the group, lest he be cast aside by this nascent assembly. To maintain the fervor of the team, sacrificing a white woman seemed a trivial cost. You all. As Afra observed the malevolent crowd encircling her, an acute anxiety gripped her. Her expression became frantic as she retreated repeatedly. Yet, not a single soul stepped forward to assist. They remained indifferent, their gazes averted, seemingly fearful of the trouble that might befall them. Only Tang Yuqi stood resolutely. She positioned herself before Afra, confronting the hostile throng with a fierce glare, utterly unafraid. Tang Yuqi met Vigil's eyes squarely and coolly declared, "You have provoked someone you ought not to have." A slight smirk curled at the corners of Vigil's lips, his previously icy demeanor shifting. "Someone you ought not to have." This was the most intriguing remark he had encountered since arriving on the deserted island. Tang Yuqi paused momentarily before continuing. "We possess a long gun, a cold weapon, located within our dwelling in the cave. If you can wield it with ease, we shall acquiesce to your every demand." Those who had been initially captivated by Tang Yuqi's assertiveness were now struck dumb. Their gazes towards her brimmed with bewilderment, as if they were observing a fool. Chapter 77, Experiment, Communication within the Kingdom of the Sea God. 1,000 subscriptions for extra updates. Spear? Cold weapons? Is this a jest? The crowd was taken aback, yet the most astonished was Afra. Her pupils constricted as she was the first to grasp Tang Yuqi's intent. Yang Su's weapon. That black spear. Afra vaguely recalled that the weapon was weighty, beyond what a mere human could wield. Upon hearing Tang Yuqi's words, Afra instantly understood her meaning. The fox assuming the tiger's might. Unless one were a desperate fool, any sane person encountering that weapon would immediately recognize it as a mark of a formidable adversary. With this thought, Afra's initial anxiety eased somewhat. She declared proudly, "Cousin, you overestimate them. How could they even dream of wielding that weapon? It is nothing short of a devil's jest." The crowd, already puzzled, grew even more curious upon hearing Afra's remarks. "What exactly are this spear and cold weapon?" "Oh, I seem to recall. It appears to be Mr. Yang's weapon." "Mr. Yang? The one who escorted Afra from afar? Is there an issue with that spear?" "Who can say? However, it seems to be merely an ordinary spear." The crowd engaged in cautious discussion. Many had encountered Yang Su. Upon hearing this, even those previously uninformed began to form a clearer picture. Vigil listened to the chatter, momentarily lost in thought. Mr. Yang? Cold weapon spear? He gazed at Tang Yuqi, attempting to unveil her intentions. Yet, despite her slightly tense demeanor, Tang Yuqi remained steadfast and resolute, not retreating an inch. This spirit and determination greatly impressed Vigorul. For the one he cherished possessed the same captivating strength that had won his heart. That indomitable spirit, refusing to yield, to accept defeat, and to succumb to fate, had conquered his soul. Vigorul paused for 2 seconds, his voice rich and resonant. I admire your courage, but this will not alter the outcome. If you cannot provide us with a satisfactory answer, you shall bear the consequences of your words. Vigorul spoke slowly, his voice deep and devoid of overt emotion. Yet it exuded a formidable pressure, akin to facing an impending storm. Tang Yuqi felt a surge of fear. Yet, she could not withdraw. She understood that retreat would lead to her irrevocable demise. To persevere held a glimmer of hope. Staring defiantly at Vigorul, she trembled as she spoke. Are you afraid to try? Vigorul remained silent, signaling to a servant. He could have chosen to disregard Tang Yuqi's provocation. Yet her resilience compelled him to offer her a chance. The servant, understanding, cautiously approached the cave with a rudimentary weapon in hand. Vigorul's eyes flickered as he regarded Tang Yuqi. Though he said nothing, she comprehended his unspoken command. Lead the way. Tang Yuqi exhaled softly, taking Afra's hand as they proceeded toward the cave. Upon entering, they found the surroundings dim, despite the daylight outside. Tang Yuqi pointed towards the long spear placed in the corner of the cave, pulling Afra to stand at the entrance, showing no intention of entering. Vega followed Tang Yuqi's gaze and beheld a black spear, roughly the thickness of a child's arm, nestled in the shadows. Its craftsmanship was unremarkable, presenting an utterly ordinary appearance. He strode forward, noticing that Tang Yuqi and Afra had not followed, and crouched down with a sense of ease, extending his robust arms towards the spear. The moment he grasped it, an icy chill enveloped his hand. Before he could exert any force, Vega's expression shifted dramatically. Shock overtook him. The spear's shaft was composed of metal. A spear made entirely of metal? Vega's eyes widened as he stared at the seemingly mundane black spear resting on the ground. A tempest of turmoil stirring within his heart. No one could wield a spear of pure metal and slay foes with such a weapon. He tightened his grip, striving to lift the spear. However, his initial effort proved futile. The black spear remained immovable, as if rooted to the ground like an ancient tree. Vega trembled, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. He often trained his body, and while he could not compare to a strong man, he was certainly capable of lifting objects weighing over 100 pounds, much more robust than the average peer. Yet, despite his physical prowess, he could not budge a spear that lay casually on the ground. This spear must weigh at least 300 pounds, drawing on his years of experience discerning weight. Vega quickly estimated the spear's mass. Yet, the clearer his understanding became, the deeper his fear grew. Mr. Yang, that man, referred to by others as effortlessly lifting the spear, what manner of being was he? Or perhaps he was not human at all. How could a person easily lift a spear exceeding 300 pounds? Legend spoke of a group of extraordinary beings inhabiting this world. They could hardly be termed human. For in ancient times, they were bestowed with the title of gods. He had never encountered such entities, but his father had, and had advised him on more than one occasion that the world was vast, teeming with remarkable individuals. Some of these beings must never be provoked, lest he find himself unprotected. In the past, Vega had been skeptical, but now an acute awareness dawned upon him. His father's words were not mere folly. There indeed existed individuals beyond the realm of common understanding, or perhaps ancient deities. As this realization washed over him, Vega felt an icy dread seep into his bones. As if he were ensconced in the frigid grip of the Antarctic, he had unwittingly courted great trouble. Vega's expression fluctuated, and he rose, his visage darkening as he walked toward the cave's exit, silent and brooding. Upon reaching his servant, Vega's face remained ashen, and he uttered a cold command, leave. Without waiting for the servant's response, he strode away with purpose, showing no inclination to linger. His servants exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a tableau of confusion, unable to decipher the situation. However, they sensed something was amiss with Vega, and though the circumstances were unclear, they hastily followed him as he fled. In the blink of an eye, tranquility and serenity returned to the cave's entrance, as if nothing had transpired. Only a group of individuals stood there, their faces etched with confusion. The events had unfolded with such rapidity that they could scarcely respond. They exchanged bewildered glances, pondering if it was indeed that so-called gun. It was merely a long spear, not a firearm. How could it possibly instill fear in the formidable Vigil? Was there something amiss with that weapon? As this thought coursed through their minds, their expressions shifted. What could be the issue with that spear? And who was its owner, Mr. Yang? Capable of intimidating Vigil with a mere cold weapon left unattended? In that moment, a thick veil of mystery enveloped Yang Su in their eyes, enigmatic, powerful, terrifying, and elusive. Seeing Vigil hastily retreat, Afra was filled with triumph, akin to a victorious general. She let out a huff, casting a sidelong glance at the astonished and puzzled crowd, intending to bask in her glory. However, she was abruptly seized by Tang Yuqi, who forcibly dragged her into the cave. "Cousin, what are you doing?" "I still wish to share my reflections on the battle," Afra protested, clearly displeased by the interruption. "Who is he, really?" Tang Yuqi ignored Afra's complaints. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon her, her expression frosty as she demanded answers. Afra's demeanor faltered, her sapphire-like eyes darting about. She knew very well who Yang Su was, but dared not speak. "Ha ha ha. Well, I don't know either. We just happened to cross paths. Who could know what he did before?" "Cousin, why are you so concerned about Mr. Yang? Have you taken a liking to him?" Afra, feeling the pressure from Tang Yuqi's scrutiny, decided to abandon her resistance, thinking that soon enough, Tang Yuqi would learn of Yang Su's true identity. "Just ask Grandfather Tang if you don't believe me. Leave." Tang Yuqi dismissed the notion with a wave. She would not entertain Afra as fanciful tales. "God? Don't be ridiculous. How could deities possibly exist in this world?" Afra, resigned, spread her hands in exasperation. "See, I've spoken the truth, yet you refuse to believe me. What more can I do?" Although she herself doubted Yang Su's divine status, reality steadily eroded her skepticism. Even Afra began to question whether the gods of ancient legends truly existed. Was Yang Su perhaps the thunder god chronicled in ancient texts? "Oh, dear God, how utterly absurd. I cannot believe I would consider that fellow a deity," Afra lamented silently, feeling her previously steadfast opposition to Yang Su's nature crumbling to new lows. To think she would regard the demon who imprisoned her as a divine being. Meanwhile, another individual found himself grappling with a similar dilemma. "God, in the modest captain's lounge, indeed, do you believe in the existence of deities?" Reese asked earnestly, unfazed by his uncle's astonishment. His uncle's lips twitched slightly. He certainly did not believe in gods. For decades, he had fervently prayed to countless deities: Buddha, Bodhisattvas, the Jade Emperor, the Three Pure Ones, God, Jesus, essentially every divine entity imaginable. Yet, none bestowed upon him the opportunity for wealth. In the absence of fortune, disbelief naturally followed. A faint smile graced Reese's lips. Yet he chose not to pursue the matter further. Today, he was not there to engage his uncle in a discourse on divinity. Rather, he sought his assistance. Reese spoke with measured calmness. "I believe that God has a plan. Each individual is assigned a mission before birth. Some are destined for mediocrity, while others are meant to achieve greatness. You, sir, belong to the latter category." His uncle could only chuckle in bemusement. "God? Even if he exists, he hardly concerns himself with our land." Though he refrained from voicing this skepticism aloud, he silently derided the notion. After a brief pause, Reese continued, "I believe that your discovery of the realm of the sea god is no mere chance. It is guided by fate and orchestrated by the divine. I am equally convinced that the mission bestowed upon you extends beyond merely uncovering this magnificent treasure trove. You are destined for a more illustrious purpose." His uncle inwardly rolled his eyes at the mention of God. Alas, he held no faith in such a being and was growing weary of Reese's fervent musings. Interrupting Reese, his uncle inquired directly, "What exactly do you wish to convey? Connect with the survivors of the sunken Sidel cruise ship within the realm of the sea god?" Reese articulated his intent. However, his uncle could no longer restrain himself, self-deprecatingly remarking, "While I find your assertions intriguing and am grateful for your regard, I fear you overestimate my capabilities. I am merely an ordinary man, not a chosen one endowed with divine powers. How could you expect me to accomplish what even nations have failed to achieve? It is utterly absurd." He fell silent, gazing at Reese and awaiting clarification. "Do you recall the signal ship we dispatched to the realm of the sea god 3 days ago?" Reese queried. "The signals emitted by that vessel should be detectable by radio. Typically, the signals do not vanish. They merely attenuate infinitely as they propagate. However, for the past 3 days, our signal ship has failed to receive its own transmissions. This implies that the expanse of the sea god's domain may far exceed our expectations. Or it could indicate significant signal interference." Reese paused momentarily, then added, "Science is a continuous journey of exploration, discovering new possibilities through endless experimentation and identifying errors. Thus, both outcomes may hold truth. Or perhaps they are both erroneous. The distinction is inconsequential. The critical point lies in the fact that our signal ship has not encountered an attack, which validates a hypothesis of mine. The actions of that blue giant may follow a certain pattern, perhaps only targeting creatures of considerable size, comparable to or greater than its own. I have decided to conduct an experiment by transmitting satellite signals into the realm of Poseidon. Should any survivors of the Satyr cruise be alive and fortuitously receive our satellite signal, we would have the rare opportunity to communicate with those unfortunate souls. My uncle has grasped the concept this time. So it is indeed a satellite signal. He expressed his doubts, remarking that there are no satellite signals within hundreds of nautical miles of the realm of Poseidon. How could we possibly transmit a satellite signal into that domain? Reese smiled and explained, a satellite signal is not produced by the satellite itself. It merely amplifies ground signals and disseminates them to broader areas. Therefore, we need only to deploy a similar signal transmitter into the realm of Poseidon and adjust the frequency to a value that standard satellite phones can receive, thus resolving this minor issue. My uncle nodded in agreement. The more he listened, the more plausible it seemed. It was indeed feasible. What Reese required was to await the communication from the survivors of the Satyr cruise at our temporary signal reception station. Naturally, to express gratitude, we would permit the process of communication to be publicized. Understanding my uncle's current situation, Reese dangled a more enticing bait, leaving my uncle to ponder if he was merely imagining this opportunity. Publicized? You mean I can live stream this operation? My uncle was genuinely astonished by Reese's audacious proposal. This was exceptionally sincere. Why not? Reese replied with a smile. This is a most intriguing experiment. My uncle swallowed hard, nearly unable to contain his eagerness to agree on the spot. However, he hesitated, questioning whether there was concern about potentially losing vital intelligence during this satellite communication. Reese chuckled heartily. Your inquiry is quite intriguing. However, if my assumptions hold true, the wealth within the realm of Poseidon is boundless. I yearn for riches. Yet this inexhaustible wealth cannot be consumed by me or any single individual alone. Therefore, rather than fretting about the leakage of secrets, we should be more concerned about whether the survivors of the Satyr cruise can even receive the signal. My uncle chuckled awkwardly. That was a valid point. The success of the experiment remained uncertain. Pondering such matters at this stage seemed premature. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively agreed. He had nothing to lose. After all, the equipment would not require his financial input, nor would he need to enter the realm of Poseidon. All he needed to do was conduct a highly publicized live stream from a very secure signal center outside the realm. Quite simple, wouldn't you say? If it were to succeed, he would reap both fame and fortune. Even in the event of failure, it would not reflect poorly on him as merely a technician. That was Reese's responsibility. My dear Reese, since you are so earnest, it would be quite impolite for me to decline. I accept your invitation. When shall we attempt the communication? Tonight. Tonight. My uncle was utterly taken aback, not expecting Reese to act with such swiftness. We have meticulously prepared everything, and now only a few delicate adjustments remain before we embark on our inaugural attempt. As he mentioned, the probability of success for this experiment is, in fact, rather slim. There is no significant technology involved. The only notable aspect is the slightly increased expenditure. However, this is inconsequential for him, as he is not in want of financial resources. Once his doubts were dispelled, Uncle Sam bid farewell to Lise and promptly announced a momentous update on his Twitter account. Tonight, we will make our first attempt to establish a satellite communication with the victims of the Sidel cruise ship disaster. Chapter 78, A Grand Gesture. 3,000 Martyrs. Since the discovery of the Kingdom of the Sea God, my uncle has emerged as one of the most scrutinized internet sensations globally, with millions captivated by every update on his account. These individuals hail from diverse strata and nations, scholars, students, amusement seekers, and laborers, each harboring distinct thoughts yet united by a common objective, to uncover every facet of the Kingdom of the Sea God and to obtain first-hand information about that enigmatic realm. Any message from my uncle generates a tsunami of attention across the internet, instantly drawing countless eyes. In a training facility somewhere in Huaxia, young Panwei had just concluded her course and was engaged in casual conversation with her companions when a female researcher, engrossed in her phone, suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, look. My uncle has posted an update." What did he say? He intends to attempt a communication with the victims of the Kingdom of the Sea God? It said that the Kingdom of the Sea God does not exist within the same spatial dimension as ours. There are no satellite signals there. How could communication be possible? The announcement lacked detailed explanation, merely stating that a company was endeavoring to send simulated satellite signals to the kingdom of the sea god. What a considerable undertaking. That equipment must be quite expensive, wouldn't you agree? The post didn't specify, but I find myself quite intrigued. Do you think the victims aboard the Sidel cruise ship are still alive? What might they have discovered within? Surely, there can't be actual deities, can there? Deities? At most, they are merely different forms of life. Yang Panyue silently absorbed her companion's discourse, refraining from comment. It was not that she lacked interest in the kingdom of the sea god. Rather, she was at a loss for words. In recent days, she had been attending training sessions during the day and studying the enigmatic texts provided by her director at night. The texts were exceedingly obscure, with many records employing Oracle bone script or seal script from the pre-Qing era. Though annotations from predecessors accompanied the texts, some were contradictory, presenting significant challenges to Yang Panyue's research. Nevertheless, she had gleaned much knowledge and formed some conjectures about the kingdom of the sea god. Panyue, what are your thoughts? A colleague inquired, breaking the silence. Who am I to hold any opinions? That realm undoubtedly surpasses anything we have previously investigated. The very foundations may be dissimilar. Who knows what lies within? Perhaps there is nothing at all. Yang Panyue blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. Her companions chuckled softly. One teased, if there truly is nothing inside. That would be quite amusing. Did you know that I have some friends abroad engaged in research on ancient flora and fauna? They've caught wind of some intriguing information that is sure to broaden your horizons. Intriguing information? What do you mean? Well, do you know why there has been so little news online regarding the exploration of the kingdom of the sea god thus far? Isn't it because the kingdom of the sea god is too remote? Even if one wishes to go, considerable time is required for preparation? Indeed. Our company requires us to undergo training for several months before we can commence our work in the realm of Poseidon. While we are engaged in research and a delay of a few months may not pose a significant issue, have you forgotten the origin of our research materials? This bears no relation to the research materials, I concede. However, living in a peaceful nation like ours, it is likely that you cannot fathom the terrifying realities that exist beyond our borders unless I articulate them. Allow me to be candid, currently. There is a rampant recruitment of mercenaries and human trafficking abroad. Everyone was taken aback. Is it truly possible that in this day and age, individuals are still being recruited as mercenaries? How absurd. Do you genuinely believe that those being recruited are aware that they are to become mercenaries? Numerous foreign shell companies are enlisting workers in war-torn and underdeveloped nations, masquerading as legitimate enterprises. They present themselves as organizations conducting geological excavations or developing remote islands. Yet their true aim is to transport these individuals to the realm of Poseidon to explore new worlds. Such operations are unthinkably nefarious. This is a matter of earning money at the expense of lives. Surely, those individuals cannot be so naive as to fall for such schemes. Alas, you still do not grasp the situation. They are not foolish. Rather, they are driven by desperation, lacking alternatives. In war-torn nations, citizens are displaced and face the dire question of survival, let alone earning a living. If someone were to approach them, waving the banner of the American Federation and offering employment, albeit arduous and exhausting, with wages lower than those of American workers but still vastly superior to local averages, would you accept such an offer? In countries with low development, where the average income is merely a few dollars, if a foreign company were to arrive offering a monthly salary of $500, with food and accommodation provided, and a green card after 5 years, would you take the opportunity? Upon arriving in an unfamiliar land, often without even a passport, essentially as an undocumented migrant, what recourse do you have? The rhetorical questions left everyone speechless. Upon reflection, they realized that if faced with such a scenario, they might have no alternative but to take the risk. Is this not akin to the trade of enslaved individuals? Does the local government turn a blind eye, allowing these foreign companies to operate unchecked? The parallels to the slave trade are evident. However, it is not solely black individuals being exploited, but also whites and Asians, all sharing a common trait: poverty. Aside from their lives, they possess little else of value. As for the local government, do not be absurd. Officials take their cut. The traffickers take theirs, and the shell companies take theirs, all profiting while no one cares to intervene. In this world, human life is the most undervalued commodity. In some countries, ordinary citizens are worth less than sheep. You may wonder why those foreign shell companies would choose to expend lives rather than pursue other means of exploration in the realm of Poseidon, simply because human life is cheaper. The value of a human life is a mere $1,000, or even a few hundred. In stark contrast, high-end technological equipment commands exorbitant prices, often reaching millions, even tens of millions of dollars. Not only are these costs staggering, but the realm of the sea god is fraught with dangers. Just a few days ago, someone attempted to employ cunning to board a plane and enter, only to vanish shortly thereafter. In light of this, one must ponder which option is truly more advantageous. Alas, let us refrain from such discussions. The thought sends shivers down my spine. How fortunate we are to reside in Huaxia. Otherwise, how frightening it would be. Echoing the circumstances of our nation a century ago, a group of individuals spoke, then fell silent. The atmosphere was heavy with despondency. Whether stemming from national humiliation or the plight of those deceived remains uncertain. Perhaps it is a blend of both. As they deliberated, cargo ships set sail from the world's impoverished and war-torn regions. These vessels, under the guise of transporting livestock or materials, carried thousands towards the Pacific. The Hella cargo ship was one such vessel. The fee for transporting an individual from the South Seas to the vicinity of the sea goddess domain was a mere $100. While this may seem a modest fare, a smooth journey only requires 3 to 4 days, accommodating around 1,000 individuals per trip. $100 per person amounts to a staggering $100,000 for 1,000 souls. Both legitimate and illicit channels had long been arranged. The Hella merely needed to reach the port, embark with passengers, and deliver them to their destination. This lucrative enterprise brought immense satisfaction to the captain of the Hella, who was unconcerned about the intentions of those from the South Seas. As long as payment was made, all else was secondary. The Hella was an aging vessel, boasting a history of 40 years. Its exterior appeared relatively pristine, yet the cargo holds were notably dilapidated, riddled with rust. Within, an array of containers filled the ship, numbering around 100 or 200, both large and small. Some containers housed genuine goods, while others had been repurposed into makeshift cabins. At mealtime, a crew member opened one of the containers, unleashing a wave of foul odor. Each container was cramped with 40 individuals, their attire tattered. A mix of young men and women, the eldest barely reaching 40. They sat upon the ground, cushioned only by a layer of ordinary sponge mats to alleviate the jolts of the journey. The innermost part of the container was outfitted with a makeshift toilet, constructed from wooden planks, a mere metal bucket serving as a temporary lavatory. As the container doors swung open, blinding sunlight flooded into the dark interior, dispersing the gloom and causing the passengers to shield their eyes. The crew member, brow furrowed and nose pinched, exclaimed in disgust, "Could you not maintain some semblance of hygiene? It reeks." With disdain, he tossed in a box of bread and 2 barrels of mineral water. The bread was the most basic variety, a blend of wheat and butter. This constituted the midday meal for the passengers within the container. Yet, even such simple fare elicited immense joy among them. They rushed forward, eagerly vying for the bread within the box. "Rolling, rolling, I shall never associate with you beasts," the crew grumbled, too indifferent to even close the cabin door as they departed. Passengers were granted 2 opportunities for fresh air each day, each lasting an hour, ensuring they would not succumb to asphyxiation or perish for other reasons during the journey. Healthy passengers received an additional incentive, $20 per individual. However, for every death, the captain would incur a loss of $1,000, a sum he was loath to part with, especially since this venture could not be insured. Within container number 38, 2 young individuals from a small nation in the South Seas were joyfully unwrapping a bag of buttered bread. They sported crew cuts, their frail bodies and sallow complexions indicative of long-term malnutrition. The siblings, surnamed Ji, were named Ji Xiao Wu and Ji Xiao Jiao, reflecting their positions in the family hierarchy as the 5th and 9th children, respectively. Ji Xiao was 18, while Ji Xiao Jiao had just turned 15. Their ancestors hailed from China, though that was 2 centuries past, and they could no longer speak the language. 3 days prior, their father had sold them to a company specializing in human resources for work in the Pacific, promising a lucrative salary of $500 a month, 5 times the local average. Their father had already collected 3 months' wages in advance. As a token of reward, he purchased each sibling a piece of second-hand clothing, costing $5. Despite this, the pair was overjoyed, having gone 3 years without new garments. It was the finest gift they had ever received. "Brother, this is so sweet." In an effort to avoid complications, Ji Xiao Jiao had also shaved her head to pose as a boy. She tore open the bag of bread, taking a hearty bite, letting the caramel-like inferior butter ooze from the corners of her mouth, filling her with bliss. Such delicacies had been a rarity for her, consumed perhaps only a few times a year. After finishing the bread in a few bites, Ji Xiaojio happily patted her stomach, expressing her concern. Brother, will we still be able to enjoy such delicious bread once we disembark? Ji Xiaowu affectionately reassured his sister, stating firmly, no, we are now employed. With a monthly salary of $500, we can indulge in as much of this bread as we desire. Yes, yes. Ji Xiaojio nodded vigorously, wholly trusting her brother's words. To her, he was a worldly individual who had worked in town and attended primary school. As thoughts of daily access to such delightful bread filled her mind, she closed her eyes in happiness, leaning against the chilly container while daydreaming of the future. Unperturbed by the looming uncertainties ahead, having descended into this hell, they had nothing left to lose. 3 hours later, after a prolonged 3-day voyage, the Hella ship docked at a remote port on an island in the South Seas. The passengers, having spent 3 days aboard, were hastily ushered off the vessel. Before them lay a dilapidated dock, modest in size, accommodating only 3 ships. On the dock, several rotund guards lounged under the sun, rifles in hand, displaying a leisurely demeanor. After the passengers disembarked from the ship, the guards barely spared them a glance. Among the guards were both Caucasians and local natives, coexisting harmoniously. The captain of the Herod disembarked early, greeted by the owner of the dock, a local indigenous man, and the proprietor of Pacific Singer Human Resources. With skin as dark as ancient bronze and hair gently curled, he sported an ample belly. Ha ha ha, the business of Boss Huang has truly flourished lately, remarked the captain, as he embraced Boss Huang, both men radiating joy. Their partnership had spanned over a decade, with the captain being Huang's most favored collaborator due to his impeccable record of minimal passenger casualties throughout the years, an astonishing feat in this line of work. Small business. Small business. I must thank my brother for assisting in transporting these resources, Huang remarked. However, my brother, you must lend a hand this time and make more trips. I am currently in dire need of manpower, at least this number for the month. Huang raised 3 fingers, indicating the booming demand for workers, his tone brimming with pride. The captain of the Hera chuckled heartily, but 3,000, Boss Huang. Before he could finish, Huang smiled slightly and boasted, not 3,000, but 30,000. I need 30,000 this month. More next month. The captain's eyes widened in astonishment, his mustache bristling. 30,000, Boss Huang, are you jesting? The primary business of Pacific Singer Human Resources was to engage low-wage workers from around the globe in long-term, exploitative contracts, subsequently supplying this inexpensive labor to various companies in exchange for a commission. This modern labor arrangement was mutually beneficial. The human resources company profited from commissions, while the companies acquiring the laborers bore no responsibility for insurance or disability claims. Their obligation lay solely with the human resources firm. As for the lowly workers, oh, dear God, weren't they supposed to express gratitude to their employers for the opportunity to work, a chance many coveted? They ought to learn to be thankful. That was their innermost sentiment. Boss Huang scoffed. Brother, times have changed. Do you realize how many companies are recruiting in the Pacific region, right here in our waters? I tell you, the orders I've received in the past 5 or 6 days have already surpassed last year's total. 30,000 is still insufficient for this month. The captain's expression shifted, as gleaming with envy. 30,000. Just imagine the profits from distributing them among various companies each month. Boss Huang was on the verge of a financial windfall. Let's not forget, dear brother. Captain of the Hella swiftly ingratiated himself, eliciting a broad smile from Mr. Huang. The latter reflected, isn't it all due to the remarkable influence of the God of the Sea's realm? Ever since its discovery, major corporations from across the globe have been clamoring to converge here. My dear brother, do not think I have forgotten you, currently. All the leading companies are in a rush to recruit. The one with the most abundant human resources will undoubtedly secure more contracts from these enterprises. I shall increase your freight charges by 50% for this shipment, and all subsequent consignments will follow suit. However, you must assure me of the quality of the goods. All the corporations are eagerly awaiting manpower, so do not provide me with substandard products, as I lack both the patience and energy for that. Upon hearing this, the captain of the Hella was overjoyed. An increase of 50% in freight charges could translate to hundreds of thousands of dollars in additional earnings each month. He pounded his chest in excitement, proclaiming, Mr. Huang, after our long partnership, you know my integrity. Rest assured. The passengers I deliver to you will be of the highest caliber. Mr. Huang laughed heartily, fully aware of the implications, otherwise. He wouldn't have voluntarily raised the freight charges for the captain, which would be akin to inflicting harm upon himself. However, The urgency of the situation compelled him, as delays could result in substantial losses. Tomorrow, he had a shipment to hand over to a large corporation, which was undoubtedly a shell company, with its true owner being a glamorous figure of note. This prominent individual had requested 3,000 personnel. It was rumored that 100 speedboats had been prepared to transport these 3,000 individuals in batches to explore the uncharted territories of the god of the sea's domain. Mr. Huang mused, "What a lavish client indeed." Chapter 79, Chaos in the Camp, The Witch Trials. The calm before the storm is always particularly pronounced. Outside the realm of the sea god, tranquility reigns. Inside, the atmosphere within the temporary encampment is decidedly eerie. Even those with the dullest senses can perceive a subtle shift in the dynamics of the camp. A palpable sense of panic envelopes the people. It is as if demons are pursuing them from behind, prompting cautious glances in every direction. Despite the bright sunlight of day, the ambience resembles a haunted night, with specters poised to leap from the shadows at any moment. Within the dense forest, Yangsu stands atop a towering ancient tree, surveying the coastline where the survivors are encamped. Though he lacks knowledge of military strategy, he understands that successful campaigns hinge upon the trifecta of timing, terrain, and morale. The terrain, in this instance, poses significant challenges. The coastline is lengthy and serpentine, devoid of a centralized settlement, with groups scattered over approximately 2,000 meters. This fragmentation complicates the movements of the Sioux Kingdom's forces. To achieve a comprehensive capture, meticulous and cautious maneuvers are imperative, ideally. All individuals should be gathered together for convenience. After all, Yangsu's objective is to capture them alive, thereby maximizing the resources for the Sioux Kingdom rather than eliminating them. Living captives hold far greater value than the deceased. In addition to this consideration, Yangsu harbors another thought. Even if he were to apprehend all these individuals, it would merely delay the inevitable discovery of the Sioux Kingdom by external forces. It would not alter the reality of their situation. Thus, retaining them could serve as a valuable bargaining chip in the future. While it may seem absurd to assume that various factions would be deterred, at the very least, they could be leveraged for certain benefits. The royal army is expected to arrive here by afternoon. A magnificent phoenix descends from the heavens, alighting gracefully upon Yangsu's shoulder. As she elegantly preens her resplendent feathers, she reports the intelligence she has just acquired. Yangsu nods slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction, even astonishment, at the fleetness of their march. The speed is remarkable. Given past experiences, arriving tonight would have been commendable, yet they have managed to arrive several hours ahead of schedule. An impressive feat, excellent. Did you encounter any troubles along the way? He inquires. There were a few minor inconveniences, but nothing of great concern, she replies. The smoothness of this march is largely attributable to the contributions of the Qingqiu clan. Yangsu turns his head slightly to regard the phoenix, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. This operation has involved only a handful of Qingqiu clan members. Though these newly emerged individuals possess ancient ancestral memories, they remain unfamiliar with the Sioux Kingdom and its surroundings. Unless absolutely necessary, Yangsu prefers that they refrain from immediate engagement in battle, instead allowing them to patiently acclimatize to the circumstances of the Sioux Kingdom. However, the unique abilities of the Qingqiu clan render them indispensable to the army. Their presence ensures that injured soldiers receive timely medical attention when needed, significantly mitigating combat casualties, akin to battlefield medics. Qingwan remarked that the Neza clan's mastery over plant life significantly alleviated the challenges of land cultivation. Otherwise, the journey would have been prolonged by yet another day. Their prowess was indeed remarkable, as even the most obstinate of shrubs would part to clear a path. Yangsu was struck by the vitality of this untamed wilderness. Apart from the national road that connected 4 towns of the Sioux Kingdom, there existed no semblance of a proper road elsewhere. The very shrubs you cleared today would be engulfed by new growths and weeds by the next dawn. Such robust life forces rendered the movements of the Sioux army exceedingly troublesome. Land cultivation was an indispensable endeavor. One had to clear the underbrush and extricate the vines to carve a passage for the troops through the vibrant primordial jungle. This was also the reason why a larger army often encountered greater difficulties in their maneuvers. Yangsu smiled and said, "Very well, await my command once Yinshao arrives." The unexpected boon from the Neza clan lifted Yangsu's spirits immensely. With this newfound capability, the challenges of land cultivation for the Sioux Kingdom would henceforth be considerably eased, akin to wielding a divine tool for cultivation. Upon his arrival at the camp, he sensed something amiss. Trouble was brewing. Yet before he could inquire, Afura hurriedly approached him. Her brows knitted in concern, her expression taut, and her beautiful face glistening with perspiration. Her fitted tank top was drenched, indicating that she had been searching for him for quite some time. Yang Su, puzzled, asked, "What has happened?" "They've gone mad," Afura replied, her complexion grim, her words laced with indignation. "My God, they intend to burn those people alive. I can scarcely believe that such barbarity, such absurdity, could still exist in this age." Yang Su's confusion deepened. He interrupted Afura's tirade, furrowing his brows and asking, "Wait, who are they planning to burn?" "Let us discuss it as we walk," Afura insisted, disregarding everything else as she grasped Yang Su's hand and hurried towards the camp. Along the way, she elucidated the situation unfolding within the camp. This matter was closely intertwined with Yang Su himself. Earlier that morning, while chatting with Lind, he had advised him to remain vigilant for any others who might be experiencing circumstances akin to Tommy's. Although Lind found the notion preposterous, he hesitated for a moment before heeding Yang Su's counsel and began to inquire with others about the issue. The temporary camp was rather small, housing only about 200 individuals, leaving little room for secrets, especially with Lind questioning everyone. Soon, the entire camp was abuzz with rumors. Whispers spread that someone had succumbed to the temptations of a demon, becoming its servant, which would bring about dreadful calamity for all. The most terrifying aspect of such gossip lay in its tendency to spiral into ever more ludicrous tales. The situation rapidly escalated to claims that someone had made a pact with the demon, intending to sacrifice everyone present that night in exchange for the demon's power. Had this occurred in another time or place, most would have dismissed such talk with laughter. Yet here and now, particularly with reports of actual individuals being seduced by demons, many chose to believe. Thus, the situation spiraled out of control. The demon is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of anyone to confront. Moreover, who among us would be foolish enough to challenge a legendary demon? While the fear of confronting such a fiend prevails, the pressing issue remains unresolved. If vanquishing the demon proves impossible, then the focus must shift to those who summoned it. Thus arose the prior sentiments expressed by Afra. Following Lin's investigation, they effortlessly apprehended the 4 individuals ensnared by the Heart Snatcher's influence, with intentions to execute them by fire to prevent the demon from returning. One of these individuals is Tang Yuanqing. Although Tang's affairs are shrouded in secrecy, the countless onlookers near the reef make it inevitable for the Heart Snatcher to be noticed. While previously unspoken, who would risk their own safety for another? Upon hearing Afra's account, Yang Su was struck with incredulity, a sensation akin to witnessing the extraordinary. Execution by fire? Is this reminiscent of the witch trials of the Middle Ages? Is Lind involved in this? Yang Su inquired with a frown, holding a favorable view of Lind as a person who respects others. Such a course of action does not seem characteristic of Lind. Alas, Lind too has fallen into their grasp. Opposing their brutality, he now faces peril himself, having been beaten and cast into a cave. Afra sighed, for among those captured, Lind was one of the few she did not despise. Yang Su shook his head slightly, yet remained unfazed. This was merely a trivial matter, not worthy of concern. Even without the arrival of reinforcements, he harbored confidence in resolving it. He contemplated, "First, take me to see Lind. Lind possesses exceptional talent." Though their acquaintance was brief, Yang Su held a high regard for him. During their conversation that morning, Yang Su had casually mentioned certain thoughts. Yet Lind not only believed his seemingly mad words but also took decisive action to investigate. Such resolve was difficult not to admire. Now, however, Lind finds himself in dire straits. "Alas, I have no idea where my cousin has gone. I have not seen her since Grandfather Tang was captured. Should we not prioritize rescuing him?" Upon hearing Yang Su's intention to meet Lind, Afra was somewhat displeased. While she admired Lind, there was a distinction between acquaintance and kinship. Lind remained a stranger, whereas Tang Yuanqing was her relative, with her family member imprisoned by a group of raucous lunatics clamoring for his execution. Afra could hardly suppress her concern for Tang's safety. As for Yang Su's ability to rectify this predicament, she had no doubts. A group of ordinary individuals, despite one possessing a firearm, should not pose a challenge to this man. Yang Su replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for haste. Tang Yuanqing is integral to the future of education in our country. I cannot simply stand by and allow his demise." However, Afra had just mentioned that these individuals planned to convene a full assembly to judge the 4 captives. They would vote to determine whether to burn them alive for the safety of the community. One of the greatest advantages of such democratic systems is their propensity for wasting time. Gathering everyone together, representatives expressed their opinions and viewpoints, followed by a vote on the method of handling the situation. The final tally would determine the course of action, a process that could not be completed in mere hours. Considering the time, it was possible that the army had already arrived. Hence, Yang Su remained unperturbed. The assembly of individuals presented the most opportune moment for him. Although Afra felt conflicted, Yang Su had made up his mind, compelling her to lead him to Lind. They arrived at an exceedingly narrow cave, barely 4 square meters in area, where one had to bow their head to avoid striking the ceiling. The cave was enclosed by a heavy wooden barricade, guarded by 2 individuals outside. Lind leaned against the wall in a state of disarray. His once pristine attire was now soiled with mud and sand, and his meticulously styled hair had become a tangled mess. Bruises marred his face, evidence of a recent beating. The guards outside made no effort to impede Yang Su and Afra's approach, as they were merely a disorganized mob with little regard for protocol. The weight of the barricade, several hundred pounds, had required the combined strength of 5 or 6 individuals to move it into place, sealing the cave's entrance. Pushing it open from within was impossible, as it had been buried in sand for about 6 months and was wedged against the cave's rocky entrance. The only feasible option was to cautiously shift it from the outside. Upon noticing Yang Su, Lind momentarily froze before managing a self-deprecating smile. "I apologize for providing Mr. Young with such a spectacle." Perhaps he was right, Yang Su thought with a slight shake of his head. The behavior of these individuals had indeed broadened his perspective. Yet he could empathize with their selfishness. They were previously strangers. Who among them would be noble enough to sacrifice for someone unknown? Lin's gaze turned contemplative as he scrutinized Yang Su, and then glanced at the anxious Afra beside him. He was aware of Afra's ties to the impending execution. Yang Su's presence with her sparked numerous thoughts in Lin's mind. "I presume your visit at this juncture is not merely to witness my predicament?" he inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Yang Su pondered briefly before replying calmly, "Indeed, that is precisely the case." Lind blinked, momentarily at a loss for words, a blend of bewilderment and amusement crossing his features. "How idle you must be to specifically seek out my disheveled state." Yang Su couldn't help but smile, amusement dancing at the corners of his lips. Standing at the entrance, he observed Lind with intrigue and chuckled softly. "During our first encounter, I was quite curious. A man who maintains such meticulous grooming on a deserted island, does he uphold the same standards while imprisoned? Now, I have my answer." Lind paused, then chuckled in disbelief. "Is that truly the reason for your visit? You must be exceedingly bored." Yang Su settled comfortably at the entrance, feeling a sense of ease in conversing with Lind, reminiscent of the camaraderie shared with friends in the past. They would gather to discuss women, celebrities, national policies, and international affairs, occasionally engaging in light-hearted debates over which girl from school was the most attractive. After Lind was rendered speechless, he solemnly stated, "They took away my makeup mirror. Otherwise, even in this environment, I would maintain the professional ethics expected of a seasoned lobbyist. A meticulous appearance and appropriate attire are the greatest respects one can show to others. A lobbyist who fails to appreciate the value of respect, who is arrogant and conceited, can never ascend to the ranks of the elite. Arrogance blinds one to the truths and entirety of matters." Yang Su gave a thumbs up. "Indeed, there are those who remain steadfast. Even now, you're still concerned about a makeup mirror." Yang Su pondered for a moment, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor, and said, "I wish to employ you, sir." Lind was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process Yang Su's earnestness, which felt quite unfamiliar, especially after Yang Su had just posed a rather distasteful question. Yet, adhering to the decorum befitting a professional lobbyist, Lind offered a standard response. He smiled and replied, "As long as the client can afford the price, we are willing to serve anyone." Lind shrugged, adding, "Even those from enemy states. This is our profession and our professional integrity. We accept payment to provide services." Yang Su smiled in silence, admiring Lind's audacity in articulating such a shameless sentiment about betraying national interests with such conviction. This man was indeed remarkable. Afra, initially perplexed by Yang Su's intentions, now comprehended his purpose and discreetly rolled her eyes, convinced that Lind would soon regret his decision, without a doubt. And it would not take long. Lind reflected, "I am truly grateful for Mr. Yang's recognition of my profession and capabilities, but I must apologize. As you can see, my current state might render me incapable of assisting you." Yang Su smiled slightly. He stood up, effortlessly lifting the heavy wooden barrier, which weighed several hundred pounds, that had sealed the cave, tossing it aside with ease. After completing the task, Yang Su clapped his hands, completely disregarding the 2 bewildered guards, and casually remarked, "Now then, Lind remained silent, his eyes wide in astonishment as he glanced at Yang Su, then at the wooden barrier that had been flung several meters away, his mind spinning. This barrier had been commissioned by him to ensure no one could stealthily access the scant food supplies and other precious resources. He had never anticipated it would one day become his prison door. Thus, he was acutely aware of its weight, 200 to 300 pounds. And yet Yang Su handled it so effortlessly? Lind, as if in a dream, crawled out of the cave. It wasn't until he exited that he began to regain some clarity. Lind looked at the wooden barrier, then at Yang Su, his lips trembling as he stammered. How did you accomplish this? Yang Su smiled and replied, now is not the time to discuss that, is it? Lind took a deep breath. The qualities inherent in a professional negotiator allowed him to rapidly regain his composure and enter into a focused state. Lind adjusted his attire and slightly bowed, expressing his gratitude. I am indebted to Mr. Yang for your assistance. I shall repay this favor. He continued, now, we may address another matter. What do you intend to employ me for, and what is your proposed remuneration? Upon the mention of compensation, Lind's demeanor grew particularly grave. A head may be severed, blood may flow, but my labor shall not be rendered without recompense. This is a fundamental tenet of professional integrity. Deal. Lind beamed with satisfaction and extended his hand. He was genuinely pleased with this remuneration. Money? It only holds significance when one departs from this place. Here, it is worth less than scrap paper. While scrap paper may serve a practical purpose, currency is rigid and cumbersome. He had an admiration for those who were forthright. Afra rolled her eyes in exasperation. This fool. An imbecile. A simpleton. Has he truly sold himself so easily? And that other fellow, he's utterly despicable. What sort of compensation is this? He must regard Lind as a mere captive. It must be so.